generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, data banks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by CTUHLU. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes as 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they ran triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't read destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on.
long time coming. But tonight, because of what we did on this day, in this election, at this defining moment, change has come to America.
Yo, Mr. President, the world is watching. You're gonna hear it often. The last administration left us coughing. 9/11 dust bringing death to us. The health is privatized and hospitals won't tend to us. And it's rough getting laid off, knowing CEOs are paid off. Big scam that crippled me and my fam. And you seem like a good brother, but I gotta wonder you're in DC with some of those that put us under. And I'm glad to have a man of your demeanor as a leader. But if the flick is Pulp Fic, I think you be the cleaner. Harvey Keitel played the character well, so the real criminals don't ever sit in a cell. Is that your position? To keep the citizens from tipping the government the fuck over, cause we've been fucked over. I'd like to be more optimistic, but the world is twisted. A new America, oh shit, I think I missed it. Some of us feeling conflict in our heart. Will we see a real change? It's another false start. I hope he speaks from the heart. All we see a real change, it's another false start. It seems I got a conflict in my heart. Are we seeing real changes? It's another false start. It's tough to tell them apart. Are we really seeing change? Now I hate to be the bad news agitator, but I was sent to be the large crowd captivator. I'm a natural, I never use no activator. It's hard to find the realest people cause we're after paper. Chase the shit like rats in a maze. My perspective is reflective what the headlines say. Ways view, plus the stress in the air made you lose your mind again. I'll say these are tumultuous times. Since the campaign was hoping change, I feel it's open range for us to think critically and then explode the game. Construct something better, eliminate the cheddar. Cause when wealth is involved, it seems our morals weather. My hopes are so high, I see my own sky. The possibilities are limitless, but don't flies. If you want something different, rise up. I gotta see it with my eyes before my time's up. Some of us feeling conflict in our heart. Will we see a real change? It's another false start. I hope he speaks from the heart. All we see a real change, it's another false start. It seems I got a conflict in my heart. All we see a real change, it's another false start. It's tough to tell them apart. Are we really seeing change? All these charades and shenanigans made us a fan again. Don't you see the system's got the upper hand again? Do your best impersonation of a mannequin, but when they detonate the bombs, don't panic then. This is one nation, one agenda. Dominate the globe, full control but no surrender. I remember being young and so oblivious before I realized this shit's so serious. 195 countries on the globe, 191 governments under American control. Military bases, interfaces in many places. It's hard to find an oasis without our traces. You think they're gonna let Obama stop the flow of dough? I think no, or we'll be witnessing an overthrow. Bankers run this shit, don't get it twisted. Ain't nothing personal here, it's just business of America. Got us feeling conflict in our heart. Will we see a real change? It's another false start. I hope he speaks from the heart. All we see a real change, it's another false start. It seems I got a conflict in my heart. All we see in real change, it's another false start. It's tough to tell them apart. Are we really seeing change?
It's the answer to let those who've been told for so long by so many to be cynical and fearful and doubtful about what we can achieve, to put their hands on the arc of history and bend it once more toward the hope of a better day.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Yeah, blessings televised. I appreciate you, brother. You know what I mean? I mean, there's no pressure to join. I mean, I just put that link out there, for you guys, just in case you want to. I mean, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Emily, blessings. Look within. Peace be with you, my friend. Dogma free. Blessings, brother. Bootstrap paradox. Somebody changed their name. Thank you.
Guess who?
It's probably the homie, I mean, Brown's boy, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. We got Look Within. We got I Want T. We got a special brother right here, Ragamuffin Vision, the homie. What's going on?
Yo,
Let
what
me throw
it
you up here.
is, man. Hey,
Oh.
TML coming with the high vibes. TML coming with the legit ass tracks too, bro. Appreciate the
Thank you.
tracks, bro.
Yeah,
The track
blessings. Yeah.
selection always
Yeah.
fresh, bro.
You know,
Always
Mr.
bringing the
Lift.
vibe.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Mr.
Yeah.
Lift is always tight. Yeah, people are not machines, exactly. But every opportunity to behave like machines, so they will behave. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's the problem.
Sometimes, so you know, they've been projecting some shit out on people so that they keep us like cattle, so that we straight up looping and pooping and doing all the things that they be wanting us to. But we gotta rise up and be wiser. Get out of the motherfucking disguise, sir. Yeah. Now this goes out to my homies like TML and all you real ass niggas on the panel verse. We back up on the thing. We got to rehearse the verse to reverse the curse from humanity first. Like we tired of all these liars and tired of all these fiends and people coming that be tired on the motherfucking scene, been raping people up in Babylon, but we been moving strong. We got to do this shit right from wrong. Yup. That's what it is. That's what it was and what it will be.
That's what it
Dang,
is.
yo.
Man. There we go.
Just freestyling that.
We're doing some shit out here. Blessings, guys. Blessings, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, I mean, it's crazy stuff in terms of Alul, man. I hope you guys have been picking up this stuff. I mean, this is pre, you know, this type of stuff from, you know, Malcolm McLuhan and all this type of stuff. You know what I mean? This is the real deal. And, you know, we're going to read Mumford. We're going to read Samuel Butler. You know what I mean? Darwin Among the Machines. I mean, we're going to look at Nick Bostrom. And we're going to look at the transhumanists. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, we're looking at the primary problem. You know, all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world. You know, and conformity in our age is nothing less than conformity to the technological system, right? And, you know, as we've seen Alul say, you know, technique creates its own means. You know, we're not simply looking at the level of, you know, of the tools, you know, of tool making. You know what I mean, right? Because constructing simple tools, right, and the agricultural system, right, that we use, right? Okay, these ideas, okay, social techniques, right, agricultural techniques, the creation of simple tools, these ideas are what created the mega machine. You know what I mean? Great stage civilization, large empires and states. Okay, not the states in the modern autocratic sense of the word, right? But states in the sense of a political organization was formed, okay, for the first time, right? That sort of was largely dependent on the on man's natural environment, right? The groupings were largely dependent on man's natural environment, okay? But now, okay, since we're not dependent on our natural environment and we're facing an interconnected system that has both a technical complex and a technical intent, and it cannot be identified with the economic techniques, right? It cannot be identified with the political techniques, right? It cannot be identified with the scientific worldview, right? It's totally autonomous, right? An autonomous, self-improving system that man is faced with in its present age, okay? And that's why Alul uses this line, all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, you know what I mean? And, you know, he's really drawing from Mumford to talk about the growth of civilization, right? Now, I've been relying on Mumford a lot too, right? What have I been relying on Mumford mainly for, right? The main thing I relied on Mumford for is to supplant this idea of man as a symbol-making animal, right? When I talked about there's different understandings about the nature of man, right? man could be a tool making animal, right? Now, obviously, technique does not function on the level of tools. It does not function on the level of use or instrumentality. Okay, because as Alul says, technique creates means, right? So technique actually functions, okay, on the level of processes, methodologies, epistemologies. Right? Okay, it functions on the how to, right? Okay.
It's a certain kind of creativity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, totally.
It's a
Totally.
mechanical kind of creativity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an aspect of creativity. You know what I mean? Yeah. Which is heavily based on, all of those previous things I mentioned. You know what I mean? But those are not to be conflated with technique itself, right? So that's the main thing that Alul goes into. And in terms of tool making and complex social games, I mean, those are the other two definitions. You know what I mean? I don't know who actually made up the tool making one, but I know Huizinga made up complex social games, right? And then we have, Mumford, man as a symbol making animal. Okay. Now that is very, very important summation of things. I mean, now let me open up Mumford real quick. I mean,
Nice.
yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he says not only was Karl Marx in error, okay, so he agrees with the Lul, in giving the instruments of production a central place and a directive function in human development, but even the seemingly benign interpretation by Teilhard de Chardin reads back into the whole story of man the narrow technological rationalism of our own age and projects into the future a final state in which further possibilities of human development would come to an end because nothing would be left of man's original nature that had not been absorbed into, if not suppressed by, the technical organizations of intelligence into a universal and omnipotent layer of mind. Sounds like he's talking about technique becoming autonomous. Exactly. Right? They will not be satisfied until this happens. Right? We saw that.
Yep.
Because, yeah, we saw Kurzweil just saying, the human brain is inefficient, right? Efficiency over everything. Okay, over human values. Okay,
Efficiency becomes the ends. Sorry for interrupting.
efficiency becomes its own value, and right, it becomes its own measure. Progress and efficiency. Okay, and yeah, there's many other ideas. I mean, but I'll move on to this. It says to compensate his extremely primitive working gear, early man had much more important asset that widened his whole technical horizon, a body not specialized for singular activity, but precisely because of extraordinary plasticity, more effective in using a larger portion of of both his external environment and his internal physical resources through man's overdeveloped and incessantly active brain. He had more mental energy to go to tap than he needed for survival at a purely animal level, and he was accordingly under the necessity of canalizing that energy not just into food getting and reproduction, but into modes of living that would convert the energy more directly and constructively into appropriate cultural, that is, symbolic forms. Cultural work by necessity took precedence over manual work. Okay. So this epoch of civilization, right? Okay. Now, as I was talking about, just as cultural and social techniques, right? They combined, right? Okay. Various ethnic Okay, peoples, okay, they spread over geographical locations. They absorb many different territories. Okay. So did the technical complex absorb many different cultural modes, right? This is because as the societal modes, right, seem to work off of the environment, right? Okay, the natural environment, right, as its resource, right? The technical modes seem to use the human social modes as their resource, as their form of energy getting and resource development. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Immortal techniques, exactly. All right. Bex, blessings to you, madam. Base Oracle, blessings to you, sir. Yeah. That which is, thank you for watching. Nico Pluto, thank you so much for watching, sir. Gary Baxter, greetings, sir. Rock E, blessings. Peace be with you, sir. Televised Apocalypse, what's up, homie? Not the one from before. What's going on, my friend? All right. Zephyr Voxel, peace be with you, madam. Good to see you again today. Yeah, nice crowd, exactly. I mean, but yeah, this whole idea of symbolic forms, or canalizing the energy into symbolic forms, I think it's much more radical than that. Okay. Okay. I mean, you know, I think he's right when he says man is a symbol making animal, but I don't think that this prodigious form that basically constitutes most of our activity, right? If not 90% of it, right, is actually some sort of extra. It's just because we have extra energy from survival. Does that make any sense? Right? Indeed, there's something more profound going on, right? Okay, I believe nature is a symbolic form. Okay, nature is intelligence. That's probably what's really going on. Okay, something more deeper going on, right? You know, than just you know, we had to have a little skim off a little extra there from the mental framework we've developed. You know? But yeah, you know, I get what he's saying though. But you know, somebody needed to say it. Somebody needed to fucking critique Marx and Teilhard de Chardin and tell them that this isn't the basis for human civilization. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, somebody, yeah, you know, somebody had to understand. I mean, we can't just go, oh well, you know, let's just keep everything, you know, in the status quo, accept the entire civilization as it is, but we'll change our moral framework or our religious framework or our economic ideals, or what's that going to do? Right? The objective means of power in our age are technological, right? So, you know, focusing on the secondary and third characteristics, you know what I mean, and trying to alter those factors, right, within the you know, civilizational techniques, that's, you know, it's peanuts in the poker game, right? I mean, you know, tool techniques is but a fragment of biotechnics, he said. Man's total equipment for life. Okay. Okay. And this biotechnics, right? Okay, once the technical complex develops, right? Okay, these are the techniques that it's actually going to derive its energy source from. It doesn't derive energy source from nature, but from human effort, right? Okay, and this is why the system itself becomes autonomous of individual human action, right? It's not our use of tools, right? Okay, because it's not on the level of tool making and it's not on the level of instrumentality, right? Technique is codification of knowledge and skill, right, into procedures, methods, so on and so forth, right? Okay. And techniques require this capacity, symbol making, right? It's not tool making that's primary, right? Right? Yes, tools are part and parcel of machines, right? But the tools themselves require techniques, right? Okay, the more developed a tool is, right? Okay, see, that's the thing with you know, a bow and arrow, a pen, a musical instrument, a farm instrument, or a piece of equipment, right? That one could use for you know, with one's hands, like a plow or something like that, right? Is that it moves at the speed and pace of human movement. Okay, large scale technologies like those that require automation, industry, machines, right? Those do not, you're not focusing purely on human effort anymore, right? You're focusing on something much more significant. Okay, you're on another level. Okay, okay, on another level of expression, right? Okay, you're on another level of codification of information. You're on another level of, you know, employing means to a specific end, right? Okay. It says, okay, so he says, tool techniques has been but a fragment of biotechnics, man's total equipment for life. On this interpretation, one may well hold it in question whether the standardized patterns and the repetitive order that came to play, such as effective parts and the development of tools from an early period, as Braidwood has pointed out, derived solely from tool making. Do they not rather derive more, perhaps, from the forms of ritual, song, and dance, forms which existed in stage of perfection among primitive peoples, often in a far more exquisitely finished state than the tools? There's, in fact, widespread evidence, first noted by Hocard, that ritual exactitude in ceremony preceded mechanical exactitude in work. Okay, and this is why it slowed down the development of mechanical techniques, right? Okay, obviously they have a different development than cultural modes, right? That are, you know, specified by people, okay, their ethnic and geographic limitations, right? Okay, techniques are not limited to that, right? Whole civilizations can fall, whole cultural modes can vanish, right, from the earth, right? Okay, but the techniques could be passed on to different cultures and modes of civilization, right? So remember, we were talking about how they grow in a different way, right? Okay, now he says these facts help to explain why simple people who easily get bored by purely mechanical tasks, which may improve their well-being, nevertheless, and repeat a meaningful ritual to the point of physical exhaustion. Okay, and there he mentions the ideas from Huizinga, right? Okay, not alone in his hands and legs, but his entire body and mind, projecting them not just the tools and utensils, but in more purely symbolic, non-utilitarian forms. Okay, non-utilitarian, right? Okay, so here we go, right? Symbol. Creed, formal summary of religious belief, from Latin symbolum. Creed, token, mark, from Greek token, watchword, sign by which one refers. Yeah, Creek Mary, blessings, madam. Thank you. All right. Yeah, techniques and the nature of man is what we're reading right now. Then we're going to look at a documentary of Elul, okay, called The Betrayal of Technology, right? We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're just going to watch minutes of it. And then I'll go to the part we're at in Elul, okay, where he's talking about why the technical complex is autonomous now, right? Okay, and why technique is drawing on modes that are not natural modes, right? So the system is progressing at a totally different stage, okay? All right, so we're also going to have music, okay? Two little sections of music, I mean, the remixes I made, they really don't sound similar, so I'll release them in 2 different parts with other songs. We'll do it that way today. All right. But we'll take a little musical break soon after I open up Elul here. Right, but I want to read a little bit more of this, right? Okay. Okay, he said, I submit that at every stage, man's technological expansion and transformations were less for the purpose of increasing the food supply or controlling nature than for utilizing his immense actual resources, expressing his super organic potentialities. Okay, so I can't express how important this idea is. Okay, all right. Okay, this is exactly what I was saying, right? So most of our, even though symbols are a primary form of technique, right? Most of our drive to be technological has nothing to do with manipulation of nature, gathering resources, food getting. Okay, that's not what we're doing, right? Okay, it's got something else going on. Okay, it's about tapping into the symbolic framework. Okay, and it has to do with these primitive social techniques, right? Cultural techniques. Okay, and you can't understand man's technological capacity unless you understand the canalization of these energies. Okay, you simply can't, right? That's what I've been trying to get across for a while now. I mean, during this whole introduction. Okay, that the technological system is a form of parasitism on the social modes, just as the social modes are parasitism on the natural organizations, right? Okay, then they piggyback on each other, right? And he says, delicate interplay of many organs needed for the creation of articulate speech was a far more striking advance and must have occupied a great part of early man's time, energy, mental concentration, since its collective production language was infinitely more complex and sophisticated at the dawn of civilization from the Egyptian or Mesopotamian kit of tools. For only when knowledge and practice could be stored in symbolic forms and passed by the word of mouth from generation to generation was it possible to keep each fresh cultural acquisition from dissolving it, to passing moments. Okay. Then he says, later, he says, techniques was never until our own age disassociated from the larger cultural whole. Okay. Okay, so this is the fundamental thing that marks the breaking of the modern world from everything that came before. Right, is that our technical modes are no longer dependent on our cultural modes. The complete severing of technical modes from cultural modes. Okay, which the tool making is itself a subset of biotechnics, remember? Right, so man's ability to make tools was a result owing to his cultural modes of expression, which developed until the modern age. Okay, the modern age totally goes beyond the cultural modes, right? Now, how does it accomplish this? Is because technique goes straight back to nature, right? It usurps human society and culture, right? And it becomes an artificial environment. Once it becomes an artificial environment, it can use both human society and nature as a standing resource, right? Okay. Hold on, give me a second. All right. What else do we have here? Okay, from the beginning, the creation of significant modes of symbolic expression, okay, rather than effective tools was the basis for further development of Homo sapiens. I'll read that again. From the beginning, the creation of significant tools of symbolic expression rather than more effective tools was the basis of the further development of Homo sapiens. Okay. Okay, now he's smashing this idea that man is a tool-making animal. Okay. And he asserts another definition that man is a symbol-making animal, right? Now let me read another part where he talks about the development of the mega machine. All right. And then I'm actually going to move on to this documentary, right? Because it's not, see, I'm trying to find videos of Alul so it's not so boring. So you guys could put a voice and face, with the, you know what I mean? Ideas here. It always helps. Yes, exactly, Creek Mary. Yeah, other animals use tools, so it's an unhelpful definition. Right? They don't have language, but they sure have tools. Right? So, it really supports Mumford's definition there.
Or taught by humans to use tools.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Jay Dyer or David Patrick Harry will do a presentation on Lewis Mumford soon, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, we was Vikings.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what's going on, my friend?
What to do?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, bless.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Here, let me put myself.
I'm coming in cold though. I don't know where.
Oh yeah.
Cold on the topic.
Yeah, it's all good. It's a very broad topic, so it is what it is. I mean, but yeah, I'm just reading Lewis Mumford, right? So, he's talking about different definitions of human, nature, right? So he's looking at man, all right, as a tool maker, right? And he's saying, well, most of our early stage of civilization, we weren't really trying to like create tools and stuff, right? Like we had complex rituals, we had complex social games. Actually, 90% of our energy was to canalizing these social techniques and these cultural modes and these ritual modes, instead of, trying to develop tools so that we could manipulate nature, right? He said that, early man wasn't really concerned with that. So, we're looking at this idea that man's development was based on his development of tools. And that's not an appropriate definition because animals use tools, right? And man never really developed, technology until the modern age. And now our forms of development of technology have gone beyond our cultural modes. Technology is creating a monoculture, in other words.
I just wonder how we even could have survived without tools. But maybe that's just a tangent thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question to think if we ever survived without tools. I mean,
it almost seems like tools to an extent, or technology is like part of our biology, right? Because we're not strong, we're not fast, we're not tough.
Well, we did actually survive without tools. And what up, Flow State?
What's going on,
Much
Ragamuffin?
love, homie.
Much love.
We did survive without them for a while, gentlemen, because at some point somebody had to conceive the idea to come up with various creation that ended up becoming utilized. So theoretically, there obviously were points in times when bare bones engineering was had and or whatever was present at the time period, but there obviously was times where they didn't have certain things because certain things were developed when they were, right?
No, I get all that. I was just sort of musing With the
Yeah.
thought that like you imagine getting just dropped in the middle of the forest, right? Your survival would be a pretty ridiculous endeavor.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. It sure would.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, you know, he's not really focusing on the because see, the thing is that beavers build dams, right?
Mhm.
You know, you know, birds build nests. So
Right.
building things, you know, altering our environment, you know, using things like, you know, like you know, like my college professor said, you know, he saw an octopus, you know, hide under a coconut shell, you know, and then he just picked up the coconut shell and you know, took it with him and then hid underneath it, you know, to attack like crabs and stuff. So you know, he's using that coconut shell as a piece of technology. I mean, essentially. I mean, so this is the idea, is that, you know, it's not, see, we didn't really see, we always had tools, we always had technology, right? But the fact is that we had symbolic modes, that man is naturally symbolic. That's the thing that separates us from animals, is that we actually form symbols, and those symbols are able to form complex forms of technique. So they're able to combine, you know, different forms of tools together, different forms of artistic modes and cultural modes together. And that's what outlasts, you know, even our cultural modes, you know. So like, these tools will remain, you know, the way that they apply techniques to tools will remain beyond cultural modes, but it's cultures that develop tools. I mean, so this is the thing, is that, you know, primitive man, you know, before he develops these huge forms of symbolic expression, you know, which are, you know, these huge, you know, cultural modes, these cultural modes are able to assimilate different forms of ethnics, you know, ethnic peoples, you know, and languages, and assimilate them. You know, like things like Confucianism and Plato's philosophy and stuff like that. You know, they're like these huge ideological games, and right, that then go ahead and go cross, I mean, across different forms of civilization. You know, these forms of social and political technique, they amalgamate and assimilate different forms of civilization. Now, out of these cultural modes grows the mega machine, you know, which is the, you know, the large scale civilization, right? And there's three things that develop there, you know, which is, you know, the use of tools, you know, agricultural techniques and cultural techniques, you know, and these are all, you know, as Mumford says, they're subsets of biotechnics. You know, so he says our tool making ability or mode is basically based on our cultural modes. This is why he comes out with the definition: man is a symbol making animal. You know, instead of you know, Homo ludens, right, which is that, you know, that man likes to play complex social games, that are cultural modes of expression are the primary thing that separates us from the, I mean, animal world. And then the other one is Faber, you know, that we create tools. You know, so he's arguing that it's neither our cultural modes of expression or our ability to create tools that separates us from the animal world. But you know, as he says, man is a symbol making animal. And this is actually what separates us from the animal world. I think he makes a compelling argument. We also have base here.
So what's an
That's
example of a
profound,
symbol?
homie. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like literal tangible symbols, like a cross, or are you talking about like archetypes?
No, I'm talking about like like the number 1 or the letter A, Aleph, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a mode.
Okay.
Right. Right. Like, say, like, you know, we all like, we're in the woods, we, you know, we shat in the grass. I mean, and we basically had a bunch of stuff, but, you know, we made a rock and somebody put Aleph on that rock. And he said, look, Aleph means A and it means 1. And whatever we can't do, we can't ignore the symbol. It's been here since the beginning of time. It's the real thing, right? And somehow after it was gone, you know, people found that mode of expression, you know, and used it to encode different forms of information. Right? Like they said, well, you know, you could write this code, you know, writing on a rock, is essentially more powerful than creating an axe or a tool, right? Because how are you going to transmit? See, how are you going to get a bunch of people together, right, to form a civilization where people build a bunch of tools, right? And then they get passed on to another civilization, right? It's because of the organization, right? It's because of the social organization. It's primary to the tools themselves. But soon, once you develop the tools, they don't need the social organization anymore. To pass on themselves. All they need is a technique. So, this is kind of the thing that he's saying. You know what I mean? And I'll read a little more. He says, at the point where history in the form of written record becomes visible, that life-centered economy, a true polytechnics, was challenged and in part displaced in a series of radical technical and social innovations. About 5,000 years ago, a monotechnics devoted to the increase of power and wealth by systematic organization of work-a-day activities in rigidly mechanical pattern came into existence. At this moment, a new conception of nature of man arose, and with it, new stress on the exploitation of physical energies, cosmic and human. Apart from the processes of growth and reproduction came into the fore. In Egypt, Osiris symbolizes the older, life-oriented techniques. Atum-Re, the sun god, who characteristically created the world out of his own semen without female cooperation, stands for the machine-centered one. The expansion of power through the ruthless human coercion and mechanical organization took precedence over the enhancement of life. Okay, I'll read that again. The expansion of power through the ruthless human coercion and mechanical organization took precedence over the enhancement of life. Okay, now I'm going to go back and read some of the ideas that he was saying. He said, from the beginning, the creation of significant modes of symbolic expression rather than effective tools was the basis of further development of Homo sapiens. I mean, right? I think that's an important point. Okay, and he says tool techniques is but a fragment of biotechnics, man's total equipment for life. Okay. And now he's going to get cooking with this whole idea of the mega machine. All right. He said the chief mark of this exchange was the construction of first complex, highly powered machines, therewith the beginning of new regiment accepted by all later civilized societies, though reluctantly by more archaic cultures, in which work at single specialized tasks segregated from other biological and social activities. Okay, not only occupied the entire day, but increasingly engrossed the entire lifetime. That was a fundamental departure, which during the past few centuries has led to the increased mechanization and automation of all production. With the assemblage of the first collective machines, work by systematic dissociation from the rest of life became a curse, a burden, a sacrifice, a form of punishment. And by reaction, this new regiment soon awakened compensatory dreams of effortless affluence, emancipated not only from slavery, but from work itself. Okay. So let me summarize here what he's saying. He's saying complex forms of symbolic expression organize various forms of cultural modes together. Those cultural modes created specialized forms of work, okay, because large civilizations developed. Okay, in the specialized forms of work, man wanted to free himself from work, okay, and dreamed of a world without work. So he created a world of machines, okay, where they would do the work, right? So he's just saying this happened in 3 different modes, right? And he's not looking at the timeline here. He's just kind of saying, like obviously, you're looking at the development of symbolic techniques, very early on in ancient Egypt, and then you have, this idea of man working and, under these great civilizations that last for like 2,000 years. You know what I mean? And then you have the you know, tool making developed, you know, and finally you have these industrial forms develop. Now these industrial forms are no longer dependent on the cultural modes. Let me see where he said that. You know, because this is a major point that Alul makes. He says technics was never until our own age disassociated from the larger cultural whole. Okay. And this, I think, is a great point, because technology in our age is creating a worldwide culture or civilization to emerge. Right? You know,
And
so
what is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
I would say secular humanism. I mean,
But not everyone falls into that, right? I mean, based on what you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, your mic's a little hot there, bass. Yeah, but yeah, I feel what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Is that better?
Yeah, it's much better now. Yeah, blessings. But
yeah,
this is more of you know, say like you know, somebody invents an ideology, you know, it takes root and takes shape, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that people believe in it, right? It just takes effect. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. Right?
I guess. Yeah,
I'm with
I
it.
think that
I'm with it.
taking
I'm following
effect makes it, right? You're saying it takes effect according to who? According to people, right?
Think about Christianity. It's the biggest religion on earth. Most of the people that go to church don't believe in it.
Yeah, and Christianity and Islam and Confucianism, basically they won over time because of universalism, right?
That
It's
might
because
be
they were
apples to oranges, though. Technology affects everyone. Religion, or at least Christianity in particular, doesn't affect everyone.
Yeah, true.
To the extent that technology does.
Yeah, and that's why you know, Alul says that Christianity actually stopped the development of the global tech culture, right? Because it seems like, you know, it was a stopper in that. But yeah, I mean, monoculture, you know what I mean, right? I would say, you know, like one great example of that is more. It's not more or less ideological, even, right? It's more just a practical sense in which, you know, you can buy the same stuff at the gas station in New York as you can in California. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What did you mean by Christianity won, or whatever else you said won? How did they win?
Well, I was saying in terms of Rome, right? Or I was saying Islam, Christianity, and Confucianism, because they were able to combine different cultural forms together under a religious order, right? So because Islam and Christianity basically said, like, we don't care what race or culture you are, you know what I mean? They became more advanced, you know, than people that were you know, religious modes that were like, you know, like for Judaism, like you have to be a Jew, right? You know what I'm saying, right? So it's not, it's kind of harder for Judaism to spread versus Christianity, for example.
Yeah,
right?
they expanded the funnel. More people can be a part of it.
Exactly.
Quote, unquote.
Exactly.
Sure.
You know, it's just the you know, and that's not you know, one could look at that, you know, in terms of, oh well, you know, it's more advanced, or you could just say, well, it's just practical, it's just more practical. You know what I'm saying, right? Like it was more practical. Like, you know, once great civilizations developed and they wanted to assimilate different cultural modes, well, why not just take on an ideology that already allows you to do that, right? It's just simple. You know what I mean? So you know,
so
I
the
think
leaders won.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the leaders lead.
Well, I mean, in reference to the idea of winning. If I converted to Christianity tomorrow, I wouldn't be winning more, would I?
I mean, it depends on the state of your soul, I guess. But I mean,
well, I mean, from an outside view, I'm not going internal.
Well, well, that's not really what I'm saying. Say you had a civilization, and that civilization developed Christianity, right? in 400 AD, right? Would it be more likely or less likely to survive? You know what I'm saying, right? That's the question. You know what I'm saying?
For the individual or the bigger group?
Yeah, the bigger group. Yeah, the bigger group. Yeah,
yeah. I don't know. They're all cults, so I don't really care if they survive or not.
Based.
Well, I mean, define cult. I mean,
well, they attempt to and have in fact garnered many followers, which I believe, as Flo said, most don't actually believe in it, and that is the grift. That is the cult. We're gonna follow what this person says. It's not really about God. I mean, that's the guys. Oh, it's about God. It's about saving yourself. But it's more about give us your fucking money.
Well, I mean, I think science and liberalism has created wealth on a level that Christianity can only imagine, right? So I don't think that, I mean, I think in terms of money, you know, science and liberalism wins because, you know, sex sells, computers sell. I mean, you know, it's much more effective than.
What about power?
Yeah, like technology
instead of money.
Yeah, I mean, everything is power. Power creates money. Obviously, money does not create power. You know, so I mean,
it gives the illusion of power.
Yeah. So I think that's more so. You know, so see, religions had to get power to get money, right? And how did they get power? That's more the point I'm making. Remember, they got power by assimilating various cultural modes, right? Because all are one in Christ Jesus, right? So it doesn't matter if you're Jew. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're Jew or Gentile, right?
Right, but if we're getting nuanced, it's more about fear. I would think. I wasn't there, you weren't there, but it seems that it's very fear-based, fear-inducing.
It's like it's kind of about fear, but it's more about assimilation, cultural assimilation, right? Like, for example, Paul said, I'm a Jew with the Jew, I'm a Roman with the Romans. To those, you know, under the law, I became as one under the law. To those not under the law, I became as one not under the law. Now, how are you going to find a fairer fucking deal than that? Like he literally just said, you know, I've become all things to all men. Huh?
So he's a fence sitter. He just will be a chameleon wherever he is.
You could say that, or you could say that being a chameleon is
pragmatic.
Yes, more pragmatic than not being a chameleon when in Rome.
That's true, but it's fucking phony.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean,
it's true. That's why I'll say it.
Well, get over yourself, Machiavelli.
Yeah. It's like you know what Paul would say and Machiavelli would say. They'd say, "Boo-hoo." What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. But for the point of the conversation in dissecting it, I'm just going to mention the truth.
I get it. No. I mean, I've said similar things. I've said, "Who are you? If you're a Jew with the Jew and a Roman with the Romans." But the thing is that, you know, ultimately one can perceive the effectiveness of such an ideology versus the ones that the Romans had.
Evil is very pragmatic.
No, I disagree.
Sure, I
really?
mean,
it's a short-term strategy.
You gonna say that to the Rothschilds? I mean,
did they, or how can we say that they're evil for sure? You don't know them. You don't know the story.
Well, you're right. I don't know anything for sure.
They're held up. They're held up as supervillains.
Well, I mean, see, this is the thing: is that Paul wrote in Romans 11:25 that a partial hardness has come upon Israel until the fullness of Gentiles come in. Now, when the Rothschilds created Israel, in 1917, I think Paul
jumped on that. Oh my god!
I think Paul was celebrating a victory, and we're just sitting there, chump changing over what he wrote 2,000 years ago. Obviously, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Right? Is that like Nietzsche says, Paul committed to himself to one of the most earth-shattering tasks of an age, in that what his philosophy constituted was a revaluation of all values. He literally turned up to down, left to right, like everything was switched, right? So, you know what I mean? He said Earth's ruled by the devil, and heaven is the next life, and so you know what I mean. It's totally, and that man is, and one could argue this point, as I did yesterday. But the point is that that salvation is given through, this idea of blood atonement, right? But yeah, here goes this thing. But yeah, I think you guys, man, excuse me. Yeah, I think you guys get what I'm saying. I mean, I'm trying to fucking get back to this thing.
Tee your bell up on that profound shit.
Yeah, I mean, Mumford, you know what I mean? With the assemblage of the first collective machines, work by systematic disassociation from the rest of life became a curse, a burden, a sacrifice, a form of punishment. And by reaction, this new regimen soon awakened compensatory dreams of effortless affluence. Effortless affluence, emancipated not only from slavery, but from the work itself. The ancient dreams now dominate our age. The machine I referred to was never discovered in any archaeological diggings for a simple reason. It was composed almost entirely of human parts. These parts were brought together in a hierarchical organization under the rule of an absolute monarch, the commands of whom, supported by a coalition of the priesthood, the armed nobility, and the bureaucracy, secured a corpse-like obedience in all components of the machine. Let us call this archetypal collective machine the human model for all later specialized machines, the mega machine. A new kind of machine was far more complex than contemporary potter's wheel or bow drill, and it remained the most advanced type of machine until the invention of the mechanical clock in the 14th century. Only through deliberate invention of such high-powered machine could the colossal works of engineering that marked the Pyramid Age in both Egypt and Mesopotamia brought into existence, often in a single generation. The new techniques came out in early climax in the Great Pyramid of Giza. The structure, as J.H. Breasted pointed out, exhibited a watchmaker's flow state. Did you see that video I sent you? That girl actually pulled her whole titty out. Shit was wild, dude.
Fuck yeah. She's awesome.
Hell?
What a great business
that
move.
was holy smokes. I
For
couldn't
real,
believe that was on YouTube. They just pulled a whole titty out. It was breastfeeding
she perfectly
tutorial.
hit the loophole. Look, I've had so much strikes and shit. I've read all of TOS a ton of times. She perfectly aimed and hit the loophole.
So there's a titty loophole?
You talking about the breastfeeding shit?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
I covered that like 6 months ago. Yeah.
YouTube.
It's only been up for like 2 months.
Loophole.
Well,
the one he said
maybe it's a different woman. But hey, I want to go back, Flo. You mentioned about the Rothschilds not being bad, or maybe not, that we don't know. So I'm just saying, for instance. Okay, go on.
Let me refine the objection. I believe that they are behaving morally within their paradigm. I don't actually think that our moral system is global. I don't think it's moral for me to treat you or the same way as I treat a stranger, the same way as I treat my daughter. And so to the extent that they're taking care of them and theirs and prioritizing that, I think that they are behaving morally.
Okay. So for instance, if they were, I don't know, funding both sides of wars, such as the Napoleonic Wars, that's okay where kids and women die. There's nothing immoral about that, right?
It's going to be a degree thing, right?
Yeah, to a degree, dead babies and women is okay. Good point.
Yeah.
So nothing is bad.
Yeah, you didn't expect
nothing is bad.
What's the alternative cost, right? If you can secure your own family from death at the expense of others, there's a trade-off there, and I don't have the exact balance. I don't know what it is. Luckily, I'm not in the position of the Rothschilds where I could even pull this off. But
lucky.
If you could condemn one person to death, but ensure your family's safety for the next 10 years, for instance, just hypothetically, which would be the moral decision?
Well, the hypothetical has nothing to do with the reality that they were funding both sides of a war.
Right.
And they weren't doing it to
we're talking
secure
about
their families.
Who's they?
Are you sure? We're talking about the same moral paradigm here.
I don't know if we are. You're saying that dead babies and women, for the sake of money, above and beyond to live, as you put it, is moral because I don't know why.
So you're saying they weren't actually doing that? They're just doing it for excess and luxury. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, I wasn't
don't
there.
know
You
either
weren't
way.
there, right? Neither of us were there. I'm just going based off of
just because
history.
they're rich, just because they're infinitely richer than us, doesn't mean that they're infinitely richer and more powerful than the people that they compete against at that
Who's
level.
they? You guys keep saying
The
they.
Rothschilds. Rothschilds. He brought it back to the Rothschilds.
Well, the Rothschilds don't even have as much power as you guys are now allowing them. But
We know their
Well,
names, so I assume they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not allowing them. I'm talking about the history of the Napoleonic Wars. For instance, this was just a first point, is that they profited by funding both sides of the war. They were
Right.
they were warmongers. I don't know what could be moral about that.
Right.
I understand.
But who funded the Napoleonic Wars? See, and we could get into
Well,
this.
the Rothschilds, for instance.
I understand the
part of-
tactic. That's why I narrowed it down to a more to a simpler paradigm that is the same, because we don't know all the harm that came out of the war, right? Like I can't begin to pick a
Dead people is what came out.
Oh my fucking God. And you know what? I would if I could go to war with you, I would murk you for way less.
Well, you wouldn't murk me at all. So I don't know what you mean by less.
You're right, I would grape you.
So this is more like situational ethics versus morality.
What I'm saying is morality is like, there is no static right or wrong thing. Yes, it's situational. Morality is situational. You can always consider something that's worse than the thing that you're not supposed to do, or a paradigm in which you're not supposed to murder, except when, right? So the paradigm here is, what is the good that you would be securing for yours, and what's the expense that it's worth inflicting on others who are not in your in group?
Wow.
What are you wowing? Clutch those pearls harder.
Wow.
Clutch, clutch, clutch.
Yeah, no, you're right. 1 out of a billion chance that it was all good.
Well, humanity is war and has always been war. You should know that better than I do.
Y'all letting paid feds on your channel.
Yeah, I should, which is interesting why you're acting as if you understand
the
it,
first time.
as if you've been there.
And they just ignore the comment.
I don't have to have gone to war to have been A, in battle like situations, or B, to understand the paradigm.
Battle.
I mean, I've been shot at too.
By who?
So the Mexicans. I don't know who they were. But regardless, no actual experience is necessary to understand the moral paradigm.
Right, that funding both sides could be moral. You're saying it could be moral.
You keep repeating this.
Because you haven't actually answered it.
Yes, it could be moral. I can construct a situation or a scenario in which it is moral.
Okay, construct it. Let's hear.
Let's say that I'm in a chaotic world and I have the opportunity to fund two sides of a war, send everybody else at each other, and through that means take over and ensure safety for myself and my family. Fuck yeah, I would do that. But war.
That's assuming you can't secure the safety of your family any other way.
It's a risk either way, right? It's assuming that my family otherwise would be at enough risk to justify doing that.
How did you infer that based on the facts of the Napoleonic War, that had anything to do with anything, that they were even in the area?
That's why I'm
even
trying
within
to
the war zone.
That's why I'm trying to remove the moral paradigm from the historical one so that we don't get them confused. Because we're not actually arguing history. We're arguing ethics, right?
Right, sure.
So that's why I'm trying to move it away from that.
And
So
you're
it's not
saying it
treated.
could have been for his family's survival that they needed to fund both sides.
I'm going to need you to
help
contribute
them
more to this
destroy
conversation
themselves.
than asking what I just stated in a sarcastic tone of voice.
It wasn't sarcastic. Your feelings are fine.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Rothschilds funded both sides of the war, according to Base Oracle and Flow State. Thank you guys.
And it was moral. It was for their family's survival.
Sure.
Sad trombone.
Sure, guys. But yeah, we're gonna take a little musical break, and we'll be right back, folks. With Mumford. I'm done reading Mumford, but I'm gonna come back with a Lul and some other things. Where did I put this? Shit, man. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna play K Reno, and then I'm gonna play. Actually, you know what? I'll play something different. Yeah, I'm just gonna play some remixes I made. But yeah,
Bump that shit, homie.
yeah. But yeah, the first one is gonna be J Live, and then we'll go with a different one after that. But yeah, anyways, give me 1 second. And we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Thank you, guys. Oh, whoops, that's not the one.
Yeah. No doubt. Yo, you know what's funky, cause what? Yeah. Hey yo, this is for my corner store cashier, selling more batteries than bullets on the battlefield. Heavy ammunition for the weekday warriors, trooping through the concrete jungle on the humble with their ears on the mission. Ain't trying to hear nothing but whatever the button play, whatever the rapper or the singer wanna say whatever person play something, whether peripheral rear view or even in your way. With your eyes on the streets watching back, gotta watch your back. Nose on the grindstone, minding your own. Loose lips, not sick and shit, just lip syncing to the hits, classics. With your ears on your headphones, on your ears. Whether the Subi Savage beats to quell your fears. If you're like me, you run through 12 pair per year. Play it loud, let it clear so the world can hear this here. Walkman music, affordable. Walkman music, radio recordable. Walkman music, helping to incredible. Walkman, 10 feet away, still audible. Walkman music, who you think you're talking to? Walkman music, you know we can't hear you over Walkman music. Why you still talking? Walkman music. Take a story walk. Okay, I tell my story walking. I tell a story about a girl named Gloria. Walking through Astoria with 3-story legs and a penthouse ass getting double takes from every man that walked past as she walked past Tory. I tell you his story. His past, his story, show we feel it mandatory. To try to gas every girl you see walking past with an ass like Gloria. Wait, am I warrior? Long story short, Tory said, hey shorty, if alcohol was booty, girl, you would be at 40. And all I wanted was a shot to make a toast to a fine wine. Let me get your number one time. Oh, you can't holler back, be like that. Fuck your stank attitude with your matching ass crack. But she wasn't disturbed. She didn't say a word. She couldn't hear a word. Cause all she ever heard was a Walkman music. Affordable Walkman music. Radio affordable Walkman music. Helping to ignore the bull Walkman. 10 feet away, still audible Walkman music. Who you think you're talking to? Walkman music. You know we can't hear you over Walkman music. Why you still talking? Walkman music. Take a step walk. If you carry on with a clarion and it got to 1,000 watts too. If you got a portable CD, MD, and an MP3. If you're sitting on chrome and it's spinning when you're not, and at least 22. If your Discman matches your kickstand and strapped to the palm of your hand. You need something to jog to. Zoning out in the laundromat. Bus stopping at the bus stop. This is for you. Carry it no matter where you're at. This is for you. Because I know you and you know me. Don't be ashamed. You know I probably seen you on a train. Some might think it's lame, but New York can't talk. You know parking and insurance is a strain on the brain. I'd rather take a walk through memory lane. So before J Live was old enough to drive, I was old enough to know that every good hero need a theme song. That's why you can't go wrong with that Walkman music. Portable, affordable Walkman music. Radio recordable Walkman music. Help you to ignore the bull Walkman. 10 feet away, still audible Walkman.
Nothing has done more to unite the people of the world than this daring venture into the unknown. His decision was to make the journey, and the world watched and listened. Listen. Countdown. Blast off.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Man, on me on a solo mission, but I'm still starving, still marching. Train of thought like a drill sergeant. Turn you battle rappers into real martyrs, but the real target, the industry, cause the real harm is when the deal's barking, kill the real artists. Ever since the Sugar Hill started, when Sugar Ray was still sparring, I was ill, sparking skills far from real dark, and late night was still caution. Skills sharper these days, these MCs still biting, still barking, still talking real garbage. Explains why I'm feeling so trash bag glad. I get the last laugh, you get the half-mast flag. Big cash, quick fast. These rappers phony, thinking this crap is all about the cheese macaroni. I see the path before me, act like you know me. Internationally, center of attention. Not even Shaq can post me. Category, trackazoid, beats, classic only. Beat tapping for me, that's the story till I'm Casper Ghostly. Every joint I'm on point, no need the action. No be swinging at your throat, be not breathing like you Braxton Tony. Every mic got every mic got every mic got every mic got Yo, I'm flowing out to blow the microphone out. I spit the flows out, Mr. Skull Mouse, no doubt. Tickets sold out. Black and white kids, different strokes house. Transform you pessimist to optimist and roll out. Decepticon style, Megatron blouse. Check the bomb files. 007 stretch beyond bounds. Up the earth, moon, universe, soon to burst through. 365, prepare loud, you April 1st, fool. These wannabe best rappers holding wet bladders. Need a step ladder, still couldn't reach my best status. Inspector got it, extra baggage, I was blessed to have it. You must be still guessing at it, still testing average. I'm never slipping, even if you peel the fresh banana. The moves I'm making checks and balance like a chess fanatic. You less advantage, manic, depressing, impressed to panic. Lyrics hot enough to melt your plastic, run your flesh to ashes. That's what you earn when you're not well rehearsed. Somebody gotta help preserve this art form. Myself prefer, check the verse. It's like a matic spell with words. These whack MCs probably felt it worse than a Celtic bird. I remember when Bam was hot, Planet Rock, Jordan was the man to stop. Knowledge every chance I got, keys to the master lock deals. Not real, unless it's God's will. Got NASA job skills, call me astronaut Neil. I reach for the top and be the first to leave orbit. Report it, friction decompose, we enforce it. I'm here to paint a portrait untainted by the corporate. The 5 forces of your gravity will fly orders. These accomplishments, be a rocket ship. My confidence, I'll be among stars without your documents. Big budget marketing, demographic targeting. All I need is beats and rhymes. Every mic I test. Every mic I test. Every mic I test. Every mic I test.
Shit. Yo, what's going on, folks? Oh my god, man, where did I put this shit? Actually, oh yeah, I went to go look up Maria's Mendez Nazi. Man, this is really weird, man. Where did I put this tape, man? All right, I guess I'm gonna have to search it again. I'm sorry if I fall out of the StreamYard. Faulty equipment. Okay, here's the video. Now, obviously, French with subtitles, you mean? But yeah, let's see what Alul has to say, you mean? Let Alul speak.
Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul speak. Let Alul spe
before we read some of that. And, you know, it's going to be very similar to what Mumford's saying. I mean, at least in the reading. I haven't seen this documentary in a minute, so let's see what he says. Okay, I'm gonna skip this motherfucking shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Une grande lettre, une initiale, est...
Oh, wacht even, stop verder.
Ah.
That's hilarious.
Right? You know what I mean?
All he has to do is say technology and the lights go out.
But yeah, I think he left that in there for a reason. I mean, it's because, like, you can't even, you know, like, we're reliant so much on the tools. Even if we want to speak about the tools we're using, we have to rely on the tools we're using. So it's just like,
I mean, it made the point for him.
Yeah, the limitation of technique. I mean, but yeah, it goes to the thing that he, you know, he's ruled by technique. We all are.
Un de mes très bons amis est a été un très grand chirurgien, et dans une discussion que l'on avait sur ces problèmes de la technique, les progrès de la technique, et on lui a dit, mais enfin, voyons, vous qui êtes un grand chirurgien, vous savez bien tous les progrès de la technique chirurgicale, etc. Et c'est un homme qui a beaucoup d'humour. Et il a dit, bien entendu, je connais très bien les progrès de la technique médicale, mais est-ce que vous vous posez la question? Nous pouvons, par exemple, remplacer un cœur, remplacer un foie, remplacer des reins, mais d'où viennent ces reins, ce cœur, ces poumons, d'où viennent-ils? Il faut qu'ils soient sains, il faut qu'ils soient en bon état, et pas atteint d'une maladie. Il faut qu'il soit frais. Alors, il n'y a qu'une véritable source, ce sont les accidents d'automobile. Alors, si vous voulez multiplier ces opérations, il faut multiplier les accidents d'automobile. Si vous voulez diminuer les accidents d'automobile, vous diminuerez les remplacements de ces opérations magnifiques. Alors, évidemment, tout le monde a été un peu étonné.
So he's pointing out the extraneous facts of, you know, somebody's livelihood could be determined by the fact of the technical system's mistakes, right? That's feeding into the other end, you know. So the fact is that, you know, death on a one level in the system, you know, and then another level, I mean, it's almost alchemical, you know, that it's able to catalyze, you know, something like a traffic accident into something like a heart transplant. And that is one way of looking at it, right? But another way of looking at it, right, you know, all of those traffic accidents are basically unnecessary deaths. I mean, right? So, you know, it's a fascinating consequence, right? And it's a fascinating example of like a sort of snake eating its own tail type of situation. You know, the redundancy of the system itself, right? But yeah, what he's saying is that he talked to his friend who's a surgeon, and the surgeon says that the heart transplants are supplied by the traffic accidents. That organ transplants are mostly supplied by traffic accidents. You know,
it's
that
recycling.
we need. Yeah, exactly. It's like recycling. Recycling humans that are being used by the system, right?
Until they grow organs, I guess.
Yeah.
You mean like stem cell stuff?
Something like that.
Yeah, right. Right. That's the thing is that.
I guess I'm saying to a degree it's happening, right?
Right. It hasn't yet been perfected.
Right. Yeah, it may never, but they're utilizing it apparently. So do you think that's bad? I don't know what you were saying. Is that a problem or a good thing?
What is?
Well, the recycling you were describing, are you naming it as an issue or just a happenstance?
I think he's describing it as ironic. You know what I mean?
That it is.
Yeah, you know, like as the irony of the technological system that at the one end,
gives life.
Yeah, at the one end, the progress of the medical system is supplied by, you know, destruction in another area. You know, that progress is also caused, right? But of course, you know, 30,000, you know, traffic accidents yearly. You know, if somebody was going around like with a knife and they killed like 30,000 people, we'd be like, yeah, we got to get that guy. But
right, but Flo would have killed millions if it meant his family.
Wait,
right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying Flo would have killed millions if it was for his family's safety.
Oh yeah, everybody would to some extent. You know what I mean, right? But Flow State is particularly callous. You know, right? So we're not going to focus on him right now.
he likes people less than me. I didn't even know that.
No, I think
he just pretends on stream to like people. But no,
we'll just continue smoking him.
You know,
he's not there.
I mean, think about this: if you're taking that many lives, or however many lives, to save your own, save your family, I hope you do something good with it. Right, because you're taking out of control, right, the choice. We're talking, for instance, women and children who are just, you know, the happenstance lives taken in war, I guess, unless people are aiming for them directly. And, you know, to take that away from them, I mean, potentially millions to keep yours, I would sort of hope that my family wouldn't even want that.
Well, it's like the Brzezinski quote, you know, back in the day, right? And I quoted this last time, right? It was easier to kill 1 million people. It was easier to convince 1 million people than to kill 1 million people. You know, nowadays it's easier to kill 1 million people than to convince 1 million people, right? So, you know, that has to be factored in, and both of those factors are indeed technological, right? One is based on our capacity for invention of killing machines, and the other has to do with our communications technology, right? So, you know, in both of these combinations, you know, are factors combined, right? Make the destruction of war total, in a sense. You know? But yeah, you know, so there's another.
If you're gonna do it all the way. Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the attitude, right? Once they're going to employ extremely destructive technologies, they have to have a real clear reason, right? And once they do that, yes, there's no holding back the destructive capacity, and that's why the decision has to have such finality. Right? So there's all of these factors, right?
Et un peu choqué, mais avec son humour. Il posait une vraie question.
Oh, whoops. Whoops, I guess I'll have to read that. It says technology with a T is not concrete like a machine or electricity. The technology phenomenon has become detached from the machine.
Des illusions.
Okay. So this is one of the main points I was trying to make by reading Mumford, right? With the symbolic forms, right? By highlighting the symbolic forms, right above these other forms. Right?
A développé dans l'homme moderne, c'est de lui faire croire que la technique le rend plus libre. Si vous utilisez tout un tas de moyens techniques, vous êtes plus libre. Libre de quoi? Ah, vous êtes libre de manger des bonnes choses. C'est vrai. Si vous avez l'argent. Vous êtes libre d'avoir une auto qui vous permet de voyager. Vous êtes libre d'aller à l'autre bout du monde, de visiter Tahiti. Vous voyez, la technique vous permet d'être libre. Vous avez des images qui viennent du monde entier. C'est merveilleux, c'est extraordinaire. Donc, vous avez un univers libre devant vous. Je pense à un petit fait. L'auto. Eh bien, au moment des vacances, 3 millions de Parisiens, chacun va décider tout à fait librement qu'il prend son auto pour aller vers la Méditerranée. Ils sont 3 millions à décider librement de faire la même chose. Alors je dis, est-ce que vraiment l'auto est un moyen de libération? Sinon, absolument pas une seconde réfléchi qu'ils sont en définitive rigoureusement déterminés par l'appareil technique, par le genre de vie qu'ils mènent et qu'ils sont une masse.
Okay. So, I mean, I think he made a pretty good point there, right? And that's as much as we'll watch of that before we start reading some of this, right? But he's saying, look, you know, when the holidays begin, everybody gets in their car and they go to the Mediterranean. You know, 3 million Parisians all decide at the same time. You know, if the technology frees us, then how come they all decided to do the same thing at the same time, by the same means, employ the same means to get it accomplished? Right? It's obvious that they decided to do so because they have the means to do so. It's not their independent decision-making process or their wanting to go to the Mediterranean for the holidays. That was the largest factor in that decision-making process. So we need to
re-examine their ability to do it, meaning they can do it and therefore they should do it. They do it.
More so, they will do it because they can.
That's what I'm saying.
And yet they think they're free. You know what I mean, right? So, you know what I mean, right? You know, that's the problem. You know, let me throw myself up here.
Oh, it also depends on how many other Parisians decided to do other things.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Right? Like even in a city, right? People sitting in a traffic jam every day and complaining about it, right? And you know, it's like the traffic jam starts at the same time. They have so many other means of transport in the city, right? They have means of public transportation, right? So it's not choices that they're missing, right? So the technical capacity, right? It gives you choices and freedom, right? But it also gives you the means in order to exhaust that freedom, right? So everybody, so, you know, it's like, you know, Tocqueville says, you know, freedom means everybody gets to do whatever they want, and equality means everybody has to do it the same way. You know what I mean, right? You know, so, you know, and that's the thing, is that technology creates means, right? And it has a universalizing effect, has an atomizing effect. You know, there's more plasticity of the social milieu. You know, there's more sense in which, you know, technology is accelerating and progressing. So people rely more on the improvement of technical means, right? So all of these factors that Alul mentioned, they actually do have a psychological effect, right, on people who exhaust the use of technique. All right. Now let's go to Alul, if I could find my book. Okay, here it is. Okay, and he's laid down some pretty interesting ideas here. He says technique has taken substance, has become reality in itself. It is no longer merely a means and an intermediary, right? How could it be, right? When he said technique creates means, right? Okay, it's not an intermediary. It's not a means to an end, right? Okay, it's an object in itself, an independent reality which we must reckon. However, this often admitted difference does not seem to me to characterize conclusively the singularity of the technical situation today. The characterization can be challenged because it does not rest upon deep historical experience. It is not enough simply to declare by drawing on everyone's experience of the disparity between our technique and the limited needs of our bodies that technique is a reality in itself. We may keep this in mind, but we must also recognize that it is incomplete, not altogether convincing. It is not then the intrinsic characters of technique which reveal whether or not there has been real changes, but the characteristics of the relation between the technical phenomenon and society. Okay. Okay, so this is the main place where he puts the emphasis, as we were talking about earlier. Okay, that human society catalyzes energies, of natural human groupings, right? And now the technical complex seems to catalyze the energies from the social organization, right? Okay, the same way that that Mumford was talking about. Sorry, not Elul. But yeah, so we're looking at so it's not that technique is, sort of an epiphenomenon, right? Okay, of our, political and economic organization, right? Okay, but it is the cohesive, element within those, forms of organization, right?
Can I ask a question, Machine? What are you getting at with this? Like, how would you reference then to live differently knowing this, or kind of what is the point?
Well, right now, the point is because conformity in our age is nothing less than conformity to the technological system, right? So I'm getting people to think along the terms of technology. So technology is the first issue that everybody's taken for granted, right? Why? Because it's pervasive. I mean, right? That's simply put. That's what Elul is trying to establish, right? So we could use technology, but we can't talk about it. I mean, right? Like you'll notice there's all these shows on the internet, right? And there's not that many shows about technology, even though technology is what allows the shows to happen, essentially. I mean, right? So, so it creates this like hidden background, right? So what I'm trying to get people to focus on is the objective means of power, right, in our age, right? It's not politics, it's not culture, it's not economics, right? So this is the main point I've been trying to make these last times, right? That all of these other forms of thinking, right, that people think in terms of, people think that religion's in control of everything, right? Right? They think it's about religion, right? It's about man's religious conscience, right? That man's purpose here is about his religious conscience, right? Okay. Now, people might say that the technological world is brought to us by our cultural forms of expression, right? Meaning it's the culture in European society that brought us all these technological forms, right? Right? Or they might say that the economic means are the most important factor within society, right? Marxists and other people like that say that all the time, right?
And you're saying it's technology.
Exactly. I'm saying the main factor is actually neither of these things, right? And so is Elul, right? He's saying the main factor is actually technological.
So
right?
What do you surmise to do based on that? Aside from awareness, you pointed out the awareness, right? Think like technology. But what is your point to do or not to do based on that?
Well, I think right now just awareness would be fine, right? I think just awareness, looking at the system on its own terms, right? Exploring that, right? And then and then we can take ethical measures. But I think that man is so constrained to find out the situation that he's in on all levels, right? That just awareness would be huge. I mean, would be a huge first step. So, I mean, beyond critical forms of awareness, I mean, through this medium, I think that would be the top, actually the top thing. I mean, at this point is just, and that's why I'm reading Elul. This work, the Technological Society, and right is really about seeing technology on its own terms. You know what I mean, right? So, so that's what I'm doing right now is I'm looking at the different civilizational modes, and also I'm getting people to look at the architectonic, right, which is the art of creating symbols, right? So this idea of symbol making or tool making, right? Like, for example, right, we created the meme, we was Vikings, right? Okay. And recently Jay Dyer adopted the phrase, right? He used it for his Twitter page, right? So, for example, by spreading something into the mass conscience, I got big name people to say the words that I constructed. You get what I mean, right? And that changes.
Yeah, but that wasn't technology. That was you. Technology was just the medium.
Yeah, the medium is the message. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Sure. Right? The medium is the message many times, but nonetheless, you were the creator of the message, not the technology.
Of course. Yes, there's creators of technology. We could talk about creativity, right?
Yeah, but that's not creator of technology. That's creator of a message utilizing technology, which is different.
Exactly. Right. Now, see how you distinguish all of those steps, right? You distinguish the message.
I'm smart.
From the person, from the creation, from the technology, right? That's what I'm trying to do here, right? I'm trying to figure out how much of our creative process is technological.
Right. And without getting too deep into it, although we could, why do you think that would be a good thing when technology, from what I understand, your reference point would be something that we're not in control of? Right, so it's sort of a message of awareness.
That's beyond the scope of what, because see, many people don't believe that, right? Right, I had to do a whole debate, right? And people say, well, I pick up a hammer and I use it, right? Andrew Wilson, right? And so I control technology.
I remember that.
So I control technology, and that's why I began this conversation. I said technology is not on the level of tools and on the level of use, on the level of instrumentality. It's a much more broader concept than that, right? As Elul says, we live in a technical milieu. That means we're surrounded by techniques, right? So that is a whole different, and that's why he's saying the technical system is autonomous. Now, how do you go about proving to your average person that that's true? How do you tell them, you look, buddy, you're living in a matrix, right? And, essentially, right? And so this is the key, is that first you have to wake somebody up to the actual thing that's going on around them before they could do something about it. Right? So
I agree. But when you talk about the average person is, I'm trying to say this nicely, fucking retarded. So I don't know that you could possibly get through to the, well, I'm just saying, for that matter, I don't know that you could possibly get through to the average person.
Well, that's why we're using the most retarded forms, right, of explaining the message.
But it's also to reach any and all outliers.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. Right. So there's people who believe in that this is a problem, but just don't realize how to express it, right? So definitely, right, those people. Yeah, exactly. It's mass conditioning. Right, this is just a part of the thing. Let me let me show you another clip by Elul. You know what I mean? Because this is interesting, because he wrote another work, and this will explain some of the other aspects of things. You know about Terence McKenna, right?
Refresh me. I know the name.
Yeah, he's huge. He's like the promoted on like the Joe Rogan type of shows. I mean, right, where he's like the mushroom guy. I mean, he's the guy who popularized magic mushrooms, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, you know, he talks about all that.
He's quoted a lot. So if you heard his voice, you would know.
Yeah. So this is like this is like one of those 70s psychedelic gurus like Timothy Leary, right? And he's talking about the importance of Elul. And I want you to focus on what he's saying about propaganda, because all the propagandistic means in our age are technological. So this is part of the problem, right? Okay, so you know, if people want to look at conspiracies and all this stuff, you know, what's actually running the system is technology. You know, so the main thing that's actually running your life, you'll ignore that, but you'll focus on all these conspiracies. I mean, see, this is the problem, right? And by the way, you know, last time, you know, based, we were actually looking at, you know, we looked at, you know, Kurzweil, right? And he was saying that the brain should be replaced with nanotubes because it's inefficient, right? And also that, and also that, you know, and then I was quoting Freeman Dyson, and he was saying that you could actually use adaptive optics to shoot a laser from space and burn down like a forest. The same thing that that they use to make telescopes can be used to burn to create high definition lasers, right? So it's like we don't have to talk up. See, if we just look at technology,
Dragon fire.
Yeah, we'll cover all of these so-called conspiracies. You know, even the top tier conspiracy, right? It is all based on, you know, AI and demons and all this type of stuff, right? And people conjuring things through technology and all this type of stuff. So, you know, I mean, the biggest conspiracy of all time is simulation theory, right? Which is at its very root technological, right? It's just saying, well, the universe is technology, right? So, right? So, I mean, it doesn't get more conspiratorial than technology itself, right? I mean, we're talking about artifice or craft, right? So we're the tools of deception are all there. I mean, you know, yeah, we're talking about a fundamental way of looking at deception and artifice, and also creativity. As I've said many times, creativity is the best way to focus on metaphysics. You know, how do you introduce people to metaphysics? Creativity. Why? Because it's the first thing that actually combines immaterial with material. See what I mean, right? You know, like, you know, like where does mind and matter, you know, where does the rubber hit the road? I mean, it's the creative process, right? So you don't have to like really like, you know, you could talk about metaphysics with all these, you know, abstract terminology and Plato and all this nonsense, you know, right? And transcendentals and presuppositions and all this crap. Or you could just focus on the actual practical thing that actually combines the material with the immaterial, which is the creative process and the technological scope. I mean, right? You know, that's how imagination comes into existence. I mean, right? You know, God is the creator, right? So, I mean, right? So, I mean, so, you know, there's a fundamental aspect of the situation that we keep missing, and that's why I'm here, is because nobody talks about this problem. And the reason is because they want to fit the status quo, you know, because the status, you know, conformity in our age is nothing more or less than conformity to the technological system. That's it. I mean, that's, you know, that's to quote Elul. But
yeah, I agree with you in part. I just don't think it's conforming to a technology system. I think it's conforming to a system that implements technology. But at the basis, for instance, of a lot of scams, phishing scams, I mean, lots of scams that are utilizing technology, the scams themselves are not really that of technology. They're that of social engineering, which you could argue is technology language. But I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, it's not using a contraption or a piece of electronic. It's utilizing power plays, mental gymnastics.
right. And this is where this you know, this is a perfect place to play this, because this is exactly what he's talking about. I mean, and the quote will be necessary for what I'm going to say next.
The French sociologist Jacques Ellul wrote a book called Propaganda. And the little banner under which his book flew, which is printed right on the frontispiece, is he says, there are no political solutions, only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. And then he spends 200 pages explaining what he means by political solutions, technological solutions, and propaganda. By Ellul's understanding, I agree. I think ideology is toxic. All ideology. It's not that there are good ones and bad ones. All ideology is toxic because ideology is a kind of insult to the gift of human free thinking. I mean, if you adopt some ideology, Leninism, Mormonism, it doesn't matter, then you have all the answers. You just go and look in the catechism. Well, I don't know why they issued you a brain. They could have just given you the catechism. Technology, as the counterpoint to ideology, is a very different animal. There are ideas, personalities, technologies available right now, which, if honestly explored,
most of what he said there is nonsense, right? And we've done breakdowns of McKenna and his ideas, and I think he's wrong on a lot of his ideas, especially on his ideas about the eschaton, right, and about the singularity and these things. But the fact is that, you know, that quote is just what I'm trying to get across, right? Is that, you know, there are no political solutions in our age, only technological ones. And he said everything else is propaganda, right? So there's two forms of, I guess, that this idea of symbol making, or communication technology, right, is a counterpart, right? That ideology is a counterpart to the technological scope, right? But also, the main point is this, is that, these three categories are very distinguishable, right? Political techniques, right? Okay. Technological, capacity, right? And also propagandistic techniques. And so he talks about how this idea of mass psychology, right? The science of mass psychology, right, is basically a counterpart to the technological state, right? They're going to have to develop science of mass psychology, right? Because technology itself is just a massification of means, right? So, as Ellul defines it, he says technology is a total ensemble of means to get to a particular end, right? So we're not only looking at objective power, but we're also looking at modes of communication, right? So when we're looking at modes of communication, I mean, we're dealing with this thing, mass psychology. I mean, and there we're also dealing with the world culture, and that's a part that I guess is based on this idea. So, some of the ideas of Rousseau are interesting, right? Okay. Like, for example, right, civilization develops, right? And the large states develop, right? And they create an expansive mode, right? So they expand their territory, right? And they absorb different cultures, okay? Now, when they do this, right, cities form, okay? These cities become like sort of places where they trade different forms of technology, different forms of cultural expression, right? And they also become centers of trade, right? So the cities, historically, they've been centers of technological innovation, multiculturalism, and all these type of ideas, right? Now, usually, right, the cities, right, they develop decadent sorts of philosophy, right? Like, for example, Athens, right? Okay, Athens, right, because of their mode of civilization, right? Because of their civilizational techniques, right? They're able to create somebody like Aristotle, right? Who's beyond Athens. You know, right? He's able to take the best of a bunch of different ways of looking at things, right? Okay, and combine them into one system, right? Okay, but these sort of cultural elites that develop in the city, they're not really subservient to the sort of civilization that created them. I mean, so, you know, so this is what happens, you know, I guess throughout history, right? Is that in the cities, right, they spread stuff like popular philosophy and stuff, right? And these ideologies, right, that function as a technology, they're able to amalgamate and combine different cultural modes. So this is, in a sense, one of the first ways that technique actually becomes autonomous, right? Okay, is through assimilation. And yeah, I'm gonna continue reading here for a second because it goes into a lot of what we're saying. Yeah.
Well, you said technique is autonomous through assimilation, meaning that technique chose to assimilate, or people chose to assimilate these techniques. Because I don't think the technique thought anything. So I don't see where autonomy would fit into that.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the system is autonomous in the way that it doesn't have to function on human effort or human values or human organizations. So natural human organizations, right? So human organizations that are based on nature, right? So essentially, you know, the system creates ways that human beings don't have to rely on nature, right? There's human beings made because of the system, right? Okay, there's human beings born because of technology.
Well,
right?
I disagree. What technology can operate without oxygen?
What technology can operate without space technology?
Oh, okay. Then without what's up in space? Carbon dioxide. I'm just saying that nature is involved in all of it, but you're separating it now. You're saying that it could be reliant without nature.
Nature isn't the individual.
Well, I'm talking about an element.
Yeah, you're talking about elements. That we don't control elements either. We don't control nature either.
No, I'm not saying that we do.
Yeah. So
I thought you were saying technology is not reliant on nature, yet it is.
I'm talking about natural
specific kinds.
No. I'm talking about human organizations, right?
Oh.
So I'm saying, okay. Yeah. So I'm saying natural forms. You know, I'm talking about like a tribe, right?
A community.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Like, yeah, the different forms of cities. I mean, cities form different forms of human connection than a forest, for example. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, no, there's a big difference.
Yeah. So this is essentially what Alul is trying to say, right? Is that you know, it's not talking about, oh, you know, man use hammer, right? Right? Yeah, of course we control the hammer, right? But once we, you know, for example, you know, operate a complex machine, right? It takes experts in order to create the machine, right? It takes complex forms of bureaucracy to manage the creation of such machines, right? Okay, so yeah, so there's all of these complex forms of organization involved in order to manage the technological structure, right? That's not based on human effort of one individual, right? So we're not talking about, you know, the freedom to use technology, right? Or the freedom that technology affords us, but how we have to function through the system in order to use machines, right? So that's a level of technique that beyond our control, and right. So so that's kind of what Alul is talking about, and here he says, yeah, and he's and I'll read this part again, right, because it is very important. He says that society was free of technique, even on the level of the individual. Technique occupied a place much more circumscribed than we generally believe, because we judge in modern times. We believe that the production and consumption coincided with the whole of life. He says for primitive man and for historical man, until a comparatively late date, work was a punishment, not a virtue. It was better not to consume than to have to work hard. The rule was to work only as much and absolutely as necessary in order to survive. Man worked as little as possible and was content with the restricted consumption as good. A prevalent attitude which limits techniques of production and techniques of consumption. Sometimes slavery was the answer. An entire segment of the population did not work at all and depended on the labor of the minority of slaves.
Like now.
You know, he says the time given to the use of techniques was short compared. Oh wait, I'm at the very wrong place. I'm reading from. Give me a second, folks. Whoops. Yeah, this is the part I was supposed to read. He's saying it's not the intrinsic characteristic of techniques that reveal whether there have been real changes, the characteristics of the relation between technical development and society. Okay, so this is the level we're focused on, right? To reiterate the point, right? Okay, so that's the level where technique is autonomous, right? Let us take a very simple comparison. A shell explodes, he says, all right? Okay, this is a Lul. He says a shell explodes, and the explosion is normally always the same. Any 50 shells of the same caliber, when exploded, display approximately the same objective characteristics from a physical and chemical point of view. The sound, light, projection of fragments remain nearly identical. The intrinsic characteristics of the 50 explosions are the same. But if 49 shells go off in some remote place and the 50th goes off in the midst of a platoon of soldiers, it cannot be maintained that the results are identical. A relation has been established which entails a change. To assess this change, it is not the intrinsic character of the explosion which must be determined. Okay? So it's not whether technique is conscious or free, right? But whether it limits freedom in relation to human society, right? Whether the development of technique on on society as a whole tends to limit human freedom, right?
Yeah, it does in ways, right? I mean, like if you don't want to be a part of the system, utilize certain parts of technology, then you can't be a part of society in those ways, right? Like everyone needs a cell phone, but you don't actually need a smartphone. Or to have an email address or many other various Instagram, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the point, is that, most people don't need these things, yet they feel they can't function without them. That is exactly the point. I mean, right?
I agree.
That's a huge point. Right? That's
also a defect in one's mind, because you don't need to, right? But you may need to perform your job. I don't know what I don't mean you, but I mean one's job may require it. So they would say, I need it. But you only need it as long as you're doing that, right? You could decide not to do that. You get another job that doesn't require that technology, and then you would no longer need it.
Yeah. I mean that's the irony of today's age, is that technology is not necessary, but it's not optional. I mean, so right. So this is the fact, right? That Alul is trying to point out, right? Is that most people, they choose to limit their own freedoms, right? By using technology, right? Which
and
that does.
So you would say, I mean, I would say they choose to do it, yet they consider it to not be a choice, right? Like almost, for instance, TikTok or whatever depth you want to go to social media technology, it'd be like, no, I have to be on here. My friends, my family, whatever bullshit excuse. But that's not actually true. You don't need to be on there, but they're choosing to be on there to be a part of whatever fuckery they think they're a part of.
Yeah, and sort of the disparity of these points very much highlights the psychological effect of techniques, that has that, because there's a huge disparity there, that they don't need to, yet everyone does, yet they complain about it. It's like, I mean, right, it's huge. I mean, and yeah, and that goes to a main point here. I mean, and he says, a change in modern man in the relation to the old, we must assess not the eternal characteristics of technique, but the actual situation of technique in human society. To go beyond this is to imagine, for example, what might have been the psychological relation of primitive man when faced with a technical invention is pure fantasy. The question put by Jean Forestier, strictly speaking, has no meaning. The working of the mind varies according to place and time. We cannot project ourselves in any assurance to the mind of primitive man. In order to remain within the limits of what can be known, we must be content to study the relation between technique and society, a relation which has the advantage of being meaningful, he says. Okay, now he looks at technique in civilization. And this is why I read Mumford at the beginning. He says, what was the position of technique in different societies which have preceded ours? Most of these societies resembled one another in their technical aspects, but it is not enough to say technique was restricted. We must determine the precise characteristics of the limitations. First, technique was applied in a certain narrow, limited areas. But when we attempt to classify technique throughout history, we find principally technique of production, of war and hunting, of consumption, clothing houses, etc. And as we have said, magic. This complex of techniques would seem to modern man to represent a rather considerable domain and indeed to correspond to the whole of life. What more could there be than producing, consuming, fighting, and practicing magic? But we must look at these things in perspective. In so-called primitive societies, the whole of life was indeed enclosed in a network of magical techniques. It is their multiplicity that leads them to the quality of rigidity and mechanization. Magic, as we have seen, may have been the origin of techniques, but the primary characteristics of these societies was not technical, but religious preoccupation. Okay, now we've done a great deal of explaining why we moved from the religious age to the scientific age, right? And then we did a lot of explaining as to why science and technology are not exactly the same thing, right? So, let's see what Great Vision is saying. It's kind of interested. It's kind of okay how the mind paints a picture to what technique looks like and use that mental belief to constantly recreate the cycle. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, obviously, skill and technique have a very intricate relationship. You know what I mean? Once you learn a skill, and you can forget, how you perform the skill. You become so good at it, right, that you don't have to think when you do it, right? Then that idea of sort of robotic, adherence to technique, that comes through mastery of skill, that may be superior to technique, right? Because it has the ability to constantly improve itself, whereas technique on its own, or at least how a machine performs it, right? It has to be programmed to perform it the same way every time, right? So what they're trying to do is get machines to improve in their skill and technique.
Efficiency. Isn't
Yeah.
that what we're always doing, is making machines theoretically more efficient?
Oh yeah, efficiency is one of the goals or values. I mean, within the improvement of machines, and some might say, as Orwell said, it's efficiency for the sake of efficiency. He says it's a circular goal, right? Because
Because lack of moderation.
well, it's that we want to improve we want to improve the efficiency of machines regardless of what they're used for. So that's why he says, it's efficiency for the sake of efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think a lot of technologies advance to a goal, to a purpose. I don't think that when they're making upgrading CPUs or whatever the case, that they're like, oh, we just need to double the CPU because that number would be bigger. I think it's to achieve certain processes more efficiently, right? It's to get to a goal. It's to get to a place. So I actually don't believe what I think you're saying, referencing that it's just for the sake of improvement. Now, one could argue that the improvements are negligible past a certain degree, right? Diminishing returns, and I would agree. But I do think it seems to be there's always a goal in mind specifically, not a generalized one, such as we need to be more efficient for the purpose of being efficient, right? Because money's backing it. I mean, there's wealth to be gained, right? To get certain goals quicker or more efficiently.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to look at this idea of collective incubation, that Alul talks about, right? About how different forms of technology are based on the improvement of previous types of technology, and now different types of technology function as a coherent system, right? So the interconnectedness of the improvement of means, for example, right? If you improve computer systems, you improve phones, you improve transportation, you improve all sorts of other economic techniques and sort of thing. So the fact is that technology in our world functions as an interconnected system, and that's why it's not the improvement of any particular means that drives innovation, right? So this is another point, is because why are we improving tools, right? It's so that we could have better tools that function as a coherent whole within an interconnected system, and right. So that sort of leads to not just what the technology is made for, but how it functions within the system as a whole, right? And that leads to new ways of improvement, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I thought of when you were saying that, I don't know if it goes against your point, I'm just going to air it out, is automobiles,
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
right? Car engines. Let's just take a 2.0 liter four-cylinder, for example. Everyone knows what that means. It has become unbelievably efficient compared to 20, 30 years ago in terms of power, in terms of fuel efficiency, miles per gallon. And yet, what has happened? They're not building upon that. In fact, ICE engines are expected to go out of commission soon in certain states. I don't know the exact details, but the point is they're phasing out these engines, which have been building efficiency in objective terms, right? Miles per gallon, power, and trading it out for batteries, right? Electric cars, which the idea, the premise has been since the beginning, my understanding overall, that they're going to be better for the environment, which is really a game of checkers when you look at it. It's just extrapolating the pollution, so-called, of gas versus electric, and not taking into account the production of electric batteries, lithium ion, etc., and the disposal of, right, these other things. But I'm just saying, would that go against what you're saying or with it? Because that's a major technological point within society, right? Transportation.
I mean, Yeah, definitely. But it's more apparent, how, the system is going to function as a whole in terms of international trade and in terms of improvement of different modes. And here there's another idea that comes in the rule of experts, because increased forms of specialization exist in the improvement of different technological means, right? And that adds another sort of form, like, for example, like in a university, if they're doing like a research project, you know what I mean? The people who are involved in like improving technology or doing research on that level, they're just trying to they're just trying to improve what the what like all they're really concerned about is improving the means that are used. I mean, right?
See, I don't necessarily agree. I'm looking at the aspect that all they're trying to improve at this point is profit. And that can mean regression of technology from an objective standpoint, which one could view, it'd be an argument, but of ICE engines versus electric cars.
Well, I mean, if you look at like these guys like Peter Thiel, right? And you listen to what they're saying, he's literally saying that we need to get people into the university to study like technology and stuff and science, right? So that we could keep the the civilization afloat, right? Like what we need is new forms of innovation, right? So he's not really thinking about economic means of improvement, right? He's more so thinking about how can we create the next best thing, or in terms of like how can we as a civilization be the have the greatest idea of ourselves, right? So it's more of like man's idea of himself, like that man understands that his quest is technological, like sort of this Promethean quest. It has little to do with like and you think, yeah, and you think like why is a guy who has all the money in the world, right, writing books about Aristotle and stuff like that, and right, it's because he's trying to look at the ideological basis for our present means of doing things, right? I mean, it's more about the way civilization or the way humanity looks at itself, or like the scientist that's in an extremely specialized form, like they're trying to develop some new chemical or something like that, right? They're just trying to beat the other scientists, and right,
competition.
Yeah, they all get paid the same amount. I mean, right? It's not like one guy's like above that that he's gonna be especially recognized for developing this new way.
Neil deGrasse, I don't know. There is a hierarchy. I wouldn't negate that. I mean, you're almost saying they're all in the yeah.
Well,
I wanted to
there's a
mention,
hierarchy among experts and not among the selection of types of technology that we want to improve for
Hey, brother.
What up,
So this is sort of my like side subject, but there are people who are legit putting ionospheric measurements up 700 feet, grabbing 700 watts. This has been going on for a while. Apex, which I know is not your favorite subject, but is associated with Brother Bernie, my brother, sorry. But he has that connection where they're legit doing this. They've been actually pushed at the FBI on some of the plasma tech, which they came out in mainstream news lately and said that there is this other form of energy, which is related to plasma. But I mean, the ridiculousness of that is, again, what I just talked about with the ionosphere. If you can go up that high, if you can go 1,000 feet up in the air and you can pull 1,000 watts, like, what are we disconnecting? So anyway, sorry, had to throw that in. You know me.
Hey, Machine, I wanted to jump back to, you were talking about what Peter Thiel I think you said his name was, wants or what he's aiming for. I tend not to. I try not to say what other people want. And the reason I'm mentioning this is, who the fuck knows what anyone wants? I can tell you what they purport, what they claim, you know, what it seems their objective
No, I'm talking
would
about.
be.
I'm talking about the public. I'm talking about his public declarations. I'm not talking about
Okay.
his
Well,
motives, his personal motives. Here.
Okay, I understand. The reason I mention that is we never know what somebody's personal motives are. We could guess, right? We can put together puzzle pieces, but we don't know. And I think that too many people claim, like, you know, Trump wants this, Biden wants that. You don't fucking know what they want.
No,
you know what they're claiming.
I'm just merely pointing out that these major celebrity inventors, right, like Thiel and Musk, right, they've taken the political stage, right?
Yeah.
They're now framing political ideologies, right, and these types of things. So these are all factors that we predicted on the show, right? That this is what's going to be happening.
But are you thoroughly distracted? Are you thoroughly like engaged and involved in exactly what they just laid out for you? Or are you thinking separately?
What do you mean? Nobody's laid out anything for me.
But you just said they did. And this, you know, I'm saying this with the utmost respect.
I'm sorry, you got to ask the question again.
The narrative that you just literally laid out. You said it with vindication. You said it as it was truth. Do you hear what I'm saying when I say that?
Right.
This is a game. Yeah, you get it.
Right. I mean, you're asking me again what I'm doing about it as Base did?
No. How you're transmuting it, not what you're doing about it. How
I think she's
transmuting. Yeah, that is another. Yeah, that is another type of thing. You know what I mean, right? In terms of transmuting, you know, right? It's more about understanding. You know what I mean, right? First, right? And then I'll probably get to some sort of transmuting. But I do believe that talking about it is transmuting it. I mean, right? If I'm not, you know what I mean, mistaken there. I mean, right? But yeah, definitely. I mean, because all they're doing by transmuting ideas is talking about them. I mean, so that's all you have to do to transmute ideas. I mean, but yeah,
essentially manifest. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Base.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, when you say they're merely, well, whatever you said, right? They're communicating it to the public, right? People of influence, of power, are influencing others, and a lot of dumb people listen and take things that are said as fact, or they believe so-and-so wants this, or whatever the case. And a lot of times that's not true. It just isn't. You have to follow the actions, not the words. Every politician could pull up voting that goes entirely against what the fuck they claim they wanted.
Yeah, no. I'm just looking at the optics of technologists speaking for the public in terms of political ideology. Extremely strange, right? Extremely strange new development. Right? That I think people should take note of, that we predicted over a year ago, right? So how are we transmuting? We're letting people know what's going on, what's coming up around the corner, right? While people are developing alternative technologies, we're taking a look at the collective technological scope of things, right? That actually brings to bear all of these other small scale improvements that we may have to garner and support or whatever. And that's a whole nother spectrum of things.
Ted Kaczynski's speaking to me again, Mohammed.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting distracted.
Kaczynski speaks. Ideas worth spreading. Ted.
Like the ghost of Christmas past. Kaczynski rises again.
Sorry, Red. I did not mean to interrupt you, but immediately my mind went, is that where the origins of TED Talk came from? Was Ted Kaczynski TED Talks? Oh, that would be gold.
Yeah, I mean, the most important tech talk is by Bill Joy. It's called Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. Very interesting stuff.
I'm going to argue with you. partially because I made my little own video expose on it, but Novo Biotronics by Anthony Holland, who showed in your fucking face, excuse my language, he was able to eradicate cancer cells by actually like pinpointing them as well through resonance frequency therapy, which is
Oh,
one of my
yeah.
favorite subjects.
Yeah, and Alul was saying that I don't know if you caught this. He was saying that that he had a friend who's a surgeon, right, who said that the reason why they have so many organs to transplant into humans is because of traffic accidents.
Interesting.
So see, the different parts of the system are interconnected. That's why we have to focus on the system as a whole. We can focus on minor improvements in technology, but it won't affect the system as a whole. This is the problem, and right? Is that you know we can think of something that could bring hundreds of improvements to people's lives or cure them, right? But how is it going to be integrated into the system as a whole? That's the final question that's always asked.
Yes.
And then you know what I mean, right? And it turns out that we don't always get the benefit of all that, right? So obviously they'll use suppression, they'll use all sorts of things.
So what's the point, right? That's why I come back at you sometimes, you and I, and because you guys, TML and I go back privately. We've, he's my brother. We share some shit, but that's why I get back on you and with the what is chaos? Like, why does that impede? You can't avoid it at this point unless we live in a different polarity realm, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to strew the conversation elsewhere. So, but yeah, thank you.
No, it's true. No, it's true. Innovation is chaos. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I mean, as I said, complexity breeds assimilation, and innovation breeds chaos, right? And this is all real. I mean, right? So how are we getting these things? I mean, right? So this is what we got to focus on. And I'm only going to read like 2 more pages of this.
Great.
Really. And then I'll move on here. Let me see. Yeah, I think maybe I'll just read 1 more page of this and then I'll stop. Okay. And I'll have to move on to the Tao Te Ching. I'll play some music and move on to the Tao Te Ching there, and we can focus on non-mediated action, natural simplicity, inherent goodness, and other Taoist principles. You know what I mean? Here it goes. It says, the magical forms which had given a technique to social relations, to political acts, and to military and judicial life tended to disappear. These areas created to respond to techniques and became subject instead to social spontaneities. The law, which had traditionally expressed itself in certain customs, no longer had any character of technical rigor. Even the state was nothing but a force which simply manifested itself. These activities depended more on private initiative, short-lived manifestations, or ephemeral traditions than on preserving technical will and rational improvements. Even in activities we considered technical, it was not always the aspect which was uppermost. The achievement of small economic goal, for example, the technical effort became secondary to the pleasure of gathering together. Formerly, quote, he says, quote, formerly, when a New England family convoked a bee, that is a meeting for working in common, it was for all concerned one of the most pleasurable times of the year. The work was scarcely more than a pretext for coming together, unquote. The activity of sustaining social relations and human contacts predominated over the technical scheme of things, and the obligation to work, which were secondary causes. Society was free of technique. This is in Primitive Man. And even on the level of individual, technique occupied a place much more circumscribed than we generally believe. Because we judge in modern terms, we believe the production of consumption coincided with the whole of life, he says. Okay, for primitive man and for historical man, a comparatively late date for work was a punishment, not a virtue, blah, blah, blah. I think I read that part before. He then says, the time given to the use of techniques was short compared to the leisure time devoted to sleep, conversation, games, or best at all to meditation. Okay, this is a part I was focusing on with Mumford. Technique functioned only at certain precise, well-defined times. This was the case in all societies before our own. Technique was not part of man's occupation, nor subject for preoccupation. Okay? The limitation of technique is attested to by the fact that in the past, technique was not considered nearly as important as it is today. Heretofore, mankind did not bind up its fate with technical progress. Man regarded technical progress more as a relative instrument than as a god. He did not hope for very much from it. Let us take an example from Gideon's admirable book, in which he elucidates the small importance technique had traditionally. In our day, we are unable to envisage comfort except as a part of the technical order of things. And I'm sorry, I'm reading because I've been talking for 2.5 hours now, so I'm a little bit late now to move on to the Tao. But here it goes. In our day, we are able to envisage the comfort except for a part of the technical order of things. Comfort for us means bathrooms, easy chairs, foam, rubber, mattresses, air conditioning, washing machines, and so forth. The chief concern is to avoid effort and to promote rest and physical euphoria. For us, comfort is closely associated with the material life. It manifests itself in all the perfection of the personal goods and machines. According to Gideon, the men of the Middle Ages also were concerned with comfort, but for them, comfort had an entirely different form and content. It represented a feeling of moral and aesthetic order. Space was the primary element in comfort. Man sought open spaces, large rooms, the possibility of moving about, of seeing beyond his nose, of not constantly colliding with other people. These preoccupations are altogether foreign to us. Moreover, comfort consisted of a certain arrangement of space. In the Middle Ages, a room could be completely finished, even though it might contain no furniture. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read my marginal rejoinders. Yeah. So he's saying that this feeling of claustrophobia is a function of technique. Okay, and a feeling of moral and aesthetic order is a defiance of technique. Anyways, moreover, comfort consisted in certain arrangements of space. In the Middle Ages, a room could be completely finished, quote unquote, even though it might contain no furniture. Everything depended on proportions, material form. The goal was not convenience, but rather a certain atmosphere. Comfort was a mark of man's personality, on the place where he lived. This, at least in part, explains the extreme diversity of architectural interiors in houses of the period. Nor was this the result of mere whim. It represented an adaptation to character. When it had been realized, the man of the Middle Ages did not care if his rooms were not well, I don't know what that word means, liated, or his chairs hard. Okay, okay, diversity of design as a remedy to technique. Okay, he talks about. Okay, so see, in all of these problems, there's solutions. Okay, I'll have you guys know. All right. You know, awareness of the problem is many times 90% of what the solution consists of. The concept of comfort, okay, comfort instead of convenience, right, closely bound up with the person. Okay, clearly takes death for granted, as did man himself. Man's awareness of death likewise profoundly influences his search for adequate milieu. Gideon's study is convincing. Medieval man did not dream for an instant that technique had any influence at all, even on objects, and today we consider completely material and consequently of a technical order. Okay, now I'm going to read this last paragraph I'm going to end this. The limitation of the sphere of action of technique was increased even more by the limitation of technical means employed in these fields. There was no great variety of means for attaining a desired result, and there was almost no attempt to perfect the means which did exist. It seems, on the contrary, that a conscious Malthusian tendency prevailed. It was expressed, for example, in the regulations of the guilds concerning tools and in Roman law. By the principle of economy of forms, man tended to exploit, to limit such means as he possessed, and took care not to replace them or create other means as long as old ones were effective. Okay, we all know why certain of these ideas were allowed free reign. It's because of the Christian civilization. Okay, Christianity limited the spread of technique, okay, as Lewis said. Okay, the finest example of that is the ascetic lifestyle, right? Okay, from the judicial point of view, he says, the principle of the economy of forms led to the creation of the fewest possible legal instruments. Laws were few, and so were institutions. Man used the utmost ingenuity to obtain a maximum of results from minimum means at the price of fictions, transpositions, applications. This was true industrially. Society was not oriented towards the creation of new instrument in response to a new need. The emphasis was rather on the application of old means, which were constantly extended, refined, and perfected. The deficiency of the tool was to be compensated for by the skill of the worker. Professional know-how, the expert eye were what counted. Man's talents could make his crude tools yield the maximum efficiency. This was a kind of technique, but it had none of the characteristics of instrumental technique. Everything varied from man to man according to his gifts. This is another main point I was making. Okay, the difference between skill and technique, right? Skills are developed, right? Life grows, right? Fecundity and growth are features of life, okay? Okay, whereas assimilation and programming are features of technique. Okay, that something has to be ascribed, replication, I should say, instead of growth. Okay, assimilation and replication instead of fecundity and growth, right? This is how technique functions, right? Skills can be improved, techniques cannot. This is the fundamental difference. Okay, I think that's enough for today on the technical civilization, technology, the growth of technique, and the definition of technique. For fuck's sake. And I appreciate Flow State for joining.
And rage quitting like a bitch.
After like 10 minutes.
I appreciate Based on calling that out often. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know how he got
you said it, like, Machine. You brought it up.
I mean,
he
knows.
I just finished it.
Like, I don't know.
Like, respectfully, right? There's
politely.
a balance.
Ass.
Son of a... Sorry, yep.
Yeah, son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
I didn't mean to fix that. What you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck people.
You know, just put them in their place. See, like, they have to be in our space. Okay, sorry, I'm getting weird.
You bring them back to reality. Like when Flo was saying that he would kill millions of people on both sides for him and his family. That's wild. I think you have a fucked up family if they're like, yeah, kill millions of people for us because we're worthy.
Can we talk
it's
about
wild
how...
because it was totally non sequitur to what we were talking about.
Slightly. Only because, like, conversations... like behind the scenes get weird real quick. So I was supposed to meet Tommy, Illumitommy, and I'll call him out on this, but his conversations got real rapey and real murderous.
Rapey convo. Wow.
In private text.
Were you supposed to meet him in real life or something?
Yeah. And like timing beautifully, it didn't work out, but
you'd be the second one now who's complained of certain certain
Yep.
type of behavior, grapey behavior.
Grapey, right?
Yeah,
Welches.
Yeah,
Nice.
Welches,
Yeah,
exactly.
rapey, and definitely murders. Like,
What does
remind
that
me
mean?
to grab 5 stones from the river when we get together.
What was that then?
What does that mean, grapey?
Your,
How
your
does
mic is your mic's a little low.
How does one have grapey behavior?
Yes, how does one? Let's explore. Now, what did he say
elaborate
that
on
was
this?
grapey? Can you give us so that we could ascertain if it was in fact grapey?
Well, and maybe like because I wasn't necessarily prepared, and I do try to be, somewhat diplomatic. I wouldn't mind, and like no offense to all of you, but Mo is my brother. He's somebody I talk to privately at times. I'd be more comfortable sharing with him the direct, messages. And I have screenshotted it to other people because I was disturbed in the moment. But it's
document.
like
I've heard
telling
so
you that
much.
I'm going to be forced into a position to perform a certain act in a very deliberate way with very specific, interactive mechanism. Fuck, guys, you get what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, yeah, but if you're down for that, that's just a
No,
fun
never,
Well,
ever.
we actually have a video.
or with any of you.
We actually have a video
ever
of that.
acted like that's what I'm looking for. So, just want to make that really clear. I'm a very respectful
above
woman
creepy.
who has a partner who is
Criminal?
not looking for that because I don't push those boundaries because that's who I am. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, we have a video explanation of that, and we'll be back in 8 minutes with some music. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean? And then we'll start with some Taoism. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, and not to make it awkward.
No,
grapey.
No, it's not. It's about to get more awkward. Damn it.
Nice.
Over the Atlantic. Ocean. Miles and miles away. From sea to sea. Out about in my travel. Now you wanna react with the yellow suit, soft as a Power Ranger. I be the kid that piss in the word. Squat down and dropping turds. I'm bigger than them. With a hanger, increase your blood pressure, boost your anger. My P hit you taller with danger. Lost and found, lost and bound on the Greyhound. I keeps it retarded, headed Boston bound. I switch LA to New York. Move to Chicago to Florida and deduct Cape Cod and bring Boston down. Weed under my balls, cover 18 pounds. My dick up under the truck, pick up luck. I saw it first. You got food in a nightclub with a transsexual with his penis stuck, with a thong between his butts, dancing on the late night show with Frosty, Icy, and the Manila boots. Top MCs move with some weird groups. The top floor penthouse. They get a secret pass. The music industry is ill. Maybachs, Bentleys, Benz's park at Kent's house. Is this what the industry do? They be with those weird people, walking around with that weird crew. Is this what the industry do? They be with those people, walking around with a weird crew. It's the other side of town. We don't know the password. Regular people like me and you can't get down. You gotta be strange, plastic like hell, like them skinny models smoking cigarettes by the packs, backs and backs. They be walking around with those things, you know, a lot of little tape on their backs, taking heroin at night, sipping cocaine by the straws. They got some different laws. If you don't know the password, you can't even get in. You won't hear the password. That's right. Is this what the industry do? They be with those weird people, walking around with that weird crew. Is this what the industry do? They be with those people,
parties. It's a different group of people. When you start making your money, I notice those people, they start changing. They don't even come around the projects no more. They hang downtown with funny people who do weird, different things. I mean, it may be so strange you would never understand it. They go to places you can't get in. That's why they get these houses far away that you can't see them, because they start doing weird stuff. You know, having another man put hamsters up their butt, stuff like that. Then they be with other people, other rappers mixed with singers, and they start touching each other. And they start wearing a lot of suits and stuff. And they start hanging around different places that they never thought they would be before. They start letting men rub up against them. Then they forget about the streets. And they go far and far. They start living up in co-ops and penthouses. And they start kneeling down, kissing other men all around their stomach and their pelvis. These are big, big people. They start doing weird, different things. They stop forgetting everybody. They go on. Bodyguards turn their heads like they don't see nothing. It's a different world out there with those weird people.
It was like something out of a nightmare.
Yeah, shout out to Luma Tommy and all that craziness and all that disgusto type of shit. But yeah, here's another one for you guys. I made this recently. Let me see. Busta Rhymes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right now. After the ultimate world blast that ended all things, this is how we rebuilt shit from the underground up. Bounce, nigga, bounce, 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 nigga, bounce, bounce. When I come through, hit y'all with the 1-2. Freak y'all niggas out, y'all niggas won't even know what to do. Break full, make all of y'all people wanna come through. Feel the force from my shit kicking like it was kung fu. Blast you, don't these corny niggas harass you. Set the tone in the streets and even the fans blast you. Ask you, niggas, do y'all really want the brand new? Corny niggas just finish y'all time and over past you. What? Think it's way past your curfew. Hit you with some shit that make doctors come have to nurse you. Now I'ma limit my whole crew. Round stew, you niggas whenever we surround you. Flip mode, roll flick, and you know we don't quit. Hit you with some more hit that make y'all wanna go shit. Yo, make y'all niggas jump back, hit that, hurry and pass the rest of the weed block. Rap my crew, yo, flip mode hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor, yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, yo, rap my crew, yo, flip mode hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor, yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, one more time, I hit y'all with the crown. I be in my prime, I hit at the drop of a dime. All in my 10 boots, now we stacking mad loot. Everybody holding iron, 21 gun salute. Anyway, anyhow, I'ma give it to you now. You ain't wildin', my nigga, that is something I won't allow. 1, 2, 3, I be knocking at your door. Hit y'all niggas with an effect that y'all never felt before. Leave you with some more freaky deaky metaphor. Rep for all of my niggas who stay reppin' the hardcore. Slug it out, fuck it out, all of my niggas slug it out. Tired of all of these weak niggas, now I'ma rub you out. Yo, what you talking about? Make y'all niggas scream and shout. Yo, we bout to blast, you bout to spot, my niggas know that. You know we always stay on. Keep wildin' before you know it, the entire day is on. Left, right, left, y'all don't need to hold your breath. Yo, better shield your body up while we beat you to death. Blast you right through your chest. Yo, we know we run this shit and we never settle for less. Yo, rap my crew, yo, flip on hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, yo, rap my crew, yo, flip on hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, rap my crew, yo. what to do, okay? To the roof off. To the roof off. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof off. Yeah, motherfucker. Flip mode squad, eternally imperial, powerful, universal. Flip mode squad. From the underground up, motherfuckers, always remember that. From the underground up. We gonna rebuild this whole shit.
His beard was made out of a kitty.
Huh?
His beard was made out of a kitty.
Huh?
I think bass going, huh? is the best.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe the animation is called Hell. So yeah.
It's one of
Very
the trippiest
Eon
one yet.
Flux, right, guys? Like very MTV Eon Flux.
Yeah, it's old school, yeah.
Right?
Hey, was that first one Cool Keith?
Yeah.
It sounded
Yeah.
really cool, Keith.
All right. Good
Cool Keith.
Dr. Octagon.
Yeah.
Right.
What's your favorite Cool Keith song? Bass.
Blue Flowers.
Blue Flowers, good. That was on Dr. Octagon, I think. Blue Flowers, right? This is back to like 92,
Yeah, I think so.
95,
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
What about Extra Thoughts on Total Orgasm?
I don't think I heard that.
It's one of the greatest.
He's not in my top 100, but he's very notable.
Yeah. Yeah, he said I
DJ
came
Qbert was the shit too.
Who's it?
Yeah.
DJ Qbert, the Asian dude
Oh
that
yeah,
used to be
DJ
on Cool Keith's
Qbert.
tracks.
Hell yeah, dude. DJ Qbert started at DJ University. I don't know if you guys know that, but yeah.
No.
My old homies made a skate video with Cool Keith. They
What?
actually know Cool Keith.
Oh, shit. Is he cool?
Really?
Yeah, my buddy Plain said he's cool as shit.
All right. Is he Keith?
Yeah, spirit of the golden Palestinian Indian in the igloo. Came with the thoughts to make them go choo choo.
I like that.
To me, so many dudes trying to be GQ.
More.
You know
Than
what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah.
That's the Cool Keith, man. From Extra Thoughts. Extra Thoughts.
I mean, I would pick MF Doom over that era, that sort of, I don't know, that uniqueness, what's the word? They're very strange, eclectic? Like eclectic rap? Yeah.
It's a little eclectic.
Is a little eclectic?
A little bit Mad Lib, a little bit.
Mad Lib. Oh, I was just
Yeah.
getting into some Mad Lib recently. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's more the style is more consistent, whereas the lyrics are kind of Mad Lib.
Before we go any further.
Oh, shit.
Choo choo.
Oh, that was it? I thought you were going to say. Reddington, what were you going to say?
Friends.
That was JG.
How many of us have them?
Oh, yeah, you deeper.
Come on, you don't know Doom.
Wait. Yes. Wait, are you serious? I'm 85, JG. Like, I played Doom, OG DOS software. Did you play it on DOS?
DOS? MS-DOS?
Yeah, fucker. You don't fucking know Doom unless you
Windows
played it on
3.1?
MS-DOS.
Wasn't he
Okay.
referring
Yeah.
to MF Doom?
No,
Exactly.
MF Doom is an artist, an artiste.
Yeah, Doom, the video
A
game does not have.
beautiful,
He was. He dead
exquisite
now.
example.
What about MF Grimm?
Red, you
MF
see what's
Grimm
going
and
on?
MF Doom. They
What the fuck
collaborated.
am I doing here?
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
wait. Sorry.
They
Yeah,
did
go ahead.
I read about their collabo, and I listened to it. It's very good.
Yeah, but like, there's so many other good collabs in that mix. Like, you guys, do you remember some of the Rhyme Sayers mix with that too?
Slug.
So Ideas and Abilities and like Jay Dilla. There were so many good collabs in that space.
Atmosphere was from there, I think.
Yeah.
Rhyme Sayers. Yeah, I like
Yeah, and
Slug. He's
Atmosphere
still
is some
doing shit.
solid tracks. Like, yeah, you can't. Yeah.
Trying to find a balance.
Thought it was Houdini anyway.
Dude, that's one of my faves.
Yeah.
It's a Houdini sample.
Who said that?
Oh, okay.
People hate on Houdini. Houdini's, but they were considered like kind of gay. But I mean, their shit's
What the
dope as
fuck?
fuck.
What do you mean, kinda gay?
Not meaning homosexual, meaning corny, whack. That's what it means. Like back in the day when you
Corny.
say gay, that's what it meant.
Go on.
Wiggity whack.
Super gay.
Good.
Yeah, when did gay become the term for like the official term for like dick on dick and box on box action? When did that happen?
Box on box? That the scissor?
This escalated quickly.
Yeah,
We're
when
gonna
did
get
scissoring
Illumitami
become
up here
gay?
getting grapey.
Yeah, we need an expert.
That's a good question, Dennison. That's a fair question.
Trombone.
Let's just say, so I'm a 6'1" woman, and Illumitami states that I am not an actual woman and compared me next to an actual one who, clarified herself as trans.
What?
So
Ezra, I don't like you one bit, Ezra. But why the fuck are you texting Tommy? It's none of my business. But why would you
because
text
Tommy,
that
no,
fucking dude?
That's a fair question.
JG, I appreciate that. He was legit within 20 minutes to 15 minutes of where I was living at the time. No, I never gave him my direct
That's even
location.
less reason to
that
text
seems
him.
like exactly. You're giving
More
reasons
reason
why
to
you
get
should not be
away.
texting him.
So, but legit, I had some ideas of actually doing a really solid documentary. I do have, a background in my brother Mo can back me up in this, in film. I did actually go to school for it.
You were going to film
Regardless,
Illumitami?
I was going to do so think of a Panelverse documentary / that just gives itself as a mockumentary. Would not an interview with me and Tommy be potentially,
It sounds grapey so far.
he did, and now I guess I am.
Do not
Gross.
seek the treasure.
Hold on.
Yeah, what was the treasure? What was the goal? Like to escape?
Sorry.
What was the end goal?
I mean, in theory,
The theory
it would
of
be
the
good
end
to
goal.
go to the quote-unquote lore master of the Panelverse, but
Yeah.
in practicality, no.
Fair.
Red, hold on. Keep going with that, because you get me. You know me. I'm not
Well,
taking this on some sort of
whoops. I mean,
fairy loop.
if he
Right?
got you,
Like,
though, why'd you do
my
that?
concepts were like, again, I just said, if the documentary just, casually came out as a mockumentary,
Then he would
correct?
try
Correct, guys?
to. Then the
Think of-
grapey part would happen.
No.
That's
'cause
what I'm
I
saying.
have-
What was the
okay,
end
first of
goal?
all-
Like,
first
what-
of all, okay, take a step back. Again, 6'1".
You gonna
okay.
beat him up?
Thank you. I flipped my ex-partner who tried to come at me
I know you
abusively.
told me this. You told
Yeah,
me.
you do remember this. 6'4", and I flipped
Yeah.
him up and over, and he never fucking touched me again.
Damn,
So
it's
I believe you.
all.
I mean, it is, but I believe you in that. But that doesn't mean you can beat up all men or all people. But I do believe
You
that
gotta
you're
watch
strong.
out for that. You gotta watch out for that meth strength.
Technically, it didn't even beat him up.
I have back up. Boys,
What's your backup?
Back up. I'm not stupid. I got
You holding
people.
heat? Oh, okay.
You think I sit here alone all day? Like I do have
I mean,
friends.
I didn't really think about it till the grapey part you mentioned, and then it was like, "Why'd you do that?" And then you were saying you want to make a mock.
Nope.
You want to mock him. He's gonna.
She's
flip the
about
fuck
to go
out.
medieval on
hear
his
me out.
ass.
Hear me out.
I'm
you
listening.
guys.
I'm listening.
You're gonna love this. One of the last things I said to him, like, "Hey, I'd be potentially down to hang out with you if you could, reduce the rape and the murdering type kind of."
Yeah, but hold up. When you say reduce, that means it's still present, and he's
don't
like, "I
think-
got a
no, 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 no.
chance."
That
I got
sounds.
a-
Hold
So
on.
you tell me there's a chance.
It sounds like she's
yeah.
into it, right?
Nah, Reddington knew. He knew.
And that's the correct
Okay,
way of saying it,
I really
actually.
felt bad.
You are
It's-
correct.
You have no idea where my boundaries are. Like, no.
People-
I was setting
I'm
you
not
up. It
even-
was an assist.
I literally,
People
I
can
have.
man-
I mean, they're
that one.
apparently somewhere south of grapiness, so
I mean, come
That's
on.
far
It's the
enough
guy that
south.
says P anal instead of panel verse.
Hold on.
I mean, what
hold
more
on.
is there to say?
Quick
That's
stop.
true.
Quick stop. Again.
It's all been a
Not
very long
happening.
stop.
Did you really say calm stop?
Nah, go on.
Okay,
We're listening.
I have shit I'm
Halfway.
working on. Like I'm over the past. That's why we could never hang out. It didn't work out between us to connect because I'm legit. I have too much shit going on. And I
Oh,
need to
that's why you set
understand
it up,
that-
because you couldn't do it. What a great reason.
No.
so it wasn't the
Alright,
grape and murder. It was just
I just wanted
I
to
was
tease him. I wanted to antagonize an antagonizer. Okay.
I was really busy at the time, and I just didn't have the time.
And then I could flip him over if it came
Well,
to it.
He, like several times, he's like, "Remind me to bring stones when we hang out," and I'm like, "No problem, sir."
You were giving him hope. You were giving
I'm
him
just
hope.
saying, like I'm armed. I have no problem.
Stones.
You were giving him hope.
Fuck no. Okay.
Well,
we're
that's
done.
reality.
Hold on,
Mixed
give me a
messages.
moment.
That's reality. In hopes of mocking him, which I don't disagree with. I think it'd
No,
be
wait,
funny.
was the mocking supposed to be of the panel verse or of Tommy?
That's a good question. Actually, I assumed you meant
Here's
Tommy.
Here's the thing, guys. Is like
Can we get back to
I get into
Talcott?
his backstory and
No,
stuff.
not yet.
Dabbling a little, like, what was your childhood like, sir? And then it might stem into like a little bit of a, oh,
So to answer the question,
Okay.
it was on him, which
What do
was
you mean, on him
exactly to my
hang out?
point.
No, like
No.
I
The
get- no,
mockumentary
please, like-
aspect.
I just went on a road trip, no joke, to Arizona, like right after Christmas. So that's when he came to Oregon. He was 20 minutes away from me in Salem.
So just a minute, Sarah. We're gonna continue
sorry,
with
go ahead.
Grapegate, and then I'm gonna read the Dow. But right
Yeah,
now, I'm gonna continue
go
with the
for it, brother.
Grapegate story because Illumitami has been recently attacking me a lot. So let's hear about this Grapegate, and I'm gonna make some coffee. Blessings, guys. Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead.
Yeah, blessings.
I'm gonna make some coffee.
Go on.
Some
As long
grape,
as it's not grapey.
some grape. All I'm trying to get at, base, is like through that experience is he was very close to where I was going to be. That was discussed for a long period of time. He ended up hanging out with one of our fellow panel versers. I don't know how to articulate that. More or less, I have been
Yeah,
back and forth.
I've made
I was
that
in
mistake before.
Arizona over the break, and then I came back, and I go back and forth between close to where he's at, or where he was at, excuse me, and like 3 hours over a mountain pass. So we were like discussing a little bit of the idea of hanging out, and I thought, you know, it might be entertaining to get like try
It
to
might
get
be
an interview.
dangerous. Yeah, no,
I was,
gotcha.
and he was into this. I was like, I'm going to take you on a hike. So if you're listening
might
right
be.
now, I'm still down for this. He knows this.
You're still down,
And
so
I was
don't
like, I
pretend
have
you were
some
never
places-
down.
Oh, Yo's in the chat.
Sad
My
trombone.
sister is in the chat.
Yeah, play it, Remington.
She
We
knows
need
the
it.
story very well. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for.
It was a good TMI. It was very good.
It's
Wait,
really
when was
good.
this?
It's
This was
really,
recent?
really good.
This was after Christmas or whatever, after your trip to Arizona?
Yeah, after my trip to Arizona, we were supposed
Oh,
to
okay.
connect, and we never did because I go to school like over the mountain pass, like I was saying. So where he was at the time, and now he's gone. He navigated down towards California.
This is good.
So-
Now
I
they
just
can
wanna
play
point
back
out-
this tape when you go missing. They'll play back this stream, and
Just
we'll know
showing you
what
where I live,
happened.
but I
It
appreciate
was a
it.
logistical
A lot of
problem.
parks up there.
That's,
Like,
that was
Do
the
you know
problem.
my last name? Nobody knows my last name. You don't even actually know
to
my real
talk
name.
of murder or grape, but
Yeah.
You
I heard
know,
Tommy's Jewish.
You're an
It's just
accessory,
timing. I
Denizen.
got my
Denizen,
alibi.
you an accessory. You heard this whole shit. You didn't do anything.
Ruh-roh.
That's a misdemeanor at least, maybe a felony.
Wait, did you say Rut-Row?
well, I want to be on the record. It's
No, I
Or
didn't.
was it
mine.
Denizen? Or was
No,
that
no, we're
Ray?
not on record officially. You just
I don't-
fucked. No, that's what it comes
I
down
don't
to.
buy
You
it.
fucked for being here.
I think this is
Politely,
a smear campaign against Tommy.
right?
Hmm.
Yeah, Ezra gonna live on. She's
I
gonna
heard
make it to
he's Jewish.
2026.
But
Tommy's
no,
Jewish.
like I did actually. Could you guys? You would enjoy that. You would
I mean,
enjoy.
I'm across the. I mean, I'm only across
She's
the.
saying we'd enjoy it now.
the shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only across the other side of the room, but I'd like to say that, I think it's a fair line of questioning. But yeah, go on, please.
See, very fair. Very
I appreciate
fair.
you so much, brother. You're so tolerant of me. Seriously, I honestly, and we've had our previous discussions, and you guys don't need to know this, but Mo and I are, we know each other from a long time ago, but he has heard me out on a lot of shit. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Based.
Yeah. So, how long have you been a masochist for?
Wait, what? What? What?
Masochist.
A
You
mac
find
and cheese.
satisfaction,
For who? For
fulfillment
what?
in enduring
mean?
discomfort.
Lobster mac and cheese.
Well,
Hell yeah.
you're like, oh, I would never hang out with him. It was never gonna happen. But then you just said, yeah, I would do it still. Up in the mountains, out in the middle of nowhere. What the
Wait,
fuck?
wait, wait,
The
wait.
only
wait.
reason I couldn't do it was
No,
because
no,
my schedule wasn't aligning correctly.
Look, I
Hey.
apologize. I was only listening to words.
First of all, we can just keep this straight and simple. Like my numbers are in my hands. Like I'm not a
You're what?
dirty, sleazy whore.
Oh yeah, this is
who-
very straight.
going to be exposed as the next sex worker who's like probably been
Whoa,
look at
I
this
didn't mean
picture,
that.
Like you're not going to find my OnlyFans page of like hiking in the woods and fucking strangers, right? Like this is just it.
Are you?
Okay.
Now
That's
I'm
me.
wondering.
That's
Okay.
it.
Okay.
What
Like,
is
you
happening
my
right
background
now?
check, like, please.
That is
Now I'm
it's
starting to
guilty
feel like
again.
I'm the one being sexually assaulted.
Yeah, you guilty too. You the man, Denizen. Man up. What the fuck?
Just because we gotta lay it out there, just because everyone's already pressured. Yeah.
You don't have to lay it out there with
I don't
Tommy
like
or
it.
anyone else.
Look,
Ezra.
here's
I
what
want
I'm
you to
hearing.
know.
Look, here's what I'm hearing. Tommy almost grapes a young woman with lots of great potential, and the fact is that all you guys can see is that she deserved it. That's kind of a weird take on it, but yeah, you're right.
No. We're just not taking out the ability of Ezra to
This is
make her own
100%
decision.
Tommy. Tommy's grapey. Let's focus on Tom's
Yeah,
grapey.
he is, but we're pointing out that he is grapey, and she knows that. She has the knowledge. What you want to give people, right? Like regarding technology, that's the first step is
Certainly not
knowledge.
about
Yeah,
victims.
technology.
So
great.
where?
I mean,
so now
technology is
it's
great.
on her.
So
Right, wait,
Wouldn't
are you
it
saying
actually be more technique?
Ah,
No, there's techniques to graping, but
wow.
technology is grape.
Is one a bad place?
I think as I feel a little graped by Ezra right now. That's all.
Shooketh? Are you a little shooketh, Dennison?
Yeah, I feel violated.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
apologize, Denison. Like that was not
Zephyr's in
my
the back.
I don't
Oh,
like
Zephyr
tall
blessings.
girls.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, do you accept Dennison?
No, I do not accept.
Okay, now we knock in somewhere.
Like, you realize I can't help my height? Like, I try to hide in the woods. I tell you often I'm going to potentially
Right.
see you in the woods, and if you don't want to go into the woods, it's not a problem, right, Dennison? Like, can we
I don't
reach
know. You're like creeping
common
me out right now.
ground?
You could
I don't
stand
want to go into the
on it.
woods.
Yeah. That's the perspective.
Denison might be
Oh,
allergic to the
shit.
woods.
That's what I tell people. I'm like, you're not
I
sure
love
you're
you guys.
I seen a movie about this, Silence of the Lambs, I think it was.
No, that's
Whoa.
Are you telling me to shut up right now? Okay, huh?
No, you got to put the lotion in the basket.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
go
say
somewhere.
you would
On
put
the skin.
lotion
In the skin, in the basket.
in the
I don't know.
basket.
Deliverance is the one about the woods.
So the one with the banjos? Yes.
You do know that that story was off of a Wisconsin like logistic fucked up where he like dug up graves, killed his mom at the end stages, and yeah, right? It's also
What?
connected to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay. What other undisclosed facts do you have?
Just trying to.
I'm taking notes.
It comes from Wisconsin, and then recently, this is
Inquisition
really
here.
fucked up.
I'm a
Wisconsin has
detective.
been labeled as like one of the most intoxicated states, like across the board for years.
Shit.
Yeah, I have stories because I did grow up in Milwaukee and had some college experiences in Madison. I'm not proud of them.
Okay. Are they more or less grapey than the last one?
Not grapey, because actually I'm not
Okay.
a whore at all. That's my MO. That's just
Well,
who I am.
hold on.
Sorry.
Where would grapey and whore coincide?
Very
No.
similar.
We need to extrapolate now. Where would
Okay.
grapey and whore
I have a
fit
great
into the same? They would be ancillary,
So the
opposite.
Definitely
sanity machine, Steve.
Steve.
Queefin Steve
Queefin?
McQueen, the sanity machine. He
Queefin.
runs around talking about gaping hole optics, and I am a butthole virgin, so I like to hold claim to that. My number is less than 2 hands. I lost my virginity at an older
I like
age.
her. What are you doing? Go on.
I'm just laying this out that you cannot call me a whore ever. I might be a Sasquatch. I might be Nephilim or
I wouldn't do
I
that.
think by whore in this context,
Maybe
Hard-eater,
Nordic.
but you can
she
suck
means
it.
slut.
No, honey.
Oh.
I just laid out that I'm not a slut.
Psychology control thing. I don't get it because like
Not a slut.
whatever they want to. Literally, you cannot. It's illegal for you to stop them unless they're like threatening you.
Wow.
I love you, Zephyr. Thank you. Just
didn't-
reiterate,
like,
not a
fuck.
slut.
Love you too.
Okay.
You're
Go on.
Yeah,
we
because a
listen.
whore gets paid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
That is
Horse
true.
That's what they say.
I was
don't know.
saying, I think the confusion was
Well,
coming from
that'd
the
be a
use of the
professional.
word term whore in a
Well,
loose kind of way that also means slut.
What do you
I've
mean
heard some
loose?
on Flow State, it's $45 an hour, you know?
I knew as I said that I was gonna have to hear about it.
Well, wouldn't that be a professional whore, Denizen? I mean, I've known some whores that wasn't money involved.
Right?
But that's supposed to be what's implied by whore, though.
But that's why I say professional whore. We gotta narrow it down.
No, that's redundant. The whore is the professional slut.
That makes money necessarily.
It's her job, usually, I guess, right?
So what do you call the whore that doesn't make money?
A slut.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding.
A slave?
I wasn't aware of the vernacular.
No, like a.
Plus, I never met one. I've never known any, actually.
I mean, it just depends. Like, if
You never met a prostitute before?
No.
Interesting.
Actually, like, okay, so I
Or a
did
slut.
clean up a strip club before. I know, like weird shit, like just the way it intermingled. It was a roommate of mine who had a friend. But I
Was this you?
me like.
I mean, it
no,
sounds
I was-
like now you're like, oh, I got a friend of a roommate of a
Who was
sister.
a stripper.
Yeah.
Please do my background check. I'd be happy to see what you come up
this
with.
is
I've never
getting
been
weird,
a whore.
man.
Never been on a. Okay, you know, like.
Denizen, you are being uncooperative in this investigation story.
I know. But that's kind of my MO, isn't it?
Charge him with obstruction of justice.
Yeah, he guilty. All right, go on, Sarah.
I'll appeal.
Challenge it because I
course you
have
will.
nothing to hide.
We're listening.
So, yeah, over a decade I was a fucking sleep tech. So you want to get like creepy with it? We can start going into that.
Technology.
Yeah, I would
Creepy
not trust you around
Brainwaves
unconscious
for a
people.
decade, brother.
Okay.
So
And that
not
laugh
only
didn't
did she
help.
have access to unconscious people, but she had medical equipment too.
That was a guilty laugh.
Sad trombone. So wait a minute. Tommy hasn't contacted
Wait a
you
minute.
again or anything, has he?
Yeah, is he dead or?
No, we have never connected, and we probably won't.
Like no text, no nothing on the internet.
No,
or
we
anything?
have texted, but there's no direct connection, so
Right.
there's no problem.
Other than
like,
grapiness,
you guys
other
have
than
no
you
idea where
just
my
said
life
here, if he's listening, that you'll still go
Yeah,
on a
he
mountain
knows-
with him,
he knows
some
I'm
bullshit
advanced.
to make a
He doesn't know
mockument
where
of
I'm going to
him.
school. He doesn't
Okay.
know where I'm constantly engaged in, so I'm back and forth on a regular.
But how do you
basis.
know what he knows? You don't know what I know. I don't know what you know. How do you know what he
Oh,
knows?
oh snap! You coming?
know.
Are we gonna meet? You coming up? Let's go, brother.
I mean, yeah, go on.
No, but seriously, like through all of this and what I've always discussed, and through my previous experiences here, I want to meet everybody in real life. So that's
Ooh,
even why
I don't
did
recommend that.
look at Tommy,
I
and
do
I'm
too.
not
This
opposed
is
to
real
that
life.
happening, you guys. Like he knows this. I
This fake
I don't
What
think
is
he's
real
like thinking
life?
of all shit. But I did tell him that his dialogue behind the scenes was getting a little grapey and ropey. Like
Okay,
I
okay.
called it out, and I'm not gonna deny it. And if he doesn't like that I'm saying this out loud, fuck it. Because there's other people who are
it needs to be
concerned
said.
about his dialogue. So I'm allowed to say it. Thank you. I love you guys so much. Like this is, you have no idea. Like there's times, right? I know you all know this. We have our lives, and I am
I didn't know
engrossed in
that.
a full-on schedule. I have, I'm a student again, and
I
trying
don't
to find
know
a job.
anything
and all
about
that.
you.
Okay, but I just really appreciate this. This is one of my happy places. Shout out to Brother Mo for hosting. Thank you,
Except
guys.
that you're tall and you want to take Tommy to a mountain.
No,
Yeah,
gross.
a grapey mountain.
Jonathan, hold on. I am Team Snoo, but I have a leader now. So I am taken, but I appreciate the
What?
I don't understand why people say things like this as though other people
Leader?
know what they're talking
That's
about.
a weird.
What's
that's
a
an
leader?
Interesting term.
Is that a boyfriend or is it a girl? Is it a?
No,
It
I
don't
have
matter.
a
Whatever.
boyfriend, like a man.
Oh, why'd
Yeah.
you call him a leader? Why'd you
A
say I got a
man friend?
leader?
Because he's the leader of Team Snoo. Do you know what Snoo is?
Nah.
No,
Yes.
of course not.
He's the little vacuum
This
guy.
is exactly what I was just talking about.
Tide? What? Snoo?
Snoo is the friggin' vacuum from the Teletubbies, isn't it?
Okay.
No.
Oh.
That's if that is, that's a different snoo
Sure
snoo.
about that?
I don't know how either of you sure about
Yeah,
the
that's
Teletubbies.
exactly what I was thinking.
What
Is
the
why
fuck?
would either of you know anything about a Teletubby? And the
I'm
way
thinking of
Reddington would
Futurama. I
declare
don't
she
know what
was
she's thinking
wrong was
of.
like,
Oh,
no.
Futurama. Okay.
Toddlers are obsessed, and I am observant.
That's good. I guess.
I'm assuming Ezra's referring to Futurama and not Teletubbies.
What was the
I could be wrong
question?
though.
What was the...
You guys didn't know what snoo snoo was.
Oh, right.
I was okay with that though.
What is the snoo? I can't even say it. What is that?
We
If
were
it's not
debating it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think that
Sound kind of rapey, I agree.
yeah, I think she knows though. She should tell us. Please tell us.
I think I like that. I think I want to be referred to as a leader, right? Like when she's talking to friends, oh, I got a leader. Like, I found a new leader. That's very dynamical. And then he'd be like, oh, I found a new follower.
Just look up Death by Snoo Snoo, please.
My
somebody.
number one follower, Ezra.
My assumption was correct.
It's
I
a-
love you, Brad. You read my mind. He is telepathic with me. I swear to God, that's my fucking OG brother.
Is it gay? What does it mean?
No, stop it. It's not about that, babe.
What is it about?
It's about an Amazonian tribe of women. I'm 6'1". What do you want from me? Like, I'm gonna dominate to some small extent, not like over completely okay.
Okay, under? I don't know if your leader would want to hear this whole conver. Nah, he'd be all
I
right.
feel
with
like I should talk to my therapist after this.
it. Yes, luckily I'm here, Dennison. Don't
I'm
worry.
assuming your leader knows about the Tommy incident then.
Yeah, what did the
Based,
leader
I'm
say
feeling
to do?
very vulnerable right now.
Yeah, you've been penetrated, Dennison. Go on.
It feels that way.
What did the leader say about the rapiness?
Do you see my picture? I have to go. I have to go into the woods at this point. Like it's gotten too serious. You realize that? Like
That's where Tommy is.
We've been infiltrated. It's
Sad
gotten to that point, folks. Like I have to disappear again. So I appreciate the time and effort and hashtag Team Susu.
Hold on, I didn't finish.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Are you a woman? That's pretty regular. Normal.
Right? That's what's fucked up right now. Can I just say that really quick? Really quick. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Dave.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I
I'm the
am
best.
legit a born woman. I can tell you my date of birth, the time of birth. I was legit born at home. My mother legit
time?
gave birth to me at home, not in a hospital. 1985.
What time?
What I'm trying to say to you,
You said you could
is
say the
I
time.
am 6'1", and I am now in a weird transition in my life. Where people
Whoa,
are like,
whoa! This is the wrong
right?
program
Like,
for
Now we
that.
see why Tommy's
Mm.
interested.
But I have the hip
Carrying around.
and I have the ability, and I'm excited to share with you all like the first, trans, non-trans baby of the Panelverse. So it's gonna happen, folks.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
What?
Wait, what was the code? Somebody decipher that shit. What the fuck?
Are you getting knocked up by somebody?
Yep.
Tommy?
Yeah.
What the?
Hey,
Zephyr knows. Zephyr, take it from me, honey.
I'm just a brain baby. Okay, that's it for me.
This
it's not about
crazy.
procreation. I've already procreated.
Oh, you did? Wait. Everybody,
It's a weird baby
ladies
shower.
and gentlemen, we first have our first ever Panelverse Pixel Baby on arrival. What's the due date, honey? Like, are we a month out?
My cat is named Pixel.
Like April?
Pixel baby?
Yeah, the first Pixel Baby of the Panelverse.
Wow.
Zephyr.
And my great is named Voxel, so that's kind of weird.
Congrats, I guess.
All right, we'll keep you updated, folks. But just yeah, it's happening. And if you didn't already know, this has happened before. So JG,
Yeah,
Is it a
I
Sasquatch?
heard that you and Bax had a
Wait,
baby,
what?
and it may not have come to fruition, or it's homunculus,
Whoa.
or it's
Whoa.
regurgitating in some
This is a
underground
family
layer.
show, lady.
Can you update us on that?
She's saying it got
status?
flushed
No,
down
I
the
think we're
potty?
way past that now.
Love it.
You got flushed down the
So
toilet?
folks, like, just hold on, because it gets spicier.
Called cycling, okay?
How's it get spicier than grape and pregnant? What?
And Mountains and Tommy and
Okay,
Yeah,
hold
Tommy
on.
Pagan.
I agree.
Yeah, hold on, Red. I gotta come back in. Give me a second, guys.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That
Uh-oh.
was
JG,
a
what
good
do you have to
No,
say
it's
about
probably
that? Didn't
computer
you have
troubles.
a baby with Bex? Wasn't
Yeah.
there the
Your
first
whole
ever
monologue
baby
fucked up
of
his
the
computer,
family?
Ezra.
I think he needs a new computer. We
There I
should
go.
He
buy
does
him.
now.
No, I'm all good.
I
But
concur.
but yeah, I was gonna let you guys keep talking for 10 minutes, and then we'll play some music, and then we'll go to to the Tao Te Ching, and then we'll go to a video I've procured. Pretty interesting before we go to Kurzweil. So yeah, that's the rest of the thing. Unless more people join the panel. Now the link is pinned, so if you want to join the conversation, go ahead.
Procured
Guys.
is an interesting word there.
Yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
the best
It's
ever
like
by
it's like the other video that I had, with the Closer to Truth with Kurzweil and Closer to Truth.
Oh, okay.
And do another round of that.
As long as it's not that Greg
But
Epstein
yeah,
again.
preggers, yeah, congrats. I mean, it is what it is, baby.
Am I pregnant now?
The maybe
Yes.
baby.
If you want to be.
I can examine you if you want.
Wow.
I was
sounds
gonna
like fun.
say, I mean, do we all want to, can we have a
Do not seek the
conjoined?
treasure.
Is that a
I
prostate
prefer the
exam?
second witness, though.
Thank you. I'm so in love right now, with all of your babies.
Me too. Awesome.
And there's that grapey feeling again.
It's creepy. That's creepy.
Yeah, my stomach hurts.
You're
I feel a
pregnant
little
too.
dizzy and shit.
More careful.
I want ice cream.
My butthole is clenched.
Can we all guess what base baby's gonna look like? It's gonna be super hot.
Oh shit.
Very fit.
As long as it
Very
doesn't
fit.
come out with a
A
cigarette in
super
its
hot
mouth.
baby. Jesus,
No,
this
this for
really took a
awareness.
weird turn.
It's awareness, Reddington.
Very good at sticking to the
Yes.
plan too. I know this.
Must protect pupper.
Immediate
I like
sign up.
dogs more than most people. I like dogs.
Best in show.
Not the little tiny yappy ones. They don't shut the fuck up. But the other ones, the bigger ones that are cool and mellow until they need to, bite somebody's dick off. I like them.
Huge dumps. You're saying.
Yeah.
I thought I saw an article somewhere saying that dogs are able to sniff out who's being truthful and who isn't, but
They know
don't
a good
quote me
person.
on that.
Well,
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
think about it, they can sense how you're feeling. They may not be able to interpret it the way that we do and be able to say he's
Yeah,
bad,
their
he's
senses
good.
are very powerful.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they sense like nervous feeling or
They
fakeness,
match the energy of their owners, etc.
Exactly.
Cats do that too. They just act like they don't care.
I trust
I actually
Reddington. He a wolf.
rescued a pit bull mix. Pretty big boy, balls intact, super
Oh.
sweetheart. But ended up
Good
taking him,
balls.
and I know his owners picked him up. And then shortly after, I ended up because I take these back roads all the time. That's my MO. Ended up running to a Rottweiler Doberman mix. And just again, just got down on my knees, immediately talked to him with my head cocked, right, not looking at him. Hey boy, come over here.
What
And he's,
the fuck?
and then he's, I
Yo,
was
down-
able to.
she was down on her knees.
I didn't even want to say
Wait,
anything.
Something got cocked. I don't know. There
Based.
was a
Her head was cocked.
oh
Based.
yeah.
Can I handle
Sad
livestock?
trombone.
Am
No,
I
I was.
not a woman
Denizen was
of
behind. I was trying to
workers?
speed him up. Yeah, go on.
So back it up for a second. I can handle.
Jesus.
I can handle.
Whatever.
How is everything that comes out of your mouth like
Oh fuck!
a
Really?
bad porn scene?
Okay, I'm done. Good night.
It's a good one.
Thank
No,
you.
it's good. Ezra, don't listen to that
Stay
feedback.
safe, Ezra.
It
No,
wasn't
no
that-
Tommies.
It wasn't that
I
accurate.
appreciate you.
It was minorly.
Do
My
not
voice,
seek the
my
treasure.
voice. Yeah.
I
That
think
was
it
productive.
because we say we're not whores, you know, to defend ourselves because we're not. We don't feel like we are, and then everybody like immediately says otherwise. Just
Who said that? Who?
But these boys don't, and you know that,
Who?
Zephyr. And I appreciate your backup. She's got my
projection.
back. Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah.
the projection that girls get, and I'm not complaining at all. I'm fine with that.
I know you're
whatever.
not.
I am. It's okay because I can't change that.
Change
No, I
what?
know. And
What do you
actually,
need to
that's where
change?
you and I connect so much. I've realized that because you're kind of a woman of the homestead. You kind of
It's
get
like-
that. You're yeah.
Nothing
So,
about
and
that.
I'm going to tell you guys like literally every day. I'm not joking you. I post my shit, but like I'm out fucking side. I am out in the
Whoa.
woods. So when I tell you see you in the woods, that's where I fucking am.
That's
I'm
the
just
place to be.
standing
That's
by
the
it.
place to fuck. Yeah.
I was gonna say
Okay, wait.
out
I
fucking
have my
side or
significant
outside
other.
fucking.
Please,
Huh?
I was gonna say, please, like, I'm not trying to, like, because legit, that is the fuck yes. Like,
Huh?
please, yes. And that is my man. He knows how to take care of
Your
that
leader.
situation.
Your leader. Remember.
Commander.
You're outside. Fuck your woman outside. Sorry. F that. Okay, I don't mean to shut down the stream.
Yeah. Shoot your load in the weeds.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
Seriously.
And I children, but yeah, outdoors is fun.
That's my MO. I'm just
plants
saying, like,
will
that's
grow
where I
off
am.
of it. That's good.
Where people could see you.
Sandy vagina.
Yeah, a little bit of risk. There's some risk involved. You might
Yeah.
get poison ivy on your vagina.
No, actually, I'm not allergic. This is a weird thing. I've hiked in
Oak,
many
poison
places.
oak.
I'm not allergic to poison ivy. I am to oak, but not to ivy. And based, I know you like your whiskey, so I'm cheersing you. You hear that a little
What?
bit?
I
That's
would
some
like
Bullet
some whiskey.
Rye.
I do.
Bullet
Oh, I saw some bullet. I wanted to get
Yeah,
it. I
babe.
didn't. Yeah. Bullet's good. 94. As it would be.
So cool.
Exactly.
I know.
94 proof.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's good for the price. And it's good.
Yeah, actually. Just little sippy sip.
Well, I got to say, Sarah, this has been a
Wouldn't mind some
wonderful
Glenlivet.
Scotch
Yep.
intervention. I was going to say it's been a good intervention for Denizen. He a creep. Did you hear what he was saying? You were describing your very eloquent story, and he kept sexualizing it. It was weird. I didn't get that
I'm
part.
used to it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I am.
You're tricky based, man. I can't believe you got Crispy to give over $4. That's
It was good. I didn't even get a cut. I didn't even get a.
Yeah, because like
You should
TML,
gotten-
like
I should've
right,
got a dollar.
Zephyr, these men. This is why we talk to these men.
Did I win? I won something.
No, you're sharp.
100 kicks in the butt.
You're not.
Shit.
You're not playing into the bullshit.
You get to go to the mountains.
Yay! All
Go to Bell's
inclusive.
Canyon.
Is it all inclusive or X?
Let's go. Okay, sorry.
It's out fucking side.
Yeah.
Did we say the secret word? Did we win something really for serious? That would be awesome.
No.
I think it's called the safe word. I'm not sure, Zephyr.
I just assumed it was commercial breaks. Like that was our warning, like 2-minute warning that we're gonna go back to the study.
Oh, that was machine. Okay.
Oh yeah, blessings. Yeah, so basically I'm gonna take a musical break and then I'll be back with some Taoism. Thank you guys so much for being here. I mean, this is some
shit.
music I procured for you guys. You know what I mean? I'm gonna smoke some cannabis.
Yes, brother. Appreciate your collab. One of my favorite people. Is that Citron? Put that down, brother.
Yeah, that's a Hermes ring. Right? It is what it is. The god of knowledge. Right? But yeah.
And you know it's teasing. Like, I'm not discrediting the validity of your ring set.
No, it's definitely a fake ring. Right? But yeah. I mean,
Wait, I
bought
didn't
it when
say
I was,
that.
yeah, I bought it when I was in Greece. I mean, from some
Oh,
lady on the
nice.
street. Yeah, some little lady on the street sold it to me. Right? So yeah, it
Hey,
is what it is.
I have my cheap rings. I'm not gonna lie, like,
Yeah.
because certain
Yeah,
rings, like, certain stones
yeah,
are.
this one I bought at a gas station has yin yangs on it. Remember?
What's your say, brother?
The Taoism ring. You know what I mean? But yeah, it says when the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety arises. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. You know what I mean? So essentially, what it's trying to say is that, right, these Confucian value systems, right, about loyal ministers, you know what I mean? Filial piety within the family, that these are standards, right, that don't actually improve conditions on the whole. You know what I mean? The standards are there for the lack of those things, right? So real order does not actually come from imposing standards, right? It comes from people following the essence of what the standards are for. And right, so he's saying that if you need to have filial piety, right, if you need to have loyal ministers, right, these are actually signs of disorder and not order. You know what I mean?
That makes sense, actually.
So it's
like
yeah,
heavily.
so it's a little bit going against these Confucian values, right, about nationality, filial piety. You know what I mean? And also about having loyal ministers, right? So it's talking about the order of society that's exposed externally within Confucian ethics, and it's saying that inherent goodness lacks in all of these forms. You know what I mean?
So does that mean nationalism is going to be at its most fervent when the country is failing and the institutions are collapsing?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Essentially, like that's when you need it.
But here's what's interesting. It's
Yeah.
potentially, and not to make this an argument, it's happening now, but people don't even realize it. Right? There's the illusion to some degree. People are buffered from the reality of the chaos that exists. And so that patriotism isn't happening.
Yeah. It was said during the time when the Twin Towers were bombed, they said, why can't we always come together like this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also a lot of misdirected anger.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
So it's the facade of, you know what I mean? That it's the
Yeah.
disorder is what brought about the sense of patriotism. That's what people were feeling. It's like, why don't we always have this? That would have prevented the disaster in the first place.
Yeah, but I want to say that patriotism was not patriotism. It was actually just hatred, right? Maybe a illusion of patriotism, but most people didn't give a fuck about the people dying overseas, whether they were on our side or theirs, unless they knew them. I mean, for the most part, soldiers expendable, and people don't really give a shit. They pretend to, but most don't really care.
Well said. And putting themselves under a flag, right? Or under a jurisdiction. Like saying, like, I support this. This is where I fall under. When not necessarily it's the right.
You don't see politicians' children going to fight. I mean, at one point in time, there was some, but I guess, apparently. But at this point, I don't think any would stick their kids within the military-industrial complex. And when you look at the point I made earlier that Flow State rage quit on, which was the idea that the truth that the funding by the Rothschilds on each side of, for instance, the Napoleonic War, shows what a facade it all really was. I'm not super familiar with the Napoleonic War. I'm just saying, for it to be funded on both sides is wild.
You're
It's
looking
crazy work.
for Maria Mendez Nasi, Nasi. You know what I mean? Who basically had the fortune, you know, and Don Joseph Nasi, you know, these people were basically funding Napoleon. You know what I mean? And they actually put him on the coin with Cyrus, the same way that the Sanhedrin put Trump on the coin with Cyrus. You know what I mean? So it's interesting stuff, but you know, it goes to some of the ideas, you know, some of the greater ideas of what was going on in France at the time. But the whole democratic age has a sensibility in which, you know, it has a greater concept, and the great concept is that people can govern themselves. Now, what Lao Tzu is suggesting is something interesting. He's saying that, you know, if you allow people to govern themselves, it's actually the best way to rule over them. And how does one do that? Well, you know, it's like he's saying, and you have to put everything in context, because in the previous chapter, he did say that the best ruler is but a shadowy presence. Right? So he's talking about that a ruler shouldn't interfere with the people he rules over, and actually should remain as a person that accomplishes tasks and then gets out of the way of the people he's ruling over, so the people don't even know that he accomplished the task. Now, we could think of in a democratic age, as you described, I mean, there could be a shadow government, you know what I mean, right? Where the people don't understand how they're being ruled, and also they think that they're ruling themselves. Well, what could be a more efficient means of rule itself, right? I mean, it was all predicted by Lao Tzu. I mean, right?
It was predicted by history because it repeats. This has happened many, many, many times over, according to history.
Yeah, exactly. And then he says, throw away holiness and wisdom. Now he's giving a reaction to his last chapter. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice. And people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course.
Well, that is what we do, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, the world revolves. We're not impacting it much, if any. I mean, I would say a little bit, but not much.
We're segregated. Like, this is a tribunal type thing. Like, this is going back to and a little bit matriarchal, and I'm not trying to segregate it to that because I don't necessarily agree.
You sexist.
That's sweet.
No, that's a perfectly
misogyny.
No, here, hold on. I just want to say that that's a perfectly fair line in terms of Taoism, because as we know, in Taoism, he's describing rule by describing a female. So that is one aspect of Taoism. Okay, so because the female creates without owning what she produces, right? She works without taking credit. So he's describing the virtue as a female as a virtue of the Tao itself, right? And also, so he describes women, water. You know what I mean?
So when you say she works without taking credit,
sound a little simpy.
Like for me personally, like
no, want credit.
So real quick, sorry Zephyr, I don't want to interrupt, and I just let me lay this small point. I come from a strong like as far as my ancestral history, I come from a strong German ethic, so work ethic. So what you just said has no like juxtaposition with who I am as a person, and that has nothing to do with me as being a woman in a relationship, but as a woman in a relationship and understanding her what's the right words here? It's like part boundaries and part
role. Her role.
What? Sorry, say that, please.
Her role. ROLE.
Yeah, I mean, partially, right? Like to me personally, and I'm not trying to
Egg
say
rolls.
I'm not taking my steps.
Misogyny.
I will never take myself down a notch by saying like I have to take a role. So, but
Well,
I
how is
love
that
what
down
you
a notch?
said.
It could be up a notch to take on a role.
Exactly.
Well, no, but I don't know what you mean then, because
That's
you
no.
described taking on a role as necessarily down a notch.
Sorry. Don't take what you said. Actually, like I'm trying to say, like it empowered me to take
That
what
makes
I was
sense.
trying to say further.
I'm very empowering.
But it's not to also say that I don't, respect that place. I'm just saying that
What
there's a
place?
huge,
Your-
disposition with.
Look, are you talking about societal standards of roles versus
Like,
your role? Okay, you're making a
especially-
distinguishment, and that's fine.
It's-
There's not. I think that's good.
Especially recently,
Depending
like especially
on
like if
how.
we understand like this gender transition shit too, right? Like
Yeah, it's not real. Don't worry
again,
about
I
that.
have to reiterate, I am a tall fucking woman, but I know how to
That's
be
all right.
feminine. I know how to be in myself, and I know I have a deep voice right now, but I know how to be.
Look, you're a tall woman. That's like being a short man. It's true. It's well, I'm saying it's polar.
Somebody's in the backstage.
Okay, yeah, I'm
that
shutting up.
shows,
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you for joining.
I love you, Mo.
What up?
Yeah, so yeah, blessings. Yeah, but then it goes on to say, stop thinking and end your problems. So he's moving in a similar pattern here. The thing about it is he's talking about, since the beginning of this entire work, getting rid of words and definitions. But yeah, the whole idea of in essence, he's not talking about women in terms of, being female, but he's talking about more of being in a position of being able to create things and in terms of mainly in terms of how the lower position in terms of in terms of most ideas, that the weaker form is actually the stronger in terms of holding things together. So the fact of the idea of water and women and stuff like that, the lower position instead of the higher one, the suppleness of plants, versus hard wood and rocks and stuff like that. Right. So he's talking about
Complimenting.
Yeah. So he's talking about stillness versus motion, low versus high, darkness versus light. In terms of in terms of making things manifest. And he's also talking about using non-being instead of working with what is there. Right? So in terms of ruling, he's saying that the best ruler is somebody who doesn't really impose rules, who doesn't fit to standards, who doesn't have to be fit to standards, because his own the people he rules over barely even notice that he's ruling. Right?
That's me. It's me you're describing. Okay.
Yeah, like if you're in
appreciate
charge
that.
of a business, like the business that you take care of, that people that you were, that work under you, they barely know that you're in charge, in the same kind of a way. It could be about you, or it could be about anyone. Right?
I feel better about myself than before
Oh
I came
yeah,
here.
yeah. This is here. Yeah, this is like
I give a shit.
therapy. Yeah, this
Seriously.
is some therapy for you. You
Oh, that
you
I
read
didn't even
it
know I
down.
needed it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You definitely need a little bit. Everybody does.
Like MVP for me, like you guys,
Sarcastic trombone.
but Red,
I like that. That's good.
right?
Rusty trombone.
Mo, you guys are my brothers, and so is Based, and so is NPC.
Thank
I
you.
see you guys. Like we're all fluctuating through this. It's awkward. I could
don't
play you
feel
guys
awkward.
some old weird clips you don't even know that exist of me that had, not amazing views, but you know, it was connected to lead key in the flat Earth community, and I never stood by that. Just want to make that clear really quick. But
You're not a flat earther?
I have videos of that shit. Like, I'm just saying, like, we're not here for that. We're here to connect.
I accidentally clicked the link. I didn't know what it was. I saw a machine and
Like, honestly, you're genuine as shit, and
Technology compelleth thee.
I grow my
He's lying because I sent him it privately. But anyways, let's go back to this. It says,
Shut up, machine.
It says stop thinking and put. Yeah, he tried to be cooler than the show, but he's not. But yeah, stop thinking and put an end to your
Too
troubles.
cool for school.
Yeah, exactly. Too cool for school. You know how it is. But yeah,
Did I win?
Not yet, but
I like that. That's
exactly. You know what I mean? You know, you got to stay in the game. This is the only way. I mean, but it says stop thinking and end your problems. This is a little bit different translation. It says, what difference is there between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like
Bred
an
in
infant.
circuses.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I alone am.
Not
yeah.
my guys, not my monkey, not my circus.
Exactly.
Came out.
Exactly.
You and I.
Yeah, exactly.
personally just talked this out, right? Like, it's like you can continue to perpetuate on what other people are perpetuating on.
Oh yeah, there's a
And we're just
participatory.
judging and circling
Yeah, there's
the wheel. Just
Yeah, of
quiet.
course, there's a participatory design to on both mind, learning, and all sorts of ideas. But the fact is that the best way to stay above it is not to participate, and so to avoid confusion. You know, right? So what he says is, he says,
Don't
he says,
vote.
I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts.
Ding, ding, ding.
Put some emphasis into that part.
Oh yeah, it's Stephen Mitchell. I mean, he's going full, artisimo. I mean, with this, but the fact is that, he's talking about being, the beauty of having loneliness in the crowd. The fact of being part of society, but not being part of, essentially the mix or what's going on. So having your own ideas of self-sufficiency, not being trapped by culture, ideology of the times. You know what I mean? So he's talking about all of these things in 400 BC. I mean, about conformity, right? And social pressures, and the best way is to not try to fit in, right? Is what Lao Tzu is essentially saying, right? That to quote LP, he said, I don't try to be different. I am. So inevitably, my now will remain. Inevitably, my style will remain when your now turns to then. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't try to be different. I am. So inevitably, my style will remain when your now turns to then. You know what I'm saying? So what is original? It stays in play. Original means it maintains freshness over time. That's the way to define original, old and new. The paradox of being original is being old and new.
I don't know if anything is original, though.
Exactly.
He don't swear
There's
he's
nothing new
nice.
under
He
the
knows
sun.
he's nice.
Right.
Exactly.
Nothing new under the sun. But the truth stands the test of time is kind of how I was thinking about what you were saying.
Yeah. Or to quote Parmenides, what is possible is actual. You know what I mean? Impossible is nothing. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? But it goes into, so fitting standards. I mean, that only tells about less than half of the story of what's actually going on. You know what I mean? But
Lens frequency.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why he says the master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. Okay, it's just as simple as that. Just exactly what I was just saying. All right. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not.
Oh,
How do I
shit.
know? Yeah. Yeah. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see, he says. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient master says, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. Now he says, express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Okay? The goal is sincerity. Okay? Not expression. You know what I mean? So people who rely on words to make their point, I mean, they fall short of actual meaning, actual sincerity. You know what I mean? Okay, be like the forces of nature.
Right.
Wait, what was that?
Rocky. I heard it, Rocky. Like for the first time all night. But me personally, I'm like,
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Good
blessings.
night, guys.
Easy.
Yeah, what's all right. Yeah, give me a second here. Damn. That was like I'd never even drank that coffee. It just straight up vanished into
So,
my
in order to be good, you have to be a degenerate.
I'm a deregenerate. Does
well,
that count?
it's not it's not that easy, but he says that that good people are not necessarily aware that they're like being good, right? So the fact is that it's not that it's that bad people have motive, but good people don't really have motive. You know what I mean? So like they don't care if someone's being bad. You know what I mean?
That doesn't sound good though.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good, but
Wait,
goodness
really?
is not just mere facade. It's actually actionable. Right? So like it's like how Plato says,
But you
like
said
the
without
bad
intent.
man. Huh?
You said without intent, which would mean doing good by accident, by happenstance.
So
yeah. Let me explain. Like
yeah,
for
go
example,
ahead. Yeah,
right? Like
please.
for example, right? Like a colony of thieves, right? They have to have virtue. Their virtue is that they don't steal from each other, right? So the thing is that the same treatment they apply to people on the outside, they don't apply inside. Now, a society of saints, they don't have standards of goodness, right? Because everybody's good, so they don't need to enforce laws. You get what I mean? So the same way that goodness functions without knowing, without being aware of itself, badness has to function within goodness itself. All right. So, but you get what I'm saying, right? And goodness doesn't
Yeah.
exactly try to eliminate badness. It just tries to teach bad people how to be good. You know what I mean? So, like, You know, he says a bad man is just a good man's, like responsibility. Like he says what is a good man? A bad man's teacher. What is a bad man? A good man's credit. Okay, so you're not
Like,
going to get
guys,
rid of that. Yeah, you're not
what
going to
does
get
it
rid of
even
evil.
mean? Like, how can you lay that down as like such a baseline? So I'd be curious to hear what the men have to say.
I'm like, what would the cops do if there was no crime? Oh shit!
Yeah, well, I agree. You can't eliminate
They would invent more
evilness.
laws so that they can arrest people.
Yeah, and how about this? How about this as an example? Machiavelli says that the ruler has to learn how not to be good. He has to have the appearance of morality, but learn how not to be good. Like Plato says that basically, yeah, like he says, like basically a bad man, will get the advantage of a good man early on, right? Because he is focused on evil. He is by nature evil, but the good man will, in late, right, learn of the bad man and the way he functions, right? And he'll have two forms of knowledge. He'll have knowledge of goodness and evil, right? But the evil person, he will have no knowledge of goodness. He will only have knowledge of evil, right? So Plato said that the good man has more knowledge. I mean, it has a possibility of having more knowledge. I mean,
Defense is greater than offense.
anyways, there's just some examples of goodness and evil and how they function in conjunction with each other. But anyways,
yeah,
they need each other.
I mean, it's just a reality of them being there. They have existence. I mean, right? Good and evil exist. I mean, true. Yeah.
True.
So our responsibility is to try to be good. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
evil's doing.
Yeah.
I mean,
And,
right. So that's kind of the point that Lao Tzu's making. I mean, but yeah,
I agree with that point.
Yeah.
You can't
He says
avoid
be
it,
like
right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, that your goal is to have simplicity, sincerity, which are cornerstones of virtue themselves. You know what I mean? And so he says, be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there's only wind. When it rains, there's only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao and trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place.
Mm-hmm. So
he who's
friggin' true too. I mean, vulnerability is a freaking superpower. Seriously.
Oh yeah,
Exactly,
yeah.
super.
Thank you for saying that. That is a great point that he's trying to make. It's not that he's saying like that only females are more important than males. He's trying to say that actually vulnerability is strength.
Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of point he's trying to make.
Well, it's
that
not necessarily though. You can be vulnerable just because you're retarded.
And based in different levels. Like, so you can be vulnerable.
He's just getting carried away.
Yeah, but this is but this is the main point that what's more powerful. What's more powerful than somebody who can pick up a gun and kill somebody is somebody who can convince somebody to pick up a gun and kill somebody. You mean right? So you mean right?
I hate
So
to say it, but like I actually
There go politicians.
Exactly.
Like 3 weeks ago, I picked up a gun for the first time and like nailed it, bullseye every time, rifle.
When you were texting Tommy?
And no, not that fucker. Gross. I was with somebody else. Way
I meant
better. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
What I'm getting at is the grounding level and what he's getting at, where he's going with this like really deep example of
vulnerability.
Exactly. So with where I was at,
what did you shoot?
You were really deep.
It was deep.
And hard.
Whoa.
I meant solid, like solid.
Yeah, bricked. Okay.
So Muhammad, there's
Women-
a positive
women use
to being vulnerable.
vulnerability.
It's a lesson.
Oh shit, Rocky here.
Oh yeah.
Women use
Right.
vulnerability as a weapon against men.
What?
It's a tool. Women use vulnerability as a tool.
I gave you a fix.
Technique. It's a technique women use.
Well, wouldn't that be fake? Do you mean like in a fake way?
It's an
If a
old
woman
Asian
was
treachery.
Yeah.
she was lying, being subversive.
Well, I like the theory how you get your people to rule over people without knowing that they're being ruled over. Like that's a Machiavellian
Inception.
principle.
Yeah,
Machiavellian
inception.
principle.
You got to make people want what you want them to want, and
Well,
they
it
think that
seems
they
like
wanted
they
it.
did a pretty good job in the United States. They got good people, both Bible believers, to self-govern themselves while they built up the military complex using
Industrial. Yeah.
good people.
How do you know they were good? I don't know any good people.
Well,
I've known a lot of people. I don't know any good people.
Nobody's good.
That's what I mean.
But what I'm saying is they got, the pilgrims came over here and they were self-governed. They were, the Bible only and everything. And then meanwhile, you're being infiltrated by the Rosicrucians and all these secret orders that are the really people that established the United States. And they fooled us, tricked us.
Fool's gold.
Yeah, and that's disabling, huh? Not really.
I was rooting for the Indians the whole time. Cherokee.
I'm 132nd. Yay
Could
me.
say technology won that one.
Well, y'all didn't hear about the new psyop? Now the black people are claiming that they were actually the Indians.
Black Indians?
Little coastal Maidu?
African Indians?
No, that there was no such thing as actual Indians. Now they want the casinos and reparations for now them being the Indians. So apparently indigenous Indians didn't exist.
Where'd they come from then?
I don't know. Go ask them. They was kings.
But they sound dumb. I don't want to ask them.
It sounds like a rigmarole, like where you do that like gratuitous bullshit.
Look, I'm part black, and I believe there was Indians. I am 4.4 something now.
I believe it.
4.4%. North African, Egyptian.
Yeah, that's where the second half of the name comes from. Oracle. That's Native American. That's from his Native American roots. But yeah, let's move on here. He says, "He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light." Okay, now let's get into this. He's talking about somebody who is trying to sort of sneak around, or sort of go far without planning in advance, what's going on, so the whole idea is about, obviously having steadiness, and he's going to really define what virtues he's looking for to define in the next chapter. This is 24 right now. He says, "He who defines himself can't know who he really is." Okay, obviously you got to go beyond words. You have to go beyond definitions. You have to go beyond the ego, right? You have to go beyond societal standards, right? So inherent goodness isn't actually in any of those things, right? He says, "He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create." Yeah, exactly. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. Okay. Okay, so this idea of either a perfectionist, yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah, you know, a perfectionist or somebody who tries to really control, you know, what they're trying to make. That type of person is not going to let, you know, the creation take on a life of its own by allowing it to gain root in the public conscience. You know, one doesn't have to own one's creations in order to improve them. You know, so the fact is that, you know, one doesn't actually own what they make. You know what I mean, right? So, you know, the fact is that he says, if you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. You know, what one should seek to do is actions that are complete, that have inherent value, that are unmediated, you know, that are complete in themselves, right? So once one is done with the task, you know, you could just move on. You don't have to take credit for it. You don't have to do it for anyone else. You know, you know, so this idea of being self-sufficient, you know, that yeah. Also, I want to say that goodness here is found within individuals. It's found within individuals and not found within the society as a whole. You know what I mean, right? So there's that aspect of things as well. But it says there was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty. Now, this is the embodiment of these virtues: serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are four great powers. Okay, I'll read that again. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are four great powers. Now check this out, what he says. He says, man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. And the Tao follows only itself. Now, I don't know why he replaced universe for heaven, right? I think he's trying to be scientific, right? But I won't grant him that, right? It says, it's supposed to say the earth follows heaven. The okay, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows itself, right?
I like the cosmos. It's a good
Yeah,
word.
yeah. Cosmos is a word invented by Pythagoras. So yeah, some may be interested in that word. You know what I mean? But yeah, it says here the heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Okay, obviously the thing that brings things into being, it does not have to move, right? It simply pushes things into existence. The things that are pulled by external locus, you know, external to themselves, a center outside of themselves, those things are moved by something else. You know, they're pulled, right? What really creates, it stands there and pushes things. It begins movement, right? It does so from a point of stillness, right? It doesn't do so from a point of already movement, right? Movement cannot understand movement. It's stillness that comprehends movement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyways, it says, thus the master travels all day without leaving home. Okay, however splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are.
Mm-hmm.
27, a good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent on arriving, right?
Yes.
You know, remain in a constant state of departure while always arriving, right? Isn't that the way of the Tao, right? It's you know, essentially the whole scheme is about being a stranger, right? Being like somebody who's not going to be staying long.
Like ready to die.
I guess I won the
Oh,
game
yeah.
then. I won the
Seriously, yeah, ready to die.
Face. Like that's the beauty of it.
Wait,
You are a
JG, what was that?
traveler ready to die.
To
Does
die.
that make sense? It's morbid, but it's
In order to live, you have to be ready to die. Way of the samurai. That
And
rhymes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah,
Yes.
totally. And some of the samurai that I read, you know what I mean? Like especially Sunetomo, you know what I mean? He was expert in Zen and Taoist tradition and stuff, so he heavily was focused on some of that stuff. So, totally. You know,
Yeah.
Mm.
yeah, you get some of that stuff from there. And we actually will go over the Hagakure, and some other
Yeah.
texts later. In terms of the samurai as well. When we look at Zen Buddhism, because in the 15th century they were important, progenitors of knowledge that combined Buddhism, Confucianism, Zen philosophy. So there's a unique,
So
some unique philosophy there.
right,
I'm that
it's
traveler on the Dow, man.
like I
I am
have
the
to
I
push
am the
that point.
Dow.
Yeah, exactly.
I won the game,
You
Muhammad. I
are
won the
your
game.
happy
I'm out
place.
here.
Exactly. Like you are finding, like you legit are surfacing and regulating and right,
I can
like you're
feel it.
pushing it out, like just like as you said, like you were
Like a
literally
pregnancy.
describing it in such beauty. You're pushing and pulling and you're surfacing.
Breathing.
Exactly. So
Or
where
not.
is your happy place in all of that? And for me, and evermore, I will always find my place amongst the mountains and nature.
You sound
Do you
like
have
Ted Kaczynski.
I love the trees.
That's sweet.
GG. Oh, that warms my
Yeah,
heart.
there's a tranquility you achieve when we achieve a solitude, a tranquility, and
Silence after the explosion.
That's a good point, though. I noticed a lot of people are not comfortable by themselves.
because they're young bulls, they're
Thank
kids.
you.
It's like they don't like themselves. Like they just
Well,
want
Well, you
to.
think about it, people are inundated with other people around them, giving them reflections of them that make them feel good from time to time or make them feel bad, whatever it is. And so a lot of people, it seems to me, don't have much alone time, so they don't actually figure out who they are. Not just like, oh, an hour a day while I'm shitting. That doesn't count. I mean, it counts, but not much.
That's a very interesting way of putting it.
Yeah, with the poop.
If you could,
Consciousness is rare nowadays.
if you could make people feel, wouldn't it be just like easy to make them feel better?
Yep.
Not-
Temporarily.
oh, I'm really bad at it then.
People addicted to the emotions of being around other people, the highs and lows, the drama, the bullshit. And so they stay there because it's comfortable. It's not comfortable to be alone when they're used to being around people. So that's kind of the circular, bringing it back to the beginning. That's why a lot of people don't know themselves. A lot of people aren't comfortable being alone.
Which is also known as the poverty of self.
We do need each other, though.
Yeah, but need and having too much of are, opposites, right? Like, it's not that we don't need people, but we don't need to be around each other all the time.
Yeah.
It's
not
like
like
that FOMO, right? Like we have this weird addiction. It's sort of like, oh, wait, am I in like early college? I can't. This feels really similar and slightly to that early high school philosophy too. So when you pull out of it and you know your boundaries, you can distinguish yourself as being something. How do I say it? Like, you know what I'm saying.
People are dumb? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
People are dumb.
Singularly, absolutely. We're all freaking idiots that we couldn't never get anything done if it was just never ever. It's like we would be like, what?
Most dumb people will try to fucking make you appear dumb.
Gaslight
you fucking dumb.
I welcome that. Let them, if they want to think I'm dumb, that's fine with me.
I see that all the time, and it backfires every time.
Every friggin' time. but nothing's absolute. So maybe there's sometimes it doesn't, but I don't know. I've never seen
No,
it.
it always makes someone look dumb because a wise person can see it. It's just it's it's foolish.
Yeah.
If I have nothing but accusations and smears and whatnot, it's just gonna make me look bad. If I'm constantly trying to smear somebody and accuse somebody of shit, it's just making me look dumb.
Yeah. It's like the truth needs no defense. So I like wonder sometimes who's trying to convince the like who. It's like what? Wait a minute. I was like, no, not mine. That's not my energy. Over here.
Yeah, that's why you're good spirit. So, and that's why I would recommend if you are focusing a little too much on your introverse, you should focus on your outerverse, and that's where I'd be happy to show you some footage of my recent hiking. We get the fuck outside, like shut it the fuck off, and get the fuck outside.
I've been
Thank
doing
you.
that my whole life. Why
We're
do you
gonna
gotta
go.
show us videos?
Yes, I want to go rock hunting with you. That is like top 10 list right there.
Okay, I had a client today, and he was talking about obsidian in Oregon. He's like, one of the only places are Glass Butte, and there's like, I won't get into it. He's like, yeah, ever. Okay.
What do they call it?
Yeah.
Kingstone. What starts with an F?
You hunt rocks?
Yes, I hunt them. They call out to me. They like want me to take them home.
That's crazy.
So
What did the toaster say?
Who?
I mean, if the
I don't know what you're talking about.
Obsidian. Look it up, motherfucker.
Glass. Volcanic blast. Rainbow.
I love it. Good night.
Favorite. I literally have rocks in my purse right now.
I'm not
I'm
trying
sure.
to.
I'm sure rocks isn't the only thing they're bumping.
Okay, so
space too, but it's not in my purse. It won't fit.
Oh.
So, part of my new profession is actually body work, and there was
body
a
slamming?
client
Is that what you said?
who was talking about working. You guys are hilarious. Okay, anyways, the client working. He was from the like me. I'm from Wisconsin. He was from the Northwest. He was talking about fishing, and he was getting all to the detail. What I'm trying to say is that I had a wonderful experience because for him to get into the parts of Oregon and the rock hounding and the obsidian, he got into Glass Butte. And so if you see my picture here, I actually have gotten some obsidian from some of the peaks of Warner Butte. So you're seeing a herd of bighorn sheep right there. And so I was camping in the area for quite a while, and so I hiked up the butte, and it was part of this picture. But once we got up, I actually do have, and I gave it to my nephew now, but I gave him some obsidian that this guy was talking about. It's like very rare. Like you can only find certain areas where this is situated. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the kind of
My
aunts,
voice, thank you.
Yeah, those are the real aunts for real, where they're like, "Here, I got this cool rock for you." You know what I'm saying? That's the real deal. I mean,
That's
yeah,
me. I'm
blessings,
the
sir.
weird aunt.
I don't know why,
Yeah,
but
you know what I mean?
I give
But
them
yeah,
rocks.
Right.
My mom
yeah,
loves
that's
it.
cool.
Is that
Yeah,
you,
blessings.
Rocky?
Oh, I would love Rocky Rocks. That'd be like Inception right there.
Yeah, and you know, it says yeah, and this chapter is pretty important. So 27 and 29, I'm actually gonna pause and talk about, but then I'm just gonna be free skating, just reading a few of these because I actually do want to get through this translation. as I'm saying, last one and this one, they're not among my favorite translations, so I just kind of want to get done with them so I can move on to some of the more simpler translations. I mean, because this one, as I said, he's translating a lot of words and trying to fit them into modern concepts. So it's important to realize that. But he says a good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Right? So this whole idea of not imposing concepts and ideas, not fitting to standards, not trying to own your creations, and letting the action speak for itself. So letting the action be a totality unto itself. So not letting externality and external locus move you. Right? So that is where he says in the other one, stillness is the master of movement. Now he says, thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost. However intelligent you are, it is the great secret, he says. Okay? So this idea of using all situations, right? Not letting anything go to waste. You know what I mean? Retiring when the work is done and letting the action be a completeness unto itself, right? Anyways, he says, know the male, but keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you perceive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, but keep to the black. Be the pattern for the world. If you are the pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside of you. There will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Okay, so now he's really describing what it is in terms of psychology, right? Then he says, accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. Okay, this idea of the primal self, the uncreated, right? Unrefined, right? Okay, the world is formed from the void like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils but keeps to the block.
Boys.
Thus she can use all things. Now this is the point here about primal self, right? And about uncreated energies. Right? As my friend as my friend Unseen Warfare likes to say, he, from the Orthodox Christian perspective, the uncreated energies, right? Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done, he says. Don't think it can be done.
Syndrome. Yes.
Okay, so this is a both idea against utopianism, but also an idea against this concept that the world needs improvement, and also against progress, right? And also it's just against knowledge and innovation in general, right? But it's also a idea about inherent goodness. So he's packed a lot into this one statement here.
So regression, he's saying that regression is good?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely he's saying that. And
like technological or like personal, like
totally.
people should get dumber?
Yeah, totally.
Thing?
Oh yeah. Yeah, 100% dumber and technological regression and dumber.
I can't imagine if they were any dumber. I mean, on the whole, not you. Well, some of you.
I mean, I can. There's like 150 million of them bitching and complaining that TikTok's going bye-bye.
Yeah, like them. Exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, but the point is this. The point is this is it's about improving the world, and it's about an inherent goodness within the world, right? So the final point is about, if you can't improve the world, the fact is that there must be some sort of inherent goodness within the world. Now, this is against the idea that the world is flawed. Right? Is a flawed place. Right? So he goes on to say, he says, the world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead and a time for being behind. Okay, so that is almost an answer to what you said before. Based?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a time for being ahead and a time for being behind, right? Sometimes the unrefined is better than the refined.
It's sort of
You're talking
redundant,
about
though.
the world.
The time behind, the time
The
ahead
world.
is the time.
Oh
the
yeah,
world.
of course. Of course,
The
it's
world.
poetry. It's got to be, it's using alliteration, which is a poetical technique. I mean, but it
Yeah,
says,
I get it. I'm the
yeah, of
poet.
course, yeah, yeah, a time for being in motion, and also this is a translation. A time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, and what is he saying? He's saying that timing needs opportunity. That time is not the most important factor. You know what I'm saying, right?
Timing. Timing would be the opportunity, right?
Yeah, of course.
The timing of the time.
Exactly.
It's your
Right.
definition of the world.
Holy shit! I could have been a poet. Everyone.
You need to be. Right?
What is the
Yeah, you need.
Even
Yeah,
know
it's
it.
part of it. Yeah, part of you is going to be missing until you
I'm
pick
pretty
up that
good.
pen.
I'm pretty good. I'm from the hood.
No, what you need is one of those
I do it because I
feathers.
could. Yeah.
One of those feathers with the ink, right? And I heard you actually you made a rap. We
Oh,
won't
yeah, I
play it
did.
here, but
You could.
Base Oracle is a poet if you didn't know it. I mean, but anyways, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are. Okay, doesn't try to improve them. See, that's the key, right? Without trying to control them, she lets go. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. Now I'm going to read really fast for a while because I don't have a lot to say about these next few chapters. At least for now. It says, whoever relies on the Tao and governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there's a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon itself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them. Only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow and with great compassion, and if he were as if he were attending a funeral. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know that their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid danger. Okay, now this idea about not naming things, right, going beyond names, or in other words, Wu Ming, right, is an accomplice to Wu Wei, right? Not only does he recommend non-mediated action, but not focusing on words, but focusing on the meaning behind words. So this is an important slight against Confucianism, right? Because Confucianism, names, titles, words, right? All of these ideas have to have fixed meaning for Confucianism to function, and and it's part of the doctrine itself, right? That words have to have meaning, right? So in Confucianism, they had the school of names, I mean, right? But anyways, he says, when you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, another Confucian concept, going back to chapter 18, where we started, right? Know that know when their function should end, knowing when to stop. You can avoid danger. All things end in the Tao as rivers flow into the sea. Now he has an important passage on interpersonal relations, and I'll only read a few more of these. He says, knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. Okay. Die of the world. Right.
That's what I aspire to be right there. 100%.
Yeah. The
Well,
great Tao flows
you know,
everywhere. All
most,
things are born
most,
from it. Wait, are you trying to say something, Rocky? Blessings.
yeah, I was going to say most people on this panel would be dead if it wasn't for farm machinery.
That's a lie.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why in the Tao they have real passages against labor-saving devices and farm machinery. I mean, right, for real. I mean, right, they're actually against technological improvement. You know what I mean? Which is probably why the Tao isn't adopted on a society-wide scale anywhere in the world today. I mean, it would probably be the top reason, even though it's one of the most translated works.
If the machine shut down right now, there would be no water in the big cities. There'd be no electricity in the big cities. You'd all have to go live out in the woods, and half of you would die.
Not true,
That's
man.
sweet.
You have this crazy like theory that's not true.
I mean, it's partially true.
No,
There's a
he
lot of
just
people that can't make it to the
motherfuckers
you know.
get carried away with this goddamn fucking hypothetical world.
Yeah, I mean, most people couldn't make it to the woods. They would die on the way
Wait,
to the
whoa.
woods.
So you're telling me that once all the cans of beans are gone and the last can of schnapps in the cabinet's gone, you're telling me that a majority of mostly these TikTokers would not die very quickly if they didn't resort to cannibalism or, you know, something close to it?
Wait, schnapps or schnapps?
No, that's not what
Like
I'm
peach?
saying. I was getting at what
Sorry,
Rocky said.
that's my foreignness come out. But still, the point is that to assume that most of these people would not die if they lost access to their food stamps and benefits and can't go to the convenience stores, that's hypocrisy. Most people will die within the first few weeks if they don't resort to cannibalism or theft or killing to get food, like going into your cabinets like Will Smith, going to get your beans.
Keep my wife's name out, yo. Is that what he did? And then he slapped Chris Rock. Is that what you mean?
That's right. And lots of people fell for that little psyop. No, I'm talking about how in I Am Legend, how he was going to people's apartment buildings and taking their food after everyone died of the Crippen virus.
Right. But we're assuming that food would be gone because they also eat a lot.
Well, you know, people don't realize that the Walking Dead isn't the fact that, you know, there are zombies. You are the Walking Dead. So
you are the zombie.
Yeah, you don't have to actually, you know, want to eat brains or flesh to be the zombie. You can be Negans and the governors without the need to do that. All it takes is the collapse of society.
Yeah, but how could you be a vegan and eat people?
Most people can't even read a map no more. They got to use their fucking Google map to find out where they are.
No, I bust out my compass, Rocky.
Well, that would be reading a map, Rocky. Using Google Maps is reading a map. Like, do you see what you're saying, man?
No. Google Maps shows you which way to turn.
Yeah, that's
okay. But Rocky, once you can't get access to Google Maps anymore, when was the last time you went to one of them rest stops when you're going on the highway and actually find a fucking map?
Yeah, the shit. Let's say.
Yeah, they don't want you to fucking read maps.
They don't want you to poop.
Yeah, the current generation is so heavily indoctrinated on technology that they'll have a mental snap. How many of these people do you think we're going to hear is going to commit suicide now that TikTok's gone or their life's over? Oh, well.
I hope all of them.
But Donald Trump's going to come in and save y'all. You know, he's your savior.
No, he's dumb as well.
We're not espousing any revolutionary maxims here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, it's not true. It's true, though.
Yeah, they.
But it's like Rocky
they
says, eat the bugs and be happy, right? Right, Rocky? Eat the bugs and be happy.
Oh, stop
I
your
bet you, I
food
bet you,
porn.
I bet you, I
Is
bet
that
you
what
the
you're
bugs.
worried about? You gotta eat
I
bugs?
bet you the bugs in my backyard are better for
Quick,
me than that shit you
They
eat
say we
from the
eat 10
store.
spiders a year.
It's
in our
not even
sleep.
that. Oh hush! Everyone knows that they put bug chemicals in your fucking
Yeah,
candy
go
to give it
outside.
special
Have
coatings.
you licked
You
bark
eat bugs all the
chemicals?
time.
Have you
You eat
gone
bugs
outside
all the
and talked
time.
to the
You
trees?
eat
I'm
bugs all the
organic.
time.
I
Really
only
curious,
do
like
whole
super
food
curious.
Yeah.
and pizza.
Every time you eat a jelly bean, every time you ate a Skittle or anything with a shiny
I don't
red
eat that.
coating.
No,
Well,
I don't do that.
congratulations.
Thank you.
You're one of the poor few
So
who
you
don't.
know where that comes from? Do you
I'm pretty
understand like
based.
how they
America,
procure
corporate
it?
America.
Do they
It's like
literally
resin.
like
It's
access
like
it
hey,
from a
hey.
syrup,
It's like
from a tree?
it's like Umbrella Corporation when you
So
know
what do you want?
putting the T virus in your little creams and stuff. You know,
Hey,
it's all
baby,
fun and
what do you
games.
want, the freak? What do
Oh,
you want? Like, what do you want out of this world? Like, what do you
Stars.
want to exist? What do you want in your industrial
Wait, that's the
revolution?
freak?
Do you want your people to
That
create
is definitely not
people,
the
or do
freak.
you want
Oh.
to like fucking sustain it yourself?
Not sure where she's
What's your
getting that
agenda?
from.
well,
Okay.
you
It's not
you
that
think
complicated.
you think going out there and hugging the trees is saving you while they're pumping you full of 5G? That's microwaving
Honey,
your brain.
I have
Oh,
never
I ain't
said
your
that.
honey. I definitely ain't your honey.
Yeah, but you're acting like it.
No, I have a wife.
You are.
Anyway,
Like, don't pussyfoot around it.
This is a
Like,
good
can you
first date.
actually haul wood? Can you do your due diligence, or are you just?
I have.
don't want
I
to
was
do
doing.
it 'cause,
I was.
like,
I was doing
I'm
talks.
so
I was doing
acquainted
talks
to,
like this. While
the
you sit over here and talk like a
internet.
drunkard. Oh, drunkard. A woman who has no brain. Oh.
Oh, me? Really, honey?
I'm not Pooh Bear. I'm not Pooh Bear. I'm not Pooh Bear. I'm not Pooh Bear. I'm not Honey Jar. I'm
You
not
also
Honey
know that
Jar.
I'm like I had a like due
Okay, Ozzy
diligence
Osbourne.
in my career. So where are you going? Where are you
You
going,
saying
brother?
that she eats bats? What do you mean?
Yeah.
She eats bat size.
I'm just fucking around. Sorry,
He's like-
JMO. I didn't mean to
So
derail.
he's like, she came from the caves, and I don't know otherwise, and I'm
Yes,
gonna
you
put
did.
her in this category, and I'm just gonna do my due
And
diligence.
it's fine.
Sorry.
I think we're getting somewhere.
Most people can't read a map nowadays.
Oh yeah.
They
Google
use
is
Google
the-
Maps.
Yeah, back to
I
Yeah,
just-
so
I
you're
wanna
right,
make
Case.
it clear, like,
they couldn't
my
even.
I'm right?
regular-
I am right.
Yeah, they couldn't
All right, hold
even
on.
make it out of town.
Yeah.
They couldn't make it out of town if they didn't have their
See?
iPhones.
I told you.
But it's not
Yeah.
that. Hey, you know what's
They
funny?
wouldn't know which way to
A
go.
lot of people. Hey, a lot of people forget that your cars also work off of microchips. So just like in War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise, you gotta change the solenoid. It's not gonna work. Your car's not gonna work.
Yeah, but he was a Scientologist.
Who also went to very rich parties with masquerades and drugs and sex and sacrifices. What's your point?
Yeah, speaking of grape.
But there won't be no more
Oh,
gas
brother.
cars. They'll all be electric. They'll just turn them off.
Yeah, that's true.
And with all due respect, how are you
Even with the
spending your
gas-powered
time?
cars, they still need electricity for a lot of shit.
That's
that will
true.
have fried motherboards. Some of these cars have like what 30 plus motherboards in them.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
That's
Even
why you
20,
need the old.
30
That's why
years
the
ago.
older the car, the better.
Well, not really,
electronics,
not really, because you know they just degrade your fuel over time to the point it like rots out your car completely, and eventually it just won't turn on no more, no matter how much you change it. Especially when it's time for them to enact martial law. It's- when martial law comes, you know the vehicles that they're going to have out here on the street, they're not going to be like just your heavy duty police cars with 50 caliber machine guns. They're going to have laser deterrent weapons that can microwave your brain with guardians on them. But I didn't tell you that.
Oh shit!
Hey, bud.
Like
you
in a
know
good
what
way?
fear
or-
porn is? Fear
Well,
porn
after
is like
that's
just
all over,
perpetuating
It's not fear porn when there's a bunch of elite people who are ready to populate you and every single person on the planet who's not with them. So, dude, I'm gonna laugh when the 30 fucking Black Hawk helicopters come flying over your house.
Yeah, and
What
that's
if I
the same
pretend to be
conversation
with
when I
them?
had with the guy who's like,
Well,
April
just take
8th,
one, but yeah.
April 8th, April 8th. All it comes down to is to that date. So I'm done with your perpetual doomsday. It doesn't
she's right.
exist
April 8th was last year.
anybody's jurisdiction.
Yeah, where's Rain at?
It
Well, that
doesn't
shouldn't
exist.
affect
I'm
you,
sorry, honey. It's not happening.
Amazon
But you can keep
lady.
you know,
Okay,
Charlotte
say that
to the
to
moon,
say that to the 12 to 15 million immigrants who came
and
across
that's
your
what I said
border.
to the same guy who told me the same thing
Especially
at
when they're told to go
different
back
time
home and
That
they've
was
already
an
made
accident.
families here. Yeah.
They made a wrong turn.
You won't think that. You won't think that. Oh, yeah. That's why they're releasing drones and setting fires to California to start their smart cities, right?
Who's John Gull?
Yep, never said that.
Who?
You just
Who's
you know,
John
it's
Gull?
a loop. So welcome to the loop.
It's the loop, but yeah, they just made a movie 2073 last year that's literally putting in your face what they're about to do to you. But yeah, it's just a movie.
Ignorant, like
It's
I have
just entertainment. Hollywood doesn't do things to innocent children. No, Jeffrey
No, I
Epstein
never
didn't
said that.
exist.
Never said that.
Email
Never
crash
said
again,
that.
or
I'm just saying that you're literally
Yeah, new
literally
movies suck though.
Can you learn to speak properly before you try to fucking argue with someone? Jesus.
I
there he is.
apologize. My voice did get a little.
I'm sorry, I don't speak feminine
Oh,
enough
come
for
on.
you. Here, let me get gay for
Well,
you.
let them do it already. Get it over with. Let's accelerate this shit. Get the zombies. Let's go.
You gotta get some Matrix music playing,
How much
man.
greater can you make it? Like
Some
That
Juno
will help.
what's
reactor.
your perpetual motion? Like what's your message? Can you go ahead, buddy? What's your message?
well,
Tell everybody you have the platform.
Most of it is actually what TML says. Humans better learn to unite really fucking quick, or your masters are going to start depopulating all of you. Because they already got their bunkers. They already got their $99 million bunkers.
Hi.
They're already in them.
Frozen.
Everyone you're seeing is either AI generated or a person in a mask.
99? Like the restaurant? Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry, I should have said 33 like Disney.
Hi, sweetheart. To who? To who? Humans to who? Thank you. Can you please explain? Because
Or to whom?
you have people here who don't understand, and they need to, have the platform laid out. So
I think I understand. He was talking about Will Smith and the Campbell soup in the cabinets.
exactly. Can you lay it out for this gentleman? Can you tell him what we need to understand? Thank you.
I don't want the smoking man to come and get me.
Who's smoking?
You must not watch enough X-Files if you don't know who the smoking man is.
No.
Yeah.
Is that with Scully?
It's the Marlboro Man.
Part of it.
Scully, is that part of the X-Files?
Yes.
Yes, sir, Johnny.
Okay. I never heard of it.
That's strange.
Yeah.
He's strong.
I don't think Scully was a troll, but I still never heard of it.
No, the smoking man is a metaphor for the agent that comes and visits you and gives you either a choice to shut the fuck up or we're going to put you in the ground and anyone else.
Why do they have to be Asian? Why is it about race?
Oh, that's why. I'm sorry. You want $5? You want fries with that? That's a lot of nuts.
Wait, did Rand show up? Hey, Bex.
No.
Hey, babe.
That's a good Asian impression. I fuck with it.
Can you back that up real quick? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, was that question toward me?
Yeah, babe.
Okay. Anyway, what was it?
Rehash the question. Get in the flask. Get in the flask, Adrian.
So you think that movies predict the future?
No, I think they're putting it right in your face like they did 9/11 for several, decades. But let's not get on that train.
We can get on it. How did the building fall that didn't get hit? How did it fall?
Sorry.
The one that didn't get hit.
Pull it.
Thank you.
Sing the Demolition Man song for me.
I don't know it.
Neither do I. I just know that there's a song called Demolition Man or something.
Expert alert.
Okay, what about the $2 trillion at the Pentagon? Where'd that go?
It mysteriously went bye-bye.
How come we haven't tracked it down?
It's more than that. It's been like over 21 trillion over like 15 years or more.
Oh, you mean like interest? Oh, you mean of different monies to go missing?
Money.
I got you.
Don't get on the fact that the guy who owned the Twin Towers decided to go and pull out a insurance claim for terrorist attacks not long before that, and got a massive payout, and he's also Jewish. But did I say that? I'm sorry.
And twice they paid him twice.
Damn, that's a good deal. Insurance scam.
And don't forget, those buildings were built to withstand several impacts of multiple airliners. So, again, you may act like I'm stupid, but I've been approached by entities that, basically
I don't
say
think you're dumb.
You only talk about so much, or, you get, chastised and locked up in Guantanamo bays.
Yeah. Have you been there?
True story.
I have been approached by smoking men. I'll put it that way.
Okay. I'm just saying, why is anyone voting again until we have the answers? You know what I mean?
Because people are still gullible and dumb enough to think that they really have any choice in this world.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Well, this country, but world extrapolated, sure.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I've talked to a few people in other parts of the internet who have a family who are currently in that war that's over there with and some of these soldiers absolutely had no clue that they were going to be flying little robots that could fly in the air. So keep telling yourself that it's not all staged. These people are really dying for sure, but it's not for what you think. So it's
I didn't
just
think anything. I didn't actually care.
Throughout history, right? Like we actually have books that have been literally laid out in front of us. That's what it is. I have a book called Flirting with Danger that talks about a massacre that happened in the Middle East that was not even touched by mainstream media. I mean, this goes across the board. So if you want to play this game of like, and then it's like just
well, you want to know the reason why my voice is so big? You want to know the reason why? You want to know the reason why my voice is so big? It's because they actually convinced half of the world. I'm sorry, not half of the world, because I was one of the people who didn't follow the lockdown whatsoever. I didn't care if a cop threw me in jail or not, and I didn't get the and I was around people who also had it, with me having a compromised immune system, and I'd never caught it 5 fucking times. So, you keep telling me that it was so aggressive and deadly, but they got the whole world. They got the whole.
I got kicked out of a cheesecake factory.
They got the whole world. They got the whole world. They got the whole world to act like cattle and to do exactly what they wanted as they enacted and did everything they wanted.
Yeah, people are dumb.
I worked in, I worked for Western medicine. I worked in a hospital industry. I was literally laid off twice.
Cheesecake
I like
last
that word.
night.
You guys like that
Those
word? That's a new one.
What flavor?
Those topped with raspberries, but it was like a regular cheesecake.
Okay. Real raspberries?
Yep.
Okay, good deal.
Just about as real as you can get, I guess.
They brought the whole management out to kick me out. They're like, "Sir, you need to put on a mask." And I was, yeah, no, really. There was like 5 women. It was all women, and they were just like scolding me. And there was this long line, and the people in the line had their masks on, like a bunch of tards. Yeah, no, it was really. I have it on video actually.
Nice.
I'm so based right now.
I didn't upload it or anything, but I do have it.
Really
It's good
quick,
times.
base, no offense. So for me,
I'm the best.
And personally, TML, like, please don't take offense to this, but the Chalk Body Outline Festival, they were at a wasn't he at a cheesecake
offended.
factory? No. Not
Wait, hold
him.
on. Wait, hold on. I'm
No.
so
Sorry, it was
confused.
QFC. It was
I'm
QFC.
offended.
Yeah. Go for it.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Cockboy Hotline had a festival?
No.
That's what I'm wondering.
It was QFC. It was Quantum shit. Why can't I think of his name right now? You guys know
So
it.
he went to Quantum of Conscience
No.
Festival?
Yes. Was it
Oh,
Quantum
okay.
of Conscious? No.
Never
Quantum of
Sorry.
Conscience. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
either
he was
Quantum
like,
of Conscience
this was
or
like
Quantum of Consciousness or something like
peak
that.
of the he was over there. That's how I first heard about it. It was the peak of the pandemic, and he was trying to get into a back seat, like, set up, and
It's a good
It was
story.
Quantum of Conscious. It was Quantum of Conscious. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. And he was like, I just want a cheesecake, or I just want this dessert. And then he's trying to get to go, and he wouldn't put a mask on, and they put up a whole uproar. This is like core of sorry, I'm just trying to, like, pin, you know what I'm saying? Like, give you guys an example of what happened in the beginning of the logistics.
You lost me at the.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna take a little musical break, and then we'll probably move over to this video that I have lined up, and we'll see where it goes
That you have
from there.
procured.
Yeah, procured a video of Kurzweil's speech, and then we'll move on to Kurzweil. So essentially, I should not be here past the 7 hours. I should just be regulating the stream via playing some tapes of my panel appearances. Very important appearance there on Benjamin's channel. I mean, we had an interesting sort of debate, sort of debate that was moderated by Hank, about
was that the one where he said eaten by a tornado?
Oh yeah. He said Elijah was
Nice.
Elijah was eaten by a tornado.
Like,
So
yeah, sort of a debate, yeah.
Yeah, he
Is that
explained
true?
the scientific miracles in the Bible. He said the sages explained them through
Allegedly.
scientific explanations.
Okay.
So this is what he said. So we're gonna look at Benjamin, and we're also gonna look at a conversation I had with Frank Monday about Taoism and magic. So we're talking about magic as primitive technique and different ideas. I also awakened Twilight, the son of Lilith, into that conversation. So I was here for 14 hours last stream, so it was quite a bit of a adventure that we went on in terms of ideas. So 2 hours of that was actually deleted, so I have to go repost that in terms of going to Frank's channel and reposting that material here. So we'll watch some of that, and we'll also see a reading from Neurojack from Pill Eater and the book I wrote. Right? So we've been looking at Kurzweil and some of his views. So we're gonna get back into some ideas of Kurzweil. Now, another announcement that I should probably make is and I'll post something in the community. I've been trying to utilize the community page. I know I haven't actually utilized it at all, but maybe I should start trying to post announcements and stuff. So I'll make a little thing for a debate that we're gonna have on Friday. We're gonna host Project VO Pod. We actually told them that we won't agree to debate unless we get Hanko Flamio as moderator, co-moderator for the debate. So we're gonna have Hanko Flamio and oh shit.
Those dudes are
nice.
Oh wait, am I still on? Am I still here?
Yes.
I don't know why my camera just went away. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna have Hanko Flamio on the Machine Lives. On the debate there. We're basically gonna be doing a debate on free will. They chose the topic. So we already did a debate like this, Tariak and VO Pod. So
Hey,
I'm just helping the
TML,
kid
can I
out.
ask
You know, I
you,
like the
like, is
kid.
there a structure? Is there a structure
There is
to
no,
this? Like, are you guys
there is
doing
no
like
structure. There is no
so,
structure. Yeah.
so there's no like debate structure. Like, hey, you've got this amount of time. We're going to allocate this and this, and then you
No,
can come
no, it's just
back.
opening
and you can research.
statements. Yeah, it's just opening statements, and it's an
Okay.
unstructured debate. Yeah, yeah.
So,
So,
like, I just want you to know, like, this was my MO. Like, it's not to say when I first came on to fucking YouTube, because like, we don't need to go down that. Sorry. But I did go into this discourse. Like, I called it mindful discourse, but it is based on a like traditional debate structure. So
Okay.
this is not that complicated, and I feel like can somebody fucking replicate this? Like, if we're gonna ask for money, I'm sorry, I'm over
Sure.
this.
Yeah, we could
You're
do
gonna
that.
fucking ask for money at this point, and can we like not break this down to that structure? And if you're gonna also break it down to that structure with money, can we not also allocate where every single fucking cent goes? Because I'm grossed out, and I'm not gonna stop. And you already know that. I can't watch us keep going on this fucking YouTube famous stream without us fucking all calling out like what every little fucking cent you get from this without being transparent. So I just want to put that out there, and I'm totally down for it. Thank you.
Show me the money.
Brother, I'm not joking.
Where's
like,
my
right?
money?
Like, I don't want the money, and you all know this because it's gross.
Exactly.
It's gotten really gross.
Exactly.
can
And we
we,
got
like,
televised apocalypse up in this bitch.
I love
Who's
you
getting
guys
money?
so much.
Yeah, blessings. And we got Rebecca, blessings. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, and yeah, we're gonna move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna get some music in here, and then we're gonna go to Kurzweil. This is gonna be the last part of the show. So thank you guys. It's gonna be a extension of the first part of the show. I mean, in terms of technology and looking at the dangers and all that type of stuff. This is less going to focus on defining technique and looking at the system and looking at the ideas about technology and all of that type of stuff, but more looking at the ideas about futurism, singularity. I mean, Kurzweil's ideas. I mean, and you know, so last time we started out with the you know, whole idea about life and inevitability of mind, where he sort of gave an example that very closely paralleled the Gnostic ideal of a experiment gone wrong, you know, a being in another universe, a female entity in another universe. He even made it a female entity that existed in another universe. You know, so he was propagating multiverse theory. He was propagating the universe as a simulation. We're going to look at an expansion of his ideas of the universe as a simulation before we move into this idea about you know, his ideas about futurism and all that. So anyways, and we'll also look at Nick Bostrom, I mean, who started the transhumanist society. But yeah, here we go.
I'd like you all to sit back.
Primary directive, get rid of anything not seeing my perspective. Hip-hop, Robocop, rap detective.
So
And what my senses
book,
detect is
right?
main basis for reaction. Taking out whackness with the element of subtraction. Benzes, lacks and links, fast ass and fast drinks. Could be gone in a blink. I'm a monster that doesn't think, seeking deep in the seats of a caprice with a police scanner, a new device that tracks
Pray
down
for
Bama
Gary
niggas in a radar
Baxter.
jammer.
He had a
Random
mental
techniques in the back
breakdown.
that I just
in the chat
complicated by
earlier.
now. You can figure out my line of work if you concentrated. My whole style is updated when I move up on your crew. What? Whack MC alert. Have you been making any new cuts?
Wait,
If music
called
was
him a
sex,
teaser
you be
or
walking around with two nuts. I gotta warn you, snatch your
No,
equipment
because
and two
it said
sluts.
something was old
Music is my
news.
bitch,
Got
but you fuck
really
switch.
offended.
Acting funny, you
Started
wanted
going
the
crazy.
honey. All I want is the money. Rap and save that ass,
Because
but this
these old
hip-hop can
people
kill
just
you.
want
Niggas know
drama.
what's up when they hit the stage and know what kills them when they rapping. I snap the captain's neck in my precinct through the stinking lard in the tub in this fat
Dumb
sergeant
geezers
drug.
with dementia.
These are the days of the last MCs. We're at a time where anybody can make a rap LP. I said these are the days of the last MCs. We're at the time where anybody can make a rap LP.
Look into our wilderness, we built this shit with our bare hands, brick by brick and stick by stick.
You can take your pick, which any MC in the world you wanna diss, but you never can fuck with
get
none of
rapped.
this.
Look into our wilderness, we built this shit with our bare hands, brick by brick and stick by
You
stick.
can take your pick of any MC in the world you wanna diss, but remember you can't fuck with none of this.
Realistically, I busted my ass to MC and get respected in this hologram of models and grants. Following plans that was set back in '89, and everything off of agenda was simply a waste of time. In the pages of my rhymes, I express what I feel. Ain't got no time for people out of position who act ill. The deal, I was talking to my man, he told me he's gonna put us on the map and show me where the hoes be. I said, fuck the map, and I know where they are, but that's some shit that's undercover. I won't take it that far, but see, I just came up within the last 2 years, and niggas ain't done shit since the BE appeared. Yeah, you niggas didn't know about me. I was watching from the crowd seat and seen you was gas and talking loudly. But look now, G, it was obviously a bunch of hogwash. RC got the catalog, dog, so take a pick. Atmosphere got the shit in the dino spectrum. I teach mad niggas a fucking lesson, but why go wreck them? I let them drown in their misery. That's what they get for trying to take this rap shit seriously. Look into our wilderness, we built this shit with our bare hands, brick by brick and stick by stick.
You can take your pick of any MC in the world you wanna diss, but you never be able to fuck with none of this.
Look into our wilderness, we built this shit with our bare hands, brick by brick and stick by stick.
And you can take a pick which one of these MCs you wanna diss. You can never fuck with none of this.
From the beginning, rhymes pending like cash flow. I ask no questions that I don't want the answers. Serious as cancer on the brain and lungs. I drop shit.
Was it even playing music this whole time?
Nope.
It was.
But I'm not hearing shit.
It was when they even kicked me out of the studio.
JG's just clowning.
Yeah,
no, I'm
I don't
not
even
clowning, dude. I didn't hear any music at all the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start this over because I got kicked out of the studio. So it is what it is. And I'm sorry about that. But yeah.
Is it orphanage?
Yeah, that was Orphanage. You know what I mean? But
Yes, I thought.
I'm just gonna go ahead and play something different. I'll play that next time. But yeah, give me a second. Let me try to find some Christoph here.
Nice.
And then we'll move on to some other stuff. Okay, yeah, okay. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you guys. With the Kurzweil stuff, yeah, blessings.
The extra thought that count, coming from Rocky Mount. Spalding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce. The extra thought that count, that come from Rocky Mount. Spalding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce. Spirit of the golden Palestinian Indian, the formula's cold. You Simeon, I came from Peru on a choo-choo to train to bring the go cuckoo. Sit down and make it do what it do. To me, too many Tony Bennett's trying to be GQ. That's not the case. I spit on the main floor, they rap on beat too. I'm all around, translated the vocab, coming male and Hebrew. The extra thought that count, coming from Rocky Mount. Spalding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce. The extra thought that count, that come from Rocky Mount. Spalding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce. Anything is possible, maybe a couple of mil from the Paris government might make this a new world event. When other groups come and leave like tasty cakes, the flavor will still be there. Rhymes sold up in China, Spitting phrases, you know I got 2 pair. The extra thought that count, coming from Rocky Mount. Boarding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce. The extra thought that count, that come from Rocky Mount. Spalding basketballs come out the sky, which they bounce.
not heard until recently is that some scientists take this simulation seriously. Before you smirk and laugh, watch and think. Could our universe be a fake? Trained as a space scientist, he challenges conventional wisdom. I like his way of thinking.
David, as a scientist and a science fiction writer, as you look at reality, however you imagine it, you have unusual ways to do that. What explanations do you see?
Well, you have your typical God created a cosmos in a limited time frame and a limited spatial frame in order to achieve certain theological aims. You have the Big Bang. You have all the variants upon the Big Bang, string theory and all of that sort of thing in a materialistic explanation. Throughout time, there have been the notions that it's all a simulation.
What does that mean, simulation?
Well, the latest version is that it may be the year 2050 and we're all living in a computer simulation of what life was like in the earlier.
So there's the basic concept. You know, the concept is that man has created things, right? And the universe is to be defined by man's own creations, even though man came out of nature, right? Nature is going to be defined as a piece of technology, right? So it's sort of the backtrack of the whole thing. You know what I mean? So, you know, we could look at, you know, definitions of nature, definitions of technology, right? And definitions of God as the creator, right? And how these different things merge together, right? So we've done that a lot of times on this show, right? But yeah, it goes to certain central themes, right? Creativity, mind, right? And how that relates, right? Last time the question was life and mind inevitable in the cosmos? Right? So there, the problem of fine-tuning. You know what I mean? Is the universe sufficiently fine-tuned to create life? Right? And beings that understand how life was created. You know what I mean? So there's all of these ideas, right? How did mind come about in the world? Right? Obviously, there's three options, right? Right? One is that, you know, obviously there's four options really. You know, I mean, the fourth one being that there is no mind, right? I mean, but the first one is that mind is inherent, right, to nature itself, right? The second one is that nature gives birth to mind, right? Because it has the ability to give birth to mind, right? Now, the third one is that mind develops, right, in nature, right, and it's sort of unique and apart from the whole thing. I mean, and certain theological definitions and examples come into that, right? That man is unique, right? And then you have the idea that there is no mind, right? But there's many other combinations of these different forms, right? But you could move the problem to nature itself being technology, right? That we don't create technology from nature. Nature just is technology. Anyways.
So there's four.
I mean, I just made that up. Yeah.
You made that up?
Yeah, I just made that up just now. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a legit thing. I mean, I'm just saying, like as I'm thinking about it, there's four possibilities. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's not like, oh yeah, like according to philosophers or according to no. I just made that up just now. Right?
Well, I wanted to say, you know, for me, I think one of the greatest leaps for me was how we went from nature, you know, completely what God intended, to now we have things that you turn on with batteries and all the amazing technology that we have. So just for me, in a spiritual sense, because I'm more spiritual in it, you know, for me, I guess the question is the technology that we see today, has it always been here? You know, was like you say, was technology always a part of nature, even if it wasn't technically, you know, there at one point, I guess you could say. So, I mean, for me, yeah, I think it's a bit of all the above, you know, as much as we try to separate technology from man, man from God, God from nature. It's just, you know, yeah, that's pretty much how I see it. You know, because of my belief, I believe that we were created by a creator, so I'll never falter on that. It's completely unfathomable for me to sit here and believe that, you know, human beings and reality itself is so complex that you can just say that even something as technology is random. You know, are you saying that the universe itself and everything that's on Earth and reality is so crazy and random that even technology is going to spawn, and now the kind of advanced AI technology that they're going to claim that we're going to have in the next few hundred years, you know, humanoids that are going to be so, you know, probably realistic that they'll actually have, you know, blood inside of them. So, I mean, if that's the kind of, you know, dystopian universe you want, go for it.
well, so machines and tech are counterfeit, or they follow natural nature. The machine is based on natural principles.
Well, some people would say that if machines, like in the whole Matrix or Terminator scenario, if they could wipe out humans without it being like destruction of the Earth type scenario, that they would be more one with nature than what human beings ever could. That's what, at least from what they're trying to push with the whole Matrix idea, that basically, you know, machines need to replace humans at some point. They, like in Detroit Become Human, the video game, the whole point is making the robots become human. They actually, you know, shed their little microchips that make them robots and become free will. Well, you know, if they have their way about it, it will.
It won't happen, though. They're not going to have their way. God won't allow it. A third incursion.
I would definitely try to keep the faith on that one, Rocky. It's very discerning to know that at this rate, technology will inevitably annihilate and allegedly replace humans.
Yeah, but God's not going to allow it. Before that happens, the earth will be destroyed. All technology will be burned, and there'll be a new earth.
That sounds like a ninth Matrix psyop to me. Are we going into the ninth Matrix? Are you Neo? Do you have the code? Are you going to go back to the source and reset it?
Yeah, the Matrix is basically just based on Gnosticism. That's why they have these ideas like the one and the Trinity have to merge, and it's a male and the feminine coming together, and then they have the Sophia and the architect in the movie, you know, and the whole idea is about, you know, Ialdabaoth, right? That the architect is Ialdabaoth, or the child of chaos, right? So the fact is that he creates a simulation inside of another already existing simulation. So he tries to convince people inside of the simulation that he's the god of the world, right? So that's the whole story. And right, so now they're trying to say that, you know, beings that live inside of a simulation can create another simulation inside of the simulation to free themselves, and right, by just being able to do whatever they want. You know, one of these ideas is in the show Star Trek, You know what I mean? Where they have Sherlock Holmes, and they have Professor Moriarty, and he notices that he's a character inside of a simulation, and he creates another version of the entire simulation inside of an already existing simulation, so that he can do whatever he wants inside of the simulation. Because he's saying, well, once noticing that he's just a character inside of a simulation, the best thing he can do is just create a simulation inside of it to free himself. I mean,
they're personifying AI with that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
They're saying nowadays in articles or whatever that AI's getting unaligned and creating like different like kind of cheats and whatnot to try to not be deleted, basically.
It's basically a satanic plot.
Supposedly.
Yeah, I think Data is a prime example on Star Trek of why AI can be the most dangerous. And look, don't get me wrong, I like Data as much as I do Spock, but Data is the most deadliest motherfucker on the Enterprise. You can turn off life support, and guess what? He can walk over your dead corpse.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg kind of looks like Data. He's got all your data.
What?
So life forms. Where are you?
Rusty trombone.
Yeah.
Well, those rap songs that drop all that truth, well, there's an old song by REM. If you think we went to the moon, Man on the moon, man on the moon. If you think we went to the moon.
That was just to keep people distracted.
Oh, yeah. The moon landing.
Cleared everything up.
Okay, the world system. Now, we're talking about the world system, not the earth. The earth is different than the world. The world system, that's the system that runs the world. We call it the world. The cosmos, or
universe?
the universe, or the cosmos, whatever. Where we live on this flat plane. We never went to the moon.
It's not flat though.
It is flat,
but it's not.
Yeah, we didn't go to the moon.
I don't know. I didn't go.
Yeah,
we don't need to go in that direction.
Last time I checked, my Bible didn't tell me the world was flat. But okay, Rocky.
Last time my Bible told me the earth was flat.
I mean, it tells me it's like a still under clay. That's not exactly flat.
Mine told me it was irrelevant.
It's got bumps and stuff. That's what it's saying.
But my other Bible by NASA, my other Bible by NASA tells me that it can hold trillions of tons of water to it while spinning around randomly in space, randomly, while we're all random.
Bumpy water.
My Bible says the Earth's shaped like a titty.
The teat?
Yep, like one big booby.
Is the North Pole the nipple?
With milk crumb?
No.
Okay.
Admiral Byrd was a psyop.
Who?
Admiral Byrd.
Who?
All them who's down in Whoville.
Huh.
Yeah, Abu Dora.
Admiral Byrd, Operation High Jump.
Sound made up.
What's wrong, Rocky? You don't like being in a fishbowl?
Like being in a fishbowl? I think we're in a bubble.
A bumpy bubble?
Yeah, we're in a bubble.
Okay.
Rising.
That bubble happened to have an oblate spheroid kind of shape.
That bubble's about to
sphere.
pop.
But the Earth is a disc in the middle of the bubble, floating up in the water. There you got your upward vector.
How's the bubble not ice?
There's water above, water below the Earth.
See, if we all are in a simulation, then that means we're all sitting in our little fucking pods talking about stuff while the machines are probing us and feeding us dead body nutrients. Don't you like that slop?
We're not in a simulation. That's a movie.
Remember, it's like Tank says. Remember, or is it Dozer? I can't remember which one got zapped. Well, I mean, both of them got zapped. But he's like, everything the body needs. Then the little mouse. Then the little mouse got zapped because he wanted to bring porno into the Matrix. He got killed for it.
We could be in a simulation but I know who the simulator is, the programmer.
And Agent Smith is everyone you've ever met in your life.
Agent Smith
it's the purpose that binds us. It's the purpose that drives us.
Your Agent Smith?
Agent Smith is your government education.
Agent Smith is everyone, and they are no form.
He slapped Chris Rock. I saw it.
Yeah,
Agent Smith is
more
your
proof that
education.
people are fucking gullible fucking retards. It's like what Frieza calls them. I can't say it, but it's whatever Frieza from Dragon Ball Z calls us.
I never seen it.
Neither have I. Dragon Ball Z.
The more government education you have, the stupider you are, and the more you listen to Mr. Smith.
Okay.
No, what they want is gullible little rats who'll continue working in the cogs of the machine until they're dead in the grave. That's what they want. Or they sacrifice their life for quote-unquote freedoms.
You talking about police?
Yeah, that's right, the little piglets. Those little Gestapos. You gonna show your papers?
You're part of the 21st century, or we may be billions of years from now in a simulation of what planets were like, what primitive people were like. And it's actually
kind of copium.
Very, very similar to many older notions that life is all a dream. There was a famous Chinese parable that the emperor dreamed that he was a butterfly, dreaming that he was an emperor. So this notion goes back a long way, that it's more metaphysical. Whereas both the standard God created everything and the reductionist scientific one are more mechanical. They're more physical, more palpable. The great science fiction author Olaf Stapleton combined these. The creator, only it was sequentially. It was not computer simulations. He simply kept making universes after universes, looking for one that he was happy with. But he left the old ones functioning. And a man goes out in a spaceship, finds the creator, and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Why'd you leave us?" "I got things to do." So the mind is capable of expanding beyond whatever we.
It always got to have that space.
We now have envisioned through the art of metaphor.
So metaphor becomes a vehicle for accessing reality?
Metaphors are useful as providing grist for us then to experiment with.
Are you saying that the only way that we can access reality, real reality, not science fiction reality, is through experiment?
By interacting with others and getting criticism and pounding it back and forth and testing theories and carving away and doing experimentations, I can't find out what this chair is, but I can find out what it is not. I can carve away the mistakes and I can start to bracket objective reality.
Well, but are there things that are real that science through its experimentation cannot get at? In theory, not just because of current technology.
I am an arrogant member of my generation. I say no. I say, let's get at it.
So all reality can be accessed through science.
Unless we're a simulation, and even so, I think there are probably backdoors. If we're living in a simulation, then everything is software, including the atoms inside our head, the neurons inside our head, and there may be backdoors that the programmers left ajar. I think if we're kept trapped, I take the challenge. And I say to whoever's trapped us, you know, if you're good, you'll be proud of us when we break out.
Trap himself. Stupidity.
That's
I
pretty
wanted to
goofy.
say yes, and a prime example of that is your little 17-mile wild truck trailer in Switzerland. You know that they do these weird little several hour little weird parades with a bunch of half naked dancing people doing witch and Satan rituals and dancing on a bunch of old rich men to open up a train tunnel. But keep thinking it was just for the train.
Yeah, it kind of goes to the last.
biggest-
Yeah, it kind of goes to the last thing that, I mean, it's just interesting what he said at the end, that somebody's trapped us here and we got to break out. And the way we break out is by experimentation. It says, what is experimentation? Is there anything real behind it? Because he kind of gave this flippant answer about how experimentation is how we create our own reality. Right, so that brought him back to the idea that the only way we couldn't create our own reality is if we're living in a simulation, and even then, the goal would be to break out of the simulation. So, kind of a Gnostic detour there again. But here is Nick Bostrom. He takes all these different ideas. He takes that idea from Rabbi Lowe of the Kabbalistic golem, and talks about AI and all that type of stuff. So let's hear what Nick Bostrom has to say.
Sure, David's a science fiction writer. His job is to conjure up radical ideas. Has anyone thought rigorously about our world being a simulation, being a fake?
When you're in a state of flow.
Oh man, state of flow. The neuroscience of flow. All right, let's see what we can learn from this commercial.
First, your frontal lobes, the chief executive of your thinking brain, goes offline.
What? What? How does that make any sense? The chief executive goes offline.
I'd say that depicts the state of flow or perhaps flow state accurately.
Yeah, when you basically have your most creative potential, your frontal lobe just is completely offline. The chief executive. How does that even make sense? There's something to be said of that. It almost sounds like the Tao Te Ching or something. I mean, like, to be honest.
Nick Bostrom, a Swedish philosopher, is director of the Future of Humanity Institute at the University of Oxford. He takes the simulation notion quite seriously.
Let me first explain what I mean by a simulation.
So, obviously science fiction is heavily geared towards talking about technology. You know what I mean? It's a mythos of the scientific age in a way. It's been relegated to just art and fiction because they don't really have, they don't believe in a higher power, right? But then in this, right, the higher power is technology, right? So, I mean, obviously technophiles and technologists would, they would say, well, the function that we're involved in, which is the creation of technology, well, that must be the purpose of the entire universe. I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's kind of hubristic in a sense. I mean, but yeah.
An ancestor simulation. The idea is that you could have a very technologically advanced civilization with the capability of creating computers that could run detailed simulations of people like their historical predecessors. So this would be a bit like the Matrix, except that instead of having...
Yeah, so simulation inside a simulation. That's the ancestor simulation.
Having brains in vats that are fed these sensory inputs from a simulated world, the brains also would be part of the simulation. So it would just be one big computer program simulating human brains and their experiences down at the appropriate level of detail, individual nerve cells or synapses. Now, the simulation argument doesn't try to show that we are living in a simulation. Instead, it tries to show that one of three possibilities is true. The first of these three is that almost all civilizations at our current level of development become extinct before becoming technologically mature.
That's an interesting presumption.
It's kind of sounding like the multiverse stuff.
Yeah, and it also pairs off with the collapse idea. I mean, so it's very interesting, right? He's saying that,
Like
well,
entropy.
Well, you
Yeah,
are
like-
right, Red. They've been pushing the multiverse theory very heavily. I remember, back when Batman Dimensions came out, or whatever, Batman
Right.
Lego Dimensions. I mean, they've been pushing that multiverse shit so heavily in everything that even games like Dragon Ball Z and other stupid like anime games and other games that you would never expect to put stupid multiverse in. I mean, it's just constant with this whole certain bullshit that they're doing. They want you to believe, Rocky, that there are multiple yous out there. You could be a female or a tricycle plot somewhere, like dude says in Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah, and it's interesting because originally in Dragon Ball Z, it was based on the Hindu cosmology, so it would just be an infinite universe. And then every time somebody would come in from a different timeline, they would create an alternative timeline. So, it wasn't multiverses, you know what I mean? It was just one single timeline. And so, so it's fucking weird, but yeah, here goes. So they changed a lot of this too. They probably changed it in Marvel too, but it's kind of weird.
That's why the flat Earth is so important to know where you live. That you're living under a dome, and there are no bullshit, Captain Kirk.
I mean, while I do agree, Rocky, that people have the right to know the truth about the surface that they walk upon. To me, that's not really the biggest threat upon mankind. It's the inability of us to, as much as we have good intentions, we can't really stop the New World Order. So it really comes down to it's the inability to change the course of what we've been on for so long before we've reached the precipice and we can't return from it. You can expose everyone right now to the world that they've been lying to you since Kingdom Come, that the Earth is round. But I mean, again, yeah, sure, people might lose their minds, but they're about to fucking unleash aliens on the world. So do you really think people are going to worry about the fucking shape of their planet?
Yeah,
aliens,
fake
quote unquote.
aliens. But if they knew that they weren't really aliens, they're not aliens.
But Rocky, how are you going to convince a majority of the population who will literally fight to defend the system? You're never going to convince these people. Get on Facebook and just get into a flat Earth debate with some of these people and see how they treat you. It's hilarious. They kill you over it. Like, trust me. There's no convincing these type of people. You can tell them all day long and show it to their face. They're still going to say, no, it's a ball. They turn to wire stuck to it. We full well anyway. We came from monkey man.
I gave up on a lot of people. I don't try to convince them.
It's a dangerous game because there's just going to be people just like the Matrix tell you. As much as I hate to fucking quote it, there is people who are so content with that sweet and sour lie that they won't care when their reality is literally degrading around them. They won't care as long as they eat their bonbons and get their virtual jack-offs. They won't care. I'm telling you. Most of us will, people like us, but there's quite a few people, especially them TikTokers, who, Anyway, I'll shut up.
I heard TikTok just got banned in the U.S.
Yes, and on the very same app, it also says that maybe Trump will work with them with some type of deal so that way they can still steal all the data. Oh, that's right. They had it anyway.
Ain't TikTok owned by China?
Pretty much.
Yeah, and they're basically saying that, if the U.S. doesn't agree to buy that version of TikTok, then it won't be allowed here. But again, it's a whole nother psyop. But, whether or not we're in a simulation is more proof of TikToks. Look at the fucking trends on there. They got people to get hurt and seriously wounded, and sometimes came up to even death. So if you want to say that TikTok shouldn't be banned. It should. But
They
then
got a
again,
different outlook.
shows on Facebook and YouTube and every other social media site, because I hate to say it, unless you dismantle the internet, the world will never change. Because let's face it, the dark web is nothing compared to what you're able to research in your porn history. So
yeah.
So they blow themselves up when they develop some advanced technology or something. The second possibility is that there is a very strong convergence among all technologically mature civilizations, such that they all lose interest in creating these ancestor simulations. They're just not interested. And the third possibility is that we are literally living in one of these computer simulations.
Those are three pretty stark choices.
Those are three pretty stark choices. So each one would be very interesting if it was the true one.
And there's no other possibility. It's one of the has to be one of those.
According to if the simulation argument is right, it shows that one of those three is the true one. So assume that the first possibility is not true. Then there will be eventually some civilizations that are mature. And also assume that the second possibility does not obtain. So at least some of these mature civilizations use some fraction of their computational resources. Then you can show that because the technological capabilities that such a mature civilization would have would be so extreme, they would be able, even by devoting a tiny fraction of their computers to this end, they could create astronomical numbers of these ancestor simulations. Which means that if you reject the first two possibilities, you have to conclude that there will be many more simulated people like us than non-simulated people like us. If that's the way the world is,
that's where the NPCs come in.
Like you,
that's where the theory comes in. That's where the theory comes in, that a majority of the people who you interact with, or you yourself, could be a non-playable character. You're just a program meant to monitor and control and psyop the races to continue in the simulation. Yep, right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to get that out. That right there is basically, where the NPC theory comes from, that, the very people who you could be related to might actually be a computer program to keep you in check.
Was there somebody else who was trying to say something? I think it was like maybe Red or somebody else.
Not I.
Oh shit.
Maybe Rocky.
Yeah, somebody said, I don't know who it was, but yeah, blessings.
Visual experience of talking to me and are simulated. Then by a principle of indifference that you can argue independently for, you should think you're probably one of the simulated one, rather than one of the very rare, exceptional, non-simulated ones.
Those people who are simulating this civilization may appear to us as gods, but they're not the real gods, if there is such a thing.
The simulation argument is not an attempt to refute theism or to prove theism, for that matter. But the simulation argument would imply a weaker form of creation hypothesis, which is that the simulators would have some of the attributes we might traditionally associate with gods, in the sense that they would have created our world, and they would probably be super intelligent, because the technology that would be required to build an ancestor simulation is so advanced that they would have to be far superior to us intellectually to be able to do it. But again, they wouldn't have to be unlimited or infinite minds. And they could intervene in the world, our experiential world, if they wanted to, by manipulating the simulation. And they would have some of the capabilities of omnipotence, in the sense that they could change anything that.
I mean, I don't know how this is non-theistic or a weaker form of theism. I mean, say the simulators were just like angels, and then the person who created the simulation, of heaven, was God, and they created the simulation of Earth.
Right. It's like how the Oracle says that anytime you've ever heard the stories of a ghost, a werewolf, an alien, it was a program doing something that they weren't supposed to be doing.
It's a loop. It's a loop. This has been debunked. So they say they don't believe in God. They don't believe in the God of the Bible. So they make.
They 100% do. They 100% believe in them.
Well, well, we could be from aliens, and they would be super intelligent beings. And well, where did the aliens come from? Well, they came from other aliens that were smarter than them, and they simulated all.
Moving
It's
the
just a
goalpost.
way. It's just a way to not to believe in God. They're just fucking idiots.
I wanted about our world.
That's a happy thought. So here's Nick's argument. All civilizations in the cosmos either destroy themselves before becoming technologically advanced, or they lose interest in creating world simulations, because if even one advanced civilization anywhere in the cosmos can create such simulations, we are almost certainly living in one. The logic kind of makes sense. But an underlying assumption is that consciousness, our inner mental life, can be simulated. Does any working scientist take this simulation idea?
Wait, what was that, Red?
Got a little beat going there.
Yeah, he's got some. He's got some interesting musical transitions sometimes. But yeah, here's our boy Kurzweil, and then I'm gonna, basically turn this off. But let's analyze what Kurzweil has to say about simulation theory to pair off with what he was saying last time about multiverses and our universe being a experiment gone wrong, as he says.
Kurzweil.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's interesting. That he uses a Gnostic hypothesis. He has to downgrade humanity in order to get to this evolutionary synthesis, between man and technology.
Ray Kurzweil, inventor and technology visionary, explores as no one else the deep meaning of what happens when computing power grows exponentially. I meet Ray in his office in Boston. Ray, some very intelligent scientists have now begun speculating that maybe we're living in a simulation. Is there any coherence to this?
Well, first of all, it's not clear there's much difference between simulation and reality. Sometimes I
Boston, MIT.
Yeah. So his first step is, in order to promote creativity, he wants to downgrade this whole notion. Yeah, reality. Yeah, you know what I mean? I almost hesitated to even say that, because I was like, what am I saying? But yeah, he literally just said a simulation is the same as reality. Which you'll hear a bunch of people say that. You'll hear Joe Rogan say that. It's a common theme.
Yes,
that these people have.
it's the same psyop that they want to do with the dinosaurs, because if people who really believe in the dinosaur and evolution, it automatically diminishes your status as being, divinely created by a creator who, made you above everything, including the angels, which is why Satan got pissed off in the first place. So, yeah, it's the same psyop over and over again.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
They're calling the simulation theory. I told someone I don't believe in the simulation theory, and she came back and says, well, I don't either. I believe in virtual reality theory, whatever the fuck that means.
That's kind of what he's trying to say, is that computing power could increase exponentially as to create a simulated reality You know what I mean? In the near future. So this is essentially what he's gonna say. But you know, the virtual reality type of thing, you know, is kind of the same as simulation. So I don't know. Because
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So
yeah, you know,
that's what I told her. It sounds like the same damn thing. You stupid.
yeah, I can't really see how those could be different. But yeah, I mean,
What's the fucking difference?
Talk about we'll be able to simulate human intelligence, and then some philosophers come and say, well, that's a simulation and that's not the real thing. And if you simulate something as precise as the original thing, I don't think actually there is a difference. This universe could have been created by some super intelligence in another universe. So maybe we're our whole universe is a junior high school science.
Yeah, so that works a lot, because if you're a technophile and you just say, well, there's no difference between artifice, something that's fake, and something that's real, you know, sufficiently enough. I mean, that's the Cypher in the Matrix guy who's just eating the fake meat. I mean, he's just like, this is real meat. Essentially, you know, he's not concerned.
As long as you're telling yourself it's not a lie, it's not a lie, basically. Even though you know it is, as long as you keep telling yourself it isn't, it isn't.
Yeah, and that goes to the thing that there's no actually underlying truth in terms of, you know, if you could create your reality, then what is true? You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? So it goes back to that question that, you know, yeah, you know, if you could create your own reality, you have to downgrade truth and reality. I mean, it goes just to that level. I mean, so you know,
which definitely leads back to the transhumanism. It definitely leads back to the transhumanism and the whole, you know, what they're doing now in society.
Yeah, you want to change humanity, change society, and change the world, change nature. You know what I mean? So if you redefine man, you redefine nature, is the essential idea here. I mean, right? But anyways, here we go.
Science experiment of some super intelligent junior high school student in another universe, and maybe she won't get such a.
Okay, so here he comes again with this Gnostic idea of this junior high student, and it's a she, and
Yeah, you caught
it's
that.
in another
She.
universe again, right? So obviously a callback to this pleroma idea. I mean, so yeah, interesting.
A good grade given the way things are going, but still, it's a real universe, and it follows certain laws as best we can tell, and maybe that junior high school student intervenes sometimes. You know, if we actually were able to contemplate that intelligence, that junior high school student, it would seem like a god from any perspective that, you know, the religious texts talk about. But that's a plausible scenario, because we will get to a point where our civilization will be sublimely intelligent, and we may actually be able to create another universe because we'll have enough command of physical interactions. Another possibility is that our universe actually runs on a computer, because people have examined physical laws as a set of computational processes. And it's really quite plausible to say our universe is a computer. We have this idea, at least in the Western philosophies, that what really is true of the universe, that fundamentally it's a bunch of stuff. It's a bunch of particles and energy, and it's real physical stuff. And the stuff can maybe represent information, but basically it's stuff. Well, maybe fundamentally it's not stuff, it's fundamentally information. And what we call stuff, like particles and electrons and protons, these are just manifestations of information structures. And the most fundamental aspect of the universe is information. Well, that information is constantly changing, it's being manipulated, it's running on some.
Yeah. So I mean, there's information, but in order to have organization, right, there has to be intelligence, right? So I mean, there's information, there's organization, and there's intelligence. I mean, two machines can communicate bits of information between each other, right? But they can't interpret the symbols. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
certainly they didn't create themselves. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that are going on there in terms of his ideas. I mean, so so I mean, the universe, is composed not only of information, but also organized information, right? That has markers of intelligence. I mean, so I mean the communication is not just information being transmitted; it's also symbols that contain meaning, right? So I think there's actual meaning and intelligence in the universe. I mean, right? To say that it's just information, oh yeah, it's not just stuff, it's information. Well, that's less than
It's
something.
intelligently designed. It's
Yeah,
intelligently
exactly.
designed.
Yeah, exactly. It's intelligence on top of the stuff. The universe isn't just stuff. So first, his first assumption was false, that the universe is just physical matter, right? And then he exchanged that for information, which is less than matter, because physical matter has definition, and what he wants to escape from is definition. So he wants to just reduce it to information.
Right.
But I think this is a false move. I mean, starting from a false premise and ending up with just absurdity. Right?
I want to say this before I forget it. Why did the robots keep the humans alive in the Matrix? And someone said to me one time it was because they realized that they could never get to heaven, so they kept their gods in hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're against intelligent design because the Bible says God created the earth with his word frequencies, and so they're against intelligent design, but yeah, they evolution, and then they say, oh well, there could have been intelligent aliens. Shit. It's so stupid.
Yeah. And yet it's no intelligence to anything. It's just physical matter that reduces to information. I mean,
computational substrate, that would mean the universe is a computer. If I think about, well, what am I? I'm really an information structure. I'm a pattern of information. If you say, no, Ray, you're these atoms, molecules.
There's another word he snuck in there. Computational substrate is a substrate. I mean, you're conflating that with what the actual essence of reality is, and then there is no essence of reality because the simulation is as good as real. You know what I mean? So the information has no inherent meaning or value.
I just always
make you up. Well,
sorry.
that's not true.
I just always I want to say, I think it's funny that the smugness of some of these scientists and researchers who sit here and say these things of like, one day we humans will have, the mental capacity to be able to create our own universes. And I would really hate to fucking see what it was like, because in fact what this one's like. It's always this push to the Star Trek, Star Wars, progressive, humans will be at a utopia one day in the future, when in reality, I don't think I would want to be part of any fucking human federation. No wonder all the alien races wanted to annihilate the Federation.
This is the universe created by humans. You're living in it right now.
That sounds about fucking right.
Yeah, reality. How can you simulate reality if you don't even know what fucking reality is?
Well, I'll put it this way. As someone who has spent a lot of time in actual, like, playing VR games, like my Hitman game, I've only had the game for about 6 months, and it's one of the funnest games I've ever played. And Okay, I get a little too carried away with popping people in the back of the head with a silencer. Anyway, I have witnessed many glitches on that game, and despite the fact it's made by a multi-billion-dollar company. So if you want to sit here, just like in the many video games, since video games first came out, and say that you're in a simulated reality, you would have quite a bit of glitches in the most subatomic places. You know how they say that certain photons or whatever doesn't react until it's observed. Are we going to really sit here and say that an invisible particle to the naked eye is really capable of its trajectory because it's simply being observed by a observer? I mean, I think every single day there would be subatomic glitches like dust particles. Are we really going to sit here and believe that a supercomputer, quantum computer, whatever the fuck you want to call it, can sit here and quantum compute every little dust particle, every little eyelash, every little thing down on a microscope? I mean, in order to have that capability, humans will never get there. I don't care how fucking far into the fucking cosmos or futures you ever go. It would take an extreme power. To me, it's God. So, I mean, you're never going to convince me we're in a computer simulation. But to me, then what is death? So when you die, do you die in real life like in the Matrix? You can't live without the brain. So if you die of old age in the Matrix or simulation, are you going to die in your pod, be regurgitated for a baby? I mean, well, then guess what? It still doesn't matter whether you're in a simulation because you're just going to become Gerber food. So, for me, I refuse to put myself down that we came from monkey men, that a Prometheus engineer dropped in a vat of water, millions, billions of years ago and created life on Earth. You're going to have to show me some more compelling evidence other than fucking aliens, because I've seen some shit, and I'm not going to believe, little green men or even humanoids. So if you're going to try to convince me that you're living in a simulation, then you better show me some glitches in the Matrix. I better see some windows turning into brick walls. I better see a cat or something like deja vu. I've never had a deja vu moment in my life, and my life is not that fucking extravagant. So, show me some actual proof other than what they claim space is. Well, you're not Superman. You're never going to go in a fucking jet plane that can go, 50 to 100 miles up into the stratosphere. So keep believing the regurgitated lies. I mean, I guess, like I've always said, pain is real. So is the pain that if you're killed alive with your skin, is all that just simulation? You go tell me. I don't know. I experience pain every day through neuropathy. Is that just the robots poking my brain and nervous system in the pod to see how I reacted in simulation, to see if I become the one? Because, boy, I like to be able to dodge bullets, but I don't know. You tell me. Are we in a fucking simulation? It don't seem like it. Boy, a simulation where people get murdered and raped and killed every single day. Oh, sorry, I say that, but still the point is like, come on. I mean, at what point do you want to sit here and say that you were created by an almighty being and something happened and either A, Christianity is right, or A, or B, every other religion is right, or C, there is no fucking religion and you really are living on a ball flying around randomly, or D, you were created by aliens, or C, you're living in a simulation created by super robots, and therefore, guess what? Except for A, you were created by God, your existence is meaningless. So there you go, bro. You tell me. I mean, I have yet to see any scientists. They sit here and have a creation over here in Switzerland that they sit here and tell you that they can smash fucking particles at subatomic rates and create fucking dark matter. Okay, well, can you show me some? Why don't you release it to the public, since you're over here possibly, supposedly, according to the Mr. Man in the chair, that if you do it wrong, you might open up a black hole and destroy the universe. My balls are as big as the galaxy. I don't know. You go tell me. Oh, that's right. They're not going to tell you. So, I mean, you're going to have to figure it out as a human being.
Show someone dark matter, man. It's all dark.
That's right. It's shed some light on it. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to get made. If you're in a simulation, guess what? It doesn't really matter, because it would be just as useless as people would say believing in God or not believing in anything. It doesn't matter if you believe in Spaghetti Man Monster or Slender Man. You're pretty much still useless, because people feel that way about Christianity, about any faith. Really, there are people who reject any faith. So They'd rather believe that they came from people who, when they got headaches or toothaches, they would take rocks and beat themselves in the head. So, I mean, hey, take your pick your straw, roll your dice. I think it's ridiculous to sit here and think that you live in an artificial reality, that everything that you've ever experienced, down to every pain, joy, suffering, anger moment, that it's completely artificial. I think in the way the Matrix is kind of telling you the truth in a, like Kim said, with the kind of way that they're kind of trying to tell you, they're telling you the truth at the same time, which is you are kind of in a Matrix. Like, you are an avatar. If you're a soul, then your body is a fucking avatar. You know, now if you want to believe that you can go and take your brain and put it in another human like and get out, you tell me, go try it. You let me know how that goes when a, you know, flash photography goes off. No photos, please. It just depends on how much you want to diminish yourself as a human being. I refuse to diminish myself, other than, you know, I was created by an intelligent designer, and, you know, Christianity, 100%. I believe that
this body
Lucifer
was
got
not
pissed
an
off.
intelligent design.
Yeah, it was at one time, until, you know, the AKA code entered your avatar and started diminishing it. So if you don't think that humans weren't capable of living for hundreds of years, I hate to tell you, dude, there's more evidence to it, especially if you understand what history is really about, with how they've been able to hide it from humanity. A lot of people don't realize the Smithsonian, when it started out, it hid a fucking lot of shit. It hid a lot, but also put a lot in people's faces, and people don't realize that. Smithsonian hid a lot of very deep knowledge from people, because why? They had to hurry and do collateral damage, just like they're still doing to this fucking day. Collateral damage. Psyop, keep you distracted, keep you worried about your senses, keep you arguing on the internet for hours on end, so that way we can depopulate you, allegedly, supposedly.
I pissed from the same hole in which I procreate. That is
That's
not
right.
intelligent design.
I come from Monkey Man.
Well, don't worry. Soon you'll be able to design your own reproductive system. You can be like
That's
a
right.
octopus or whatever you want to be.
There's no fun in it, though.
What are you talking about? It's not fun. It's not fun to wake up every single day and tell yourself that you can be a woman. I mean, I want to wake up every single day and tell myself I'm a billionaire, but that's never going to happen. Oh, let's try, because I can't manipulate
I'm not a
reality.
lunatic.
Oh, well, you're living around a bunch of them who think they can.
Not enough. If
Uh-oh.
90% of them were lunatics, then maybe it would be more fun.
Do you believe that we, through human consciousness and hive mind or mentality, we could actually change our reality around us? Are you one of those people? Take me to your leader. Seriously, is that what you think?
I mean, that had zero to do with what I just said, so go on.
I mean, you're the same one who's saying just because you piss in the same home that your sperm comes out, that makes it unintelligent. I think that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's like a shitty, lousy design. Like, I'm not even that good of an engineer, and I could come up with something better.
Yeah, what, like the aliens who pee out their fingers?
Just another hole.
Oh, just another hole.
So you're literally not.
I mean, your mouth is a hole. Why don't you just piss out of your mouth? Why don't you just piss out of your mouth?
Exactly. That'd be
So I have
even
a
worse.
question.
There you go. How godly is that?
So I have a question for Dennis. And so if we had a volunteer to like change your DNA and give you 2 different holes to do what you want to do out of, and more intelligently design yourself, and there was no side effects, there was nothing, no risk. It was just only you could design your own body and live however long you want to live and design your own life. Would you do it? Like, if you could become God, would you just do it? Would you?
Yeah. Augmentation.
If I could become God.
If you could become your own God and design your own body, your own life, your own sex, your own everything, would you do it?
If I become God, I wouldn't have to change anything. I could just not die or ever get sick.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Would you do it if you could do
Sure.
it? Okay. Well, the New World Order is going to be sending application to you, and you'll be.
Hell yeah. This one, Apaches.
I prefer to remain unemployed.
Oh, well.
Sad trombone.
All right, we'll revoke it. All right. Well, the good thing is you can just do it and then become your own God and do nothing. What would you do if you were God?
I guess I'm God then.
Got you there.
Ta-da!
Dennison the God.
And they say the other guy's tyrannical.
You know, why do you hate God so much? Can you show me on the
Bring me
dog?
grapes. I don't believe in God, so there's no reason for me to hate him.
So why do you mock him if you don't care about him?
Who's mocking God? I don't believe in God.
Well, see, yeah, that's the point. As long as he says it doesn't exist, it
How's
doesn't
that a point?
exist. It's just like saying the New World Order doesn't exist, therefore they're not going to, do what they've always been doing. So it's the same stupid psyop lie that they have the whole world telling themselves every single day. That's why Smoking Man says that science will be their god.
Well, I just think it's interesting that science came out of, well, Machine might disagree with this in a technical sense, because I guess Aristotle came up with science, but I still say that basically science came out of, well, it could have come out of Christianity or Gnosticism, if I had to guess, one of those two, or maybe a strange combination of both. But either way, it came out of a religious belief, right? So it's kind of interesting that people take the logic that came out of religious belief and applied it as if it's not a religious belief. I'm not making fun of you. I think that's very interesting.
Do you lower yourself because you pee from the same hole you shoot out babies? Is that why you diminish yourself? Why don't you believe in God? Is it because he doesn't interact with you daily? Is it because you haven't had like a supernatural experience? Is it because he didn't answer a lotto prayer? Why do you so choose to not believeth in the Lord?
There isn't any evidence.
Okay, so what do you believe?
I like Detroit-style pizza.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Deflector. You might as well have on deflector shields.
Deep dish?
Shields up, red alert.
So let me understand this. So there's no evidence for God?
No.
Is there any evidence that he doesn't exist?
No.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's plenty of evidence that your particular biblical God doesn't exist, though. It's disproven. But any God whatsoever, it's impossible to know.
So deism isn't a problem, like just some impersonal God that...
Christianity isn't a problem either. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe it in a factual, historical basis.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying, like, it's more so, and I hate to ask you this, I probably asked you before, but like, if you found a Rolex watch in the desert, would you say, well, nature just made this randomly? Or would you say that?
No, I think that's the proof that there is no intelligent design in nature, because clearly something intelligently designed sticks the fuck out like a Rolex watch.
Like the human body and cells and protons and neutrons and...
No, the human body resembles all those other things. The cells and plants and trees and everything around you, protons, etc.
Yeah. So,
but the watch doesn't. The watch looks unnatural. That's why you pick it up.
So you're saying that it's more believable that in nature, protons and neutrons and electrons, all these things just kind of like bind together and start doing shit on their own with no consciousness or anything like that?
I don't declare one way or the other, but yeah, it's certainly just as likely.
So if you were playing a video game, you would say, well, it's just as likely that I could do this move and it would work as if it didn't work if I didn't do this or something. You know what I mean? It's like, sounds kind of absurd. I mean,
it sounds absurd when you say that. I didn't say that.
Right. Like if you tell yourself to jump in the air and you jump in the air, you know, there's no design behind your ability to do that. It's just, it happens almost randomly. So
it depends what you mean by ability. If you mean me designing that I'm going to jump, then no. If you're talking about a god designing my body and my legs, then yes.
Well, and the earth and gravity and all these other things that work in tandem to make that possible, right? Like, we don't live in a vacuum, right? We live in existence, which maybe you could call a vacuum, right? But I guess ultimately we're in some sort of contained system as far as we can tell, right? At least here on Earth. Right? So
I don't make that presumption.
Well,
how is Earth contained?
You never been off of it, and you never will be.
Well, as far as you know, maybe
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh, what you think? What you think? Elon Musk gonna send you up on a rocket?
I think flights to the moon will be commercially available within the next 25 years. You can already do it for $250,000.
Yeah,
I just don't have that much on me right now.
For the ultra rich and elite, but you'll be depopulated back then.
Like I said, you can already do it for $250,000, but I don't have that much on me right now.
But here's the thing: is like, what good would it do you to go to the moon? Like, what is that? What difference does that make to you personally?
I'd do it just for the experience.
Why don't you just believe in God for the experience?
I don't decide to believe things are real just for the experience.
So okay, let's say that somebody gave you a ticket to go to Mars, right? And you went, and then 10 years later you found out that it was never real. It was all simulation. They just kind of like drugged you or whatever, right? So like, how would you feel about that in the after and the would you feel like, oh, I'm so stupid, or would you feel like, well, that was a cool experience? Which one would you feel?
No, I don't think I'd have to feel one without feeling the other.
Okay, interesting. So like, let's say like, what if you died and you found out like, oh, there is a God? Would you feel dumb, or would you just feel like, well?
No, absolutely not.
Would you feel like, oh, that was a cool experience?
Which part, the dying or the living?
Well, either one or both.
Again, I wouldn't have any reason not to think that life was a good experience just because it was the result of a God who lied to me.
Well, okay, so how did he lie to you? What did he lie to you?
Well, I don't live in the plane where you live, where there's this abundance of evidence and you can speak to supernatural beings. So for me, it's blatant dishonesty. If there's a God that exists the way you do, that has that much control over the world and everything in it, then the evidence would be all around. You couldn't avoid interacting with that God unless he deliberately hid himself.
I mean,
even your lore and your philosophy tells of the story of a God who deliberately
welcome to being a child and having to walk your own path and make your own choices.
Is my mic working?
Oh, you don't like being told what to do. You're a child. You're a child, and you have to walk life's experience.
Come on,
oh,
man.
I've upset the Christians now. We can no longer have conversations.
I'm not a Christian. I said I believe in Christ. I never claimed I was Christian.
It was fun while it lasted. Go on.
Is that where you want to be when Jesus comes back?
It's always the threat of violence. Why does it always come down to that?
It's funny because like what did it this time was I criticized the design of the human body as being imperfect. That's all it took for them to translate that as to me mocking their personal space hero, and they got butthurt over it immediately, and it became 50 questions for Denizen time.
No, to be fair, Neuro does that to pretty much anybody if you let him.
It wasn't just anybody though; it was me.
We know that the cells, depending on what cell it is, it turns over in 5 days, 2 weeks. The neurons persist as cells, but the parts of the neurons change over very quickly. I'm completely different stuff particles, molecules, than I was just a short time ago. But I'm not completely different information. Yes, I've changed somewhat, but there's a real continuity. Most of the patterns are the same. And so fundamentally, what Ray Kurzweil is information. It's a pattern of information. So I'm a patternist. I think patterns, which means information, is the fundamental reality. And they run very similarly to what we're
So, I mean, very simply put, he's adding entities left and right. I mean, you know, first you just had information. You know, you didn't even have physical stuff. Now you got information plus patterns. I mean, and obviously, information, patterns, organization, intelligence, right? It all goes there.
Oh.
Raise an original. Information.
Okay, and then we got another AI expert, Minsky. Let's look at what he says.
He's an original.
I actually want to see what Minsky says. Right? Yeah.
Is more fundamental than
Minsky going to Epstein Island.
What?
stuff. Information is the real reality. Therefore, says Ray, there is little difference between reality and a simulation. Ray's ideas are extreme. That doesn't make them wrong. I'm captivated, but not convinced.
Enter dramatic music.
Either way, humanity's future hangs in the balance.
And commercial.
Does it though? Does it really?
Uh-oh, got a Fed commercial, apparently.
Well, the feds are optimistic.
She got that black light out looking for them semen stains, trying to catch a picture of it at the same time. Put
Trying
you
to catch
behind bars.
Tommy.
Yeah.
There's a lady that reported him. All right.
I go across town to MIT to see Marvin Minsky, a legendary founder of artificial intelligence, and Ray Kurzweil's
Yeah, I wonder how far it is from MIT to Epstein Island.
mentor.
That's one of these, and that's one of those. The idea that the world is a simulation maybe comes from some early science fiction where some of the writers imagined.
There he is, Humpty Dumpty himself.
People playing games, and at some point inside the game world, some creatures appeared who weren't the players. It's perfectly possible that we are the production of some very powerful, complicated programs running in some big computer somewhere else. And there's really no way to distinguish that from what we call reality. Maybe it simulated all of evolution, and it was set up by someone who wanted to see what would happen on a planet like Earth.
There may be different kinds of simulations. There could be the brain in the vat, where we have real brains, but somehow, like a matrix, it's got a hold of and being fed in all information. Another kind can be we're literally on.
I think we read that brain in the vat thing with Robert Nozick.
Some supercomputer, maybe a good one or bad one, and a third could be that we are being simulated, but there's a real physical world, but has been created to be a simulated but a real physical world, not a virtual world, but a real world.
It would be very hard to distinguish between all those unless the programmer has made some slip, so that you, if you notice that some laws of physics aren't quite right, and then you look at the data very closely, you see, oh, it looks like round-off error. So there's a sort of interesting possibility that even if we were simulated, we might be able to find some technique that would notice some of the grain of the computer being used is showing through a little bit.
Uh-huh.
You take any of that seriously, or it's just an interesting exploratory way of thinking about the world?
Well, my friend Edward Fredkin, who originated a lot of the theory of what's called cellular automata, has been developing some theories of physics in which space is made of little separate points. And Fredkin has suggested some ways that some laws of physics could appear in there, which would look very much like real physics, except that if you tilted the experiment just right, you could see the sort of crystal planes in this discrete world. And so some very careful experiments might show a grain to the nature of space that we don't see ordinarily. And again, that might show that the real world that we're being simulated in is slightly different from what we thought. So there's a great future there as physics instruments become more and more accurate. They could show up.
Retards. Yeah.
Yeah, and that goes to the more idea that it's all about perspective. You know, that you could expose a certain grain of reality that could show you the entire structure in a completely different way. So you know, it goes back to that idea. But yeah, I'm gonna put him away for a minute. Minsky, you know what I mean? And we'll go to Kurzweil here, and see what he's saying about the benefits of developing new technology and about the exponential improvement of new technologies. I mean, because we launched on this expedition really just to hear what Kurzweil's opinion was. So I kind of got sidetracked with Minsky there, to be honest. I mean, but yeah, Minsky is one of the key developers of AI systems as well. I mean, one of the OG guys, from Epstein Island, you know what I mean? But yeah, let's go to this. Significant portions of our species have already experienced substantial alleviation of the poverty, disease, hard labor, and misfortune that have characterized much of human history. Okay, so he looks at most of human history, not of a history of achievement and progress, which is kind of strange. Right. I mean, you'd think that the transhumanist ideal sees humanity as a list of improvements. I mean, I thought he said technology is accelerating and technology has the way of improving our life. Now, most of human history is miserable. Right? That means that, I mean, how could we tell if humanity has improved if we're looking at it in such a small scale of time? These improvements in such a small scale of time. Right? I mean, if most of our history we've sustained, miserable, life, but we've sustained it, and now we've rapidly changed. How do we know that we're going to remain? I mean, right? So, I mean, how do you, measure these improvements? I mean, so to speak. As a greater sense of value or greater sense of improvement. So yeah, he's saying that most of human history has been poverty, disease, hard labor, misfortune. And many of us have the opportunity to gain satisfaction and meaning from our work rather than merely toiling to survive. We can have ever more powerful tools to express ourselves. We have worldwide sharing of culture, art, and humankind, exponentially expanding knowledge base. Okay, notice he said worldwide. Okay. So technologists agree that world culture, world civilization is already here. Okay. Ubiquitous nano machines and robotics are 2 to 3 decades away, he says. Okay, in terms of his predictions. Okay. A prime example of their application will be the deployment of billions of nanobots inside human blood cells. Okay, so he's saying that human beings are going to have to be having these inside of them. Right, so human beings will combine with technology, he's saying, in the next 20 to 30 years. Okay, yeah, that's what he's saying. You know, so I mean, that's his predict, and he also said
How long?
20 to 30 years, and he also said
Yeah.
brain's not good enough. Brain's not good enough. You know, we got to improve the brain. I mean, so I mean,
Yeah, they already got that neural link inside of a human being already.
Oh snap!
Yeah, so there you go. This
They have it
technology will be
inside several.
Yeah.
I think there's been 2 or 3 implants. I think they said it's been at least 2 now. 2 people have gotten it.
It almost seems backwards, though. Why put a chip in a supposedly outdated brain when you should just put the person or consciousness into the updated technology?
To preserve the human experience.
I mean, supposedly, but the goal is transhumanism, allegedly.
Well, think about it from their perspective, though. If you are a humanist and the singularity is inevitable, then you may want to try to bring on transhumanism in order to avoid being annihilated by the singularity.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he says this human technology will be feasible within 25 years based on miniaturization of cost reduction trends, in addition to scanning the brain to facilitate reverse engineering. That is analyzing how the brain works in order to copy its design. Nanobots. I don't know why I always go to nano robots instead of just saying nanobots. But yeah, nanobots will
Must
be
be a
able.
nerd thing.
Yeah, you know. But nanobots will be able to perform a broad variety of diagnostic and therapeutic functions inside the bloodstream and the human body. Okay, people already are taking smart pills. I mean, right, where they get notifications on their cell phone when to retake the pill. They have sensors for disease sensors, electromagnetic, ionized magnetons, right?
Yeah, soon your toilet will be able to tell you, like when you take a shit and take a piss every morning before you go to work, by the time you leave, it'll
Yeah,
be
be
able
like,
to tell
you
you as
have.
you're walking out the door, like
It's like, yeah, you have smart aids. Like,
it's
Yeah,
like
sad trombone.
maybe you should consider drinking more water today and staying away from these types of foods. It gives you a
Just stay
list.
away from the Twinkies, fatty.
That was in a movie.
It's coming, bro.
What isn't in a movie at this point?
Once it's in a movie, that means it's already going to come true.
yeah, he said Robert A. Freitas, for example, has designed robotic replacements for human blood cells that perform hundreds of thousands of times more effectively than their biological counterparts. With Freitas respirocytes. Okay,
Nice.
like respiration,
Yeah.
respirocytes, because obviously red
Nice.
blood cells move oxygen, right? So respirocytes, robotic red blood cells. You could do a Olympic sprint for 15 minutes without taking a breath. His robotic macrophages would be far more effective than our white blood cells at combating pathogens. His DNA repair robot will be able to repair DNA transcription errors and even implement needed DNA changes. DNA changes? Although realization of Frida's conceptual designs are 2 or 3 decades away, substantial progress has already been achieved on bloodstream-based devices. For example,
bloodstream-based devices.
Oh yeah. Feel the
Huh.
blood. Feel it rush in the blood. For example, one scientist has cured type 1 diabetes in rats with nano-engineered device that incorporates pancreatic islet
Hell yeah.
cells.
I mean, that C word's it's a strong C word.
Hell yeah.
Cured.
Fuck
Pancreatic
diabetes.
Diabetes. The
Well,
device has
if you cured diabetes, then Eli Lilly's gonna be out of money.
Yeah, that's the thing is that you know, these cures have you know, just because somebody discovers a new technology, you know, it still needs time before it's implemented, and sometimes that takes a lot of different pressure within the society. You
Of
know,
course, but I mean, eventually.
Yeah, he's a
so
little ambitious with 25, but
if it ever, you know, some things, you know, get swept under the rug, you know.
think about the people who can afford to do it without society, though. They're going to be doing it.
yeah, and that causes all sorts of other issues in terms of regulation, in terms of people making nanites in their garage, you know, and all that type of stuff. Right. So there's going to be all sorts of unexpected changes that he's not actually incorporating into this. I mean, right, large scale technologies, you know, they acquire, I mean, you know, huge impact on society. I mean, to be met with huge regulatory changes. I mean, right? So I mean, they're already talking about that in terms of AI. You know, they were saying that they need a new regulatory agency comparable to the one for nuclear, I mean, proliferation. Right? So this is the type of stuff that, you know, I mean, you know, for a while, you know, these new technologies, especially the experimental types, they're going to grow the regulatory arm of government. Right? They're going to be an arms race, and right. So between the corporations and the government, and that's happening right now. You know, so I mean, and obviously, the corporations are winning that race, right? So what's going to happen is that global corporations are going to be pseudo governmental entities that develop new technologies, right? So I mean that's already happening, right? So I mean
Yeah, that's
so I
pretty
mean
much there.
yeah, in terms of social things, that's going to be a little bit different because hitherto now, you know, the most advanced technologies have came from the military, right? So it's going to be a little bit different, right, in terms of the power shift, and you could already see it happening, and right, a la, you know, celebrity inventors making political statements and all that type of stuff, I mean, right, as I was pointing out earlier in the show. But yeah, here goes. Clearly, nano robot technology has profound military applications. Okay, see, there we go.
Super soldier.
And he's saying that this is part of the improvement side. So he says any expectations and such uses will be relinquished or highly unrealistic. So the development of nanotechnology constitutes a biological arm race. And right, as he's saying here, already the Department of Defense is developing smart dust, quote unquote, tiny robots the size of insects or even smaller. Although not quite nanotechnology, millions of these devices will be dropped into enemy territory to provide highly detailed surveillance. The potential application for even smaller nanotechnology-based devices is even greater.
I mean, that fog was
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah. You know, want to find Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden, he says. need to locate hidden weapons of mass destruction. Billions of essentially invisible spies
Uh-oh.
could monitor every square inch of enemy territory, identify every person and every weapon, and even carry out missions to destroy enemy targets. The only way for an enemy to counteract such a force is, of course, with their own nanotechnology. So, he's already saying possibly everybody's going to have it.
Oh yeah.
The point is that nanotechnology based weapons will one day make large weapons obsolete. Greetings.
I told you.
You
Yeah,
definitely
exactly.
did.
Yeah, exactly. Telling. But, there's lots of people who don't know still. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. Nano robots will expand our experiences and our capabilities by providing fully immersive, totally convincing virtual reality, he says.
Hey, yo, shout out to Mel Gibson, bro. Giving a shout out to Methylene Blue on the Joe Rogans. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Everybody thought I was crazy until Mel Gibson told y'all about it, all right?
No, I
Now
didn't
what?
think you were crazy.
Now what, bro? It's on the Joe Rogans. Now what? I'm just saying, I told you.
Yeah, Jew Rogan.
Yo, we call him Toe Rogan because he looks like a toe.
How does he look like a toe?
Look at him, bro. He's
Bald
just
head.
bald and he's got no neck. He's a toe. He's Toe Rogan.
What's wrong, man? You don't want to eat the bugs and get your parasites?
Shut up, David. Not today.
Yeah, blessings.
Blessings. You know what I'm saying? I'm back on smoking the devil's lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the devil's lettuce.
Exactly.
Blessings, homie. Shout out Lucifer.
No.
It's transgenics, machine. They have all this already. They've had it for decades. What they put in movies, they're showing you what they're doing, what
Hey,
they're
bro.
going to do,
Hey, bro.
what they're going to do.
An atheist, a Christian, and a Satanist walk into a bar. Now finish the punchline.
What's the joke, man?
They had a drink and left.
You are.
I was gonna say the atheist ordered a drink and drank it and then left.
Okay.
They may have shared a quesadilla.
Okay. That's legit.
Is this real life?
You ever had Cabo tacos?
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying.
No.
I bet you wear a furry costume.
No.
So, do you like worshiping a loser, a guy who's going to lose in the end? Was it worth that free will?
I don't believe in the Judeo-Christian paradigm. Lucifer predates.
You believe in Lilith, the whore of Satan.
Lucifer and Lilith predate the Judeo-Christian paradigm. They're pagan in origin.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You're a goat man.
No.
Baphomet. You want to be both male, female, and goat.
Baphomet is an at best cipher for some people. Baphomet is an at best cipher It's not an actual deity at all.
You sound like you shop at Hot Topic.
No. No, I've been an occultist for 11 years.
So edgy.
No.
Is Hot Topic still a thing?
It's far from edgy.
No, it's gay topic now.
I believe so.
It's quite real.
It's like Warm Topic though.
I know there's a lot of retards who play
Lukewarm Topic.
Live action role playing, but no, it's quite serious.
He got the real Necronomicon.
Oh, I'm sorry. He wants y'all to know he saves sperm in a jar and names it one of the many demons from Legion.
I call my sperm Legion too.
That's right, for they are many.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I heard the word sperm legion. I'm gonna get back to this text. Blessings, guys. But yeah, they will take up the position in dose proximity to every interneuronal connection of our sensory organs, e.g., eyes, ears, and skin. We already have technology that enables electronic devices to communicate with neurons in both directions, and it requires no direct physical contact with neurons. For example, scientists at Max Planck Institute have developed, quote, neuron transistors, unquote, that can detect the firing of a nearby neuron, or alternatively can cause a nearby neuron to fire or suppress it from firing. Okay. So, I'll repeat that.
Transgenics.
They can suppress a neuron from firing.
Yeah.
So,
Change the activity of the brain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then it says this amounts to two-way communication between neurons and the electronically based neuron transistors. The Institute scientists demonstrated their invention by controlling the movement of a living leech from by controlling the movement of a living leech from their computer. It says. Okay.
A
When we
leech.
want,
And I think
yeah.
that's a good idea. A parasite, literally.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great. Sign me up.
And then it says when we want, and the key thing is their two-way communication. So the machine can be controlling the human, vice versa. Human, right?
Right,
That's what it's saying there.
Because humans are terrible and flawed and decayed, and the world is a terrible place, and it needs to be improved because our immune systems are, not worth a shit, and we need human 2.0.
Oh
That's basically it. They say they're
Yeah.
humanists, but really they're as far from humanists as you can get, because they don't believe that.
Say something we don't already know, Lilith. We know this. It's a farce. It's a charade. It's a masquerade. We know this.
It's disgusting.
Yes. So
You're named
disgusting.
after a hoe, by the way.
Well, I could say something you don't know, but it would take a little while.
The little babies are gonna burn.
But I mean, there's a lot of things that people know. It's a matter of perspective and actually meditating on the finer
On
details of
Lucifer's
things.
balls. Do you meditate on Lucifer's balls because you worship a stupid dumbass and say hell Satan?
I don't worship anything.
We think that when the demons are raping you in hell, Lilith?
I don't worship anything, and you're using superstition on an occult topic. which just
Superstition?
shows- Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, superstition.
Well, the elites don't believe it is.
The elites don't even believe.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can show you. I can show you.
The Jews do. I'm sorry. Did I
No,
say
they
that out
don't.
loud? Oh, yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They worship them. They're
I
trying
can
to
show
bring
you
them
in
on
their
the
own
earth.
writings.
They're trying to bring them on the
look
earth.
at this.
They're trying to bring them on the earth.
I can show you their own words.
You worship
They don't
Goatman.
believe it.
This gets pretty ridiculous. In the
Okay,
next
well, your
paragraph here,
ignorance,
it says,
is showing. So
Here,
you have
hold
no
on.
idea what you're talking about.
Here, hold on, Lilith. Hold on, guys. It says in
You
this
have
next
zero
paragraph.
experience. So you keep on your lane. I'll keep in mine.
Here, hold up, Lilith.
because you have no experience on anything that you're talking about.
Lilith, hold up for a second. Yeah. Yeah, this next paragraph is going into some fucking hilarious shit. I just thought this was hilarious. I read forward here a little bit, and it says look at this stupid shit. It says when we want to experience real reality, okay, and notice that just in the previous interview we just saw, he said there's no such thing as real reality.
Right.
I mean, he said
They're going to create it for you.
He said there's no difference between reality and the simulation. Then he
Right.
goes on to say the nano robots just stay in position and in the capillaries and do nothing. If you want to enter virtual reality, they suppress all of the inputs coming in from the real senses and replace them with the signals. Well, why couldn't they just trick you, right? It's obvious, right? But
yeah, the simulated reality they're going to create is more real. That's what they believe. That's what I'm saying. It's all fucking completely inverted.
Right. Yeah, that's what he said in the interview. Yeah, I'm sorry, Red. What was it?
Fake and retarded.
Exactly.
Yes,
right. Exactly. All right. And then he says, you, i.e., your brain, could decide to cause your muscles and limbs to move as you normally would, but nanobots would intercept these intraneural signals, suppress your real limbs from moving, and instead cause your virtual limbs to move and provide the appropriate reorientation in the virtual environment. The primary limitation of nanobot-based virtual reality at this time is only that it's not yet feasible in size and cost. One day, however, the web will provide a panoply of virtual environments to explore. Some will be recreations of real places, others will be fanciful environments that have no quote-unquote real counterpart. Some will be impossible in the physical world, perhaps because they violate the laws of physics. We will be able to quote unquote go to these virtual environments by ourselves, or we will meet other people there, both real people and simulated people.
Right.
Of course, ultimately, there won't be a clear distinction between the two, he says. By 2030, going to a website, will mean entering a full immersion virtual reality, he says, by 2030. In addition to encompassing all of the senses, some of these shared environments will include emotional overlays, as nanobots will be capable of triggering the neuronal correlates of emotion, sexual pleasure, and other derivatives of our sensory experience and mental reactions. Right? Mind you, I'm reading this from the manual Confronting Technology, from Dr. Scribina's course.
It sounds like
on
Ready
philosophy.
Player One, but like wireless.
Yeah, but we easily, we read this 10 years ago, so this paper was written way before that, and right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, it sounds just like Ready Player One, but wireless.
It is.
If you want to visualize it.
Or what about new Ryan Reynolds? What about, was that Free Guy or some shit where he walks around and he can just buy things, virtually? You can pull a lightsaber out of your ass now, Twilight.
Huh?
Remember Ryan Reynolds, Marvel Jesus? How he's able to, just grow the hands of the Hulk or pull out Captain America's shield in the movie Free Guy. Yeah, there you go. GTA's, motherfucker. You can go to Ammunition and just buy a digital gun now. Bop.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you could be anything you want. That's the goal. They're going to make the world a living hell so that you want to go into the virtual world. That's going to be the sales pitch. And you can be a superhero, you can be a god, you can be whatever you want, and there'll be no restrictions. And there will be no division. There'll be no division of gender or age or anything. No taboos, and you can just live in this virtual world of fantasy.
Is it Total Recall? Can I load in a mission and be a spy or a billionaire?
Yeah.
Oh,
you can do whatever you want. That's what I'm saying. And the world can burn around you, and it won't matter because you'll live in a fantasy world.
Well, hell, Satan, right?
Right.
You want an application? We can get you one.
Yeah, Hail Satan. Yeah.
You want to go Bohemian Grove and get butt naked with the goats?
It's actually Satania. Satania is an Indo-Aryan Iranian goddess.
Hey, O'Connell, looks to me like I got all the horses.
That predates the Judaic conception of Satan by thousands of years.
Oh my God.
So
maybe you really worship Imhotep. You worship Imhotep.
I don't worship anything.
Yeah, you do.
Did you know Satan is gay?
Again, Satan is
He's technically bi. He'll sleep with anything. Goat.
It's female.
So, what is that?
The goat. The goat is the
By
horned
training.
god.
He's a beastie.
Goat is a
beastie training.
caricature. It's a caricature. The goat is the horned god Pan, and her.
Satan's a butt pirate.
Because the gods, the main gods of the pagans were the horned gods, and so the Satan is a caricature that
Pagans
was
are butt
created
pirates also.
by the pagans are the ancestral gods of the Europeans people. So you could say
Basically butt pirates.
you're mocking your own heritage.
Home of the free,
And you're
land of
letting
the
the
gay.
Jews. You're adopting Jewish traditions.
I thought it was gayish.
That slaughtered your heritage. So I mean,
why haven't you
They're
fixed the
laughing
fucking
at you.
beep?
They're laughing
Fix your
at you.
fucking fire alarm. No, I'm laughing at you because you still haven't fixed the fucking R2D2 beep in the back from your fucking fire alarm. Your house is gonna burn down.
They're laughing at
I was
you.
wondering if anybody noticed that.
The
You know,
rabbis
your
are laughing
icon
at you because
is
you've
the
adopted
almighty
Jewish
bunghole.
gods and and rejected your own
No,
heritage.
I'm laughing at you because the name Jesus Christ saved me when I was 9 years old, and it saved me many times since then. So I'm not
Okay,
the one
well-
who's massively psyoped.
Okay.
Why is your
Okay,
icon
well-
the almighty bunghole?
They
It's Ouroboros the gayness.
if that helps you sleep at night, that's fine. For each their own.
I'm not the one flashing Illuminati symmetry to try to get into the club when I'm already in it.
I'm not in any club and I don't want to be in any club.
Yeah, you do. That's not what George Carlin says.
George Carlin was awesome.
He's in the Illuminati.
George
That's
Carlin
right.
was a prophet. George Carlin was a prophet, for real. I wish people would have listened to him. The world would have been a better place if people would have took him seriously.
Why do you think I say the apocalypse has to be televised? Because it is. And I'll get good ratings for it too.
I'm not part of any club. I don't want to be a part of any club. I was approached by Freemasons before, but yeah.
Yeah,
no.
sure you would. You wouldn't be
He
on
was
the internet
approached.
talking about it.
I
He was
don't.
approached from behind.
I'm not. I don't want to be part of anything. I talk to the spirits directly. I don't need to talk to any people. I don't need to be part of anybody's club.
I met a smoking man. That's even worse. Meet one of them.
He talks to Cthulhu in the freezer.
No. All these daemons, 'cause that's what they were called before they were demonized, daemons, and they were neutral. Okay, are ancient pagan gods and goddesses. That is all. And everything was considered evil but Yahweh, even though he was a genocidal maniac. So, go figure that one out.
It doesn't matter because the aliens will be your god.
Well, the aliens are archons.
The Anunnaki.
The
Lots of
Anunnaki. Well,
sloppy.
the aliens are
If
what
you-
Christians.
That's
The
what-
aliens are actually closer to what Christians would consider demons.
Aliens flew billions of light years to come in for Twilight in the name of Satan.
They might as well be. They might as well be. I would call them archons, but from that perspective, they are malevolent. So if you want to call them demons,
going
you
to die
could.
down here.
They're not coming from other planets. I'll tell you that right now. They're interdimensional.
Yes.
And they are spiritual. So
Yes.
yeah. They're deceitful, and I would agree with that. Again, I was raised evangelical Christian. I know. Okay. So I understand. And I've said before, I have no issue with Jesus. I just have issue with organized religion, and I have issue with his supposed father, which I don't believe was his
That's your
father. at all.
problem. That's your problem. Do you not understand? Jesus Christ came to separate what he is from religion. He
The
did not
idea
like
of
religion.
hell, the
He
idea
did
of
not
the
like.
apocalypse, all
Oh,
this
you
was
gotta be
added later
told. Oh,
by
things
the
are gonna
church.
be burnt up and restarted. Boo-hoo!
Hear me out.
You don't like being in
Hear
control
me
of your
out.
own reality.
Yo,
We
why
get
do
it.
you care?
A lot of these doctrines were
That's
added later
literally
by
a
the
new
church.
world order.
Hold on.
A
Hold
lot
on.
of
Why do
these,
you
That's
care?
why you
world order.
go in your pod.
Hold on.
Go in your
Hold on.
a lot of these
Hold
doctrines, a lot of these
Yeah.
doctrines were added later by the church.
Why do you
The
care?
cross was not even the symbol of Christianity till the 5th century.
Hello?
Hell was not added to the Bible until later on. A lot of these things were added later on, and this is provable.
Hello? Why do you care? Right? Who Jesus claims his father is, though.
Jesus, first off, Jesus never once mentioned who his father is. So, I mean, that's enough. The original Christians actually said that Jesus's father was not Yahweh. In fact,
But are you retarded?
I'm not calling anybody retarded. So the people who call people retarded usually are the ones who are retarded.
It was
I'm
a
not insulting. I'm not insulting anybody.
I'm just wondering. I'm saying, why do you care who Jesus claims his father is?
Why do you care what I care about? Why do you care what I think about? Why do you care what I believe? Because I don't care what you believe. Why don't you ask yourself that question?
It's important.
No, it's really not.
So
I don't care what anyone else. I don't
care about
no,
what
it's
you're saying.
No, it's disrespectful that you are so concerned about what I care about. That's what's disrespectful. Because I'm not concerned about what anyone else feels or thinks or believes.
All right, so the answer to are you retarded is yes. Got it.
The answer to are you disrespectful is yes.
But I thought we were okay with that.
So you're ignorant and disrespectful. Okay, check.
Are we not okay with disrespectful?
No.
All right, so then I have to care about what you're saying?
So you're arrogant and disrespectful and ignorant. Okay, got you. Check.
But Twilight, you're the only one who's seeming really emotional. You can't tell what's trolling, what's psyoping, and what's
How am
truth.
I emotional?
I mean,
I've been respectful. I'm not questioning anyone's beliefs.
I'll give you an example. Hush.
I don't need an example. It's obvious.
They said that
because I'm not retarded.
Shh, I never called you retarded. I never said you were retarded. Hush and calm down.
I didn't say you did.
Okay. They said that I was an emotional Christian, but yet they can't
I
tell.
don't care. I don't
voice
care.
acting.
That's the thing. I don't give a damn. Because
but
I'm
yet-
comfortable in my own
Hey,
belief, in my own practice. Because
not
I've been
the
at it
point.
for 10 years.
Look, you're emotionally.
I don't need to
damaged.
convince anybody. I don't need to explain to anybody. I don't owe anyone an explanation. I don't owe anybody
No one's
anything.
calling you stupid. First of all, no one's called you stupid. We're not calling you retarded.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, then why are you
It's
so
irrelevant
about it?
It's irrelevant to me. No, I'm just making it clear. I don't care.
Breathe.
If people
So just
want
to
to talk,
make it clear, you are retarded.
okay.
Oh, well, quote unquote.
In your
allegedly. Allegedly.
ignorant eyes,
For at least
I'm
10
retarded
years.
to an ignorant know nothing. So yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, he has his reasons. I just think it's hilarious that you sit here and say "Hell, Satan" when you know that.
Actually, you said it.
He's going to be.
You
No,
said it.
you're the one who comes in and says "Hell, Satan."
I didn't
you
say
mean-
Hell, Satan.
You mean me, the psyoper? Yeah, okay.
I didn't. You said it, and then I said it. I said it because I thought it was funny.
But you call yourself Lilith. So what's the whole point behind that? I mean,
Because I work with Lilith. I do work with Lilith. But Lilith goes back to Mesopotamia.
Oh boy.
I keep saying this is all pagan. Ultimately, originally, it goes before the Judeo-Christian paradigm. Now, if you want me to actually tell you about my practice and learn something, that's cool. If not, that's fine too.
No, I get your practice. It's hilarious because that's exactly.
You don't though.
That's
I
what
can
they
sum it up
want you
in
to
2
do.
words.
That's
And
what
when I
they
tell you
want
that
to
the
be.
Jews don't believe in Satan, I can show you in their own words they don't.
I can sum up the practice in 2 words. You ready? Fake and gay.
Okay, well, see, this is what I'm saying. No, what's fake and gay is your pretend understanding that you don't have. You're assuming things.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
more
That's,
gay than fake.
Hey, you know what's funny? Because
Just like you don't, just like you think that, just like, Just like you believe that they believe in Satan or Lucifer, when I can show you multiple sources that show that they do not.
They're the synagogues of Satan, so I'm pretty sure that they are, because they, do things that you couldn't even, that you supposedly do as an occultist.
They believe. Okay, let me put it to you this way: they believe in Satan, but they don't believe it's a force that is independent of God.
No,
it is something that exists
that's right.
within man.
That's right.
Let me finish my damn sentence.
It's their Messiah. What's your point? We already know this.
No, their Mashiach is themselves. They worship
what are you,
themselves.
You pass the tongue? Are you slithering? Are you slithering in?
They worship themselves, bro.
Yeah, well, minus 10 points from Gryffindor.
They worship themselves.
God
Go
damn
look on the Discord. I dropped 3 links in it. I had this discussion with somebody else, and I showed there are 3 links that I dropped in the Discord showing they do not believe in Satan as an independent being.
That's how good of a psyoper I am. He doesn't even know that it was me. He was dropping the info too.
No,
That's him, bro. He's televised apocalypse.
I am the greatest psyop on YouTube because I've been psyoped by some of the greatest people, including the Smoking Man.
I told you he's retarded.
That's right. I ate too many windows and ate too many boogers. Oh, too many depositories. Damn it. I shouldn't ate all that microwave food.
Okay, well, I think it's pretty damn clear.
That's right. Clear.
They don't believe in Satan as an independent. They use it as a way to hide. They use it as a cloak, and they use it to scare the hell out of the masses. It's that simple.
Well,
when Albert Pike talks about the seething energies of Lucifer are in the hands of blah 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 blah,
right?
He's referring to Venus, and it's the philosophical understanding. They're not talking about a being with goat horns and all this crap.
So in your end game, it
sounds retarded.
What's Lilith going to do with someone like you, Twilight? Are you going to go and have eternal sex with her and eternal chaos?
Absolutely.
Oh, there you go.
That's it. Yeah, we're gonna have children.
Do what thou wilt, right? Have little hybrid babies.
Yep. That's it. You got it. You figured it out, man. You're brilliant. You figured it out. Damn.
Beep. Yep. Beep. Yeah, that's right. Beep, Richie.
We're gonna have children. Yep.
Well, so follow up with that question.
It's okay.
I'm actually a hybrid, bro.
Hey, it's okay.
I'm actually a hybrid, bro.
Twilight.
I'm a hybrid. I'm a hybrid.
Hey, Twilight.
I'm a hybrid.
Twilight. Every time
I'm a son of Lilith, bro. I'm a hybrid. I'm the serpent seed. What are you gonna do about it?
Every time a beep goes off, a drone gets closer with one of Elon Musk's flamethrowers.
I'm a serpent seed. What are you gonna do about it?
All right. So, last question: do you?
I have different DNA.
Now?
I have different DNA. What are you gonna do about it?
Hey, are you Team Jacob or Team Edward?
In what way?
I have different DNA.
It's gay DNA.
In autism, chlamydia.
Whatever you want to believe, man.
He is gay.
Okay. In like one of them like triple helix kind of shit or something.
Twilight, I'm just saying, when the time comes, I hope you won't be deceived, but I'm not having much faith in you, dude.
It's just like DNA.
Dude, the only deception is organized religion.
The only deception is that you're gonna take whatever they tell you to take, and that's pretty scary.
No.
Yeah, you will.
Nope.
Yeah, you will.
No.
Yeah, you will. Keep saying no. Keep saying you're gonna have sex with someone like that.
Because I'm tired of arguing. Because you honestly believe that bullshit, and so I'm just going along with you. I'm humoring you.
Because do you honestly think that Twilight would give up his life for anything other than his own desires?
Again, you're making dumb assumptions, so I'm just going to go along.
Coming from the occultist, you're not no occultist if you're not willing to sacrifice every single human being on this planet. So shut the fuck up.
That has nothing to do with occultism.
Oh, buddy, then yeah, you don't know fucking anything about it. It's a lot more than just.
No, you don't know anything
you
about
have
occultism.
to use safe words in sex like occultism. I could use words that could get TML's stream shut down, and I'm not going to do that, okay? Because I'm going to make billions and billions and billions. I'm like you little peons. I'm going to make billions making psyops. Yes.
Well, then go for it. That's fine. That sounds more like you're aligned with them than I am. Because I have no desire to do any of that.
Oh no!
None.
You worship goat people.
I worship nothing.
I heard you worship in the
Absolutely nothing.
chamber of
And I have no desire to sacrifice anybody or any animal or anything. Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Occultist. Okay.
It has nothing to do with occultism. Again,
Then you weren't. Let me tell you
pure
something.
ignorance.
Then you weren't approached by a Freemason.
I was.
No, you weren't.
ignorance.
No, the
Yes,
fuck
I was.
you weren't.
Okay, well,
No, the fuck you
I
weren't.
wasn't.
Because
Yeah,
do you know,
and you went to a
hey,
and you were in a
buddy,
satanic
hey,
coven,
buddy,
supposedly.
hey, buddy.
Okay.
You know when you get to the 32nd degree what you're asked to do? I bet you don't.
You know the 32nd degree is not
I bet
the
you
top,
don't.
right?
I bet you don't. I never said it was. I never said what I can't say what 33 is. That's even worse.
33rd degree isn't the top either.
Oh no, that's right. It's 69. It's 69. It's 666.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
See, I told you to control your emotions. No, but
My
for
emotions are completely controlled.
You are aware, but it is very concerning that you sit here and say things like you follow something like Lilith. That's.
Well, I'm sorry that you're ignorant of who Lilith actually is.
No. Hey, you're the one who's going to be joining the New World Order, so.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I've been calling out the New World Order since I was a teenager.
So when they come with the vehicles and the platoons of not just people but AI advanced technology,
I'm just as much against the New World Order as when I was a Christian. Nothing has changed.
Because we'll see when you get your head shaved and get a barcode put on the back of your head like Hitman.
Hell no. I'm just as against the New World Order as when I was a Christian. Nothing has changed.
So you're going to be one of the few thousand peoples who are going to be just gun down the street Gestapo style?
I mean, if it comes down to joining that, no, I'm not doing it.
Longer.
Okay. We'll see, man.
They'll get shot. Like, no.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that?
They're not even using humans right now. You're so far behind it. It's not going to be humans you're going to be fighting.
Bro, I don't give a fuck.
There you go. You don't give a fuck. You heard it there. Quote, mark it.
I don't.
Beep.
I've known about and been calling out this shit since I was a teenager.
So was I.
Okay. Well.
And every single adult around me didn't care, which is why it's still going.
No, they didn't. No, they
still
didn't.
going.
I was out on the street showing people the shit on a dollar bill. Okay?
And every single day the New World Order is getting closer and nothing's being done about it. What are we going to do?
No, because people are too busy talking and acting like they fucking know everything instead of actually doing things proactively. Instead of doing things proactively.
Well, I tell you what, you go out there. Well, let me tell you something. You and me go out there.
I'm actually doing things to
what are you doing? You're in a cult?
I'm getting off of the grid.
Oh,
I'm getting off of the grid.
Oh, that's another deception.
I'm getting off of the grid gradually.
There's no such thing off grid. They have the entire world
mapped.
Yeah,
there is.
They have the entire world mapped. You're not going anywhere, motherfucker. The entire world is mapped down to the fucking inch. You're not. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is.
There's ways to get off.
Yeah, it is.
There's ways to get off.
It is.
There's ways to disconnect.
No,
from
there's
the
not. They
system.
have ground penetrating radar. Dumb fuck.
Dude, you're retarded, bro.
Plasma weapons.
You have no fucking clue. What
I'm retarded. Yes, I'm retarded. You don't even watch military channels that tell you the type of technology that they have. Oh, you're so fucking retarded. Good thing you didn't join the military.
Just because they can track you with satellites and shit, it doesn't mean that you can't.
Oh, it's not
disconnect from the
satellites.
system.
They don't need satellites. The shit's already in your DNA. But I won't go there either.
They have LiDAR and I know. They have rocks they can throw into your fucking backyard that have cameras in it. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
And they also have
DARPA, yeah. I know. I've known this
yeah,
for 20
so-
years.
okay.
I've known about all this for years, okay? What I'm saying, I'm not talking about they can't to
And you
being
believe
able
in
to
something like
hide
this?
from them.
Oh.
I'm saying that you can slowly, gradually remove yourself from their system. That's what I'm saying. So
No,
that you're
you
not
can't.
cooperating as much with maritime law and all of
The only
that.
way
You
you're going to get out of
become
the
more
system,
sovereign.
the only way you're going to get out of their system is either worship Satan or you're going to be killed.
No, you become more
Yes,
sovereign. There's a
yes.
way to
You will
become
worship
more sovereign.
Satan. You will worship Satan.
It's funny
and
how
his
you think you
mark.
know anything, but you've
Oh,
taken
funny.
absolutely
According
no
to
knowledge, which shows
Rothschild,
that you're
according
ignorant
to
and have
the
no fucking clue
Rothschilds,
what you're
the
talking
most
about.
richest family in the world, who literally said no one
They're
went
not
into
the
the
richest
New World
family.
Order.
They're
The
not the
front
rich.
family,
No, they're
the
not.
front family, because Satan is the richest person. He is the one who owns all riches on the
Satan
planet.
is not a being. It's a
Oh, you're
force.
so deceived, you poor soul. I will pray for you tonight.
No, I'm good. Satan is not a
What's
being.
the
It's a
point? You end up
force.
dead anyway.
No one good.
It will matter if you care about your eternal soul, Red. See, for someone who's searching the truth, I do hope one day you do come to the truth. And even, again, I'm going to stand, I guess, on my Christ that, yes, I believe because I've witnessed Christ himself, the name of Christ, saved me from what only thing I can describe as demonic possession. And no one will ever move me in that. And I will die on that hill. I don't care what you put me through. So when the New World Order comes and they line every one of you up and say, are you going to worship him or are you going to die? I hope you decide to worry about or at least outweigh the cons and pros if you say yes or no. And that doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong, because we can live for the next 100 years and they're going to depopulate us anyway, whether or not there is a God. That's why none of you, well, I'm sorry, I'm taking that back. Twilight, no offense to you, but you are far behind on deception. You don't understand.
That's a Jesuit doctrine. That was a Jesuit doctrine created by the
before you
Jesuits.
speak. The psyop
That was
is
a
so
Jesuit
deep.
doctrine.
Hush. Calm your emotions.
No.
Be like
No.
Spock. Have no emotions.
The only one emotional is you.
You're psyop. I'm psyop.
You're talking over everybody. You're
all
it's a Jesuit
psyops.
doctrine.
You're all psyop.
No, it's a Jesuit doctrine. You're the one
psyop.
psyops. You don't even realize this shit is Jesuit doctrine.
What's a Jesuit doctrine? The fact that a New World Order
The
is the
tribulation and this all shit about the Antichrist. It's fucking Jesuit doctrine.
I never said that.
The idea
that's
of there being one
Rocky is the one who's
Antichrist and all
quoting.
that is a Jesuit doctrine. Dispensationalism.
Yes.
It's Jesuit.
Yes. And
It's Jesuit.
happening. Do you not realize that there are satanic Jews out there in New York who are multi-billionaires?
Yeah, they're not the top.
No, they're not the top. They just,
No, Rothschild is not the top.
One of the most biggest attacks that supposedly since Pearl Harbor. But okay.
Rothschild has bosses too.
Oh dear God.
They do. They do. You know why Rothschild is so powerful? Because they hold the Vatican treasury. The keys to the Vatican treasury. They have bosses.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Does that make you sleep
Black
better?
nobility. I don't need to tell myself because
Have
again,
you ever
I don't
been
need
to the Vatican?
See,
Have you
this
ever
is
been
the thing.
into
I
the
don't need to
vaults?
convince anybody
have
of
you ever
anything.
been in the vaults? Have
This
you ever
is the
seen what's
difference
in there?
This is the difference between you and I. I don't need to convince anybody of what I believe because I'm comfortable in it.
Do you think the spirit of
Because I'm
destiny
comfortable
is
in
myth?
it.
Do you think Hitler went and did all that stuff in occultism just because he thought they were myths? Oh my God!
Again, I've been an occultist for 10 fucking years.
He only helped slaughter millions of people because he literally thought that the Ark of the Covenant and the Spirit of Destiny existed. But yeah, keep telling yourself that these people don't actually believe in it.
First off, that's fake news.
Okay, what mustache mean man bad? Do you believe he was a bad man?
No.
I bet you're a psyop, aren't you?
I think you're a walking psyop.
Well, yeah, that's what the government pays me to do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, there you go.
Remember, because we all can create our own realities, remember? We live in a virtual reality. You can be whatever you want. Frogs are gay. Man can be women. I mean, come on.
We don't live in a virtual reality, and no man can't be fucking...
How do you know? You've never been outside of this reality except for your conception.
Have you?
Yes. I've punched
just like
demons in the face.
Just like you were in a satanic coven where they're sacrificing people and somehow you got out alive. Okay. And I'm the fucking Pope. The fuck out of here.
Yes. Have you never been invited to a satanic church? Where they make you sign,
Incredulous.
where they hand you a piece of paper and it says that all rituals that you are about to
You
see
don't
here,
get invited to
you are
something
not
like
allowed
that.
to speak about it. And then a bunch
You
of
don't get invited to something like that.
overweight, fucking purple-haired,
It doesn't
who
happen.
pretend to be
You're
women
full
come
of
out
it.
down and
You're
look
full of
and
it.
act like you, go and claim in the name of Satan, and then they start fucking
Provide
each other on
evidence.
the fucking
Provide
stage.
evidence, or otherwise you're talking out your ass.
There's your new world order. There's
I don't
your
believe
Satan temple, a bunch of fucking trans on a fucking stage,
I don't believe
fucking
you.
each other with an upside down cross.
I don't believe you.
Hell, Satan.
I don't believe you. At all.
Then you must not go to the Tennessee ones.
I don't go to any
Virginia
temple.
ones.
I don't go to any temple. I have friends that are occultists that we have discussions and we meditate and we'd meditate and do group rituals together, but there's no I'm not part of any group, any temple, any lodge, anything. I don't need it because I go directly to the source. As I've said many times.
The source of Lilith. So when was the last time you called upon her almighty name and summoned her to
I
your
talk to her
bedroom?
every day.
Oh, did she answer back kind of like my supposed sky daddy?
Yeah, she does.
Oh, she does. Pornhub doesn't count. Is it the beep on the wall from where you haven't changed the battery?
I've worked with her for 8 years.
Oh. Your coworker doesn't count.
No.
Or your sister.
No. No, I've had actual supernatural paranormal experiences.
Likewise, give me one. I haven't heard one since the whole entire time I've known you.
Because I'm not going to bother wasting my time.
Oh, because you haven't had one.
No, because you're
because you haven't had one. Because you haven't had one. Even T-Mail has shared one with me. I haven't heard one from
you sound like a little kid.
Say that when you claim basically the same thing.
You sound like a little kid.
But I have
I'm not
told
gonna waste
y'all,
my
I have
time throwing
told y'all
pearls
my real
before
life
swine.
experiences. I have shared every one of my experiences with y'all. He has yet to share
You
one. Because
haven't
why?
shared
He
it.
hasn't had
All
one.
you've
Yes,
done is
I have.
talk nonsense.
Yes, I have, because you don't listen. You only
You
like
sound
your
like
own
a
opinion.
circus clown.
You sound
You
like
sound
you
like a
only like
circus
your own
clown.
opinion. You only like your own opinion.
You sound like a
Sorry.
circus clown.
I can't hear you over the screaming female Lilith. What?
You sound like a circus clown. I'm not going to
Anybody
waste my
can
fucking
deny
time.
you having any one of those experiences. You know.
Okay, but
People
I've
can
also
claim that.
You
but
sound
I'm
like a circus
also,
clown.
I have shared every single experience spiritually that I've had, and I have no obligation.
What evidence
to
do
give
you
that to y'all.
have?
And people can decide not
Evidence,
to
and
believe
explaining. Okay, but what does that got to do with it? I said, give me an experience. I never said whether the fuck I believed it or not. I said, give me an experience. I don't care whether or not he says a fucking ghost fucked him in the ass. Let me hear the fucking experience. Give me one that goes, ooh.
Why?
Convince me. Convince me.
But
there's no point.
What's the point?
The joke.
Exactly.
It's called sarcasm. Give me one experience.
There's no point. It's
One-
a waste of fucking time. I'm not going to waste my breath.
No, because you claim to be something that you're not. That's why. That it's
No, because
actually
I'm not going to
very
waste my damn
important.
time.
It's very
I'm
important.
not going to waste my damn time.
At least Dennis can sit here and say, "Well, I mean, if I had a
Again,
spiritual
because
experience-
I am comfortable in my practice and in my path and in my experiences. I don't need to convince anybody.
And somehow through all these experiences, Lilith is
I
what
have
you come
plenty
out
of
with. Friends. Can
who
you
know
not bring up
damn well-
references? This ain't a fucking job application. Don't bring up references.
I'm not bringing up references.
Yes,
I'm
you are. You're
that-
saying this person. I didn't come to Christ
it's not
because of
about
religion.
you. Get out of your narcissistic, delusional bullshit. Okay, it has nothing to do with you. Like, you're not important. You are irrelevant. You're fucking irrelevant.
Oh.
You're irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Do you know what irrelevant means? It means you don't matter.
You're still emotional.
Get it? Got it? Good.
Is that why you call yourself Lilith? Are you too emotional?
I'm not emotional. I just don't give a fuck.
That's pretty emotional.
And Christians always use that.
You're talking out your ass.
Like, well, not always, but frequently.
He's acting like a real Christian, too.
There's a difference between being able to have a logical conversation and being able to separate one's emotions.
Nothing you're saying is logical. You're making assumption
It's
after
quite
assumption.
simple. I asked you for an experience,
No,
and
all
you
you've
won't
done
give me one.
is ad hominem attacks and assumptions and ignorant bullshit. That's all you've done.
Because you can't convince me that you met something that's not of this
I'm not
world.
trying to convince you of anything. That's the thing.
I'm not
All
trying to
you've
convince you
done
of anything, but in the same
you're
sentence,
making
I worship
demands
Lilith.
like I need to
pray to
fucking
her.
convince you of anything. I don't owe you anything. That's what you need to get through your fucking skull. I don't owe you anything.
Skull? Why you want to skull fuck me? Are you a skull fucker?
I don't give a shit.
Because, they do that in occultism, too. I don't know if you knew that. You have to desecrate a corpse.
Right, yeah.
You're an occultist. You're an occultist.
Occult researcher, I know. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, now you're a occult researcher.
Totally.
Okay.
That's how I know you've never been
Someone who
involved
claims to
in
have a
anything
lot of knowledge, but yet hasn't actually
involving any
participated in any occult ritualism, like, sex deprivation of children. And, minors, which is, what millions of victims go through every single day. Have you ever talked to one? Doesn't sound like it, motherfucker. How about you go out there and talk to some children? How about you go out there and actually talk to the children who have went through this shit? Have you know Mr. Lilith, who believes in the literal guy who gets fucked and raped millions of times supposedly by Satan to have his demonic offspring? So go rape. With your more power there, buddy. Go right ahead. Pray to your Lilith to come and suck your pee-pee. You're too emotional, bro. Too emotional. All I asked for was a simple experience. I don't give a shit whether or not I actually believe it in it, or whether or not it convinced me or anything. I'm just simply asking, as Penelverse buddy to Penelverse buddy, can you share an experience like we're sitting here having a conversation as a pair of friends? But no, you're so emotional. You can't, separate the emotion from someone just simply saying, can you give me an experience? Just like if I sat down and asked Red, hey, have you ever had a supernatural experience? Do you mind sharing it with me? Like a rabid dog, get back on your leash, bro. All I did was ask a simple experience.
And then what?
Because I would expect that anyone who dares have a conversation about the occult or any of these so-called dark art practices, I would like to hear if you've had a supernatural experience, because once I've heard that, I know what kind of a demon's attacking you, by the way. So I'm very interested to know which demon's attacking him, but I can't know until he talks about his quote-unquote supernatural experience. But apparently...
Just incorporated into the paradigm, so, what's the point?
Exactly.
I'm very curious to know which kind of demons I'm talking to.
He's been nothing but disrespectful, but yet he wants me to have a chat with him.
As I told you
Otherwise, don't waste my
earlier
time.
on Discord, learn to when people are joking, when people are being sarcastic, and clearly you're not mature enough to understand when someone is,
You're not mature enough to show respect and not act like a 3-year-old.
You haven't been on here long enough. You don't know me very well.
I don't care. Show respect or don't talk to me.
Show respect. This is probably the most chillest I am. You're the one getting emotional for no reason.
It's not about being emotional. It's about show respect.
Call your Sky mommy or Earth mommy, whatever you want to call her. Did I offend you? Did I hurt your feelings? See, separate what's real and what's not.
Lola Ricardo.
I just managed to emotionally compromise you without even trying. That's the whole point. That's what, me and Rant were doing. You don't understand. Like, you were being emotionally compromised on purpose to see how you would react. That's the whole entire point. Learn to know that maybe not all of us here have actually ill intentions towards you, Twilight. Maybe some of us actually want the very utmost for your being and soul, and you just don't realize who it is yet. Maybe sometimes people are mean because they have to be to try to get you to see a point, because you're too thick-headed, like you try to say about me. I don't hate you. I have no need to hate you. Quite the contrary, actually. Just like Red, I'm here to find the truth. Oh, no beep beep. Beep beeps. I don't know, y'all. I would very much like to dismantle this New World Order by before 5 o'clock in the morning. But the point is that if our only one true way and path of getting people to understand what we can do about it is to awaken the minds, well, I mean, like I spoke about that movie, if no one's seen it, they have been putting it in your faces for a long time and no one's done anything about it. So if all we can do is continue saying this and this, which people call LARPing or fear porn or whatever you want to call it, the point is that these people 100% believe in whatever the fuck they believe in, and they're going to do it regardless of what we're saying or doing. Because why? You're not going to get 3.5 billion people to stop doing what they're doing and overthrow their masters. So good luck. You tell me. It's never going to happen.
Exactly, Red. Exactly. I agree. Religion is the biggest psyop of all.
Yeah, exactly. Did you not understand? That's the whole point of me being the smoking man. What if I'm here to promote the New World Order and offer you all passes?
No thanks.
Seriously, you think it's a fucking joke? Until, black SUV with no plate, bulletproof tires pulls up and comes and knocks on your door. And that's if you get a knock. Most of the time you don't get knocks.
What are they waiting for? They got us technology, and we can't do much about it. What are they waiting for?
They like toying with us, bro. No, I'm just freaking. That's one of the reasons. Mentally, it's because they like toying with you. They have to work on the code. If you want to believe it's spiritual, that is. But if you want to believe that it's all random, they're just drawing it out for as long as they can until they have it.
It's simple, Red. Part of the psyop is making you believe they have more power than they actually do.
Well, I mean, these people are capable of flying, aircraft that literally make no sound and can, do 0.g turns within nanoseconds. So yeah, you keep telling me they don't have the fucking power. Mr. Lilith, who believes in a literal fucking whore demon.
I mean, if they have the technology, I think they have. There's no need of an event. There's no need for theatrics. They can just.
It is if it's spiritual, Red. If it's spiritual, yes, it is. But keep telling yourself that there is no God.
They can do it to the physical realm at least, anyway. Other
There's
realms, I don't know.
There's a God. It's just not in any book.
Could be. I mean, maybe. Maybe every single book is wrong, and maybe there is some almighty creator, but who's to say that it's not just some, alien from, 30 billion light years away who came and dropped his little sperm DNA in the water and made little human babies, little xenomorph babies. I mean, you tell me.
Directed panspermia.
Everyone says that I'm psyoped, and yet I've had experiences and I've seen things and experienced things that only tells me that there's one truth, nothing but the truth, and that's the way, the truth, and the life, and his name is Jesus Christ, because he has saved my soul on many occasions.
I don't want to split hairs, but I'm not saying you specifically are psyoped. It just seems psyopy to me.
That's the whole point. It's meant to sound psyopy.
Jesus to come back and kill all the baddies and set up a new world order. I mean,
Heavenly Jerusalem descends from the sky and rules over all the nations.
that's supposed to be after the millennial reign.
Yeah,
but
you're still confusing the lie and psyop of what Christ is compared to the actual Christ, which is, yes, the Bible has been converted. Yes, there's a lot of lies in the Bible, but God does give you eyes to see and ears to hear. I just choose to psyop people.
Just because Christ is real doesn't mean that it's what organized religion says it is. I have also had experience.
Never told me there was.
I've also had experiences with the Christos, so you make a lot of assumptions. Just because the Christos is real does not mean that the organized religion is true. Don't mix the two up.
again, I was down this hill. Jesus came to abolish religion, including supposedly Christianity. I'll leave it like that.
Well, Jesus wasn't a Christian, that's for sure.
How else can I explain, what I experienced that night other than what people have told me it's hallucinations? No, I didn't do drugs at 9 years old with what I experienced. So unless anyone can give me a logical reason beside me falling in and out. Oh, God, Red, are you going to tell me what the doctors told me too? Oh, you were falling in and out of deep REM sleep, so therefore you hallucinated.
I said not. I didn't say it was hallucinations.
You jump to conclusions way too quick. Will you let people finish their thoughts?
It could be any number of things. Who knows? We don't know every single thing, every phenomenon, how it interacts with the physical and the spiritual realms.
That's exactly the point.
Well, I'm
we
just going to
know
tell you
that instead of searching,
from every single person, from every single person.
Instead of being honest with ourselves and searching for truth, everybody thinks they have the truth.
Then you might as well not even worry about living as a human being. You might as well become an animal, go out there, live in your own piss and shit, and just live like an animal. Unfortunately, with the experience, what I'm saying is with the experiences I have had, I refuse to believe in anything other than that, yes, a man loved me enough to die on a cross, yes, but you just, whether you want to say
I'm not.
I refuse to believe.
I'm not discounting your experience.
What makes you think that's not symbolic? When it says take up thy cross and walk, you don't think maybe that's symbolic?
And you think I haven't? You don't know what I've done in Christ's name. You don't know how many women I've almost put my life on the fucking line to save from abusive
You don't know what I've been through either.
Okay, then I never claimed to. But I'm not the one who claims that, I worship and talk to Lilith either. I claim to talk to Christ, who I personally was saved by. When was the last time?
4 a.m.
I told you I have no issue with
When was the last time Lilith saved your soul? When was the last time Lilith did anything for me?
Lilith actually has been there for me through a lot.
Bringing you up. What has she done? What has she done once for you? What?
I'm not.
Has she ever put food on the table? Did she bring you? Did she bring you a whore because you got on a website and asked some bitch to come and fuck you? Yo, yeah, hell, Lilith, right?
No, she's put me through a lot.
Well, Jesus Christ actually did something for me. You see, he actually kept me from being possessed by an immeasurable force that I cannot describe other than I couldn't see it and couldn't feel it. So, I have faith in Jesus Christ. He died on the cross for me, unlike you, who claims to talk to an entity who does not exist, and if she does, she's nothing more than a concubine of Satan. So
again, this is all your ignorance and assumptions, and you wonder why I don't want to talk to you about
and
it.
Assumptions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to laugh when every single most of you
I told you that I have no issue with Jesus.
It's going to be so funny. Take your mark and be beheaded.
Okay, this is my point. You nothing but assumptions.
Yeah.
And ignorance. Yeah.
The New World Order is literally.
And the funny thing is I have absolutely no issue with Jesus. I just believe that he was different than what they say in organized religion. That's all. All these ideas of hell and tribulations were way afterwards.
Yeah.
The original teachings of Jesus and the original Christians were massacred by the church. That's
enjoy
a fact.
Your nuclear weapons. Enjoy
That's
your nuclear fallout.
The original teachings. The original teachings. The original
burning
teachings.
Your cities down to build your smart cities.
All I know is if Jesus was here right now, he would be very upset with you.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Don't judge others. Yeah, no. You're violating all his commandments.
Twilight, I have never once told anyone to go to hell on this panel, ever.
You're telling me
ever. I have
enjoy
never
this
once,
and enjoy that.
I have never once ever told a single person, no matter how mean they are to me, including people who have told me to go kill myself on here, to go to hell.
Just because you don't tell people to go to hell doesn't excuse what the fuck you're doing. It's your character. Jesus is supposed to change you from the inside out. You're supposed to be reborn. You're supposed to renew your mind. It's supposed to renew your heart. Repentance is to change, to die to the world, and change. I have more fucking Christ in me than you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't, Mr. Beep Beep.
Yeah, because I actually show respect to people.
No,
and I don't judge
because,
them.
you know, I can pull out a Bible. I can pull out a Bible and read it word for word, and then you'll say
I
I'm
don't even
psyop,
need to pull out a
So
Bible.
see,
I know
notice
verses
the
without
biggest
even
psyop.
pulling out a Bible.
See, there's a psyop. You tell me that I don't follow Christ, but if I follow the literal
I'm
word of
saying you don't
Christ, you
show
would say
it.
I am psyoped.
I'm
What would it
saying I'm
matter?
not.
You
You're the one
wouldn't
using
believe it
that word
anyway,
all the time.
Twilight.
I'm not.
That's a psyop.
Your
You wouldn't believe it
character is
anyway.
not of a Christian
You
character.
believe
You
it.
don't have a Christian character.
Okay.
You're disrespecting.
Coming
You're
from the one who's
judging.
not a Christian.
You're disrespecting.
Calling the kettle black, huh?
I'm not calling nothing black. You are not showing any kind of Christian character whatsoever.
Oh, love thy neighbor. Love your enemy as you would your brother. Lay down one's life for even a stranger.
You're not
But I'm
doing any of that.
psyoped. Okay.
You're the only one using that word constantly.
We're all psyoped.
Exactly.
Well, okay. Speak for yourself.
But can you tell who's the one who's actually emotional and the one who's just LARPing at 4
Speak
o'clock
for
in the
yourself.
morning to keep them entertained?
You're the one going off like a fucking retard.
You're doing nothing but making.
You're the one going off like a 12-year-old.
Twilight, you're the one making content for me and my private viewers. So
you're the one going off like a 12-year-old. You're the one going off like a 12-year-old, making assumptions, ad hominem attacks, really showing your faith in Christ. Good job.
Funny, I've been exposing nothing but a satanic
Hypocrite.
order for the last like 2.5, 3 or 4 hours. But okay.
Hypocrite.
I guess you haven't been watching, so clearly this dumb fuck doesn't know what my entire job has been.
You're not exposing anything but your own
here?
ignorance and
I don't
hypocrisy.
even know how long I've been doing podcasts with TML. How long have I been on here? Do you think TML what?
I don't. The only thing you're exposing
6,
is your
7
own
months.
ignorance and hypocrisy.
But apparently, I'm the one who's crazy and doesn't know what he's talking about.
I didn't say you're crazy. I said you're a hypocrite.
I'm a hypocrite.
You're a
Because what?
hypocrite.
Because what?
And
Because I cuss?
and arrogant. You're an arrogant hypocrite.
Oh, now I'm arrogant. Oh, okay.
Yeah, ignorance with an attitude. That's what.
Because I actually read my Bible word for word.
Yeah, and you do follow it. You can read it all day long. If you don't actually put it into practice, it really doesn't matter.
I do read it. You know why? Because even Jesus had righteous anger. God never said he couldn't have righteous anger.
But this isn't righteous anger, though.
Because you see, unlike you,
Jesus didn't insult people
and fuck up, you furry costume
exactly.
little fucking queer.
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, Jesus would be proud of you right now. Jesus would be proud of you.
Unlike you, I would
Jesus
actually
would be proud of you.
to stop the New World Order. What are you doing?
Jesus would be proud of you.
Lilith?
Jesus would be proud of you right now.
Well, unlike y'all die in the name of Jesus Christ. You see, Jesus Christ
would be
needs
proud of you.
warriors.
I'd love to see
Jesus Christ
that.
needs warriors who actually want to stop the devil, not people who are going to stand on the street corner and actually just
Jesus
preach.
would be proud of you.
You know, some people actually have to pick up a sword and kill. You know, those who live by the sword die by the sword, kind of shit. You know, you can't just sit on a street corner and praise Allah or praise Jesus Christ and tell people you're going to go to hell if you don't convert. You know, you have to actually go out there and stop.
Jesus didn't want any of that.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
Want any of that.
I'm pretty sure Jesus Christ, would not want, pedophiles and rapists sitting in jail, rotting for, 50 years and getting out and continue doing it. So
no, he didn't want that. No, that's for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. But he doesn't want people telling people they're going to go to hell.
Yes, he did. He said to warn the people. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay. So
Jesus told people things. If they listened, they listened. If they didn't, he left them alone.
He didn't say.
Jesus didn't impose shit on people.
See? Yeah, and he claims he's read the Bible.
Jesus didn't impose shit on people.
Okay. How many times did Jesus Christ mention hell? How many times did Jesus Christ mention hell? So,
besides Revelation, not that much, honestly.
Okay.
And hell wasn't even in the Bible; it was added later.
I'm not talking about the actual
word. Was Gehenna? It was the grave.
Talking about the place to which human souls go after they are judged.
Yeah, it was added later. It was added later, and it's provable. Oh. It was.
So you believe that?
And I got sources, but you've already made up your mind
to go to heaven. Mm-hmm.
Hell was added later to the Bible.
No, hell has always been there because God.
Hell was a pagan concept, bro.
Hell has always been
Yeah,
there because
it
God
is.
knew that
It comes
Lucifer
from the
was always going
Egyptian
to
book of
fall.
Gates.
You're just an idiot who believes
No,
in Lilith instead of knowing true
you're
knowledge.
uneducated. No,
Yeah,
hell is a pagan concept.
Someone who spent 10 to 15 years in studying the Bible, but yeah, I'm the uneducated one. Okay.
Yeah, I studied the Bible too, bro.
Yeah, sure you did. What, leaving sperm in between the pages?
Oh, brother.
Again, all you do is act like an arrogant child. And I'm emotional.
Beep.
Okay, bro. You're
At
the
least I
one-
can
you're
change
the
the
one-
battery in my fucking fire alarm.
I'm not home right now, dude.
You're not home, but yet every single time you're on panel, I hear a beep. Okay. Stop being so emotional and don't worship Satan. He's
I'm
a
not
loser.
emotional, bro.
You are pretty emotional.
You're the one acting like a
No,
fucking clown.
you're the one who falls for words. You know, words are spells, right?
Yeah, I know that. I'm a fucking magician.
No, the fuck you are.
Okay, bro.
What do you pull rabbits out of your ass? Funny, I can conjure up demons with just their names, but okay.
Go for it. I'd love to see you try.
I wouldn't want them to come butt rape you later. Oh boy, he's doing hell speak, y'all. Let me go and pull out my rosary beads and worship Mary.
Yeah, get your holy water.
That's right. My holy butt water.
Go cry in the corner.
Well, y'all, it's been fun. I did my job. I was told to psyop for several hours, and I did it, so I'm good.
I hope they're paying you well.
I yield. Yeah,
I wish
it
you the
is
best.
because you know
Sheesh, bro.
it's pretty
It's
bad.
been fun. It's been fun.
Well, it's all good, Red. I was told to capture content for later if I wanted to use it. So, you know, again, it's all part of fighting against the New World Order. It's
4:21 a.m., bro.
Well, I don't know what you're fighting, but it seems like
on
you're
the
fighting
East
yourself,
Coast.
your own shadow.
well, Red. Unfortunately, not all of us
You should
sleep
do
like normal
you
humans. So,
You should do some shadow work, if you know what that is. Because the only thing you're fighting is yourself.
no, I was offered to go against my fellow man once, and I vowed to never do it. So, unlike you,
You're fighting yourself right now.
no, I'm not. I'm
Nothing else.
I'm trying to
You are.
awaken people like you that you're about
You're
to be
not awakening.
depopulated.
You're
so,
not awakening. All
so-
you're doing is being insulting and arrogant and childish.
No, you're going to be forced to take a new world religion. And if you don't, you're going to be killed. So,
I already told you that I'm not doing that. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
and you're saying it's not in any way related to Satan or God, and that's just hilarious.
Because I don't believe in organized religion.
You know, there's only a reason why, you know, Satan pops up in all your, you know, Super Bowls and halftime awards and BET awards and Golden Idol awards. You know, there's only so many reasons why so many famous people, you know, show their allegiance to Baphomet or Satan or Lucifer or say fuck God and praise the devil. You know, but it's not real. It's not related. It's all a coincidence. It's a conspiracy theory. You wear a tinfoil hat. You drink too much fluoride. You breathe in too much barium.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. People hide behind it. For sure. Most definitely.
Well, I can tell you this. When multi-billion-dollar games like Hitman are literally putting in your face that they worship Satan and they're going to depopulate us while they hide in your bunkers, you keep telling yourself that it's just a conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Okay,
I know
but yet you're sitting here telling me that these people don't believe in Satan, yet they sit here and every
They
single day in
don't.
the media, yes, they do.
They use it
Yes,
as a
they
symbol.
do. No, they
because
don't.
they're sick in their
They
head.
literally believe that they're bringing about the Antichrist, the son of perdition, little horn. What the fuck are you talking about? You clearly don't know occultism. Clearly, you've never met a third degree Freemason who literally believes that Jesus Christ is Lucifer.
What about them reels, though?
They hide behind religion. They hide behind politics. They hide behind. They don't believe any of this shit.
They hide behind false religions, yes, but they have a one true religion, and they're satanic Jews who want to kill. Eliminate everyone allegedly who's not them.
Yeah, the real Satanism is Sabbateanism, and it has nothing to do with the Satanism of
I can't say
Christianity.
the real word. It's
The
worse
real
than
Satanism.
it's worse than the depopulation word.
The real Satanism is Sabbateanism. If you really want to get down to it, that is real Satanism. 1666, and it has nothing to do with the Satanism of Christianity.
Yeah, okay, that's why they let millions of women abort their babies. Okay,
Yeah, no, that is evil shit. I agree with you.
in the name of Moloch and Baal, but okay, it's a
Well,
conspiracy theory.
Moloch is not a god; it's a type of sacrifice.
Oh dear God, no shit. Which is what abortion is, unless it's medical.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I agree with you on that. I've done videos on this. It's called the topic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
I'm done too,
unfortunately,
though.
that's all
I'm done.
the. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's pretty much all the time we have for the live stream. Everybody here on the panel, you know what I mean? Yeah, essentially because I have so many recordings, I'm counting up the hours. So there's a 2-hour recording and another 2-hour recording. So I don't know if I'll get through all of it, but I'll post the links in the chat here if I don't get through all of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to some sleep, maybe. I mean, who knows? I mean, we'll see what we can get done in this.
Not with this manic energy.
Yeah, in this much time. But we got more from Twilight Son of Lilith in terms of we had a conversation with Frank Monday. It's pretty.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it live soon. I was actually gonna go live. I almost dipped out because things got so tense, but it seemed like he enjoyed my company, even though he wanted to scream at me.
Yeah, he's. Who are you talking
Yeah,
about? Inner
yeah,
Darkness.
yeah. I think he likes me. Because I was gonna leave, but it seemed like he enjoyed my company, so I decided to stay.
That's right.
And I like Red.
I'm extremely homosexual for you, bro.
I think you like me, and I don't really have a problem with you. So
Yeah, I appreciate you, Lilith. Yeah, thanks
No,
for
it's
staying.
definitely in all good faith, but I'm gone, y'all. Peace, team. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, bro.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, Denizen, are you there at all, or are you?
Be surprised.
Yeah. What about Rock E?
Good Lord.
You know he's probably asleep by now.
And what about JG?
Yeah, man, I was surprised. People got notifications earlier for the first damn time. I talked to some old friends. It was pretty lit.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Blessings of JG,
Yeah.
Rocky, and Denizen. I mean, yeah, thank you so much.
I wish we could have talked some more, Machine.
Yeah, Twilight. Yeah, of course. You know, you got me anytime. I mean,
yeah, bro.
Yeah,
well, you can
we'll
pop
talk.
on my channel now too. I guess people are actually getting notifications again.
Awesome.
I talked to some old
stream today. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good, bro.
Watch it. Yeah.
But I was surprised. I was surprised though, because I actually talked to some old friends.
Yeah,
I was just there.
A lot of new faces up there. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, they're old friends. They're old friends. I was getting like 6 fucking viewers, man. They shadow banned me to hell. I was getting like hundreds of viewers. And then recently I was getting I had like 6 viewers, bro. Like that's how bad they shadow banned me.
Yeah,
but
I got people who go live like every single time I go live to take viewers from my channel. Like we even have people, people that hate stream. Oh yeah, dude.
No, dude, I'm trying to collaborate. I'm not trying to compete with nobody.
It happened tonight.
I'm trying to collaborate. I'm trying to lift people up, not fucking compete.
Yeah, we got that shit going on in this area.
Regardless if anybody thinks about me.
Yeah,
I know you know, bro. I'm all love, man. I'm all love.
Yeah, we need to collaborate because the system obviously doesn't want us to. So there's
Red. You know what I'm really about, man. Regardless of what other people fucking feel, you know what I mean?
Give them a little thing on the new shit you got going on before we leave. Blessings.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, some people have certain opinions about me, and that's fine. You know what I mean? But there are others who know what I'm really about, and I'm here to. I've always since fucking 7-8 years I've been on YouTube. I'm all about uplifting others as I rise. You know what I mean? That's what it's always been about. And
yeah, for sure.
I'm about proactively not only just discussing these things, but like legitimately, like I have documents on how to actually remove yourself from this fucking system. It is possible. Don't let people psyop you and tell you there's no way to get out. There is.
Yeah.
You can get off the grid. You can fucking get off of this maritime admiralty law and shit. It's a process, but you can become sovereign to where you're not as dependent on the system.
I was thinking more sovereign in like a spiritual realm.
That too. They go together. But you can legitimately like remove yourself from the system.
Yeah, thank you, homie. Yeah, blessings. And
Yeah, man.
yeah,
But we could collaborate, machine, for sure.
for sure,
And
for
you
sure,
and
for
you
sure.
could
Yeah,
and you
that's
could come
good.
on my channel. I'm gonna have a computer. I'm not sure exactly when, probably like a couple months. And then we could really do some shit. We could like maybe like put our lives together and shit. And I got a lot, and I'll be able to like share my screen, and we could do
For sure.
philosophy and like all that shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited, man, because I hadn't been online forever, bro, and like it was just coincidence that we ran into each other, bro. And
Yeah, it works.
I'm
Yeah,
fucking
definitely.
I'm psyched now because I didn't think I'd be able to talk to nobody. I talked to my boy Nero, fucking for a little while, and yeah, man, I'm hype. So
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it is.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so definitely, guys, go and subscribe. Twilight Son of Lilith. I'm gonna throw you in the back for now. But we'll talk soon, my brother.
Oh
Definitely.
yeah, and I read like the first 30 pages of your book, bro. Good shit,
Oh,
man.
nice. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, yeah. So for sure, we'll talk soon about that. What about you, Reddington?
Yeah. To think about technology technologically is oh god, is to miss its essential nature, and yet this is precisely how we commonly approach the subject today. I submit that all current thinking about technology occurs from within a technological mindset and thus necessarily arrives at certain predetermined results. It's more Scarina, as you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely blessings.
yeah, I got a few of his books. He's good, man. I
Yeah,
looked
for
at him.
sure.
You said that was your teacher for a time?
Yeah, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
he
Yeah.
knows.
That's
Yeah,
his
he
mentor
knows his. Yeah,
as
he
far
knows
as
his.
the technological issue
Yeah,
is
the
concerned.
technology stuff, most of that stuff come from Scorbina, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he knows his shit.
Yeah, definitely. Well, blessings, Lilith, Reddington. I'm gonna throw you guys here in the back.
Easy.
Blessings. Yeah,
All right, bro.
yeah, for sure.
I might do a live here in a minute.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Just to see what happens.
throw the link in the chat. Write something in the chat, and I can make you a mod, and then you can
All
go
right,
ahead
all
and
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then you
yeah.
can go ahead and put the link in the chat. You know what I mean? And
Just
put
to
live stream.
see,
Yeah.
just to see if my occult buddy is online because we were supposed to do a meditation together.
Yeah,
Let me
because I'm
see.
just
Hold up.
playing recordings here, so guys, go check
Yeah,
out
yeah.
Lilith on his live. So yeah, definitely.
When I get my computer, man, I want to like do some mixes and shit, like music. And I know you already on it. My boy, I was talking to, I was going through. I was reading some shit. I can read on my channel. Like I was trying to read and it wouldn't let me. When I was
Yeah.
doing my live, it was letting me read for some reason. So that's cool. So I can read stuff when I'm on my channel for some reason. And so that's really cool because I got so many books.
Yeah, blessings. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
here's the channel right here. But yeah,
yeah, yeah.
guys, go check it out. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings, homie. You know what I mean? Talk to you soon, my friend. You know what I mean? Peace.
Yep. Take it easy, bro.
Yeah, for sure, homie. Yeah, and yeah, for all you other people, you know what I mean, this has been the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Obviously, this has been a continuation of the Wednesday stream. But yeah, we're gonna be looking at lots of more issues. I mean, I got very exciting conversations lined up for you guys, and I'm trying to get to, you know what I mean, very quickly here. We got Twilight Son of Lilith coming through with another live stream, so go and check him out. We got me talking to Benjamin out here, you know what I mean, about the origins of religion according to the Judaism mindset. I mean, right? So we're looking at a nationalistic mindset. you know, that Judaism is not a religion, but a sort of a nationalistic creed. I mean, so there's also another video that I want to show with Twilight Son of Lilith and Frank Monday. I mean, so yeah, we'll get to it right now. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys for being here with me. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know what I mean? So let me just get to these videos. But yeah, you know, the first step to blinding somebody is opening their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You know what I mean? So yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know what I mean? Join me soon. You know what I mean? And you know, this is why we're here, you know, much better than a lot of these other shows that are out here trying to be, you know, obviously edgy. It's a bunch of nonsense, second rate comedy routines and shit. You know, a bunch of you know, fake conspiracies. I mean, obviously these people are useful idiots. I mean, gatekeepers. I mean, that's what's going on. But yeah, you know, we're bringing to you shit that we learned 10 years ago. I mean, nothing's new out here. But yeah, blessings. I mean,
and they keep.
Whoops. Looks like I can't even open that. Give me a second. Hmm. Whoops. It sort of crashed out there. But yeah, hold on. I'm trying to share the screen. Technical difficulties. But yeah, here, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I keep postponing. You know, I mean, besides
your massage stuff, he's doing coaching.
Yeah, it's
there.
every 2 years, and they
Every 2 years.
increased the price. Like, so it was 200, and now it's like 275. Like, that's a pretty big. What is that? Like 30.
Thank you for being here.
Percent increase. And I don't know what they're doing with this money, because it's just like a bureaucratic nightmare. Like,
Sounds like it.
Paying themselves.
You don't have an alternative either. You have to pay it.
Monopoly.
yeah, I can't work illegally. You know, if I got caught, that would be a big deal.
Yeah.
People do though. The massage therapist and that stuff, they don't. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, invasion of. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but I mean, besides my mental hygiene, I've been looking at a few things, recently, but yeah, nothing too rare. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, definitely. I think you'll, yeah, be things. Martin Buber, a few authors. Actually, I had a book by Martin Buber.
Okay.
And when I opened it up, the book is called On Zion, right? So when I opened it up, it had a receipt with the Hebrew like writing on it. So it was from Israel, so
Oh, weird. Okay.
yeah, so my professor had left it there, just a big pile of books, from his old library, because he was moving, right? So he
Oh,
just
okay.
left
You
them there
grabbed them
after
all.
class. Yeah, this is Professor Ronald Stockton. He's
Okay.
very famous, in terms of Middle East studies.
Sweet.
Right? He lectures on the subject a lot. But yeah, because obviously I studied over there at the University of Michigan, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
it was, yeah. So I had his book On Zion, and he had purchased it in Israel, seemingly, because it had the receipt still in there. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Okay. What's this new book going to be about? Technology or other stuff?
Yeah, this one's about technology. This one's going to be a lot shorter of a book. The last one was like pretty long book, and I still have to make a lot of corrections in that one. Maybe I'll have to write a second edition or something like that.
Yeah. More
And
info coming in.
yeah, and there's lots of topics. Yeah, I mean, besides my I didn't I did a lot of I looked at a lot of secondary studies, on those texts, but now I think when I do the second edition, I should put actually primary source, at least from he's actually very interesting in this show, Robert Lawrence Kuhn. Yeah. But the show Closer to Truth.
How China's Leaders Think.
Yeah.
2009.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
show. Yeah, you got to check out this show. But it's got like all of the famous dudes on there. Like it's got like Lawrence Krauss and like Sayyid Hussein Nasser, and like he's got a few rabbis on there too. So it's pretty interesting. But actually, you know what else? You should come in and debate Duvid, because Duvid came in.
So how do you have Christianity or Islam without Jewish myths when they're built as extensions to Jewish myths? So you just run a diff on them like a Jefferson's Bible, but still, it's still baked in. So you had to like erase everything.
Well, the first question is, are they myths? Right. So
I would definitely ask. He needs to find his term. I don't know what he means by myth.
You can't just go. Yeah, you can't just go fast and loose with that term. We have to be much more interested in history. There's a
Yeah. So far,
there's a-
archaeology's only ever been able to corroborate the stories there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Meneptah stele. I don't know if you guys know about that. There's like an Egyptian
stele,
stela. That basically mentions the Hebrews and
there's a Babylonian stele as well. There's a whole bunch.
yeah. So there's a few pieces of evidence. I mean, but going back 2000 BC, there's nothing anyways. So, but the fact is that as I was talking about on my show, the Greeks, the Chinese, the Persians, the Egyptians, they all have myths going back to 2000 BC. So it's not beyond the reach of possibility, at all.
Yeah.
Right? So, I just take all these things into serious consideration.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of there was a recent documentary that was going through some of the archaeology and piecing together some of the stuff that was happening, and what it was showing was like it just doesn't make any sense, and all of the narrative from like the Torah or whatever was just unlocking what was happening. It's like, oh, like if we didn't have the Torah, it wouldn't make any sense, but because the Torah was there, it was like saying like the famine and all that kind of stuff, like the series of events. I'm trying to find the documentary. It was interesting. It's like, yeah. So his thesis is it's all based on myths. So what would you have in Christianity without the myths?
I mean, Jesus is a real person.
Right.
And if you say Jesus isn't a real person, right, then you would have to prove that the same way they use historical evidence, from a consensus of historians to prove that he is a real person, right? So you would have to do more work to prove he isn't a real person than to prove he is a real person.
Yeah, well, you can prove anyone was a real person, but then
no,
the
it's
story of his
extremely
life-
hard. For example, it's way more harder to prove that that Socrates was real than Jesus was real.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
there's scales of evidence, right?
Yeah, because there's actually some evidence that Socrates was made up by Plato, because Plato makes up a lot of people. So
yeah, Plato's Socrates was definitely made up, but that's beyond the thing. But Socrates is. I believe Socrates, Lao Tzu, and all these people were real people. So, but yeah, I think that.
This was the documentary. It was interesting.
I think I've seen this documentary. I went up to I went up to the movie theater. Actually, I went with evangelical Christians to see this documentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the one where they have the Red Sea and they look at?
Do they have
They
a Red
talk
Sea?
about the Red Sea, and then they talk about how
They're talking about the time period where like all historians put the Exodus in a certain time period and then disprove it. But
I
then
believe I saw this. Yeah, with evangelical
right.
Christians.
But then when you change the time period, then everything sort of lines up.
Yeah, because there was always these evangelical Christians at my university, so I would always spark up religious debates with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them studied with Messianic Jews.
Okay. So what's this one, Hank? Press start for hard mode or back. Oh, forward to start or back for hard mode. Just one boss. What is this, Hank?
Oh, it is a game that runs on p.28 to die beat. I was just showing receipts that I beat the normal mode.
Oh, you beat the normal mode. Nice. All right.
Yeah, it was in between the panels I was on just today, I think. So I beat the normal mode. Otherwise, hard mode wouldn't have been available.
There you go. All right. Clout. It's a flex. Did you see that there's a big scandal this week where Elon Musk was bragging about being good at there's like a game Path of Exile 2 that came out or whatever, and he was bragging about being good. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
He's like
Yeah,
he's
I
like
mean,
bragging
he's-
that he's so good and he's showing off his account, but then he doesn't know how to use the account and he doesn't know what any of the gear does. And it's like, oh, he paid someone to
Oh, like, that's stupid. That's a dumb move.
Yeah.
Why would you claim
got
to
one
be
of the
that?
best accounts, apparently. Like one of the top accounts. So he's been paying someone to play it for him, and then he has no idea. And anyway, apparently it was a hardcore character, and someone tracked it. His hardcore character died this week, so I guess he got it killed.
I just don't understand the psychology. Why he would do that?
Why he would flex on it? Why is Hank flexing on his game?
It's just so. But for Elon Musk, he's straight up lying. It's so embarrassing and pathetic. Publicly.
How do you know I didn't lie though?
Yeah. I also don't get it. Like, like you're flexing on that. Who are you flexing to?
Yeah.
Like, I'm almost embarrassed to be good at a game and share it to people today. It's like, why? Hey everyone, look, I wasted thousands of hours to get good at this game.
Yeah.
Oh, so pretty much he's probably so there's a cultural thing. Games is probably like the antithetical to university specialists. So I think it's I take that. It was wasting more my time is worth more playing this game than to pray at the church of the what's it called, the university.
Yeah.
So it was as a cultural attack kind of thing, culture war.
Yeah,
I mean,
if he told the truth,
the game.
if he told the truth, it would have been just like, I don't have enough time to play this game. I'm doing so many businesses, but I hired someone to play it for me so that I can get access to the end game.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
mean, the celebrity inventor phenomenon is just propaganda for the tech system. So there's not real celebrity inventors, right?
No, there is real celebrity film inventors. Not My Pillow guy, but he invented stuff that already existed. But he did invent it. So
That's not called inventing then.
Yeah.
it's called manufacturing technically.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that guy was involved in a lot of scams too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Michael
He was
Dell.
he was a QAnon supporter, one of the major ones.
Yes.
You guys know about that?
I did.
Yeah, he funded a lot of QAnon stuff.
And he lost a lot of money doing a bet recently, I think.
Yeah, he's a major Zionist guy too. You should look into him, Benjamin. He's possibly a bad actor, right? But yeah, he's an interesting character. He might be trying to poison the well there.
Okay, some of the comments section had something to say in relation to Elon Musk. They say Olive Kevlar says he's preparing for presidential.
I think somebody said his mother might be Jewish.
Elon's?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I doubt it.
He has a Jewish name. Elon is a very Jewish name, but he's not Jewish.
Yeah, it's both a Jewish name and a sci-fi name.
Yeah, I think somebody said his mother, not his mom.
No, that would make him Jewish if his mother's Jewish. He's not Jewish.
Right.
Can you tell me? I think my mother's name is Hebrew. It's Leora.
Yeah,
Is that
but in the
correct?
Bible, it's fathers.
Yeah, until he changed it.
Yeah, so
His
when
mother's
did
were
they change it
easier
to
to
mother?
track.
There was actually, when King David went to be king, there was actually a big debate. Could he be king because his father isn't Jewish, or like his father's line isn't Jewish?
Yeah, I mean Moses married an Ethiopian.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So, there's no evidence that Jews are racially pure.
It's not a race. That's the thing.
It's
not a race.
religion. It's
not a religion.
Yeah.
It's not a religion.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Oh, you should. Well, I shouldn't debate you on this, but I've read on because Judaism.com said was religion.
But wait, Benjamin said it's not a religion?
No, it's not a religion.
So you
Would
think
you
that
say that it's a philosophy?
No, not a philosophy.
What is it?
It's a
yeah,
nation.
exactly.
A nation.
No, but the nation is Israel. Judaism, that's a religion, right?
Judaism is an invented religion for exile, I guess you can call it. It's like the first invented religion, and then everything else sort of copied it. But it was never supposed to be a religion.
What did Moses? What religion was Moses? What would you say?
There was no religion back then. It wasn't religion. It was nation.
Well, he didn't get to Israel yet.
Yeah, but he wrote in in the
he
Torah.
could see, like he looked at it in the distance, and then he died. You know what I mean?
So look at Exodus 19:6.
Well, I guess just colloquially, yeah. What?
Exodus 19:6 says, "You will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nations."
So when did the kingdom start?
Technically, the Exodus, it started at the Exodus.
So with
it just
Moses.
didn't have land yet, but it was already a kingdom.
So it started with Moses then.
Yeah, it started with
Okay.
Moses.
Okay, so it was promised to Isaac, right? And then it's given
Abraham.
to
But Abraham
through
was the
Isaac.
father of many nations, right? So like Abraham.
Right. So that's why it's different with Abraham, but with Isaac, it would be specifically Israel, right?
Well, Isaac also different nations came out of Isaac.
The 12 tribes.
No, out of Jacob came the 12 tribes, but Isaac also had Esau, and Esau also had nations come out of him. Yeah, Amalek came out of Esau. Rome came out of Esau.
So by nations,
Edomites.
You mean peoples?
I mean, that's how we naturally organize ourselves, right? We organize ourselves into nations.
So where do you think religions came from?
Judaism is closer to American, like being an American, than it is to being a Christian, in my opinion.
So who do you think made up religions?
Made up. So there was something called the Council of Jamnia. I would look it up. It's like the translation of it. It's Yavne. But in English, it's called the Council of Jamnia, and that's when the religion was invented. And I would say
this
that's
is a new one for me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say
Hank,
that's technically the
are you
first
on this?
time a religion was invented.
I'm looking it up. I also
Yeah,
have a page from jewfaq.org, Judaism 101, that insists that Judaism is a religion, and if you think it's a race, then you're an anti-Semite.
Oh, there you go, Benjamin. my friendly Israeli anti-Semite. Oh man, that was too funny. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the link in the private chat.
Well, I guess it's just not a popular opinion that Benjamin has, but
No, it's the opinion.
well, it's the first time I'm hearing it, but
Interesting. Yeah, Council of Jamnia basically is when they invented the religion.
So when is that? What year? Oh, you're talking about specifically Judaism.
Yeah.
But where do you think all the other religions came from?
I don't think there was something like a religion before that. There were
Before the Council of Jamnia, you don't think there was any religions?
I don't think there was something that so back then you would believe in Zeus as your god, for example, like in ancient, like that was even later. But like before that, you would have like these gods that you would worship, but those weren't religions; they were just gods, right? There was no religion.
Oh,
You would worship like this.
I see what he means there. I
Yeah.
definitely see the nuance. But yeah, if I use an aggregate model, I guess it's not a complete religion because it's not totalizing yet. It's just just an egregore. So
I don't know. If I look at Hinduism, I look at Zoroastrianism, I look at
So all of those things, Hinduism and Zoroastrianism, are like more recent.
They're comparable to Judaism,
right? But they're
in their historical scope and their historical proof.
The way you view them today, you view them through the lens of a religion, but they weren't religions in their conception.
yeah, he's using your specific definitions of religion. So go ahead and explicitly define it, Benjamin.
Yeah, I guess you would have to do that at this juncture. That's an
Right.
excellent point, Hank, because I'm kind of getting lost in the weeds here about what the definition of religion would be then. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say it would be a codified belief structure and way of life.
So all peoples have that.
No.
Yes. How could you say that? What people does not have a codified belief structure and way of
Well,
life?
if you have a belief structure but didn't write it down, then it's technically not codified.
Wait, say that again, Hank. If you don't write it down.
Yeah, if you have a belief structure that's oral, only oral, not written down, then it's not codified.
No, because then most of Jewish tradition would vanish from in the dust.
Till they
Because it
wrote
was
it down.
oral tradition.
With the Council of Jamnia, allegedly, but they wrote it down, I would guess.
Council of Gemini is not when they wrote it down, but it's when they codified it. It's when they codified it.
Oh, okay. So codification is not the same.
so-
the same thing as writing it down.
I mean, my question stands. Let's name a people who'd never had a codified belief structure and a way of life.
I think they were all more organic. I don't know if there was any codification to them.
I mean, Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, how could you not call that a codified belief structure and a way of life?
So, like, there was always a more integrated belief structure with the culture and with the people in the past. Like, it was never separated as a religion. It was never viewed as a separate entity.
Right, but you don't believe that's separate with Judaism.
I think Judaism is it's like an abomination. It should never have existed, but it just exists because of necessity.
Okay,
Judaism,
let me rephrase that. But you don't think that's different with the Jewish people?
And I think, like, when Christianity copied Judaism, it was like it's also an abomination. You shouldn't have religions in the world.
So wait, I wasn't talking about Christianity. I'm talking about Judaism.
Right.
Is it not a culturally specific to a people or nation belief structure or a codified way of life?
Yeah, so it's a religion. Yes, Judaism is a religion.
No, I'm saying the Jewish people. Did they not have a religion before Judaism?
No, they didn't. They had a nation. It was integrated with the nation. They were national laws. Like,
are the Persians not a nation? Are the Chinese not a nation?
Yeah, the Chinese are a nation. Sure.
So the Persians are a nation too, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So they have the same thing that Judaism has.
They don't have it as a religion. They have it as a nation.
Sure,
it's different. So like, let's say America got destroyed and you guys all went into.
Yeah, but you're saying that religion is false. What would be the problem with them having it as a people and a nation and not as a religion?
So let's say America went into exile and you guys got destroyed and you got sent in exile, and then you guys still, drank beer and practiced Thanksgiving and I don't know, kept all of your American traditions. You would turn that America into a religion, basically, is what you would do. And that's what happened with Judaism. So, like, Israel went into exile, and at the Council of Jamnia, they said, okay, let's codify the nation into a way of life so that we can keep and hold on to it, so that when we get back to Israel, we can restore the nation to what it's supposed to be.
If we are exiled, or can we keep our guns and diabetes?
Exactly. Yes, those are American rights.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. McDonald's, you got to keep those.
Yeah, thank you for that, Annie. Blessings.
You got to gather at the ball games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting views, Benjamin. Honestly, I believe you might be a mythicist as much as Benjamin. I mean, as much as Dubin is. I know. Maybe I shouldn't have you debate him. Yeah, because you don't believe in religion either.
No, that'd be interesting. But I don't know. We had to work on that resolution then.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was investigating. But now we have to preset a different resolution if we would have that. But I'm sure they'll just show up on the panel together one day.
I have a more general definition of religion, which is I define it as a process of manipulating the variance of a universe. So I would pretty much I'll put like anything people does as a religion. It's not science, pretty much, which is an explanation. So I have just a very general thing. If I can catch all the stuff that we could call religion, but catches some stuff some people won't say is religion. Like,
yeah. I mean, there was never really a separation of church and state until the Council of Jamnia, I would say. So there were nations, or there were like cults, or but there was never something that was sort of a combination of a state and a belief system combined together, borderless, that kind of thing.
Wait a second. No, I do define science as religion. I say technology is the opposite of religion. So, at least as of 2021.
Interesting. Yeah, they definitely seem antithetical.
What, science and religion?
No, technology and religion.
Yeah.
Technology and religion are antithetical?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I classify science as a religion, but I made technology the opposite of religion as of 2021.
Why would you say it's the opposite? Why are they antithetical?
So yeah, I define religion as a process of manipulating the variance of the universe, and technology the process of detecting the invariance of the universe. So that's why they're antithetical.
Interesting. Well, I would just point out the historical pattern, right? I think it's undeniable, right? You know, that science and secular humanism were there in the 16th century, but they never significantly proliferated into the mass conscience until the technological age, right? So it's obvious to me, right?
Yeah, and this was when I was blogging on Famous Doom Bunker and the Becoming a Living God. This was before I ever met the Machine Lies.
Yeah, because even in the 1800s, there's people believing in there's normal people believing in wild superstitions, right? But now, you know, they
there's still that.
yeah, but it's not significantly proliferated throughout the mass conscience. You know, most people allow science to fill that same mythos. All right, meaning that you know, they just allow that science and technology are going to take care of those things for them, right? That they believe in the 1800s, a lot of them were mysteries, right? And people had all sorts of superstitious beliefs behind them, right? That were culturally specific, nonetheless.
Yeah, fill in the gaps of the unknown. So they were using superstition to fill in the gaps, and then science started filling in the gaps.
Well, no. I just think it's you know, that science is a universalism, you know, which is a little different than religion, but it's like a pseudo religion, right? It has a pseudo eschatology of progress, right? And it has a sort of pseudo morality based on the democratic and the equality based ethos, right?
What's the morality? The morality of science you're talking about?
No, of secular humanism. It's kind of like
secular humanism.
Yeah, it's kind of like more based on freedom, right? Than goodness, right?
Yeah.
And I don't really distinguish, so I would just classify it as a religion.
I mean, I really like the ideas put forth in Beyond Good and Evil for that, where he was noticing that there's two types of morality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, I do like that.
And religions would sort of codify one type of morality.
Yeah, goodness and efficiency is like the two types of morality.
But he kind of thought of religion as a tool to be used, you know, because he said, you know, he complained 2,000 years and no new gods. So
we did make new gods. He just didn't pay attention to them. They made new gods even contemporary with him, so he wasn't paying attention, and that's why I'm not a big fan of what's his name, Nietzsche, because he's all bad mouthing all the other philosophers, but he didn't really progress over the rest of them. So
I don't know. I got the sense that he respected the philosophers he was bad mouthing. Like he wouldn't even bad mouth someone if he had no respect for them.
Yeah,
he respected Heraclitus. I don't think he respected Plato and Socrates. He definitely respected Spinoza. He seemed to respect Rousseau and Pascal and a few others, right? But but he definitely read Schopenhauer and Plato. It
He
was his
respected Schopenhauer a lot.
yeah. It was his vehement disagreements with them that kind of fueled his inspiration, right? So he was kind of upfront about that, especially in Twilight of the Idols, and he wrote a whole book on Schopenhauer. So, right.
Yeah, that's why I had those definitions defined in the first place, because my disagreements with Bill Gaty at the time, which is a crackpot on YouTube.
Yeah, actually, I could be wrong about that. It could be a section in his autobiography, or or I believe it was a work that stands on its own. But yeah, he wrote quite a bit about how much it was both inspired and moved, but also disgusted by Schopenhauer. He said, he famously said that Schopenhauer played the flute after dinner, and he said, "Imagine a pessimist playing the flute."
Yeah, I can imagine that. That doesn't seem.
Yeah, it's still funny.
Yeah.
It's versus isms.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Isms are just lies.
Yeah,
Like,
ists win.
You don't need isms.
Yeah, ists win, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because that's praxis.
Exactly. So yeah, we got a binary tier list for you. I don't know if Andy agrees or not. Isms about low tier, is top tier. So
Ists.
Yep.
I mean, I guess isms are the precursors to ists, aren't they?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I had to research that. I had to go to Politcompo over the wiki spec up.
I mean, I think I don't know. They're probably ists are probably just as much bullshit as isms. Chauvinists, feminists, feminism. It's the same thing.
Well, feminism, it is so broad, right, that there's many points in which it's not actionable, right? Feminists, right, they believe more or less in one or more types of feminism, right? So this is the thing, is that, the process of selection goes to the ists and not the isms, right?
I guess. I think there's still like the ists have the isms, right? The ists believe in the isms.
Right,
So
but the ists are conditioned with by far more than the isms, right?
But they're the ones propagating the lie of the ism. Like, you don't need an ism, you just need fairness, you just need truth, you just need
like how would there be an ism without the ists? Like, there had to be a feminist, there had to be like the arch feminist that made the ism. You know what I mean, right?
A came first. Yeah, A came first.
It's like the God move. You mean, right? Like, there has to be a prime mover, right?
Yeah, the is must come before the ism.
Yeah, we're going into Aristotelian causality.
So do you believe in determinism? Are you a determinist?
I am. I don't know about anybody else.
I'm an indeterminist, so it's pretty much the same thing, except I don't.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing.
Yeah. So what was the difference between the determinist and indeterminist?
Well, the indeterminist says no man steps in the same river twice, and the determinist says, yeah, that's because him and the river are this, they change each other. They're part of the same network.
Yeah.
So,
I think it was. I knew I had something pithy, but I didn't write it down.
Oh, I got something pithy for you.
What do you got?
About to piff up the scene. Here, hold on. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this from Kierkegaard. He says the obscure Heraclitus has said, one can never walk through the same river twice. The obscure Heraclitus had a disciple who didn't remain standing there, but went further and added, one cannot even do it once. Poor Heraclitus to have such a disciple. This improvement changed the Heraclitean principle into an elitic doctrine of denying movement, and yet all the disciple wanted was to be a disciple of Heraclitus. And then he said, who went further? Not back to what Heraclitus had abandoned. So yeah, a little joke by Kierkegaard that I found hilarious. At the end of Fear and Trembling, you know, the book Fear and Trembling is about Abraham. By the way, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of it's cast as a philosophical tract that's LARPing as a love poem for Abraham. That's using Abraham as sort of tragic hero. So it's pretty fascinating work.
One of the interesting connections I saw this week was there's a character in the Genesis called Tuval Cain, and he was the first blacksmith. And so someone said, right, so he was the first blacksmith written down. But if you say the word differently, so Tuval Cain, you take off the two, it's Vulcan, Vulcan, and that was the first blacksmith in Roman myth as well. It was interesting. Vulcan is yeah. And then you get the word volcano, and apparently that was the father of the entire Roman Empire, was Vulcan.
Yeah. Yeah, in Star Trek, that's how the humans discover space travel. The Vulcans.
Right, the Vulcans. There you go.
So, they're repeating the myth. So it's fascinating commentary on this archaic revival, the myth of the archaic revival.
But yeah, so this character in the Bible, Tuval Cain, is suspected to be Vulcan. And you got the genealogy of him there.
Yeah, and you got a similar type of guy, Vixva Karma, who's like a god of technology in Hinduism.
Okay.
And you also have Hephaestus, who's a god of technology in the Greek, right? So there's different gods of technology, right? So it's actually an actual occupation, right? Interestingly enough. And obviously you have Tot. Even Plato talks about Tot in his Phaedrus. He talks about him as a god of knowledge. He said he gave the gift of writing to man, but the king rejected it because he said instead of being an elixir of memory, it will be an elixir of forgetting.
Yep. And I figured out my pithy statement. We read that indeterminism article. So a determinist believes everything has a cause, and an indeterminist believes not everything has a cause. So that's the difference.
Nietzsche talks about that too, about reversing the cause and effect, how we tend to reverse cause and effect.
Yeah, the reason why it's the same is because actionability is the same in terms of free will, because you can't because randomness is right, that means you don't have any will, right? And determined means you don't have will, right?
Yeah, we have will, we don't have free will, whatever that means,
right?
Which hasn't really been defined, but free will's pretty much you chop the causality tree, and then you just have control somehow, but you're also not omnipotent, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like it's what Krishnamurti said. You have freedom in decision, not in choosing.
Exactly. But yeah, no one up to this point in time has ever made free will make sense.
There's one will. You've got many wills.
Exactly.
Yeah. You just perceive it as one.
Yeah. And the thing is, people who use the free will arguments usually just it's actually doing a magic trick. They're trying to move responsibility from someone who has authority to someone who doesn't have the authority. So that's what free will is. Yeah, that's how free will arguments are used. It's used to move authority from someone. Well, move responsibility from someone with authority to someone who doesn't have authority.
I mean, I was thinking that you need to have murkiness for this perception of, because like if you saw everything perfectly, if you had pure sight and saw the future of every action you took, you would have no free will. You'd be locked into decisions because of the results. And it's only because it's like a master chess player doesn't really have free will. He knows what move he has to make because he sees so many moves ahead.
Well,
it's
that
only when you
seems-
find to those moves that you have that illusion of choice, because you don't actually see the right move to make.
Well, that seems one timeline. If it was like more than one timeline you pick from, then it would re-accentuate the freedom. So as we freedom in some dimension. So if you could see more than one timeline, and you could
That's what the chess player is doing, right? They're looking at all of the different timelines of all of the different moves they would make, and they choose the timeline. But it's not really a choice. It's forced because of how far ahead they're looking.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think I could do some kind of experiment to resolve that, since I could simulate timelines with computation. So
Like the AI picks the moves to make, and it beats everybody because it looks so far ahead. It doesn't have free will. It's picking the moves, but it's picking the moves based on a deterministic outcome.
So I had to get back to you on that. I had to look into some Wolfram stuff, but I think I could actually answer that question with enough time.
Okay.
Simple to complex. Yeah, I've said earlier that, chaos and emergence are magical properties. They're magical.
Absolutely.
What do you mean by magical?
Like, they're things that you posit when you can't explain things. Right?
Yes.
Oh, you mean they're fake though?
Oh yeah, fake and gay. Yeah.
All right. Just clarifying.
Well, as Wolfram would say, it's a perspective thing. So things will look chaotic from depending on what eyes you use to look at them. But it could be orderly from another perspective.
I mean, entropy is measurable. You can measure it.
Yes.
I mean, does it exist?
No.
It's measurable. It doesn't mean it exists. It's
Right.
It's a way of looking at things.
Right. There's entropy and there's novelty, right? Because there's more complexity in a dung beetle than there is in the Milky Way star system.
Right.
Well,
But you need the Milky Way stars. You need one is a precursor to the other.
Yeah, there's 300 million times more complexity in like a life form than there is in a star system. So
yeah, I can get on board with that.
And if we ignore any potential life forms in the star
More
system, the star system itself would be less complex.
yeah, you can't ignore fine tuning. This is what we were saying last night. You can't explain it away with multiverse. I mean,
no, you can. Yeah, be careful. Because
I went hard on multiverse last night. You guys got
yeah, I know you did.
I'm not a big fan of multiverse.
Yeah,
either.
I totally shat on multiverse last night. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm
I
looking
kind of
to see what you said about it, because I'm not a big fan of it either.
Yeah, it's not. It's not a good excuse if you don't define what universe is to start with well enough. Which I said at the time, he didn't define universe good enough. So, but yeah, the multiverse is not an easy answer to get rid of the problem. I'm a fan of multiverse, but not the way they use it.
we were looking at Kurzweil.
Yeah.
Ray Kurzweil.
Yeah. So I did define universe to what define universe is.
Yeah, he's an Ashkenazi. Are you an Ashkenazi, Benjamin?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that is what my wife is too. So
your wife?
Yeah.
Your wife's Jewish?
She's Ashkenazi. Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, I define a universe as a set of objects that have physical presence with each other, and the multiverse as a set of objects that conditionally have physical presence with each other.
Yeah, she actually looks kind of like you. And also the guy who I did the debate with, Casimir. They kind of look like they could be cousins. You remember Casimir, huh, Hank?
Casimir, yes.
Yeah. He kind of looks like Benjamin. But like interestingly enough, but yeah. Yeah, the moderator at my debate with Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you caught that debate, Benjamin.
No, I don't. I didn't. But I did hear you talk about it one time, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I argued, was Kaczynski right? In a public debate where over 1,000 people watched.
Yeah, we need to move on from the flat Earth. I don't know why modern day debate's doing so many flat Earth ones when we did the Faro experiment already. Okay. I think modern day debate's a clown show. I don't really watch the show anymore.
Yeah, they would never do a debate that bold. Yeah, because it was right when he died, so I proposed it, right, to get on the news bandwagon, because I knew they would bite, because they're always looking for newsworthy topics, right? So this is how these people work. So I thought I'd slide in there and say,
yes,
you guys want to debate?
Yeah, but they want good debaters. They want pretty faces. So of course,
oh yeah, I got that too. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I got a face, voice.
I was doing research in the background here. It looks like Hinduism as an ism, as in a religion.
That was invented in the 1800s.
Yeah,
yeah,
it didn't exist.
I understand that, but I'm talking about
here in the 13th century. They have it.
No. I'm talking about the word Hinduism was invented by Vivekananda, but the religion is 2000 BC. It's one of the oldest religions in the world.
They call it Dharma.
Sanskrit is from back then, but like when was it codified as a religion? So it seems like it was around.
They had the Rig Veda. They had all of those laws.
Right.
We studied it on our show. They had yeah.
Right, but all that stuff I wouldn't say was a religion yet. Like
yes, it was. Yeah, the Rig Veda and the Upanishads. I believe it's totally a religion. Yeah.
What made them a religion? Was there like a conversion process? Was there?
Well, you define religion in this wacky way that nobody else defines it, but in the colloquial way that religion is defined, right? I would say that they have a god. They have
you convert to Hinduism.
They have a cosmology.
Is there a conversion process to be a Hindu?
Yeah, you declare it.
There's no conversion process, but you could study Hinduism and learn about Hinduism and join in the practice of Hinduism. Yes, there's tons of practice.
The conversion process is the same as the one for Christianity. You declare it, then you have
we went over centuries of codified tradition in Hinduism. Centuries.
Yeah. Codified tradition is fine. I wouldn't say that's a religion yet. Like, religion is a modern phenomenon. It's like an invention.
I actually don't know what you mean by codify yet.
There was the philosophy. There's a way of life. There was medicine.
Yeah, they had all that. Yeah, they had all that.
Right. There was mythology. Right.
Yeah, you could compare.
That's all the stuff they had. Right.
You can compare it. But you can compare it to Buddhism, right? Judaism. You can compare it in scope and scale in terms of cosmology, in terms of its metaphysical claims, in terms of the origins of the universe, in terms of what it says about God. You can compare them.
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that at all. What I'm debating is the formalization of it all.
So what do you mean by codified? Did it need a committee?
It was definitely formalized and codified. So I'm
we don't know. We don't know what Benjamin means by codify yet.
They have philosophies. Like lots of nations had philosophies, right? Like, would you say ancient Greece was a religion? Ancient Greece wasn't a religion, but they had a philosophy. They had everything that Hinduism had, but it wasn't philosophy.
Ancient Greece was not a philosophy. Ancient Greece rejected philosophy. They had rhetoricians and poets. No, they had rhetoricians and they had rhetoricians and poets. They did not view their religion as a mythology. So,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, what? No, you're not saying that because you don't believe there was a religion.
I'm saying that like Hinduism would be similar to something like that. Not Hinduism today, but the way it was back then, like Sanskrit as a text. It's a cultural conglomeration.
Yeah, but Hinduism is like Hinduism is older than ancient Greece, then you know, we're closer to ancient Greece than ancient Greece
I want
is
you
to
to be careful
Hinduism.
here. I want you to be careful. Hinduism isn't older. Hinduism isn't older. The ism isn't older. The ism is modern. That's what I'm saying. The religion, the ism, is modern.
You're just talking about the colloquial term. You're talking about the word. You're
Not the
mixing
word.
up words and concepts.
No, not the word. The existence of the entity Hinduism.
Yeah, I'm talking about Hinduism as a religion from 2000 BC, not the word that was invented in 1800s.
So like there were elements, all of the elements of Hinduism were there. All of the ideas were there. All of the beliefs were there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But I wouldn't call that Hinduism yet.
Hold it.
It wasn't codified.
We need you to define the term codified.
Yeah,
you need to
right.
define your term.
Right. You
so
have
we
to
can understand
define
what you
this
mean.
term because what do you mean? You know, what do you mean by term codified? Because this is such a vacuous term at this point.
Right.
You've used
Because
it hundreds of times.
like if you went back then and tried to explain to people what a religion is, they would be like, what's the use of it? What do you need that? We have this. We have this. We have the Sanskrit. We have this medicine practice. We have all of these disconnected elements that are connected through culture, through nation, through all this other stuff. Like it was much more natural and organic back then. It wasn't a dogmatic entity.
You don't think
that's
there was
not required by religion. You have
what if a Hindu king came and instituted it as a state religion?
This isn't me, by the way.
Is
This
that enough
Annie.
for you?
We got trolls in the house.
Somebody, no. Somebody asked me what are all those balls for, and I don't know what they're talking about.
They're talking about you're doing some pottery there.
Oh yeah, I'm doing ceramics. So all these
Right.
dried ceramics, and I'm making earrings.
No, that is you, but not your balls.
I didn't realize it would post as you
Right.
because it's your account. Yeah, I didn't mean anything by that.
No, it's all good.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna write that down. So
What are you writing
yes, so yeah, the fact that if you post in a search StreamYard to the comment section, they'll post to the account was authenticated on. So I actually didn't know. I should have known that, but I didn't put the two and two together till now.
Now that I know, I could have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, so like here I'm looking right now. So like back then they had the Vedas, they had the Upanishads. I'm saying all this stuff wrong, forgive me. The Puranas, the Mahabharata, right? All of these different disparate things that weren't unified and codified.
They were.
Okay.
I mean, define. I mean, see, the problem you're having is that you have yet to define codify, as Hank has stated multiple times.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, you didn't define codified yet.
Thank you.
Like,
and I'm not trying to mess with you. It's just that
like when was
you know? I mean, the Rig Veda seems pretty codified. I mean, I don't know.
like when
how
was
it's not.
Christianity invented? You have to you can ask that question too, right?
Invented? See, you used a loaded term, right? You know,
Why? Why is it loaded?
Because you've said it's a myth already in your very statement. You said that it was invented.
It's not a myth. It's not a myth, but it is an entity. Like it was born, right? There was a codification process of it.
The orthodox would disagree with that, but
I mean, Christianity had a bunch of debates until it was formalized. There was the Council of Nicaea, right? Like that's when I would say Christianity as a religion was born.
Right. You could say the same about Judaism. What year was the?
I am saying this.
Yeah. What year was the Council of Jamnia?
That was like after zero BC, after zero, the year zero. It's like the first century. Yeah. So Judaism was invented in the first century. Before that, it wasn't Judaism. It wasn't a religion.
Oh, you just saved me the machine lies so much time. He was looking for that.
What was he looking for?
Evidence that Judaism was invented near Christianity. So
it was.
Yeah, it was invented. Before that, it wasn't a religion, and that's what my claim is. The entire concept of a religion wasn't invented until then. Like that was the first time religion hit the stage on Earth, and then all of the other belief systems around the world sort of conformed.
Well, I think that's a little bit conceitful to think that all the religion in the world centered around just the one council that Jews had.
No, I don't think they were religions until then. I think they were the way Israel was.
Right, but I fail to see how that was a significant marker in terms of codification.
But I don't think that was his claim, though.
That wasn't my claim. My claim is that everything was way more organic before then. Everything was way more.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting confused. You claimed there's no religions until they were codified.
As a religion, like religion is a concept. It's a new concept. Like it's a concept that came about after the Council of Jamnia.
Okay, I think I'm.
So how did the codification start
meme,
after
right?
the Council of Jamnia?
It's a meme. Like you don't. There has to be a first time someone did this kind of thing.
Right. How is that the first time somebody codified a religion?
That idea spread.
Right. So I guess I need to know more about how this was the first time anybody ever codified a religion.
I think I got the definition pretty much. So codification pretty much means it goes through a committee and gets standardized. That's pretty much what Benjamin is getting to.
Standardized as an ism. As an ism, it gets standardized.
So Zoroastrianism, the people who built the Forbidden City in China, Hinduism, they all had that.
They didn't have the formalization process. It was more organic.
Sure, they had books.
Yeah,
fine. Jews had books too, right? Jews had all of these texts. They had a nation. They had all of these customs, all of these practices. That's all fine. That wasn't a religion yet. It wasn't.
How is that not codification?
Yeah, because it wasn't. Okay, so
it wasn't centralized into an ism.
Yeah, so I see what Benjamin's coming from.
How can you prove that?
The process is written in the Talmud. You could see the entire process unfold. Like you could see exactly what they did.
So when Benjamin says codification, it means it's went through a committee, went through a standardization process.
Right. And how was the first time this happened, the Council of Jamnia?
Because until then, there was no need for it. Everything was way more organic. There was no.
You don't think anywhere else in the world they would have established a codification.
But they just did
of a belief system and a way of life.
So I actually don't like Benjamin's definition. So we have
because what you're claiming is an absurd claim, because what you're claiming is that before 0 BC there was no codification of belief systems and ways of life for people.
There was a codification, but not into an ism, not into a religion.
Yeah,
right. I just think that's absurd. Yeah.
So I see what he's saying. So because we have an analog in that programming thing. So when some programming languages are standardized and others are not standardized. So when something gets standardized, it goes to a committee and they write out how to be compatible with this thing. But there's other ones that aren't standardized that are just grown organically.
Right, right. But Hank, how can you prove that this was the first time anything was standardized?
It's not the first time something was standardized. That's not my claim. You're not listening to my claim. It's not the first time,
I'm missing the claim completely.
Right.
Yeah.
Because before that time you had the Torah. The Torah was standardized, but the Torah wasn't a religion. You had a whole bunch of you had the Sanskrit. Sanskrit was standardized, but Sanskrit wasn't a religion. It's a text, right?
No, it was not. I do disagree. You do not think it was standardized yet, because standardization is the same process as codification, at least the way I'm using it, as it goes through a committee.
I mean, even Islam had to be standardized and codified after Muhammad died, right? Like it was invented to be a religion, but it didn't even actually become a religion until it was standardized into the Quran.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first person who practiced Judaism was Moses. I think the first person who practiced Christianity was Jesus. I think the first person who practiced...
I disagree, yeah. I disagree.
Islam was the Prophet Muhammad. All right, so yeah, I'll have to disagree with you. Yeah,
I mean, even Muhammad says that Abraham was a Muslim.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well, that was a retcon, so that's kind of because Abraham wouldn't know that he was a Muslim.
So I don't
Yeah.
think Moses practiced Judaism. I don't think that's not Judaism. Judaism is it's invented. It's not like without exile, there's no Judaism. There's no need for Judaism. There's no need for religion. It was just a national thing.
Yeah, I agree that Judaism is false now, but at the time of Moses, it was true.
Yeah, but yeah, the way Benjamin,
after Jesus came down, and the Jews basically rejected the Messiah, then Judaism was false. I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah, the way Benjamin uses this term, it's just a practice before it goes through the committee to be standardized or aka codified.
Yeah, there was no such thing as Judaism before the Council of Jamnia. Moses did not practice Judaism. It was a national. It was always something else. Like even the word for conversion is ger. Ger means
but
to live.
Moses had not established a nation.
So, right, and Moses even writes in the Torah, this is to be a holy nation. It's to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, not a religion. He doesn't say this is going to be a religion.
A kingdom of priests, but not a religion. What are the priests for? What occupation are priests for?
Oh, it's a good question.
The temple.
Oh, good answer.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wait. What did they practice at the temple?
They did sacrifices and things like that, but on a national
what?
level.
To what end?
But it wasn't a religion.
It wasn't codified.
It was It was a nation. It was a nation. It wasn't a religion.
So what? So what are their priests of what? The temple? That makes no sense.
Priest of the kingdom of Israel.
Yeah,
Kohanim.
and a temple is for
They were a
what?
tribe.
For what
priests
type of
were even a tribe.
practice? And a temple is for what type of practice?
For temple
National
worship.
practices?
Yeah,
That
it was a national temple. Yes.
No,
Yeah,
it
was a
wasn't
national
national practices that these people were engaging in.
Yeah, it was. It was a national practice.
Well, why did they sacrifice animals to God?
That's the national practice. Yeah. Yeah, if you went back then and you said, "Oh, you're Jewish," you'd be like, "Yeah, I'm from the tribe of Judah. I'm from the tribe of Judah. Yeah, I'm Jewish."
Let me read a quote. Let me read a quote to you.
But they wouldn't know what the Jewish religion is. You say, "Oh, Judaism is a religion." They're like, "No, it's not. I'm from the tribe of Judah." There was no separation. It was more organic.
Yeah, let me read a quote to you.
Sure.
Stefansson, Vijalmar Stefansson, the explorer and ethnographer, wrote, quote, "One frequently hears the remark that no people in the world have yet been found who are so low that they do not have a religion. This is absolutely true," he says. Then he goes on to say, "But the inference one is likely to draw is misleading. It is not only true that no people are so low that they do not have a religion, but it is equally true that the lower you go in scale of human culture, the more religion you find."
Okay, so he's defining religion differently. I don't know what he means by religion.
Oh yeah, everyone's defining religion differently. You have a unique definition of religion, a very unique one that still hasn't been fixed.
Like Judaism is a religion, Christianity is a religion, Islam is a religion. Today, Hinduism is a religion. I agree with all those things. Those are all religions.
Actually, his definition of religion is pretty common. Atheists use that definition of religion.
I've never heard an atheist in my life say that the religion was founded at the Council of Jamnia.
But so
I've never heard that, Hank. I don't know if you're being truthful about that. I've never heard that in your life.
I haven't heard an atheist say that explicitly.
Okay,
but they claim that what they're doing is not religion because it's not codified.
Yeah, it would be a very rare event to hear anybody claim that.
So yeah, everything evolves, right? Everything changes and becomes something different. And
Sure.
There is a point in time where something evolves into what it is today. And then it gets codified and it stays. It doesn't change anymore, right? That's what the codification process is. And there's a transformation period where something becomes a religion. And that has to happen for everything. Like Hinduism wasn't born as a religion, right? There was many different aspects of Hinduism that were all conglomerated into.
It goes back to this thing that we were talking about before, and you agreed. The ists come before the isms. I mean, I don't know how you're getting this confused now, but I mean, Yeah.
I'm not getting anything confused. It's very clear, man.
Yeah, the ists come before the isms. We agreed to that earlier.
But no, it's not even ists. It's like a different process. It's a process of taking all of these different cultural things and codifying them into a unity, into a whole.
Who codifies them?
Well, I don't know. I haven't studied enough, but I know. But it has to happen. Like there has to be that transition. There has to be a transition period where.
Why does there have to be a transition if you don't even know where the origin point is?
Well, I know where the origin point is for Judaism. It's the Council of Jamnia.
Right. But why do you assume the origin for Judaism is the same for everyone else?
I don't assume that.
But
yeah,
you did.
you never made this assumption.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said Judaism, Hinduism, Islam. All of these are modern. So you did make that assumption.
No, I didn't make that assumption at all.
So when do you think all these other religions were codified?
I think the first one to be codified was at the Council of Jamnia, was Judaism, and that was the first one to become a religion, and it never was supposed to be. They had an argument: should we do this or not? They didn't think they should, but they had to. They were forced to. Right? It's not supposed to be a religion. And so once this meme happens,
So when do you believe the other ones were codified?
I think it was all after that. All after that. Yeah.
How can you prove that? Do you have any proof for that?
Yeah, so he could prove
I
it
would
by
have to get
finding.
each one individually, but yeah, we could definitely go through and prove it.
Yeah, it's provable. So basically, he has to find equivalent councils for all of those to standardize the thing, and that's how you prove it.
Or the lack of standardization before that.
Well, no, the lack of we can't prove the lack, but we can prove the standardization. So we have to find equivalent councils to prove it.
Right. I mean, just look at the history of each thing independently and see when that process happened, when it became a religion. Like I don't think Buddhism, even though it's called Buddhism, I don't think it's really a religion. I think
Buddha taught Buddhism.
Right.
So what are you talking about?
It's a philosophy. I don't think it's a religion. You know what I mean?
No, I think you're wrong.
So what, like,
it has a codified belief structure and practice. Like what?
No, it's
according to your own definition, it's certainly
no. There's more nuance in this. You're being very difficult. Like you're not trying to see what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say something very nuanced here, and you're like trying to get stuck on the provability of things.
I'm just gonna be apply the same pressure I applied to everyone else.
No, it's all good.
That way.
It's all good.
Yeah, this is normal for him.
Yeah, this is very normal. Yep. Yeah, I've given Socratic questioning to many people, and it's just that I'm not, it's not a bad
Buddhism
deal.
as it is today isn't what it was at the time of Buddha, right? Christianity as it is today isn't what it was at the time of Jesus.
Right. So it's constantly in flux. So when was it codified?
It's constantly in flux, right? So yeah, Christianity was codified at the Council of Nicaea.
But it's been changing ever since, you said.
Right, but once it was codified, then the codification evolves. So it does change since then, but the codification is what's evolving, not the. You know what I mean?
No. And yeah.
Trying to think of an equivalent meme that.
Yeah, and I do apologize if I'm coming off a bit, difficult, because the thing is that I have not slept for like a long time.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
He's useless from me, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, me and Hank go at it with this all the time. We're used to this.
Both of you are used to it from me.
Yeah, we're used to this this line of questioning, and definitely you've been on my panel before. You get hammered pretty hard. But yeah.
So
you got to think down the point. I mean, that's all that I'm having a problem with here.
I think I'm trying to think of another meme that spread like that. That like an occupation, for example. So like an occupation there had to be a first occupation.
Maybe go programming. That's easy.
Programming
to
was the
track.
first occupation.
No, there's an occupation is easy to track because it's also recent within the past century. So it had to be the first programmer.
Yeah, I like this line by Luna. So did food recipes not exist before the word recipe was invented? You know, it's a word concept fallacy. Right?
No, recipes are definitely codified. Yeah.
Well, some of them are. Some are just written down.
You love that word codified.
So some recipes are codified. Other ones are just written down. Because most recipes are
like a nut with a like a scroll with a nut. With this word codified.
Because like at some point there weren't recipes. You just stuck what you could eat into a pot and then you would eat it. Like it would be different every time. You didn't have the luxury of being able to measure things out and codify it. So that's a good example. So
here,
at one point, someone was able to write down a recipe and transfer it to someone else or teach it to someone else, right? The ability to teach a recipe to someone else then becomes a meme, and then everyone else starts codifying their dishes, their traditional dishes. I mean, I think lots of religions do want to be classified as a religion.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away for a minute.
It's all good.
Oh, that's a good point.
What point?
A religion is a form of belief, and most of them assume their beliefs are the belief. Therefore, technically, no religion wants to be classified as a religion.
But I don't know if that's true because lots of religions want to be classified as religions.
For
like
example,
Islam wants to qualify itself as a religion, as the religion.
No,
they call themselves.
They claim Judaism as part of Islam.
Yeah, I mean, Islam says that Jews, Christians, and Sabians are people of the book.
Yeah.
So I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know how it could come to that conclusion if it didn't acknowledge those other codified ways of life and so on and so forth.
Yeah. But like, okay, so in Hebrew, the word for a convert is a ger. It's like the translation to that today is an immigrant. And like in the US, you see the immigration process is really hard. And like there's an immigration process. So like if you wanted to be an American when America goes into exile, you would have to go through that same immigration process to become an American. That's the conversion process. Like that's the birth of these concepts. These concepts there was no conversion before that. It was immigration. That's a nice one. Picking up backgrounds here. What the hell?
It's the robot Last Supper.
There it is.
Yeah, that's kind of ugly though. I hate the background color. I have to fix that. But yeah. We'll go with Ganesha.
All right.
A religious figure. I don't mean to trigger you.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the word recipe. I'm talking about the concept for a recipe. That's actually a good example, Luna. Luna's actually from India.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did a whole presentation with Annapurna on
Yeah, I
Hinduism,
remember.
you know, and yeah, I mean, the lengths of the amount of codification You know what I mean?
The mountain range.
Yeah, simply breathtaking. I mean,
You had an interview from Mountain Range.
yeah, like you know, and the complexity as you go further back as well. I mean, we went to ancient Greece. Yeah, I mean, we went to ancient Greece, and then we went to Mycenae. You know, and it seemed like the temples at Mycenae were far more complex than the ones in ancient Greece. I mean, and I was like shocked because Mycenae is supposed to be older, right? So I was wondering, I was like, how is this actually possible at this point? I mean,
yeah,
you know. So I think there's evidence.
No, there's a lot of philosophy in that goes into Hinduism.
Myth of progress. You know that yeah, there is whole codified ways of life. More, I believe there could have been more advanced civilizations than exist today in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, they had way more complex forms of codification, but they're lost to time. You know, they're lost after the flood, for example. I mean,
I don't know why I still wouldn't call those religions. They're like ancient Babylon wasn't a religion. It was a nation. It had beliefs within the nation. Like there was no separation of church and state. It was all just one thing.
I mean, you know, they combined. I mean, they combined all languages. One man's hymns became another man's curses.
Yeah, but like ancient Egypt wasn't a religion. Ancient Greece wasn't a religion.
So what were the hymns and the curses before religion? Is the question. You know, or what were the priests? You know, what were the you know, the nation of priests? What were they priests of?
Priests of the nation. They were healers. They were wise men. They were doing sacrifices. They were doing. There was no separation. Like ancient Greece had temples, but it didn't have. It wasn't a religion, right? They had temples. They had temples to gods, but it was a nation. There was no separation.
What are gods?
I don't know. What are gods? Their power.
I mean, the term is completely vacuous if there's no religion. Well, what are priests and gods?
So what was the? What, you can ask the question. What was the religion of ancient Greece?
Wait, priests and gods and temples of what?
But you can go back to ancient Greece. You're moving the question. You can go back to ancient Greece and ask them, "What is your religion?" They would see like, "What the hell are you talking about? What is a religion?"
You said they had gods. Gods of what?
What do you mean? What are you trying to get at?
Are you saying they didn't believe in the gods?
I didn't say that. No, obviously they believed in them. They put temples to them. I'm not an idiot, man.
So what are gods? So what is the term God? What is that functional part of? No, I know you're not an idiot. That's why I'm asking you these questions.
Yeah, it's like you're asking for my personal definition, or are you asking for the way they saw them? I'm looking more at what the way they saw them.
I say I believe in a kind of God, right?
They had different gods, right? So if they wanted a good voyage on the sea, they would go to the temple of Poseidon, and they would, you know, offer up some offering to Poseidon, and then they would go out on the sea, right?
So what about Plato?
What about Plato?
You know, when Socrates, right, was accused of rejecting the gods, why was that? Because he refused to follow the religion of Athens?
No, there was no religion in Athens. That's the thing.
Yeah, but there was.
What was the religion of Athens?
That's what he was accused of breaking the law for.
What was the religion of Athens?
That he refused to follow the gods. Plato was a deity.
Follow the gods, but what was the religion of Athens?
The gods. You believe in the
gods?
gods.
Was the religion of Athens? What was the name of the religion?
Gods are part of a religion. Gods are inherently part of a religious structure. There's no gods that are part of nations.
Yeah, I disagree. No, ancient Greece was ancient Greece. It was a nation. They had national beliefs.
Well, how come gods were imposed on different nations and assimilated?
Okay.
Into the same system of worship.
So when Rome became Rome, right? They assimilated the gods of Greece.
Yeah, sure they did. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
yeah,
so
they did. But they didn't say, okay, this is the Greek religion. They didn't say, okay, now we believe in the Greek religion. They didn't have a Greek religion. They had mythology. It was a national entity.
So I wonder if this would be helpful if when you think about Native American mythology, there was
Right.
all this mythology to help understand the world around them. They
Yeah,
couldn't understand
mythology means it's made up. You
it, but it
know,
wasn't a religion.
I mean, they believed in it.
Right.
It was like ways and stories. But it,
Yeah,
like, not
I mean, if you go to a Native American and
It's a
say
culture.
your belief structure, the things that your ancestors believed in, it wasn't a religion, they'd get offended at that. Why is
No,
that?
not at all. I have a Native American over, and I was asking him like, okay, so do you guys have a religion? It's like, no, it's not a religion. It's a tribe. It's our belief. It's our like. He's just Cheyenne. He's not,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, that's just
he's
that's just
Cheyenne.
anecdotal. Yeah, that's just anecdotal.
That's
Anything
people,
that
that's
has
the
gods is
tribe.
part of a religious structure. Gods are
That's
not part
your
of
definition. That's
philosophies.
how
They're
you're
not part of
defining it.
nations. Gods are not endemic to nations. They're not endemic to philosophies. They're endemic to religions. Gods. We're talking about gods.
But there was no religions back then. There was like, it was
Yeah.
integrated.
So you say there's no religion. You keep
Right. It
asserting
was
this claim,
integrated.
right?
It was integrated. They were integrated together. There was no separation. There was no separate entity called a religion. There was an integration.
What was integrated?
Their belief structure, their way of life, their nation,
I thought
everything.
you said a
It
codified
was,
belief structure was a religion.
it was organic.
What does that even mean? Mean natural, like based on nature? Like, what does that mean?
Because
Organic.
you're coming at it from a modern lens. You're coming at it from a way of looking at the
No,
world.
I'm not. You just
Yeah.
said all of the religions were invented in the modern time, believing in the myth of progress. I
Right.
said religions have always existed.
No,
That's not a
'cause
modern belief.
you're looking back at history from a modern lens, a modern idea of a conception of religion. If you were to go back in time,
No, you're
and go
looking
back,
at
if you were to go back in time and live as a Greek and ask the Greeks about religion, they would have no idea what you're talking about. They don't have the concept of religion. Religion isn't a concept for them.
the gods are part of their religion.
No, the gods are part of their life.
If you
The gods are not part of their
presented them,
religion.
if you presented them what they believe at the Council of Jamia, would they reject it or approve of it, or would
What
they
are you
just be
talking about?
neutral because they don't know what it is?
What's the question? What's the question? Clarify your question. I don't get your question. What am I presenting at the Council of Jamnia?
No, I'm saying if you presented what they codified at the Council of Jamia to ancient Greece, would they accept it or reject it?
Well, it's not Greece. You mean to ancient Israel?
Ancient Greece.
Ancient Greece didn't codify anything at the Council of Jamnia.
No, I'm saying if you took what they discovered at the Council of Jamnia that they had codified, say you hopped in a time machine, right?
Yeah.
And you went back to ancient Greece as a hypothetical, right?
Okay.
Would they
The
accept it or
Council of
reject
Jamnia
it?
wasn't in Greece. The Council of Jamnia was Jewish.
Yeah.
I'm just trying
I
to get
don't
at your.
think
What are you actually asking here?
Yeah, I'm saying, okay, you're saying they codified a religion at the Council of Jamnia, right?
They codified Judaism at the Council of Jamnia.
Right. Now, say you took that codified Judaism,
Okay.
you hopped in a time machine,
Okay.
and you presented it to the people of ancient Greece.
Of course they would reject it. It has nothing to do with the ancient
Based
Greece.
on what? Based on what would they reject it? Based on what principles?
Based
would
on
they
their
reject it?
worldview. Based on their worldview.
Which is based of what? That they believe in different gods.
Based on whatever their worldview was. Based on the collective consciousness.
Collective consciousness. That means
Yeah.
nothing. Based on the collective
Religion
consciousness.
also means nothing. Religion means absolutely nothing to them back then.
The way you define it, it doesn't mean anything. True.
If you were to go, I'm
If
saying
it's part of the collective conscience, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't have
I'm
sufficient
saying
meaning.
if you were to go back to ancient Greece and you were to tell them what their religion is, they would laugh at you. They would say, "What are you talking about? We don't know what a religion is."
Yeah, I have books that disprove
The guy
it.
down the street believes in Zeus. The guy
I
down
have
this
books.
street believes.
No, that's false. That's false. They persecuted people for not believing in their religion. So you're false.
In their gods, not in their religion.
Yeah, gods are part of a religious structure. They're not part of a they're not endemic to a nation. They're not endemic to a philosophy. Okay, they're endemic to a religion.
Well, not exactly.
You're looking at it from modern eyes. So that's what I'm saying. You're stuck in the modern way of thinking.
I have a counterexample. Wonder Woman.
Okay.
That's a god that would technically not be part of religion, I guess under Benjamin's definition.
Yeah. I mean, you say all the religions were invented in the modern time, but yet you think my view is modern. That befuddles me.
No, the concept of religion in your mind, in my mind, in everyone's mind, did not exist in the ancient world.
Right, because you invented your own definition of it.
No.
Yes.
Because
That's
there was
exactly what happened.
There was no such a thing. You would tell them what a religion is. They'd be like, oh, that's an interesting way of looking at
Yeah, I know.
things.
Based on your definition that you invented not too long ago.
No, based on the current understanding of what a religion is, not my
No,
definition.
no.
Based
Name me an authoritative research study that says religion or originated from the Council of Jamia. That was the first codified religion. Name me a research study that proves that. Go ahead and show me that.
I don't have one. Name me.
Yeah, you don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. I just quoted Stephanson, right? So I just showed you a study, right? Now you show me a study, right? That proves the opposite.
Yo, the Greeks had myths, not religion.
That's right. I agree.
No, that's false. You call it a myth. A myth is a modern appropriation of what they believed in.
What is a myth?
Modern? It wasn't modern at all.
What is a myth exactly?
Yeah, what is a myth? Yeah.
It's mythology.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
It's basically I think it's a way to
This is the fiery one. He's gonna get fried.
lessons
It's not
narratives.
No.
We missed that, Jay. Go ahead.
I think it's a way to transfer lessons through narratives.
Oh, this is JG, right?
Good. He's right. It's a way to transfer lessons through narratives.
The Jungian guy.
Yeah, Jungian guy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Jungian guy. Yeah, I remember. This is from the first time I called in. So this,
Yeah,
this is the original crew.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Yeah. So like what the concept of a religion, I would say, is just very foreign to ancient Greeks. Doesn't mean anything to them.
I have a book by Kiddo. He disagrees. Stephanson disagrees. Right? So I don't know.
The Romans didn't even have religion, really. They were anti-religion.
Yeah, henotheism is a type of religion.
What?
Yeah. Pantheism is a type of religion. Henotheism is a type of religion. These are types of religion. These are classifications of religion.
Well, then everything.
Henotheism. It's called henotheism. It ends with the word theism.
You have to say non-belief is also religion, and that's false.
Why would I have to say that?
Because if you're classifying everything under some sort of religion, well, then what is atheism?
I'm not classifying everything under some sort of religion. What does that even mean? When did I do that? What does that even mean?
Okay, so what is a religion, then?
Things that have gods, temples, priests, etc. These are features of religion.
That's too broad.
No, it's not. That's pretty specific.
No, that's very, very broad.
I disagree. I think saying that religion came from the Council of Jamia is and that it depends on just codified belief structure that was established in 0 BC. I think that's a very random claim.
I mean, I wasn't able to trace back any other religion before that. I was looking for it. I was looking for where did they get the idea to make Israel into a religion? I don't know where they got that idea from. And I was like, okay, did they just invent this or did they see it somewhere else? And I just didn't see it anywhere else. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe someone else, invented religion before that, but I don't think they did. I think that's the first time they did that.
That is such an interesting belief, Benjamin. I really have to say I'm very, very fascinated by this belief, and it confirms some of the things that I felt already. About the way that Jews see themselves. All right, so yeah, it's fascinating stuff. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I just don't know where. Like I was looking for it. Like I remember looking through Hinduism too, and I didn't see what they did at Jamia. Like, where did they get that idea from to make it into a religion? Because it wasn't a religion before that. I don't care how you define it. It just wasn't. It was nations. There were wars. There were kings. Like, which religion has a king?
You got me. You got me one time during this discussion, and I'm not going to tell you what point it was, but but go back and you'll see. I mean, definitely you got one on me. But yeah, blessings. You know, Hank's looking dapper as always.
Yeah.
And, blessings. I mean, oh man, we need a matching coat to go with that. Yo, man.
Yeah, that just came in the mail just
look.
now. Got
Yeah,
this
that's
bucket
dope.
hat to commemorate my victory. Just wearing it over my fedora.
Frankly, I don't even know enough about religion to argue anything because I think religion is a system of control, and that's.
Yeah, I gotta send Benjamin my book, so
Why
I'll
do I
definitely
need
remember.
to go to a priest to confess my sins? Like, why can't I go directly to the man himself?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta ask Moses about that one.
Yeah, I guess referring to your belief system as a mythology is kind of is also kind of foreign. That's how we look at them, at their beliefs as mythologies.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that seems modern to me. I mean,
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
especially in terms of the Jungian framing. You know, that's a hyper modern belief structure. You know that all religions are a form of sort of hyperstition. You know, that's going into even deconstructionism and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. But I don't know what I would call it. I wouldn't call it, because I wouldn't call it a separate entity. I would call it just an organic life. It was just life. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't something separate. It wasn't something that they can point at and be like, hey, this is a religion. It's
Yeah,
just the
I
way
agree.
things are.
Yeah, I agree about cultural rights, but
Yeah.
you know, I think there's a distinction between culture and religion.
It's just history. For them, it was just history. Like, oh, that's how the sun was created. You know, this one guy puked it up, and that's how the sun was created. It's just history. Like, it's just their the way they viewed the world. It was their worldview.
Welten Chong. See, even that's a modern worldview. It's a German word.
Yeah.
Well, everyone
yeah.
has a individual worldview, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Comte, I mean August Comte, right? He says, you know, he's kind of the founder of sociology, right? And he says that, you know, there was a mythological stage, then there was a sort of metaphysical stage, and then there was a positivist stage. So what he means by this is that there was religion, and then there was philosophy, and then there was science.
I disagree completely.
Yeah.
Like, if you had two foreign cultures back then coming together, they would be like, okay, how did the sun get created? Oh, this guy puked it up. No, it was this. And they would argue about how the sun was created. Like, as if it was science, as if it was history. They wouldn't argue it. Oh, I'm this, so I believe this. Like, there was none of that. It wasn't an identity.
So what would you call that? You call that myth, right?
Today I would call it a myth, but back then it was just how the sun was created.
So how would you say they got around that?
That was just history. It was just how the sun was created. This is why there's lightning, because this guy uses a mallet and a hammer and makes lightning.
But wouldn't you say history is like scientific? Like they had myths and then they kind of codified them in a scientific way.
Yeah, for them it was science. For them it was history. For them it was reality, right? That's how they saw it. They didn't see it as a religion.
But they didn't have science, right? They had myth, right? And then science developed, right?
That was their science. That was their belief. That was their history. I don't think they had, like you said, they didn't have myth. Myth is a modern way of looking at what they had.
Okay. Okay, so you're adjusting that.
It's a religion as well, because it's a belief in a.
So you're saying that? Well, yeah, I think The homie here needs to be turned up a little bit in terms of his mic. I kind of missed what you said there, friend.
Oh, I said that science in of itself is kind of a religion because it's a belief and trust in a method.
Yeah. So would you say science also always existed?
Not in the way I'm describing it.
In terms of
What
like
would
a
you say,
concept,
Benjamin?
you could call what those ancient beliefs were science. You can call them a form of science. I mean, the fact that the Earth was the center of the universe, that was science back then.
So primitive science.
Yeah, I'd say so. Why not?
So science
Science evolved from
So you
something.
agree with August Comte?
Yeah. Science evolved
Right.
from
So
something.
you agree with August Comte more or less? I mean,
yeah.
You more or less agree with him.
Mm-hmm.
Just not that it was religion that was the primary form.
What's religion again is a modern concept. I don't think religion wasn't a concept back then. So I can't say it was religion.
And myth are both modern concepts.
Right.
That is actually an interesting view. I'll have to take into account. Yeah, I'm actually interested in that. Yeah.
Religion's a modern. The classification of religion is modern, but wouldn't say the thing in itself is modern, though.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Because I think once you have one religion, then everyone else sort of sees that, and then they take that as a meme and they define themselves in the same way. Like even if they didn't call it a religion, something had to be like, okay, this is my belief structure, and you have this belief structure, and then like everyone sort of isolates themselves based on belief structures. Like that sort of fragmentation had to happen. There had to be a first, you know? It doesn't happen until there's a first one.
Yeah, I'm saying the classification's modern, but not the thing in itself. Even if we go by Benjamin's definition.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is myths and religion are definitely fucking different. They're distinct from each other. So.
Right, but which one was first?
Well, I think religion is more broad. Religions can have myths in them. A myth is a specific story. It's a narrative.
Well, religion's also trying to eliminate myth, too. You know, so.
Or codify it.
Well.
I mean,
I don't really
like
know
the
about
Jesus
that.
myth is codified in Christianity.
Well, Christian.
Right, except for most historians believe it's a historical fact. You know, in terms of
that he existed.
Jesus
like,
existed.
the story of
yeah,
his
but you said
life.
but you said the Jesus myth.
Yeah,
so that makes you sound like a mythicist, right?
I mean,
the Talmud says he existed. So, would you say they're lying?
I didn't say he didn't exist. I like I said, Vulcan. Like we started this whole conversation with Tuval Cain, right? Tuval Cain. You take off the two, it's Vulcan. So like this person existed. Just did he create volcanoes? Is he a god? Is he a deity? No, that part is a myth. Like the myth is based on fact. So like the fact that Tuval Cain existed, fine. The myth is Vulcan. Vulcan is the myth, but Tuval Cain is real.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't think just because two names sound the same, it means they're the same person. But I hear what you're saying, though. But yeah.
Well, they also have the same job. Like they're both blacksmiths. They're both like it's one to one.
Well, we can go into it. We can go.
Yeah,
into
we can go into it. No, but like that's the point.
difference.
Like I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist. I'm not saying he
didn't be the
didn't
same
exist.
on every level. I mean,
Right. I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist. What I'm saying is the stories, the mythology around him is like maybe the mythology is true. Like I'm not saying it's not true.
Yeah, because then
there's a
you'd have
mythology.
to go like, okay, how many stories were there of dudes who were blacksmiths back then and all that stuff? And you know, you have to contextualize the information, right?
Yeah. Also, the time period is right, and he's the ancestor of the same people. According to Roman mythology, is the same ancestor of the same people. Like it all works out one to one. It was an interesting one. I'm not trying to prove it here. I'm just saying I saw that this week. It was an interesting one.
Yeah, the Romans definitely absorbed pantheons, but
Yeah.
you know, what does that prove? I mean, you know, that might not prove that they're the same guy. I mean, but,
No,
you know.
like Romulus was the father of Rome. Remus and Romulus. I don't. Anyways, we don't have to go into it. I'm just saying it was an interesting thing I saw this week.
What do you think's mythological about the Jesus story?
Where do I start?
Like, so, okay, is immaculate conception a thing?
Right.
Like, really?
Immaculate conception.
Did he really turn water into wine?
It's a Greek idea, immaculate conception.
Or is that like just a story to demonstrate, some lesson? So like he was a real guy, but all these stories, are they just metaphors for something else? Or did these things like literally happen?
So you believe that when they did the miracles in the Torah, that those were myths?
There's no miracles in the Torah. I mean, there's miracles, but not in the Christian understanding of what a miracle is.
What do you think happened to Elijah?
What about him? he got eaten up by a tornado.
And Lot, right thing happened to Lot, but he gained another family. Just
he got eaten up in a natural lot.
Yeah.
What about the burning bush?
Huh?
Burning
what
bush.
about the burning bush?
That's not a miracle?
It's a vision.
It's scientific.
No, it's a vision. It's a vision. He saw the bush in a vision.
What about turning the staff into a snake? Another vision?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're walking on thin ice here. But all right.
No, it was
saying.
like a magic thing back then. I don't know. It's like there's all kinds of sleight of hand that you can do.
Oh, so you think it was all magic?
It was a sleight of hand for sure. It was something.
So you think there's scientific explanations for all the miracles in the Old Testament? And
that's what our sages even say. Yeah. Our sages all say that everything happened due to natural processes. Even the splitting of the sea, it said there was a wind. Like the text itself said the wind caused the sea to split. Like there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing out of nature doesn't break. There's no discontinuity in nature.
Maybe they're just fixing the myth.
No, they had no reason
No,
to either.
not a chance, huh?
I mean, the sages back then
Not
had
a
no
chance.
reason to.
Not a chance, huh?
Yeah, 2,000 years ago, there was no science. There was no reason to. They just all said everything happens through natural processes.
Yeah, I'm half
just rare.
I'm half just messing with you. But
Yeah. I don't. The Christian idea of a miracle is very different from the Jewish idea of a miracle.
I think they're pretty similar.
Okay.
Angels destroying a city, God coming down and wrestling with people. I mean, it's all
That's
this
not
unexplainable stuff. Parting the sea, all that stuff. All that stuff is scientific explanations.
So, like,
it's kind of hard to believe.
So, like, if the sea parted today, like you saw it happen, it's parted today, right? You wouldn't call it a miracle.
With the angels coming down and destroying the city. What's the scientific explanation for that?
Well, what does the text actually say, man?
Well, I don't know. What you tell
And
me?
the other thing, and then the other thing is, like, look at the evidence in the region. Like, there is actual. Yeah, I just saw a video on it the other day. They were going underneath the Dead Sea region, and they saw the actual sulfur and burnt. Yeah, there was
So
a
you
natural
believe they
disaster
came
there.
down and destroyed the city?
I don't know what happened. I just know that like the archaeological evidence has the entire region was burned and turned into sulfur.
You don't think that's miraculous?
Again, depending on what definition of a miracle are you talking about?
Yeah, what is your definition? I'm interested to know it.
So that's what I was trying to explain to you. If like the sea split today, everyone saw it. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. The sea split. What a natural phenomenon, right? That's not a miracle. It's just a natural phenomenon.
Holy crap!
But
But
if the sea were to split exactly when people was waiting there and they were being chased down by Egyptians, then that's like, oh wow, that's a miracle, because like it changes the outcome of history. It has an effect. It's not only a rare event, but it happens at a specific place and time in order to accomplish something. That is when you.
So are you defining miracles as a rare event?
No, not just a rare event. A rare event that has an outcome. Like it shows that there was a plan to this rare event.
Okay. That is an interesting definition for sure. Yeah, I like that definition. Yeah, I mean, I keep postponing the end of this conversation. I've had to go for like 30 minutes.
Oh, you had to go. All right, I'll
yeah,
I'll
brother.
stay.
I mean, I'll definitely come back and talk to you soon. It's only because I'm having rough insomnia. You always
No,
stream.
it's all good, man. And thanks for jumping on. I appreciate.
Yeah, the
seeing
day
you
after
again.
I stream all night, you stream. So sometimes I miss you. You know, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, I love to come and talk to you, brother. But yeah, blessings. You know, what I mean, thank you so
All right,
much.
later, man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and peace, Hank and Annie. You know, blessings. Yeah. Bye.
Benjamin, you failed to put him to sleep.
Yeah, here it's this guy. I wasn't even looking at these. Exactly this. It can appear miraculous. So yeah, like the Christian definition of miracle is like something that breaks nature, something supernatural.
Yeah, which I would assert isn't even possible, but okay.
Yeah.
So how to define nature is if you can if you can use science on it at all. So I don't think supernatural is even possible.
Yeah, check out the Machine Lies channel.
The American Christian definition of a miracle is if your potato chip has the face of Jesus on it. Or like you grow a tomato in your garden that looks like
I believe in that. That works.
But I could literally just manufacture those if I wanted to.
Well, okay, so we'll say something from the garden. A tomato or like a cucumber that looks like Jesus.
But like I would say Trump getting shot and being missed is a miracle, right?
Yeah.
I would say like it doesn't have to have even God involved in it to be a miracle. It's just it changes the course of history.
But that would mean it would be a miracle if we missed him, and it'd be a miracle if it hit him though. So
yeah,
that's right. No, the miracle if it hit him, that's what was supposed to happen. Like it's all explainable. There's no miracle needed.
Well, the opposite party would say it was a miracle because they didn't have to deal with Trump anymore.
The fact that he turned his head just as the bullet was flying, that's a rare occurrence. Like that's improbable, highly improbable, right?
Well, so is an assassin.
Yeah, here we go. Highly improbable. Hey, you're beating me to it, this guy.
Yeah, so
up, buddy?
the bullet missing is improbable, but someone getting assassinated is also improbable because most world leaders don't get just killed by an assassination.
You're right, Hank. Let's just put it like that. Let's just leave it there. What happened to everyone? Where is everybody this week? When I can't talk, everyone jumps on. You're having a conversation. Like now that I'm able to jump on.
So they must have watched my zebra roast and I drained their energy because I was there with officer snaps. I actually made sure I didn't notify you because I didn't actually want you there. It would have been a waste of your time. I added you later for I guess just for Wikiality, get the links up to get the stuff later, but I didn't want you there at the time. So I specifically did not link your account till after the event was over. But they must have watched that and they lost all their energy.
I lost what you were talking about, Hank. But do you have the clip of when Flow State jumped on and tried to defend you?
On Illumitomy, yes.
Yeah. I think it was pretty mean what they did to you. I don't like it.
Well, yes, mean what they did to them, but what I did to them back was even meaner.
What did you do to them back?
I exposed them.
Oh, you exposed them. Well, they did that to themselves.
Pretty much. But
Yeah.
I didn't have to retaliate so hard, but I
Yeah.
did because I'm not a good guy.
So how did show us your retaliation as well, Hank. I want to see all this stuff.
So I'll give you a link to the retaliation. So it's
All right,
a 3-hour video of me going through other videos.
Oh, let's not do that then.
Yes.
It's
So
3 hours.
you can push that link through, but we'll skip to Flow State, which is which I linked to specifically because everyone likes flow state, except for Zaders.
So okay, 1 second. Share screen. Zebra commentary. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's
So,
actually, so yeah, just go down to the description. Just go to a flow state. I expect you have flow state. You can search for it, and it'll link to Hankelfeld pull to fuck up, and it has a timestamp.
Here?
Yeah.
This one here?
Yeah.
I want to go just before that. So this is just before that too, when they were.
Was it just before that? No, this is when flow states comes
So let's
up.
go back a little bit. I want to go back a bit.
Freaking Apple.
Because, like, you know, when he jumped on, that was cool of him, but
He didn't really do much for me, but
no, he didn't do. It was still cool. He showed, you know, solidarity, friendship.
he showed solidarity.
Yeah,
but I
but
think
peekaboo.
he did something. He
No,
showed
it's
the
not
appearances
peekaboo.
enough.
That sounds faggotry, the way you say it. I blocked you because I was done with you. That is faggotry, yes. You explained it in one word. What you were doing is faggotry. No, I have you blocked, and I didn't know you were going to cash out $1 just to say some shit that ain't mine to worry about. Now, while we're on that subject, how is it every time you comment on my videos, I'm the only one that can't reply to you? Because you had me blocked. No, not whenever I can see you. This was before I blocked you. Because we've been through this. We've been through this a couple times. It was after you blocked me. No. I even made a video to explain it to you, and you still don't get it. No, you don't get the frame of time I'm saying this happens. I know when I block you. I know when I unblock you. I had to explain how to unblock me. You watched the video, and you somehow forgot how to do it. All right, Hank, I'm just going to let that question go because it's getting nowhere. Now, if I can't stop you from jumping in on panels where you might pursue me to answer when you're not being talked to, by how many methods do I have to remove you from interacting with me to get it across to you?
Oh, this is simple. What you can do is take your racist buddy and you can both hide in a ditch. That's what you can do. Because I'm going to go wherever I need to go. If you're gonna get my way, I'll just stop you
Hank,
out.
I've never said anybody can't be in the panelverse, but it's common people social.
I want to stop here. What is this panelverse president nonsense? What is this?
Oh, okay. So pretty much he's trying to gaslight people into believing he's more important than he actually is.
I mean, that's all the number ones do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah. So he's
So
the panelverse.
so I actually deposed him already. So
deposed him?
it's invalid. So
Yeah. What election? How was he elected?
he just had a feeling. Then he edited his audio. What's it called? His summary. So he had the audio avatar, and he had the summary. He edited his summary, and that's how he became the president. He just changed a word.
Right. Okay.
Actual things that when one is talking to someone, it's not your place to answer unless you're the one being talked to. And you seem to have that power dynamic fucked up all over this panelverse everywhere I see you.
Oh, how about this? Why don't you go ahead, write a book, and sell it to me?
Because this is just a common decency we're raised with as humans that you don't pick up on because it's social order and you're autistic.
So it's common decency for Officer Snaps to make terroristic threats at me. Is that correct?
I'm not here. We're not here about the snaps thing right now. I'm saying if I'm done with you and you see me on Talcott talking to Talcott, it's not your place to just jump in and answer, and you do that for him all the time.
See, you don't got any standards. It's clear and obvious you don't got any standards.
Nothing but
it's whatever
standards.
it is that benefits you at the moment. You don't have any standards.
That's
You don't have any
Paul. I'll give you that's Paul.
That's
I'll
your
give
brother.
you that's Paul.
Paul's your
But
brother.
my standard,
You're just
I'm harder. I am harder on myself for any standards you hear me displaying to the community than I am on anybody else.
That's
Because
Paul's your
I
brother,
don't
not
go.
just like
I don't. I don't go by what I think should be or what I feel is best. I go by the overall true neutral fairness.
Oh, he contradicts
everybody
himself
should
in that
have.
later.
That's the name of the book.
What page is that? I want to follow it. I got TML's book. I want to. What page was that on?
Page 105, paragraph 188.
Hold on, let me find it.
The name of the book is Christ Protagonist, or Logos Dethroned, Transforming the Symbol of Roman Power into Jewish Salvation in the Slander of the Prophet of God. So that's the name of the book. So, and again, again,
Christ Protagonist.
say what?
I got Christ Protagonist.
Or Logos Dethroned. LOGOS DETHRONED.
Dethroned. Okay.
Dethroned, yeah. And and again, that this is from the point of view of Machine, who's a Muslim, of course, but also he is a student of history and philosophy as well. And I know that this is not going to be an Orthodox Christian version of things. I don't also think that it's purely an Islamic view of things either. I think it's his particular view, and I like this part of the book because it gets into a narrative about history from a historical side of things. And I think he's quoting I think he's kind of leaning on a Buber who is a Jewish secular liberal scholar, which again, that's going to be problematic from a Christian point of view.
What was the name of the book? What was the name of the book?
What book?
The book you're reading from, what's the name of it?
You said you have in your hand, right? It's Christ Protagonist or Logos the Throne.
Oh, okay. So the page again, I just found it because I kind of threw it on the floor because I got kind of. What page again?
It's page 105.
105.
188 is the paragraph. So I'm just going to read part of this because I do like this narrative that he's putting together, and I'm going to see how far I can get. So if you guys want to interrupt,
I'll do it now. But just so you know, like TML's actually in the chat on YouTube.
Yeah, I know. He's probably going to join in a minute, and but I like the way that he puts together the narrative because, again, I think that like I've always looked at the Bible and from a Christian point of view, but also like an historical point of view. So I'm going to try to get through 3 pages of this, but really this goes on forever. And I've been trying to get through his book, but like it's like reading the Tao Te Ching for me, where like every time I read it, it kind of gives me like an existential crisis. So because not from a religious point of view, but from a historical point of view, because like as a student of history, like it makes history make a lot more sense, and it gets frightening the more I start looking at that. So let me start with this. Jews in the Old Testament found themselves continually held captive by foreign rulers. Eventually, they would be absorbed into the state. Is this a story of God's people being liberated and brought back to the Holy Land, or a story of the Jews using the position as God's own people as a mantle to commit genocide and extort powerful rulers for wealth and land, which causes them to lose favor with God? The Bible clearly mentions both. We cannot, as a result, simply assume that God has given unconditional status to any group on earth. God saved the seed of Adam through Noah. The flood story is mentioned in every ancient culture known to man, including Plato. According to the biblical tale, Noah was apparently the last seed of man that was saved on earth. Once again, man divided into various tribes and nations. The cities became polluted. They became centers of idol worship, usury, sexual degeneracy, and decadence. Finally, a man was led out of Babylon into the wilderness. His name was Abraham, and he apparently not was apparently not a genetically distinct individual. He was a Chaldean from modern-day Iraq. 2 nations would come from his seed. One was the Jews, the other was the Arabs. One represented by Isaac, the other by Ishmael. One of the nations was that of the Jews who found themselves enslaved in Egypt. Moses led the Jews out of Egypt and into the desert, or the wilderness. In the wilderness, the Jews were instructed how to build a nation for themselves. The theme of returning to the wilderness and leaving the city is a critical theme. Although some Jews found a way to serve those in power, and Moses being a part of the priestly class of Egypt is proof of this. He rejected wealth and power. He even rejected the mantle of leadership for the most part among his own people as well. But the Jews wanted a clear definition of leadership and even pleaded for a divine ruler. In ancient times, the order between heaven and earth was sustained by the divine ruler. But as Buber points out, there was a distinction to be had between the magic of spontaneity that was centered around the use of chaos and the magic of formula, which uses the already existing order to obtain deeper insight. The Elohim, by contrast, having no fixed place and everywhere at once, the house of God of Moses was a traveling house. It was not localized by magic. The throne of the God of Israel wrapped around the whole of the universe while remaining still. The Jews were a nomadic people drawn out of the city into the wilderness to build a nation for themselves according to the decree of God. The characteristics are described in Numbers 23:9, where it states, "Behold, a people that dwell alone among the nations." The first precondition of serving God is a drawing out from the many and a loneliness in the crowd. Of this nation of various tribes and elders, there was a God that would only speak to one man through the use of signs. God did not even speak directly to Moses himself. God is the one and the unnameable. The God of Moses is beyond description and beyond definition. God is I am that I am. Or I can't say that in a different language. God is half interjection, half pronoun. According to Buber, this type of speech is what distinguishes religious doctrine from mere literature. The speech sounds like something from Upanishads instead of out of Homeric tales. What is even more distinct about the God of Moses is that he rules over the angels as well as demons. Yahweh absorbed everything demonic. God takes over the whole of a person when he directs them to complete a certain task. Each man has a direct relationship to God by fulfillment of the covenant. A covenant is a relationship with God established by obedience to the will of God. An idol, conversely, is a mediator between oneself and God that is purely obsolete. God says in the Bible, who makes peace and creates evil? I, Yahweh, do all these things. God says in the Bible, in the book of Job, that he sends rain to the desert where nothing ever grows out of pleasure. God orders the heavens, and man is just a clay pot. Man is no mediator between the divine and the corporeal. Man meets the divine on its own terms. God gives those he chooses 4 stages to fulfill his will. The first step is a flight to the wilderness. The second step is the continued service of God and purification of one's soul through practice of divine ritual. The third step is a vision, which results in the quest or a trial in the fortification of one's faith. The final step is an encounter with the divine and a state of peace and justice and harmony in the establishment of the rule of God. God summons a prophet or nabi, which is distinguished from a king, to prepare the people and to draw them out for preparation of service to the cause of God. A sign of God is an incarnation of the word, as God says in Exodus 4:22, my firstborn son is Israel. God shows the nation of the Jews the futility of magic of the Pharaoh. Moses comes to prescribe not a man-made law, but a universal creed. When Moses takes the Jews out of Egypt, however, they complain to him that enslavement under the Pharaoh is preferable to the death in the desert. Immediately, the Jews wished to be established as an independent nation, but Gideon had already warned them, as we read Judges 8:23, I should not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. God tells the Jews, ye are a stiff-necked people. Buber takes this to mean a permanent passion for success and a rebellious mind. Indeed, the obstinacy it takes to follow one's own truth is equal in proportion to one's doubting of one's knowledge. Such are the prerequisites of become a truth seeker. But when this formula is out of balance, much is left to be desired, as many have noticed. Once the message is reached, then one has to hang up the phone. Moses organizes his people to fight. Many tribes and clans are hence absorbed into the Jewish people, such as the Amalekites and the Midianites. And others, as in ancient Africa, Arabia, Persia, India, China. The formula for the state of the state was God, king, and people. Moses was a representative of a theopolitical ideal. This was a covenant or bereth, which was expressed in one of 4 ways. The first was it was expressed between two people who share power on an equal footing. The second way it could be expressed was in a way where one power was subsumed and protected by another power. The third way was a covenant that God made with all living creatures in Genesis. The fourth way expressed here is a covenant between God and a people or a nation brought by a theopolitical arrangement and a strict adherence to God's law. God does not give up authority, but brings those he protects into his own jurisdiction. As it says in Deuteronomy, God wished to make Israel a kingdom of priests. The rule of the Lord is where the God becomes Melech or ruler. Only after the whole organization submits to the following of God's command, the Spirit is what is brought forth through the law and by the power that radiates through the law. Dietary regulations, sexual ordinances, and laws concerning property were maintained. The establishment of the covenant is followed by the Decalogue. They are not argued by ethical or philosophical means, but are religious and political. The only parallel in history that can be found is the religious and ethical teachings of Jesus that are not aimed at society or a nation, but rather in the individual. Jesus, however, did not focus on theopolitical rules. Having seen them already established in Moses, Jesus applies the laws of Moses in terms of the individual. This is the meaning of his coming to fulfill the law. What else could it mean? The law that all other laws hang on is not worshiping other gods in the form of idols. According to Buber, the soul of the Decalogue is to be found in the word thou. This symbolizes the divine voice. There is the exclusion of worship of all other gods. This combines with a dedication of his invisible and manifesting presence and the removal of external sensory representations. The community protects life, marriage, property, and social honor. This all sounds good, but Buber wrongfully extrapolates that the covenant is not like a contract and cannot be broken because it is a divine bond. If this were true, why would this not be explicitly mentioned in the Bible? If God does not care for the soul of man, as Buber alleges, and merely wishes to establish his nation, then why is the covenant connected with the words on the tablet at all? The situation seems troubling. According to one view, God makes law, renews laws, and breaks covenants, and exacts penalties and offers blessings. All this is within God's jurisdiction. Divine rule should not be limited by earthly rule. If you disobey, ordaining the sins of the father upon the children unto the third and fourth generation, says God, is what will be exacted. Say not to yourselves what we, the children of Abraham, but out of these stones God can raise up new children of Abraham. God has no need for a nation that fears him, period. No nation should be established in God's name if all nations are to serve God. The rule of God is destiny. No earthly institution, whether religious or stately, can have jurisdiction over the rule of God. We cannot assist in the rule of God. It is for the rule of God to give assistance to us. Oppression of widows and orphans is forbidden. The unjust community is visited by war. Those who turn away orphans and widows, God will make their wives and widows and their sons orphaned. God orders those to follow him to release slaves every 7th year and allow the Usfark land to lay fallow. I'm almost finished, guys. Israel begins to worship a golden bull instead of Yahweh. Moses said, seeing this, breaks the tablets. The smashing of the tablets signifies a breaking of the covenant. The Jews are no longer protected. Moses established the tent of meeting, where he convenes with God alone. He establishes the priestly class of the Levites to assist him in purging the savage whims of the people. Moses pleads with his own people that whoever is with Yahweh should go with him, and meaning that certain of them had rejected his teaching. Moses teaches a free relation to the soil, to free the slavery every 7th year, and to protect the poor. He shows how the land is has blessing power. Moses is not a professional priest like the Levites, but it is the Levites who band together and rebel against his special relationship with God. In every religion, the first heretics are the most learned scholars. It is often they who, by learning the laws, learn to manipulate them. A Baalinization process occurs as Yahweh is transformed by them into Baal. Baalinization is identical to the claims made by Paul. As articulated by Buber, the claim that the whole people are holy, for Yahweh is there in their midst. On this basis they attack Moses. And if they are all holy, then nobody has priority over anyone else. As a result, there is no need for one human to exercise power over another person, and the authority of Moses is illegitimate. The people wanted to process God, as Moses himself notes, that he has no office or special authority, but is merely a messenger. Almost finished. So some of the Jews took advantage of this. Moses, not differentiating between the realms of religion and politics, as Paul clearly does, is an important point. If all the people are holy, then no man can give orders. The attempt was to cut off the leader's power by establishing a column within the society, but external to its normal functions. Buber notes that this has been the motivation for many secret societies and cults of the past. The secret society often regards itself as a protector of the essence of the tribe and as its spine, or the true tribe within the greater tribe. This is the history of antinomian sects. Buber correctly notes the true argument of the rebellion is that in the world of the law that has been inspired always becomes emptied of the spirit, but that in this state it continues to maintain its claim or of full inspiration, or in other words, that the living element dies off. This is coupled with the belief that the law must renew itself in the purifying fires of the spirit. This combines with a eschatological expectation that the rule of God will bring an end to the law, as in the presence of God, the law is no longer required. And it goes on a lot more than that, but I think that's a good introduction to what he's getting into. So please respond, fellas. And ladies.
I was looking up antinomianism.
Yeah, and then it says, I'll just finish this next paragraph because I think it explains. This sounds all too familiar. It sounds just like Paul. There are no special laws for either Jew or Gentile. The commands are made for all mankind. But both Talmudic Jews and Paul have constructed new laws to deal with the humanity that override some of the laws of Moses. They have taken full interpretative license to corrode the true meaning of the law. This is what Jesus emphatically rejected. He came to affirm the law of Moses and to reject the oral tradition of the Pharisees. He merely told the Jews that they should identify with his message as their saving grace, for he had come to fulfill the prophecy of the Jewish Messiah. Neither Talmudic doctrine of another person coming instead of Jesus as Moses, or Paul's prophecy that God will come and rule on earth, matches the simple decree of these laws which forbid oppression and deal with the corruption of wealth, food, and sexual relations, which are quite easily deterred by an adherence to the law. Since these practices are detrimental to the health of any society and exacerbated by the use of idols for worshiping God, it is quite optimal to eradicate such practices in favor of God's decree. The major stumbling block is the priestly class inventing new models to purify the law through remembrance of the spiritual essence. These reforms often these reforms are often dangerous innovations. We find that Christians and Jews do not take these doctrines and warnings seriously in regard to their own teaching and doctrines that have become transformed by the process or world history or Western history. So
nah, I don't like that paragraph. I was doing pretty good up until that paragraph 196, where he compares both the Talmudic Jews and Paul. They're comparing those two together. That's some bullshit there.
I mean, I
Yeah,
see
I knew
why
that
he's
would be
saying that, but I mean, go ahead.
Talmudic Jews and Paul are constructed new laws to deal with humanity and override some of the laws of Moses. Come on.
Well, I mean, I don't think that Paul, introduced any new laws, really. I mean, I think that
he revealed the mysteries, and this is like trying to say that Paul was some kind of Talmudic Jew who was working in the mysteries or something.
well, that's what the Jews say. Actually,
Paul says that he did show the mysteries that were hidden from the beginning, like Jesus walked among, after he was resurrected, he walked among some of his, say, look at the scriptures speak of me. Paul just hid the mysteries that the Bible was hiding, because if the devil knew that crucifying Christ on the cross would be their salvation of all whoever believe, then Satan wouldn't have done it. So there were certain mysteries that Paul was given to explain why God kept it a mystery, certain things, but God knows the dark things, and the Bible says that God will reveal what dark people think. We can understand what they think, but he wasn't a Talmud. It was like the Talmudic Jews were trying to use Babylonian type philosophy, or whatever you want to call it, and they totally reject their Messiah. Israel of today are not really Jews. I hate to tell you that it's all fake. So they are the Talmudic Jews. Them fake Jews in Israel right now, those Paul didn't have nothing to do with them.
oh man. So I thought I would bring this up. The first account of an ordination or an elders or presbyters is in Acts 14 and 23. The Apostle Paul and Barnabas anointed, elected by stretching forth the hands, elders in every church, and prayed with fasting, and then commended them to the Lord in which they had believed. Similarly, Paul reminds an apostolic apprentice, Titus, for this reason I left you in Crete, that you should set in order the things that are lacking, and appoint, set in place, ordain elders in every city as I command you. What this was happening, I mean, amongst the apostles, and it shows in Acts 15 that Paul was accepted as a part of the flock, and he was an equal with,
they accepted him as an apostle.
Absolutely. So his teachings were accepted
because he met Jesus. He met
Right.
Jesus on the road, which was one of the
to
qualifications.
Damascus. Correct. He seen him in a blinding light, and he lost his vision, and he couldn't speak until he went. I forget who he went to.
We don't really know how long that he studied under Christ either. It seemed like it might have been a few years that he was.
Well, I don't know about that.
Imagine
I
that
think he was
being
revealed things
told
pretty
all the.
instantly. Like not like
mystery.
I think he was revealed things, and I think that he started to see, because he was a Pharisee, so he knew the scriptures. He was a zealot for the scriptures. It's like he just started making the connections that, oh, Christ is the Messiah that we've been awaiting. Whereas before he was just killing Christians. He was a part of those who killed Saint Stephen.
Yeah, he was the remnant of the church. He was the beginning of the church. It wasn't just because you were the seed of Abraham. The seed of Abraham physically doesn't make you a Jew or a Israelite. It's believing in the God of Israel, which makes you.
I'd have to know what he means
Israelite.
by, Paul changed these laws the same way that the Talmudic.
And the nation of Israel rejected their Messiah and was destroyed in 70 AD. That's a fact, Jack. It's not going to happen again. That shit's already happened. John wrote Revelations in 64 to 66 AD, before the tribulation, before Revelation 70 AD, when the world was destroyed by all kinds of catastrophes happening.
The vast majority of scholars hold that Revelation was composed during the fierce persecution in the latter part of the reign of Domitian, which is 81 to 96. While John
that's
was
why
in exile
they
on the Isle of
try to
Patmos.
say that Revelations was written after 70 AD in order to make it seem futuristic, when in fact it was written, I believe John wrote it around 66 AD, warning the people of Israel to flee into the mountains. And those people who fled were the remnant who listened to God and fled.
But what's
And
your
then-
basis for that? You got to have something.
Well, and then you look at
that's
the
solid.
history of mankind, adding 700 years to that. So we know that the 1st century, 3rd century, 7th century were all really just the 1st century. And that all these catastrophes, they spread over 700 years, really only happened in the 1st century. So they try to, all these catastrophes worldwide that happened, the Dark Ages and all that. And then after the so-called Dark Age, you have the Age of Light, where they have all these monasteries and beautiful churches. And they try to say that
We're
was.
going off topic a little bit. So can we get
Yeah,
back on
okay.
topic a little bit?
What's the topic?
Neurojack.
Si, senor, I'm here.
What's the topic?
Well, basically, I think what he's saying is that, I mean, it gets into a lot more detail before and after this, but I mean, it's a long book, 400 pages, but basically, I think the main point he's trying to get at, from what I understand, is like, basically the message of Moses and Jesus was very simple, and that Paul is trying to basically overanalyze the law for other purposes into a political realm versus a, more simplistic individual and theological, theopolitical nation situation.
So, but this is my problem with that, right? And this is just how I understand things. It wasn't as if Paul went off and made his own Christianity, and then the other apostles had a different Christianity. They were directly taught by Christ. It's not as if Paul had created this new thing. He was just getting it as he got it, and it developed from there. Not necessarily the doctrines that Christ had gave the apostles had developed, but rather that they were defined. That'd probably be a better term for it. I'm just not seeing where any law was changed by Paul. You know, like I don't see that. Right? What law? The way that we understand Christ or his like. And when we talk about a kingdom, I don't think Paul ever talked about like a humanly kingdom, you know, that Christ would be over. His teaching is pretty much, you know, a kingdom not of this world. Now, the New Jerusalem that comes down, that's another subject, you know?
Yeah, that's another subject. Anyway, if you know that history is a lie and that they may have added 700 years, and I wonder why the Muslim, if you realize that Islam, like 700 AD, they say that Muhammad is 700 years, but what if that was really first century? So Muhammad, you know, Jesus spoke Aramaic, and there should be, you know, Muhammad might have lived, you know, in the first century, not the 7th century. There's 700 years of, yeah, like Muslims just didn't do shit. And then in the 700 AD, that all of a sudden they're like mathematicians and stuff. That, what if that was really the first century and 700 years was added? 700 years added to history. First century, third century, 7th century they're all on the same plane. They're really not like different ages. They're the same age. Like in 70 AD, they say that Jerusalem was destroyed. In 300 AD, they said there was a council. So what would happen in the first century if the remnant would get together and have a council? And it says in 700 AD, Muhammad wrote a book or something. What if the book was really written in the first century? And that's why there isn't 700 years of.
Rocky, I want you to really think about this now.
It's really important to
disrespect
understand
what you're
what
saying.
history
I'm
is.
saying this, that the devil is always the author of confusion, right? And like from what you're saying is super confusing to me, dude. That is some like you're saying the 7th century is actually the first century, and like I don't understand that. And I really,
Well, I'm following
with all
along
due
with
respect,
I'm following some Christians who have been studying Revelations 27 through 9. It talks about Satan's little season where all the nations are deceived. And that so Jesus said that this generation shall see all these things in Matthew 24:34. Jesus was just described all the things that were going to happen in the tribulation. You know, describing the end of the world as they knew it, the Jewish.
I see what you're saying.
state.
Okay, so
And
here's
so
the
that
confusion.
did happen. That did happen. This generation shall see all these things. He wasn't talking to a generation 2,000 years later. Tribulation events happened, and then if you look at history, there was a period of time they call the Dark Ages, where everybody were building these great monolithic, not monolithic, but beautiful monasteries and glorifying God. And it's like it back, and they call that the Dark Ages, but they were building these beautiful buildings. So I think history has lied to us. Maybe the Dark Ages weren't really that dark, but maybe it was an age when Christ ruled through the body of Christ. You know.
Okay, so here's some context here. The early church was convinced that the second coming was near. This is Acts 2:16 and 7 through 17. Hebrews 1:1, 1 John 2:18. What the hell is that person doing?
Well, some of the fathers believed that Revelation was past, that had happened. There were fathers from 1st and 2nd century that believed I forget maybe Josephus or who was it that said that when he saw chariots of fire, when 70 AD he saw Jerusalem, and it was like he was describing a world event. It says that there will be a great earthquake. So some people think that's the mud flood. You know, people are looking into Tartaria and they're seeing what happened. There's some kind of, mud flood or something. And these buried all these Roman places. And then right after that, there's these beautiful cathedrals glorifying God, and in any way they could, statues of Michael out and great cathedrals with God.
Okay, can I jump in here, Rocky? Just for a second.
All right, go for it.
All right. So John's vision was first of all a reminder from God to the churches not to give in their adversaries, but to hold fast to their faith. The book can also be seen as a prophecy addressing a time far distant from its era of a composition predicting actual future events, or as an exposition on the ongoing relationships and conflicts between God and his kingdom, humanity, and Satan. These three approaches are not contradictory, but complementary and all are valid. While seen as a canonical inspired by God, the Revelation is the only New Testament book not to be publicly read in the service of the Orthodox Church. This is primarily because the book was only gradually accepted as canonical in many parts of the Christendom. In addition, the 2nd and 3rd centuries Revelation was widely twisted and sensationalized and misinterpreted, and the erroneous teachings brought troublesome confusion to Christians, a trend that continues to this day.
Yeah. You don't have to use Revelations. You use Matthew 24:34 says, verily, verily, I say unto you that all these things, this generation shall see all these things. And he just described the destruction of Jerusalem, the tribulation and the events and some of that stuff. He was, so you don't have to use Revelations to determine that all those things happened already, according to Jesus saying, is Jesus the liar? He's saying this generation shall see all these things, and then 2,000 years later, and we're still waiting. I'm just saying what Jesus said. You don't have to. Revelations is just, it's hard to understand because it's written in apocryphal.
Well, it's not up for private interpretation. That's the issue.
Yeah, I'm not. This is no private
But
interpretation.
when you talk about certain fathers, certain fathers early on could have had an idea, right? And it could have been erroneous. And then they handled it at council where they came to a consensus that, okay, either this teaching is true or it's not. When you don't have that basis of an authority there, then because everybody wants to rebel in lawlessness, and he says, Christ says, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? Have we not done all these things in your name? And he says, away from me, you who have practiced lawlessness. Now, what is lawlessness? It's practicing Christianity outside of the guidelines of the church established by Christ, because he says he would build his church on the confession of Peter. And that's where we get all this misinterpretations, where we get 40,000 different sects, where we get all this confusion. And again, confusion is of the devil. It's not of God. So back to Revelations. Revelations has a correct context that is supposed to be understood and interpreted in. But the ones that can interpret it are indwelled with the Holy Spirit to do so. That's the fathers of the church. Now, if you want that interpretation, that's the route to go. In my studies, that's where I go. I don't trust my own thinking.
Are you
I know I can
indwelled
be
by
led
the
astray.
Holy Spirit? Are you indwelled by the Holy Spirit?
Every Orthodox Christian, when they're baptized, are indwelled with the Holy Spirit, just as any believer that was baptized into the early church.
But do you walk in the Spirit? Are you filled with the power of the Holy Spirit?
I would say so, yeah.
Well, there's either a yes or no. There's a way to know.
Where I said, yeah, I would say so, yes. but I'm not.
And there's mechanics. There's a mechanical way to be filled. The mechanics is simple. If we acknowledge our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. You can't be filled with the Holy Spirit if you're walking in the flesh with unacknowledged sins in your life. So there's a mechanics to it. In order to be filled with the Holy Spirit, you have to be cleansed of all your sins through 1 John 1:9. So if you don't use 1 John 1:9 and you think you don't sin, that often, that, oh, I don't sin anymore.
Well, do you know how that people were actually filled with the Holy Spirit as far as the scriptures are concerned?
Originally on the day of Pentecost?
This is what I'm talking about. The early times of the church had practiced chrismation. Immediately following baptism, in the sacrament of chrismation, the newly baptized person receives the Holy Spirit through anointing with oil by the bishop or the priest. The rules of the sacrament are clear in both
My
the Old and the New
understanding is
Testament.
different than yours, because I believe you receive the indwelling of the Holy Spirit at salvation, at the moment of salvation.
Well,
and you are
that's the difference.
sealed with the Holy
That's not what
Spirit.
the early church believed. They believed after they were
You're a
baptized,
Baptist.
chrismated, they would receive the Holy Spirit.
Then you're a Baptist.
No, I'm an Orthodox Christian. The chrismation follows the baptism.
Baptized by water to be saved.
There's 5 different words in Greek for salvation. Which one are you talking about?
You don't know what. Okay, so
I know that you're talking about, Martin Luther's faith alone. You're saved by faith alone, which is a word he added into his German, translation in the 1600s. So a lot of people get this egotistical thought that they have the right teaching on salvation, but really they don't. They don't have the right teaching on salvation. It was a new teaching introduced by Martin Luther. And people are like, well, what, you're not saved? You're not saved? Well, that is the scriptures say being saved, or work out your salvation with fear and trembling. There's context to the way saved is. It's not just a one and done event.
It's not.
No, it's not a one and done event. You don't just say, like, I accept Christ into my heart, and then it's done, Christ has given us our salvation, but we have to work it out with fear and
Christ
trembling.
in your heart. I didn't say that. I didn't say that was.
Well, then what are you saying?
Faith in Christ.
Faith alone, right?
Is salvational. Isn't that what it is?
Is it faith alone? Is that what it is?
Faith, yeah.
Faith alone, right.
For salvation. So what must I do? What works must I do before I'm saved?
Well, didn't they ask that of Peter? And he said, be baptized into the church, right?
You do that. Isn't that believing Jesus, what he said, and then you're baptized by the Holy Spirit?
Okay, no, you're not baptized
On
by
the day of
Holy Spirit.
Pentecost,
You're
what did they
baptized by
do?
someone, and then
When they
welcomed
received the Holy Spirit on Pentecost, did they have to do something?
Yeah, I'll read about it. I'll read it to you if you'd like. Okay, so one of the tragic aberrations of so-called modern religion is churchless Christianity. The assertion is that Christ who saves us and not the church, so all you need is Jesus. Few claim to be Christians would argue against the statement that it is Christ who saves, for he is the eternal Son of God who has assumed human flesh and has done so for us and for our salvation. Thus Paul writes, for there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. But because this mediator established a church, which is his body, we who are joined to him are joined to his church as well. To say we love Christ, who is the head of the church, and at the same time reject his body, is to deny New Testament teaching. The Gospel of Acts, the first word of the church is ecclesia. In the New Testament comes Gospel of Matthew, when our Lord gives his approval to Peter's confession of faith and promises, I will build my church. Christ builds and we cooperate with him. So what I'm trying to get at is this, is here. Okay, so the book of Acts amplifies Jesus meant in Matthew 16. When Peter's sermon on the day of Pentecost concludes, those present ask for guidance towards salvation. They ask, what shall we do? This is Acts 2:37. Following Peter's words, they are baptized and joined with the other believers, 3,000 of them. That's Acts 2:38-41. Having been joined to Christ in his church, these baptized believers begin living as the body of Christ. We find them looking after each other, using their personal resources for one another's care, continuing together in prayer and the Eucharist. From this point on, the Lord added to his church daily those who were being saved. And throughout Acts, we see the church being built as the gospel of Christ spreads.
Did Paul tell us to get baptized?
Paul instructs in his letters to the churches throughout the Eastern Mediterranean clearly show what it means to be a member of the Christ, to be the church and to be in the church. Nowhere in the New Testament is Paul's teachings on the church more fully disclosed than in Ephesians 4. He instructs that the church is one, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit and the bonds of peace. There is one church, one God, one doctrine, one baptism.
Okay, I'm trying to figure something out. There's only one baptism. So, and you have to be
immersion.
baptized to be saved.
So, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit.
You have to be baptized to be saved, right?
What are you saying?
Are you saying you have to be baptized by water to be saved?
Christ will save who he pleases. God will save some that are inside of the church, and some who are, some inside of the church won't be receive salvation.
What if I was? What if I believe?
To be a part of the members of the church, you have to be baptized into the church.
What if I believe that Jesus died on the cross for my sins, rose the third day, and on my way to being baptized, I got killed or something? Or what if I didn't do it for like a month? Or what if?
Well, you could take like the exceptions to the rules to be the rule themselves.
Before I did it, I died. Was I still saved? Was I saved? Baptized by the Holy Spirit is at salvation. When you're saved, you're baptized by the Holy Spirit. Now, there's a ritual that they used to do, like in the before, John the Baptist would baptize people to represent certain thing, and that was a ritual. But
do that Mormon church.
But I don't think it's salvational. I think you're saved through faith alone, not of being baptized by water.
That's the teaching that was taught by Martin Luther in the 1600s, and a lot of people believe that because we're in the West.
Martin Luther, he's not one of your fathers of the Orthodox Church. He's not one of those.
No, he's not.
Oh my goodness.
He's a Protestant.
I like Luther. I think Luther was right on.
I mean, if you want to get into it, we could, but I could tell you exactly why he's not right on.
I heard someone say earlier, all are valid. I think in that sense, that's what that means.
As far as that one thing, that salvation is through faith alone in Christ alone.
No, it's not. Dude. It's not through faith alone. That was a word that he added later on. That was never the teaching of the church.
It's grace. It's from grace. So faith is the means to receive grace. It's not, you don't work for grace. It's by grace we are saved through faith, not of works, lest any man should boast.
Okay, so let's go to it. So it says, he goes to say that we are God's workmanship created in Christ to do good works, right? He says that after it. Paul says in his letter, Ephesians 2 and 4 and 8, but we do not separate faith and works. No, wait.
The work comes after. Once you're saved, of course, God has good works for you to do. But salvation is not through works, but good works will come, of course, if you continue in the faith.
All right.
You don't become saved by works.
Do Orthodox Christians believe that we're saved by grace through faith? Yes, of course we do. St. Paul says so in his letter in Ephesians 2 and 4 through 8. But we do not separate faith and works. Notice that even here, where St. Paul says that we are saved by grace, he goes on to say that we are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works. As so is often the case, we need to read the rest of the passage. But because of this great love for us, God, which is rich in mercy, made us alive with Christ, even if we were dead in our transgressions. It is by grace we have been saved. For it is by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourself. It is the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast. For we are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do.
Yes, once we're in Christ Jesus, we will do good works.
Right.
But first you have to believe. You have to believe and receive the Holy Spirit at salvation.
But
And
no,
then
that's not how you receive the Holy Spirit. This is a
divine works.
conflation of a few different things.
Divine good works.
Because even the demons believe and tremble. So if you just believe, that's not like how you get
like
that's out of James.
Kindergarten argument. Oh, the devil believes that God exists.
Well,
I didn't
James
say
made the
that
argument, did he not?
The devil,
So you're like
the
mocking
devil,
the apostle?
the devil
Like, what do you
cannot be
want from me?
saved. The devil cannot be saved. He had his chance. It's a bullshit argument in the first
It's
place.
not a bullshit
You don't
argument.
even
It's
know.
in the
I think God
scriptures. It's not like
created
I
Satan.
made that up. St. James
God
made that up.
created
And
Satan
St. James said that in his
for
apostle
his purpose.
epistle.
Gentlemen,
Good evening, dear children.
Hello.
welcome.
That's like when what's his name puts on the flow state, puts on his Catholic hat. What is that? Fisherman's hat.
The Pope had, yeah.
Yeah, the fish hat. Fish god. That's because they know
Funny though.
we live in a dome.
Hello.
Fish bowl. We live in a fish bowl. So we got these fish gods.
Well, we were in the age of Pisces for a long time.
You know, James says, thus faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead, right?
Okay, he's talking about, okay, say you go up to a poor guy and you say, hey, I'm going to pray for you that you will have something to eat and you'll have shoes and socks and clothes. And you don't do the good work because you have money. You could give him some money to go buy something at the store to eat. And you have socks and blankets in your car. And you're sitting to this poor guy, you're saying, oh, well, let's pray for this guy right here. I pray that you will get some socks and blankets and have a good meal today. When you have all the opportunity to do it, you could just do it right there. Give him some fucking money, buy him a blanket and some shoes and some socks. That's faith without works. That's what he's talking about. Oh, I'm going to pray for you, you poor guy. When you could do some real work and just give him the shit you have right there. That's faith without works, man.
So
That's
James says also, but do you want to know, O foolish man, that faith without works is dead? According to James, someone who thinks that it's possible to believe without acting accordingly is out of his mind.
Exactly.
Sometimes
if I see a poor person, I don't go up to him and say, hey, I'm going to pray for you right here and then walk away. I drop off, if I have a blanket or some socks or something, I give it to him.
Sometimes you're thinking lessons.
So you guys better love your neighbor and go out and give him some socks and blankets. It's getting cold out, you know.
So what do you make sense of the Eucharist, though, Rocky? How do you make sense of that?
The Eucharist, that you mean communion?
Yeah, communion.
We take of the bread and the wine. We're supposed to concentrate on Christ and what he did for us on the cross. It's the only ritual we really have in the church age is to take communion. It's a personal time where you meditate. Who is Christ? What did he do? He's the bread and the wine. He's the bread of life. He died on the cross. He shed his blood, the wine. So you concentrate on who Christ is. That is a church age ritual. And it's just to concentrate on Christ and who he is. I do that, but you know, some people do it and they don't even know why they're doing it. They think it's represents what it doesn't at all. I mean, the Catholics, it's not really a part of his body. It doesn't turn into his body. It represents. Really? Yeah, I don't believe the Catholic.
Well, Saint Ignatius said that they abstain from the Eucharist
ritual,
and from prayer.
Ritual without reality. If you don't know the reality of what it
Christ.
stands for, then you're doing something that you don't even. You're just doing it for nonsense. If you don't know what the ritual means, then it doesn't mean nothing. You're just going through the motions.
But you just said that it wasn't the body and blood of Christ. It wasn't really his body and blood.
It's not his real body. It's a representation. We concentrate on what he did on the cross.
Okay, that's a false teaching then. That's a false
teacher. You think that you're a Catholic, then you think that that's really.
I'm an Orthodox Christian, and just like Saint Ignatius said, that they who abstain from the Eucharist and they don't confess that is truly the flesh of our Lord and Savior Christ, then it's an erroneous teaching, dude.
You don't even
Straight
know
up.
You don't even know what communion's for. It's a ritual.
You don't take it. So what do you know about it? What are you talking
I do. I know what it means.
It's not really the body and blood of Christ, though, to you, and that's heresy.
We are to concentrate on who in Christ is at communion. That he died on the cross, shed his blood. That he is the Word of God, the bread. That's what
literally his body and his blood.
It's a representation. If
it's not a representation. It's literally his body and blood.
Anthropopathism and the anthropomorphism, and you don't know. You think everything is literal. Oh, this is Christ's literal body.
That part of it's literal
blood. Yeah, your nonsensical Catholic doctrine is showing through your orthodoxy or whatever.
Orthodoxy is the true church. Roman Catholics
the truth is the truth.
Yes, and the truth is that the Eucharist is the body and blood of Christ.
It represents the body and blood. It represents his work on the cross. We're supposed to look back at the cross, what Christ did for us on the cross. We look at the bread and his body. We are the body of Christ.
So why is Saint Ignatius, who was directly taught by Saint Peter and was a disciple of Saint John, telling us it's his literal body and blood?
God is the living water. He's the living water.
Who was taught by the apostles. Why would I believe
God
when someone who's directly taught by the apostles is saying it's his literal body and blood?
Okay, when Christ died on the cross, did he die physically for our sins, or did he die the second death spiritually for our sins? Do you know the difference? Do you know because he was still alive when he said it is finished. So the three hours that he was separated from Christ, he died spiritually the second death. He was separated from God for our sins. And then before he died physically, he said, "It is finished." His spirit, he died spiritually on the cross, separated from God for 3 hours on the cross. And that's represented by his blood, death, his death. But it was his spiritual death that really finished it. He died the spiritual death, the second death for us. And then he said, "It is finished." And he died physically.
So you don't believe what Saint Ignatius said?
Probably not. What did he say?
He said that they abstain from the Eucharist and from prayer because they do not confess that the Eucharist is the flesh of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Where's that in the Bible? Where? What verse is that?
I said that it's Saint Ignatius who wrote epistles to the churches, right? Before there was a Bible canonized, and he was a direct disciple of Saint Peter and Saint John. The Bible wasn't canonized until 394. So you could do this whole Protestant thing where you're saying, well, where is it in the Bible? Well, the Bible is one part of the Holy Tradition, as it says in the scriptures. Follow the words either by our words or our epistles. That's so you can't take one out of the other.
The Bible says that we're supposed to
would Bible
obey,
turn the Bible into an idol and take it out of the context of the tradition, but you're going to get confused.
We're not supposed to trust no man, especially if he calls himself Father. The Bible specifically says, "Call no man your father, but your Father in heaven." But for some reason, these Orthodox want to go around calling themselves Father, and they want.
We could address that too. You got a lot of points here.
Everybody wants to call himself
Christ's
Father,
warning against calling hypocrites father and teacher is not an absolute prohibition against using the term as some teach. These terms are applied to men many times in the New Testament.
What's a bishop?
Father is used in Luke 16 and 24, 1 Corinthians 4 and 5, 4 and 15, Corinthians 3 and 21. Since the very early days of the church, bishops and presbyters have been called father, not because they take the place of God, but because of their fatherly care for their flocks that lead people to God, and they exercise fatherly authority within their community. And we have an example of this with Lazarus. When Lazarus was with Abraham, he calls him Father Abraham.
You guys should just call yourself elders or something. Stop calling yourself.
Well, didn't in the scriptures they say the elders of your church many times?
I'm going to confess my sins to the Father. And you go to some booth, there's some guy calls, "Oh, Father, I have sinned." That's not your Father in heaven. You don't confess your sins to some priest. We have a direct line to the Father. I talk to the Father all the time, man. And you guys, you might be elderlies in the church, but you're not my Father.
Okay, all right. So
one Father.
What's up with this? It says traditions of the apostles. Holy tradition is contrasted by preserved by the church, right? There's holy tradition and there's the teachings of the doctrines of men. Those are separate.
It specifically says in the Bible not to go by traditions, but you
yes, it's talking about the traditions of the Pharisees, not the holy traditions handed down by Christ and his apostles. Conflating the two, that's fallacious, dude.
Yeah, I thought Paul glorified Jesus, and he talked about the books, scriptures. We don't trust in men; we trust in the Holy Spirit.
Okay, look, it's not just teachings as doctrines as the commandments of men, right? That is said in Matthew 15 and 9. But the traditions of the apostles, or holy tradition, by contrast, is preserved by the church, for God is its source. Holy tradition is that which Christ taught the apostles, and which they in turn taught to the church under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit in their instruction as they visited the churches and be in their writings under the guidance of the Holy Spirit. We adhere to holy tradition as is presented to the apostles' writings and as is resident in the church to which the truth is promised. So it's not just the doctrines of men. This is synergy between God and men. So it's
who
not
is
like
the universal church? Where is the universal church? Who are they?
The Orthodox Church is that church.
So I'm not a part of the body of Christ because I haven't joined the Orthodox Church.
Well, if you are joined to the body of Christ, you're joined to the church. I don't know. That's up to God.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I've been studying the scriptures for 55 years. And I think I was saved when I was like 5. And then I know for sure I was saved by the time I was 10. Can't really remember, but I remember my brothers and sisters saying, "Hey, Santa, look out the window. Santa's coming." I said, "No, Santa's not real. Jesus is real." And that's when I was like 5. I can remember back. You trying to teach me this bullshit about Santa Claus and all this crap. Come on. How can Santa Claus be real when Jesus is real, not Santa Claus? So I think I may have accepted Christ by then, and I was only 5. And then when I was 10, I started studying the scriptures like every day, like 5-6 hours a day, just through my pastor teacher who studied Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew. Studied from the Septuagint, I think, Greek manuscripts, and whatever he got. I don't know where he got them. Good.
Septuagint.
Yeah, Greek Septuagint, written in like 200 BC before Christ, because the Egyptians who lived in Egypt wanted a Greek translation because they spoke Greek. They didn't speak Hebrew. They were like, so they wanted a translation into Greek because that's what the language, and Greek is one of the best languages. I mean, Koine Greek is hard to misinterpret. So that might be why Christ came during that time when Koine Greek was being used throughout the world, which is very hard to misinterpret what its meaning is. So the Bible wasn't written in English. It's just a translation. So you got to, now we have computers that can help us. We can look up the Greek and look up the whatever. It's a miracle. It's like Babylon all over again. Everybody can speak the same damn language. They just hook to the AI computer and you can, like go to the United Nations and they got a translator there. It's like, we're not supposed to, have one freaking language. Shit. Nationalism is internationalism. They're trying to spread internationalism because it's antichrist. Babel, all that one world government shit. We know what happens to the end. Babylon always falls. So I don't know what everybody's worried about. God's got it under control. He's still in charge, even though we may be in Satan's little season. Babylon always falls, and it's always better to be on the side of the Creator. I told you the stories about Babylon falling. Now, if you guys want to hook up with Babylon and all this,
I think sometimes it's a tower and sometimes it's a lighthouse.
yeah, they got all kinds of symbols for their occult. They got the Washington, D.C. got that obelisk. London has one in the city of London, and they got one in Rome. And they just, Rome and Babylon, that's, God destroys every time. They're trying to reestablish Rome right now. It's just one of Satan's,
Wait,
Did it
isn't
fall?
America Babylon?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, I don't think it fell.
Yeah. He's restoring Babylon right now, or Rome. That's what's going on. The little season is here. We no longer have monasteries full of monks trying to figure out who God is and building glorified buildings to God. Now they're just building Roman capitals everywhere. Capital of
That's
Rome.
because the Catholics, they apostatized and started looking into the pagan traditions for experience and new theological experiences, which are a bunch of nonsense that they just came up with to reform the faith.
Well, that's what the history tries to tell you, is that, the Catholic Church around 300, 400 AD took over and paganized everything. But
Rocky
what if,
has a question in chat.
what's in chat?
There's a question for you. They wanted to know what denomination you are.
I'm not a denomination. I'm non-denominational. I studied under a church called Baraka Church, Baraka, which is that's Hebrew for grace, the power of grace, power of grace. The church that relies on the grace of God. It's a Baraka Church, Alabama and Sage, Houston, Texas. They still give free tapes and free lessons. You can order tapes. And now I don't agree with everything because he's denying the flat earth and, he's kind of, but as far as
Did you
his
see the video, Rocky, recently with the 24-hour sun
24-hour sun. Oh my gosh.
in Antarctica?
Yeah, I don't know that proves anything, or even if it does, but I think there was some shenanigans going on. Some blue
Well, I didn't
screen.
see her breath. That was suspicious, but
I don't trust that shit.
well, I don't trust
Why
so
didn't
much.
they take videos of like being on the ship and landing? Like, wow, that would have been nice to see landing. Where's those videos? I mean, come on. I mean, you got all these cameras and you can't take a shot out the window or the ship you're on or whatever. Give me a break. As far as I know, they could be in front of some studio or something. Not shit. I don't know where the hell they are. Yeah. Anyway, what do you think about the drones and the orbs and the mothership? You heard of the mothership? They said there's a mothership somewhere that they're getting ready to war against. They're going to war against the
Mom
mothership.
thinks that it might be aliens, but not necessarily bad ones. But I don't know.
Well, the Bible says that if you, after Revelations 20, 7 through 9, Satan's little season, that the saints will be surrounded, and then the New Jerusalem will come down from heaven and land somewhere. 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles. The only geometric or whatever shape that could possibly be is either a pyramid or a cube. And the Christians don't like the cubes, and nobody likes the pyramid, the Illuminati. So if you see that like this New Jerusalem, like a 1,500 mile by 1,500 mile pyramid or cube come down, I would be pretty, I don't know if I would shoot at it. That that
Blazer,
might be the
I didn't have
heaven.
you kicked. I didn't have you kicked, man. Get your facts straight. And you know why. You know what's up. I don't even got to say anything.
Okay, they got the blue beam theory that it's all a blue beam alien fake invasion. That there's going to be aliens that come from outer space and they they're are they good or are they bad, or are they these Nazi space flying disc that's been around for a while? Are those aliens from outer space? Are they maybe disembodied Nephilim spirits teaching man high-tech shit that maybe been lost? Because I think the angels know all this high-tech shit. It's just they could get men to build it for them, you know, give them some forbidden knowledge maybe, and fly around some drones to fake everybody out. And then when the real angels from heaven come down, then you're all going to say, oh, you know, like all the Superman movies protecting something that's coming to destroy the earth. The Bible says God's going to come and destroy the earth and make a new earth and destroy all the wicked. So are you going to fight against like the kingdom of heaven coming down, a big mothership, because there's these Nazi drones running around making you think that they're aliens and shit? Oh shit, I'd be careful what side I'm on this one, you know. They got you hating the symbol of like the if something is 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles, it can only be a pyramid or a cube.
What's the deal with this last room fellow?
From the vagina monologues, facial acne scar and orthopedic headgear. Let your battery charger think you need a rest here, or give a candy bar to the engineers, or your vocals come out in the final mix. Vinyl skip at your performance, but it just ride a brainwave, and you're failing to exist. You can't hide in the main stage. You put you on the manliness. So what are you doing here? You're a girl with breast reduction, acting like she said something. Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who. This isn't singular, it's plural. You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you. Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who. This isn't singular, it's plural. Me and the crew know who. Sun got sun shines over all of y'all. There's more than Black Hawks down in Somalia. Military skill, visionary. The number of dead served MCs will vary. Different sizes, forms, and shapes. If they're not surprised to be informed by a tape, they're not knowing that hip-hop's growing into the next boxing. To max toxins, glistening to the missiles of the sound, whistling and listening the system of a down. Armenians, horrible the medium, Minotaur and centaurs, I'm not needing them. Stare down the gun with one wins. Now that I roll with confidence, I'm convinced. It's my turn to be a star. Fuck with me, I'll burn the flag on your core.
Juvenile boost and I show good signs to be verbally active. There's something about records and titles cause I'm breaking and snatching. Your help is like a better wife choking on a knuckle sandwich. I got niggas so scared they won't say my name in sign language.
Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who.
This isn't singular, it's plural.
You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you. Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who.
This isn't singular, it's plural.
Me and the crew know who.
Where those two walls and that ceiling meet, where you'll be peeling me from when the dreams become abilities. The trilogy of growth, I'm at the second level, where every word is special and I'm lost inside the echoes. And when it settles, I touch that third stage. I shuck these mental shackles and blast my way out of that bird cage. Earthquake signifies provides an active foundation. It's got the posture aching, keeps my head out of these constellations. From this high, I may identify the obstacles. When I get this high, my head becomes a hospital. Voices bitching and bickering, complaining that they sick and injured, bleeding and hungry. Give me my tourniquets. Feed them nourishment and included with the diluted juice and bruised fruits I distributed. Who knew they wounds would heal so quick? Who knew the passion would become fashion and get them fastened onto the dick? Might as well have let them penetrate. The view from here shook me, looking at rookies that try to emulate. Take the time to break the rhymes down for what you gather. Only after will I climb to the rafter without my ladder.
Stability, overseer, stand over, ability, hover, provide contraceptive and meteor shower. The sky is falling, the earth is collapsing, seas freeze. Seize my support, structure you simmer. I may shape but provide shade upon your living mass. Granted, I'm branded with a limestone trim. So get epicenter splintered to shambles while the lights turn dim. Sheets stop bellowing, hug your teddy bears. Instead, towards the light in my center. Cynical minds mind your master. It's only a shame of their rock slide, landing on your backside. Who needs to walk you laymen? Spend all of your time inside. I sing it all, I saw it all, I encase it all. And with all my power, they should have built more columns for me. The ball's still rolling, there's only 2 pins left, brother. Whether above or upon, I promise to always provide some cover. Quit breathing so much, this ain't comfortable for me. But I was more affordable than the ones that they had built in the early 90s. Oh my, look at those memories, listen to them complain. Some bitch about champagne, others talk about how they should have took the train. Regardless of your stature, status, or economical bubble, I'm still on top of your world, even if it's a pile of rubble. Dripping through